The male lead transmigrated into the body of the patriarch of the infamous Evil Sky Pavilion, known for his wickedness. He had raised 9 evil disciples who wreaked havoc everywhere, and now he's surrounded by the 10 great orthodox sects, facing chaos from both within and without. Like every other transmigrator, the male lead crossed over, but he's super unlucky because he's all alone in this. Not only is he surrounded, but even his disciples have bad intentions. Suddenly, a system appears. The male lead is shocked. Holy crap, there's a system too. Then, the system unlocks a bunch of new stuff. Let's see how the male lead beats back the 10 orthodox sects and then teaches his evil disciples a lesson. Finally reaching the peak of his life. Introducing the characters. The male lead, Lu Xiao, was a senior manager at some company. Unluckily, he transmigrated into the most powerful evil overlord of Great Yan, also known as the Pavilion Master and the founder of the Evil Sky Pavilion, named Ji Tiandao. He also has 9 disciples with heinous crimes that shook the world. But now, Ji Tiandao is just an old devil with his lifespan running out. The 9 evil and rebellious disciples are: first disciple, Yu Zhenghai; second disciple, Yu Shengrong; third disciple, Duan Musheng; fourth disciple, Ming Shiyin; fifth disciple, Zhao Yu; sixth disciple, Ye Tiangxin; seventh disciple, Si Wuyai; eighth disciple, Zhu Honggong; ninth disciple, Zhao Yanhe; 10th disciple is still unknown. The story begins inside the Golden Court Mountain Pavilion. The senior brothers and sisters are angrily discussing. Third disciple Duan Musheng explodes in anger, shouting, "Those righteous sects are so despicable. To think they'd take advantage of us in such a difficult situation. I'm going down the mountain to kill them all." Fifth disciple Zhao Yu immediately tries to calm him down. Third senior brother, "Don't be rash, you can't fall for their schemes." Fourth disciple Ming Shiyin chimes in. Fifth senior sister is right. We can't panic now. Even if Master can't make a move, with the 4 of us here, those guys won't be able to do anything, Zhao Yu says with a worried expression. But the 10 great nascent soul experts of the orthodox sects have all arrived, while Master's body is... Zhao Yu was interrupted before she could finish. "Stop making noise. Can't you see Master's resting?" The old man Lu Zhu was resting with his eyes closed when he heard the intense argument. Lu Zhu slowly opened his eyes, a chaotic memory like 10,000 needles stabbing into his mind, turning into images that kept spinning inside Lu Zhao's mind. Where is this? What happened to me? Fragments of memories quickly appeared before his eyes. No way. I became the great devil patriarch, Ji Tiandao? Even though Lu Zhao was a senior manager in his previous life, with excellent mental fortitude, he was still deeply shocked by the scene before him. The pavilion on top of Golden Court Mountain, 4 evil disciples, and more than 10,000 cultivators from the righteous faction waiting at the foot of the mountain. His memories kept flashing back. A month ago, the top experts of the righteous faction in the world had set a trap to surround and kill the devil patriarch Ji Tiandao, fighting against many, creating a stalemate. Now, the righteous experts have led their army to the foot of the mountain, preparing to attack Golden Court Mountain. Facing the greatest crisis ever, the memory keeps flashing back. Ji Tiandao has a total of 9 disciples in his life, each of them a great devil dominating one side, doing countless evil deeds, causing waves everywhere. First disciple Yu Zhenghai was just a crybaby when he became a disciple. After betraying the sect, he founded the Nether sect, famous throughout the world, looting and robbing, countless evil deeds, called the #1 demon sect of Great Yan. Second disciple, Yu Shengrong, was just a young man using a wooden sword when he ascended the mountain to become a disciple. Unexpectedly, after going down the mountain, he became a sword demon in just one morning, making people terrified at the mere mention of his name, challenging experts everywhere, massacring everyone if he didn't agree with them. Third disciple, fourth disciple, fifth disciple also often went out to cause trouble, but luckily didn't leave Golden Court Mountain. Sixth disciple, Ye Tiangxin, is the most trouble-averse, and also a very obedient female disciple, but she's a female devil, who swore to kill all the men of the orthodox faction in the world, cold and ruthless, nicknamed the Jade Maiden Shura. Seventh disciple, Si Wuyai, was originally an innocent boy, but after becoming accomplished, he became a petty person with hidden intentions, full of tricks, who used divisive tactics to cause people to fight and kill each other, causing suffering to the world. Eighth disciple, Zhu Honggong, was known as the Evil King after going down the mountain for 20 years. Ninth disciple Yan Hare is the last to join the sect, and also the most beloved disciple of the Old Devil, who still has a bit of conscience, so she always stayed on the mountain. Unfortunately, Ji Tiandao has lived for nearly 1,000 years, which is almost the extreme lifespan of a cultivator. As his age increased, Ji Tiandao's ability to manage his disciples declined, and his power of suppression was gone. 5 of the 9 disciples betrayed him, and his authority was greatly reduced. Lu Zhao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was about to stand up when he sat down with a thud, almost falling on the ground. His body was empty and extremely weak, completely drained. He told himself, "I have to stay calm. Right now, I can only try to accept Ji Tiandao's memories and body." Suddenly, the 3rd disciple, Duan Musheng, blurted out, "It looks like Master's awake." The 5th disciple, Zhao Yu, immediately asked, "Master, how do you feel?" The 4 disciples guarding outside the pavilion all entered, bowing their heads before Lu Zhu. Lu Zhu's eyes swept over the 4 of them, and he coughed once, but didn't speak. All he saw were demonic cultivators who had committed countless evil deeds. The betrayal of the other 5 disciples was a wake-up call for him. "Master, how are you?" The 3rd disciple, Duan Musheng, asked worriedly, "I'm fine." The 4 disciples all looked relieved. The 4th disciple, Ming Shiyin, cupped his hands and said, "Master, there are many righteous path experts gathering at the foot of the mountain right now. I'm afraid it won't be long before they break through our barrier defenses." Lu Zhao tried to calm himself. Right now, all he could do was accept all of Ji Tiandao's memories and body. The 3rd disciple, Duan Musheng, added, "How about I go out and call senior brother back for support? Remembering our teacher-student relationship, he shouldn't be able to sit still and do nothing. He's already the sect leader of the Nether sect, with tens of thousands of people under his command now." Next, the 5th disciple, Zhao Yu, spoke up. "Then I'll go find 7th junior brother. He's full of schemes, and also owns the Crouching Dragon Valley's assassination network." The 9th disciple blurted out, "Master," before she could finish her sentence. "Shut up!" Lu Zhao's voice rang out, interrupting them. His tough mental fortitude was being pushed to its limit at this moment. He couldn't afford to panic. No matter what, he was still the master of these evil disciples, the one with authority in front of them. He especially couldn't reveal that his cultivation was completely gone. Otherwise, he'd just be a fish on a chopping block. When that happened, he wouldn't even need the righteous sects to make a move. These 4 disciples in front of him would take his fake life. The Golden Court Mountain's barrier is still strong enough to hold out for a while. "What are you panicking about?" Lu Zhao reprimanded his disciples. Lu Zhao sighed and shook his head. "Back then, even when I was besieged by the 10 great experts, I could only barely manage a draw. Do you think there's no one pulling strings behind the scenes in this matter? If you just think about it carefully, the eldest, Yu Zhenghai, understands his master the best, and the 7th, Si Wuyai, is good at scheming. These 2 must be involved. If it weren't for their fear of the Golden Court Mountain's defenses, wouldn't they have already attacked?" No, he absolutely couldn't reveal the secret of his dissipated cultivation. Otherwise, he'd become meat on a chopping block. When that happened, he wouldn't even have to wait for the righteous sects to kill him. These 4 disciples would take his fake life first, Lu Zhao preemptively said. "Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? You're just wishing I'd die sooner." The 4 disciples immediately knelt down, saying in unison, "We wouldn't dare! We wouldn't dare!" Lu Zhao's eyes swept over the 4 of them, and he snorted lightly before saying, "You're all divine court realm powerhouses. In just a few more years, you'll probably enter the nascent divinity realm, like your eldest senior brother. At that point, will this old man still be able to control you?" The 4 disciples knelt with their faces close to the ground, shouting in unison, "We wouldn't dare! A teacher for a day is a father for life. Even if we had 10 guts, we wouldn't dare betray Master." Lu Zhao took a deep breath. Although he had prepared himself mentally, he still felt tense facing this situation. "Everyone, disperse. I have my own plans to deal with the enemy." "Yes." The 4 disciples obediently retreated outside. Lu Zhao sighed. "They're finally gone." Heh, what kind of plan to retreat the enemy did he have? He just wanted to be alone. Though Juju finally breathed a sigh of relief, and he realized his back was already soaked in cold sweat. The more it's like this, the more I have to stay calm. Stay calm, my ass! These 4 white-eyed wolves could pounce on him and eat him alive at any moment. And there were also tens of thousands of cultivators out there claiming to be righteous. Ji Tiandao, oh Ji Tiandao, what kind of sins did you commit to make this old man clean up this mess for you? It's bad enough that you did evil yourself, but you also raised so many vicious disciples, it's really impossible to live. What to do now? Trouble inside and out, and this body that sweats just from moving. No one's had a worse transmigration than me. Ding! Suddenly, the system notified him, considering that the target has completed the time-consuming task of 15 years, and completed the disciple training task 9/9. The merit system is officially opened. Huh? Lu Zhao's heart trembled. The golden finger has arrived. Only then did he understand why Ji Tiandao had worked so hard to raise 9 disciples. It was a pity for Ji Tiandao. All his hard work in life was ultimately given to someone else. That was tens of thousands of years wasted. System starting. A light blue screen appeared before Lu Zhao's eyes. Name, Ji Tiandao. Race, human. Cultivation, body tempering 9th stage. Key points, merit minus 100,000. Can be used to exchange for lifespan and draws. Remaining lifespan, 3 days. Items, none. Cultivation methods, none. Other functions, draws, shop, negative 100,000 points. Lu Zhao's eyes widened in shock. There's no mistake, right? Negative 100,000 merit points. Transmigrating into an old man, I can put up with that. But what's with making me pay his debts for him? And what's with the so-called remaining lifespan of only 3 days? None of this mess has anything to do with me. System is rechecking. Erroneous information has been corrected. Ji Tiandao changed to Lu Zhao. Initiating the initial main quest to repel the enemy. Complete the quest to reset merit points to 0. Detecting that the host is too weak. Rewarding a beginner's pack. Open or not? Lu Zhao immediately chose to open it. The continuous notifications that appeared made Lu Zhao nod in satisfaction. This is more like it. It's understandable that the system is launching an initial quest. After all, Ji Tiandao did too many evil things in his life. At least this system is reasonable. It knows this old bag of bones doesn't have any cultivation, so it's giving me a newbie pack. Ding! Acquired 1 reversal card, which can obtain a portion of lifespan. Lu Zhuhao thought regretfully. It's a pity that all of Ji Tiandao's cultivation has evaporated. This body is already old, and my power has even fallen to the body tempering stage. Ding. Peak state card, quantity 3. Each use can grant the peak state of Ji Tiandao for 30 minutes. The peak state of Ji Tiandao is the peak state during Ji Tiandao's strongest period. Even when Ji Tiandao's cultivation and strength declined, he could still fight the 10 great experts to a draw, so at his peak, defeating them wouldn't be difficult. Ding. Fatal blow block card. Quantity 5. Passively used, no activation required. Can block 5 fatal blows for the host. These items aren't bad. The reversal card can obtain a portion of lifespan. This is exactly what I need most. Without further thought, Lu Zhao took out the reversal card and used it. As soon as the thought moved, the life force of the surrounding plants seemed to be absorbed by him. Streams of energy surged towards him like a tempestuous storm, crashing into his body. At the same time, the 4 disciples who had just gone down the mountain for a while sensed the commotion on the mountaintop. Such strong energy! The 3rd disciple, Duanmu Sheng, exclaimed in fear, I knew it. Master still has a lot of things he didn't teach us. Ever since the betrayal incident, Master always holds back a bit for himself when teaching us something. The 5th disciple, Zhao Yue, added, But when I stood so close to Master just now, I clearly felt that there was no fluctuation of aura on Master's body. The entire cultivation world is saying that Master was injured. The 4th disciple, Ming Shiyin, also joined the discussion. Hiding aura fluctuations isn't difficult. Don't let external appearances fool you. Looking at Maester's attitude just now, it seems that he still has everything under control. Little 9 is usually Maester's favorite. What else could have caused such a massive energy fluctuation? The other three looked towards the ninth disciple, Zhao Yan'er. The ninth disciple Yan'er replied, "Ah, how would I know? The old man is unfathomable." Just as the four were discussing, a voice suddenly came from the crowd of the righteous path standing outside the barrier of Golden Court Mountain. "The demonic cultivators of Golden Court Mountain, listen up, you're surrounded. Come out and accept your death," the voice echoed over Golden Court Mountain. The fourth disciple Ming Shiyin recognized it. It's Zhu Jifeng, the eldest disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect. "I heard he just broke through to the Divine Court Realm not long ago, just entered the Divine Court Realm. He's not even worthy to be junior sister Zhao Yan'er's opponent in a one-on-one fight. Too bad they outnumbered us," Ming Shiyin chimed in. "These guys aren't the scary part, it's those 10 great experts who are the real pain. Their power's all at the nascent soul tribulation stage." Third disciple Duan Musheng sighed. "We can't count on senior brother anymore. All we can do now is hope Master actually has some plan to repel the enemy." Fourth disciple Ming Xian flashed a sly smile, dropping a super rebellious line. "If the four of us wanted to ditch, who could stop us?" Duan Musheng, Zhao Yue, and Yang Carrere were all stunned. Silence hung in the air for a long while. Third disciple Duan Musheng suddenly piped up, "Master hasn't even given me a weapon yet, how can I just leave?" Fifth disciple Zhao Yue slightly parted her luscious red lips, giggling. "What's more important, your life or that broken weapon?" Ninth disciple Zhao Yan'er gave her senior brothers and sisters a complicated look. Unable to hold back any longer, she blurted out, "Senior brothers and sisters, are you guys seriously not planning to fight alongside Master? Master painstakingly taught us his skills. How can you guys be like this?" Senior sister Zhao Yue raised her hand to stop her. "Little ninth sister, you joined late, you don't know much, I don't blame you." Fourth disciple Ming Xinyin scoffed. "Master did teach us skills, but he also tormented us quite a bit. But that's also why we're all stronger now." Little junior sister is too naive. Just look at the infamous reputation of Golden Court Mountain. Look at the bad names we 9 great fiends have. If the head isn't upright, the followers will be corrupt. Like master, like disciple, Zhao Yan'er still firmly disagreed. "No matter what, this isn't an excuse to betray our sect." At the same time, Lu Zhao was tinkering with the system. After using the reversal card, Lu Zhao felt a surge of vitality coursing through his body. Though it wasn't as vibrant as a young man's, it was enough for him to move around. After familiarizing himself with his new body, Lu Zhao sighed. Still feels a bit fake though. In his previous life, even with all the overtime and sleepless nights, he only felt like a 30-year-old man at most. Now, suddenly turning into an old geezer, he just couldn't get used to it. Good thing his lifespan recovered by 313 days. Lu Zhao noticed that in the store, he could exchange for all sorts of skills, weapons, experience cards, and even reversal cards. This meant he could become young again. 313 days was definitely not enough. He had to reverse back to his youth. This old and weak body was really getting on his nerves. Reversing lifespan was so awesome. Lu Zhixiu seemed to see a bright future ahead. Too bad the rewarded items were a bit scarce. He still had to use his brain to solve the immediate crisis, Lu Zhao kept thinking. He pondered for a long time. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted. Golden Court Mountain trembled along with it. Lu Zhao frowned. Are the righteous cultivators about to break through the barrier? Boom! He raised his head to look at the invisible barrier. Golden Court Mountain truly lived up to its name as a blessed land. The restrictions here were incredibly strong. Thanks to the favorable location and timing, their power was amplified, making it difficult for even nascent soul realm cultivators to break through. 4 disciples rushed to him at lightning speed. Seeing Lu Zhao standing upright there, they were all shocked. Master! 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 Greetings! The last greeting came from little ninth Yan'er. Lu Zhao saw a smile blooming on her face. Zhao Yan'er chirped. Master, you look younger. Come here, yes. In Lu Zhao's mind, a scene flashed of Ji Tiandao doting on little Yan'er, who knew that old devil could be so gentle. He raised his aged hand and gently patted his 9th disciple's head. You're still the best one. Disciple Duan Musheng standing beside him frowned. Master, they're breaking the barrier. This disciple requests to fight to the death. We must kill them until not a single piece of armor remains. Lu Zhao, glanced into Duan Musheng's eyes. His gaze sent shivers down Duan Musheng's spine, and he nervously swallowed. He lowered his head, not daring to look directly at Lu Zhao any longer. Lu Zhao said calmly, "I have a plan to repel the enemy. Follow me out to meet them in battle." Yes, Lu Zhao had recovered some vitality, so his movements were much smoother. The 4 disciples respectfully followed behind him, stepping out of Golden Court Mountain. Outside Golden Court Mountain, several thousand cultivators were divided into dozens of small groups. Some stood on flying swords, some on flying chariots, and some on the ground. Banners fluttered in the air. The Heavenly Sword sect, the Confucian Duanlin school, the Taoist Taiyi sect, all had come in full force. The cultivators roared, "Everyone, work together! Golden Court Mountain will fall soon." The old devil ancestor of Golden Court Mountain must be heavily injured. Now he's just a turtle hiding in his shell, not daring to show his face. If it were before, how could Golden Court Mountain be in such a state? Exactly, he definitely doesn't dare to come out and fight. Keep attacking. The crowd continued to fly around in the sky and launched attacks. "Listen up, you devils of Golden Court Mountain! You are surrounded. Come out and accept your death." The roar echoed between heaven and earth. The morale was high. This greatly boosted the morale of the righteous cultivators. Suddenly, Zhu Jifeng of the Heavenly Sword sect shouted, "Careful! The old devil is coming out." While the cultivators were still launching waves of colorful palm strikes at the barrier, Lu Zhu led the way, with his 4 disciples closely following behind, slowly stepping forward. They didn't use any powerful divine abilities, but simply walked out. That white-haired old man is the famous devil ancestor Ji Tiandao, and also the master of the 9 great fiends that shook the world. Approaching the area near the barrier, Lu Zhao suddenly stopped. 4th disciple Ming Xiyin suddenly panicked. Why isn't he moving forward? Lu Zhao's face remained expressionless. He knew these evil-minded disciples would become suspicious. But it didn't matter. After repelling the enemy, they would be obedient again. Luo Chengfeng, the sect leader of the Heavenly Sword sect, laughed. "It's been a month, and the old devil ancestor seems younger." This mocking remark caused everyone to burst into laughter. Lu Zhao remained indifferent, replying coldly, "Lu Chengfeng, you've got some nerve." Luo Chengfeng raised his voice. "Don't pretend. You can fool your evil disciples, but you can't fool us. All your posturing is useless. Obediently surrender, and the righteous sects in the world will give you a clean death." Zhu Jifeng, standing nearby, also raised his voice. "You 4 must be the remaining disciples of this old man, right? This old devil is heavily injured. It's not easy for him to pretend until now. I'll give you a chance to abandon evil and return to righteousness. Cooperate with us and kill him. Kill him. Kill him. Kill him." Thousands upon thousands of cultivators shouted in unison, the sound rolling and shaking the earth, sweeping across Golden Court Mountain. 4th disciple, Ming Xiyin, muttered listlessly, "So noisy, it's killing me. Master, please allow me to duel. I can't bear the urge to flay that cocky little punk alive." 5th disciple, Zhao Yue, with her charming dimples, intentionally sneered, "Zhu Jifeng, your flying sword isn't bad. If you can withstand 1 palm strike from me, I'll obediently accept death. How about it?" Lu Zhu raised his hand and said, "No need. You're supposed to be a reputable sect. Why would I give you a chance for a one-on-one?" Ming Xiyin nodded. "Master is right." Zhu Jifeng was furious. Suddenly, a voice barked from behind. "Shi Feng, fall back!" From above, Luo Chengfeng continued to shout. "Who doesn't know the 9 evil disciples of Golden Court Mountain are all divine tribunal realm experts or higher? Bullying a junior? Only devils like you would do such a thing. Today, the righteous join forces to eliminate you. It's just you devils reaping what you sow. Evil begets evil. Don't resist in vain." Lu Zhao said nothing, only quietly watched them. After a moment, Lu Zhao finally responded, "Whether it's righteous or evil, right or wrong, this old master knows how to judge. Even if my disciples do wrong, it's my responsibility to punish them. It's not your turn to wave your hands around." Luo Chengfeng and the others laughed heartily. "Old man, you're a comedian. If you ever actually punish them, pigs will fly. Yu Zhenghai's nether sect is seizing other sects everywhere. Do you care? Yu Shangrong blatantly led troops to plunder 20,000 valuables from Great Yan. Do you care? Let me ask you again. Was the great Yan dynasty's betrothal gift for the Western region's princess, when it was robbed, an act of yuxiangrong? Lu Zhao simply replied with one word, yes. Luo Changfeng continued to question. 30,000 cultivators had to be exposed in Rongbei. Was that a plot by Si Wuyai to sow discord? Also yes. Good that you admit it. Failure to teach properly is the teacher's fault. What do you have to say? In recent years, these evil disciples had indeed done many evil deeds. But the situation was at a stalemate, and he had to take a stance. Lu Zhao looked at Luo Changfeng and slowly responded with 7 words. So what? What can you do? Luo Changfeng shook his head. I can't believe you don't think your actions at Demon Heaven Pavilion have made both gods and men furious. Lu Zhao continued. Not of our race, certain to have a different heart. All the Western regions are foreign races. Rongbei is also a foreign race. You sympathize with foreign races and accuse your own people. You're the ones who deserve to be killed. Luo Changfeng was driven mad by Lu Zhao's words. You, old devil, if you have the guts, step out of the barrier. Pretending all the time is useless. The moment Luo Changfeng said that, Lu Zhao agreed. In that case, this old master will fight all 10 of you. The top 10 experts were first startled, then immediately burst into laughter. The 4 disciples behind Lu Zhao were extremely surprised. Ming Shiyin, hearing his master's words, thought to himself, Master doesn't know how to speak cleverly. He'd just kill his opponents if he disagreed. Yet now he's lecturing these righteous sects? This is a rare sight in the world. Ming Shiyin glanced at his master. His master was standing in front of the barrier, his aura and attitude not too different from before, but he always felt something strange, which he couldn't put his finger on. Master's personality isn't like this. If he really had the ability to take on 10, why would he let them scold him with their reasoning? This can only indicate one thing. Ming Shiyin didn't have time to finalize his thoughts. When Luo Changfeng continued, even Ji Tiandao couldn't defeat them in the battle a month ago, and he's injured now. How can he win? Old devil, I'll see how long you can pretend. Take my sword. At this moment, Ming Shiyin finalized his conclusion. Master is injured. At the same time, Lu Zhao replied to Luo Changfeng, Very well. Let this old master see your skills. Luo Changfeng stood in the air, the sword on his body multiplying from 1 to hundreds, rotating in the air like an umbrella. This was the unique skill of the Heavenly Sword sect, Heavenly Sword Flash, instantly unleashing the power of 100 attacks. Even a peak nascent divinity tribulation realm expert wouldn't dare to face it head-on. The disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect were extremely excited. This is the sect leader's ultimate technique, Heavenly Sword Flash. This move can probe the depths. Even if he can block it, it won't change anything. This devil wants to die, so he can't blame others. Master, Zhao Yanhe said worriedly. The other 3 evil disciples weren't as nervous as Yanhe, but instead seemed eager to wait. 4th disciple, Ming Shiyin, said, Don't worry, Master wouldn't suddenly go and seek death. Perhaps Master still has a trump card to use. It's good to let these people probe him. How could Zhao Yanhe not know the intentions of her senior brothers and sisters? She could guess it just by looking at their undisguised expressions. But Master was facing the strongest ultimate technique of the Heavenly Sword sect. Even a peak nascent divinity realm expert couldn't be sure of blocking this move. This was clearly Luo Changfeng's trap. Lu Zhao was calm and composed, very calm and composed. On the surface, he looked as steady as an old pro, but in his heart, he was panicking. He stared at his pile of item cards, including the peak stake card and the fatal block card, while looking in 6 directions and listening in 8 directions. When necessary, he must use this peak stake card. He had also noticed the deep suspicion of the 4 evil disciples. Ding, triggered a branch mission. Hearts are unpredictable. Expose the true colors of evil disciples. Seeing the mission appear, Lu Zhao sighed inwardly. Whether in front or behind, there are enemies everywhere. Being a master like this is really frustrating. At this moment, Luo Changfeng had completed the convergence of power for the Heavenly Sword Flash, and he shouted, Die! Whoosh whoosh! Swirls like sword tips rushed towards Lu Zhao, stirring up turbulent waves, causing tens of thousands of cultivators to squint, their vision obscured. Xiao Yanhe exclaimed in horror. "Master, dodge quickly." Ming Xiyin also widened his eyes, showing concern. Even if Master wasn't injured, forcefully resisting this move would be very difficult. Why must the old man do this? Zhao Yue shouted, and unleashed a move to help Master block. "Old man, you're not allowed to die." Duanmu Sheng instinctively contributed, and shouted, "Old man, if you really die, those cultivation techniques and weapons will be buried with you." Seeing the three major moves rushing towards him at the same time, Lu Zhu was startled. Lu Zhu frowned. Evil disciples are truly evil disciples. Afraid that I'll die and take the treasures into the coffin, aren't you? Indeed, blood is thicker than water. Master, retreat. Duanmu Sheng used all his strength to unleash a fierce wind, crowding the path of the sword tips, causing them to rush towards the barrier of Golden Court Mountain. Boom! However, the aftershocks still made Lu Zhao feel uncomfortable. The barrier of Golden Court Mountain had cracks. I'm afraid it cannot hold on much longer. Lu Zhao sighed softly in his heart. The fatal block was still enough to use 5 times, which meant the attack just now didn't endanger his life. These evil disciples ruined my good deed. Tens of thousands of cultivators were even more confident of defeating the old devil. I knew this old devil was pretending. He ran fast just now. I saw it too. What a disgrace. I can't believe he, the old devil ancestor, has fallen to this state. Luo Changfeng stood in the air, looking down and saying, "Is this your skill? It's truly an eye-opener for me." Fifth disciple, Zhao Yu, sneered. Luo Changfeng, you really have no shame left. You expect our master to stand still and take your full-force attack? Do you take us for fools? Luo Changfeng continued. Zhao Yu, I'm exchanging moves with your master. Your master didn't say anything, but you suddenly intervened. Haha, it seems the devil ancestor is not as good as before. Zhang Yuanshan of the Righteous Unity sect flew over and chimed in. The dignified devil ancestor actually needs a few evil disciples to protect him. This is truly a rare thing in the world. Lu Zhao didn't give a damn about what they were saying. It was all just trash talk, a waste of time. He glanced at the peak trial card again. 3 cards, an hour and a half. In other words, once he used them, he had to win fast. His fourth disciple, Ming Xiyin, seeing his master's expression, said, Master, don't waste words on these losers. You're a god. Just hold back those top 10 guys, and leave the rest of the crab soldier shrimp general riffraff to us 4. Wouldn't that be easier? Lu Zhao frowned, and said in a deep voice, Are you questioning my decisions? Ming Xiyin immediately bowed, his hands clasped. Disciple wouldn't dare. Lu Zhao's voice rose. Duanmu Sheng, here. Right now, Lu Zhao totally understood the meaning of, to destroy your enemy, first quell the internal strife. If he didn't punish these evil disciples, it'd be hard to do anything else. The peak trial card had a time limit. Once it was up, he'd be in danger again. How dare you? Who allowed you to interfere in my affairs? Duanmu Sheng's face immediately changed. He hurried forward and bowed, saying, Disciple was wrong. Disciple was only worried about master's safety. That old thief Luo Changfeng is trying to trick you. You can't fall for his trap. After a month of Jitiandao suffering and pretending, his disciples had long become suspicious. Lu Zhao was a transmigrator, not the real Jitiandao. No matter how hard he tried to imitate him, he couldn't become him completely. By this point, the evil disciples figured their master was planning to die. If he was going to die anyway, they didn't need to act anymore. Ming Xiyin didn't bother pretending to be scared like Duanmu Sheng. A sinister smile bloomed on his face. Master, there's no need for this. The act's gone on long enough. Third brother, stand up. Ming Xinyin's attitude had completely changed. The respectful look on Duanmu Sheng's face also vanished. He slowly stood up. Fifth disciple Zhao Yusi giggled. Master, give up. As long as you pass on the complete cultivation methods and weapons to us, today your disciple will do everything possible to help you escape. You'll always be our master. Xiao Yanhe's eyes widened. Senior brothers and sisters, you guys are on the wrong side. Luo Changfeng cackled madly, seeing the demonic disciples fighting amongst themselves. Ha ha! Truly heaven's karma. Those who can live, may live. But those who make their own karma cannot. The surrounding crowd buzzed. You taught these evil disciples. You should have been prepared for this. The 5 evil disciples who left before are a good example. I think we righteous sects don't even need to lift a finger. This old devil is destined for a bad end. Lu Zhao wasn't afraid of being mocked. To him, as long as he could resolve the immediate danger, nothing else mattered. Lu Zhao nodded, his gaze sweeping across the faces of his 3rd, 4th, and 5th disciples, finally landing on his 9th disciple, Yan'er. What about you, Zhao Yan'er? Xiao Yan'er stammered. Ma master, Lu Zhao calmly said. It's okay. If you have something to say, just say it. I've lived for so many years, what haven't I seen? When your senior brothers left Golden Court Mountain, they were way more carefree than you guys are now. Xiao Yan'er quickly knelt down. Master, disciple wouldn't dare. Ding, the system announced. Completed branch quest. Human hearts are unpredictable. Reward, Eye of Truth. Permanent effect. Lu Zhao was stunned. Above the heads of the evil disciples in front of him, notifications appeared. Yan'er, Divine Tribunal Realm. Loyalty 60%, steadily increasing. Ming Shiyin, Divine Tribunal Realm. Loyalty 15%, steadily decreasing. Duanmu Sheng, Divine Tribunal Realm. Loyalty 23%, steadily decreasing. Zhao Yu, Divine Tribunal Realm. Loyalty 35%, steadily decreasing. Reminder: when loyalty falls below 10%, they will become traitors to the sect. When loyalty is greater than 80%, they cannot betray. 90% loyalty is absolute loyalty. The steadily decreasing loyalty of those 3 evil disciples was within Lu Zhao's expectations, but Xiao Yan'er's loyalty was increasing, which surprised Lu Zhao. Lu Zhao deliberately said, "In that case, I don't need to pretend anymore. I am indeed injured." Old man Luo Changfeng couldn't believe his ears. Strange expressions appeared in the disciples' eyes. The people outside the barrier were like a pack of wild wolves, itching to tear this old devil to shreds. Lu Zhao noticed the loyalty of the 3 evil disciples immediately dropped 5 points. But his words took a turn. "But that doesn't mean you're allowed to defy me." The 3 disciples were startled by this sentence. Lu Zhao crushed Ji Tiandao's peak trial card. Centered on Lu Zhao, a powerful aura exploded outwards. How is this possible? Duanmu Sheng, Ming Shiyin, and Zhao Yuhei flew backward, spitting out blood. The aura was too strong, distorting the faces of the cultivators. The powerful aura sent stones flying, knocking over even some expert cultivators. The group of Duanmu Sheng, Ming Shiyin, and Zhao Yuhei coughed up blood and immediately knelt down. Disciple was wrong. Disciple knows his mistakes. Disciple is guilty. Only Xiao Yan'er was staring at her master in astonishment. A little unbelievable. Her dantian and qi si, which had been dried up, were instantly overflowing. The feeling of being at peak cultivation so good. It was as if he held all the power. Those before him were just ants. A huge pillar of fire shot upwards, the powerful aura shattering the already crumbling barrier. The barrier of astral energy disappeared. Luo Changfeng gaped in shock, then panicked. His astral energy shattered the barrier. The 10 experts' eyes widened, their faces full of disbelief. Wasn't he injured? How could he release such a powerful aura? Countless cultivators stared in stunned silence at this scene. I definitely saw him scramble into the barrier. I've got a bad feeling about this. Don't even get me started. My legs are shaking like crazy. Those 3 disciples were scared stiff by the overwhelming aura. They froze for a second, then immediately dropped to their knees, yelling, "Disciple was wrong. Disciple knows his mistake. Disciple is guilty." Lu Zhao took a deep breath, casually glancing at his 3 wicked disciples. "Rebelling against your master deserves severe punishment." Lu Zhao's eyes flashed, and he subtly raised his arm, sending a massive wave of primal qi crashing toward the 3 evildoers like a landslide. 3 beams of light slammed into them, sending them flying, and they coughed up even more blood. They were completely defenseless. "I'll deal with you properly when we get back." Lu Zhao ignored them and focused on the system panel. The system's time limit had a little more than 29 minutes left. Teaching those 3 wicked disciples a lesson was a blink and you'll miss it kind of thing. Didn't waste any time. What remained was that sea of tens of thousands of cultivators. And those 10 Grand Tribulation experts. Stomp. The ground caved in, forming a pit with a diameter of more than 10 meters. Lu Zhao shot straight into the air, Let's see how much your skills have improved in the past month. 100 Tribulation Illumination Dharma Body. A colossal phantom over 10 zang tall and 2 zang wide appeared in the sky, shrouded in golden light, with an 8-petal golden lotus spinning furiously below. Luo Changfeng retreated repeatedly, his face filled with shock. Block it! The other 9 experts also soared into the air, unleashing their own Dharma bodies. The 10 colossal phantoms merged into a wall in front of them. Led by Luo Changfeng, the 10 Dharma bodies constantly resisted the erosion of the 100 Tribulation Illumination. The horrified cultivators cried out, "Oh my God! He's going straight for the ultimate move." This is one of Ji Tiandao's strongest moves, called the 8-leaf 100 Tribulation Illumination Dharma Body. The remaining cultivators quickly retreated behind the wall of Dharma bodies. "Fall back. Get behind the Dharma bodies." Zhu Jifeng roared, "Don't panic. Whatever you do, don't panic. The 100 Tribulation Illumination Dharma Body is powerful, but it consumes a terrifying amount of energy. Once we withstand this attack, he'll be finished." Even so, some of the weaker cultivators couldn't retreat in time, and were caught in Lu Zhao's suppression, coughing up blood and collapsing to the ground. Some were bleeding from all 7 orifices, KO'd on the spot. After activating the peak trial card, the entirety of Ji Tiandao's skills flashed through Lu Zhao's mind. The 100 Tribulation Illumination Dharma Body was one of the strongest. Why go straight for the big guns? Because he was using the peak trial card. Once the time was up, this power would disappear, so he might as well use it all up without holding back. Lu Zhao asked, "Old codger Luo Changfeng, you like using swords? Then I'll use one too." Lu Zhao raised his right hand, and a white light appeared between his index and middle fingers, transforming into a dazzling longsword. Using the hand to create a sword, this is the ultimate realm of swordsmanship. The strongest move of the Taiyi sword technique, Heavenly Defect, Duan Musheng instinctively looked up, his whole body trembling, because this Heavenly Defect technique was one of the strongest moves of the Heavenly One technique. The Heavenly One technique included both spear and sword techniques. Duan Musheng had always wanted to master all the sword techniques of the Heavenly One technique, but unfortunately, Ji Tiandao had always been slow to teach him. He never expected to see this final move in this situation. Ming Xinyan was also dumbfounded. Master can not only effortlessly cast the 100 Tribulation Illumination Dharma Body, but he can also use Heavenly Defect without any fatigue. Zhao Yue was extremely curious. Is this another ultimate move? Duan Musheng, Ming Xiyin, and Zhao Yu finally realized. We were all wrong. The 100 Tribulation Illumination Dharma Body and the colossal Heavenly Defect sword technique stunned everyone. Luo Changfeng's eyes widened as he ran, his lips trembling as he said, "Retreat, retreat." Under the effect of the Dharma Body, the power of Heavenly Defect has doubled. If we don't retreat now, we're definitely going to be seriously injured. This old thief isn't hurt at all. His strength is even greater than before, Luo Changfeng said unwillingly. How could this be? A month ago, they fought Ji Tiandao and didn't face such difficulties. They had been convinced that Ji Tiandao had been injured in that battle. Now it seemed they were wrong too. Lu Zhu's figure hovered in front of the 100 Tribulation Illumination Dharma Body. It was as if he had merged with his avatar. The heavenly severance silently shot forward, cleaving the void. Idiot! The 10 avatars simultaneously dissipated, and the 10 experts immediately retreated. The unlucky ones were, of course, the weak cultivators, standing behind the wall of avatars. The powerful sword light slashed straight down, its power spreading to the crowd, a sea of fire engulfing the space. Several unlucky bastards went to meet King Yama. Meanwhile, Luo Changfeng was hauling ass out out of there. The 10 experts suddenly realized the seriousness of the situation. In the battle a month ago, the 100 Tribulation Hole Illumination Avatar took on 10 opponents at once, but afterwards, he couldn't cast any more powerful moves. But this time, the old devil was unleashing ultimate moves one after another, as if his life depended on it. What made them even more wary was that the old devil seemed so effortless even while casting his ultimate moves. Lu Zhao muttered, "Indeed, so effortless." Lu Zhao discovered an extremely interesting phenomenon. The peak experience card, the key was the word peak. Every time he used his body's energy, it would refill instantly, returning to its initial peak state, truly living up to the name of the peak experience card. This item is truly amazing. One heavenly severance sword strike killed hundreds of cultivators. Those shrimp and crab cultivators were scared shitless, scared to piss their pants. Even the 10 experts had to retreat, so how could anyone else have the courage to stay here and play pretend? Everyone immediately scattered. Everyone scatter and run. Staying here only leads to one road, and that is death. Lu Xiao decided to use them sparingly. After all, he only had 3 cards. Then he had to make the most of his time. Lu Xiao was all alone. He didn't have any avatar techniques. Killing small fries was pointless. He set his sights on the 10 experts in front of him. Wanna leave? Too bad. You're too slow. Lu Xiao's figure was as fast as lightning, leaving behind trails of afterimages in the air. The several evil disciples stared wide-eyed. Duan Musheng looked terrified and muttered, "It's Master's great divine ability, 1,000-mile tracking." Ming Shiyin thought to himself, "The reason 1,000-mile tracking is a great divine ability is because when you use it, you can catch up to your target in a very short amount of time. Whether you're chasing enemies or running away, it's a perfect move. The only downside is that it consumes a lot of energy." Ming Shiyin was usually clever, but at this moment, even his eyelids were trembling in fear. "We're done for, third senior brother. Don't stand there blankly, let's run." Duan Musheng was frozen in place. "How do we run? Master has used so many ultimate moves in a row, catching them completely off guard. They never expected he could unleash another great divine ability," Zhao Yue muttered. If they didn't run away, Zhao Yu sat there blankly, unable to figure it out. Why did Master clearly have such great strength, yet he hid it, allowing those people at the foot of the mountain to humiliate him for an entire month, and forgiving the senior brothers who betrayed the sect and left the mountain? Ninth disciple Zhao Yanhe hurriedly said, "Senior brothers, senior sisters, please listen to my advice. Stay here honestly. Master has great divine abilities. You can't escape." At this moment, a deep sense of despair arose in the hearts of the remaining 3. The older the ginger, the spicier, so Master has always been acting to deceive us. Could it be that Master got bored of the old routine and wants to try something new? The 3 evil disciples made all sorts of guesses, unable to figure out the reason, and were startled by their own imaginations. The old guy, Luo Changfeng, with the speed of a flying arrow, quickly flew far away. Luo Changfeng rode the wind, occasionally turning his head to look around, using great divine abilities to escape. Although it consumed energy, he was finally safe. Just as he finished speaking, his eyes widened as if he had discovered something. In front of him, there was a figure floating in the air. "Luo Changfeng." Lu Xiao spoke. "I've been waiting for you for a long time. Why are you only arriving now?" "Oh well," Luo Changfeng sighed. "That old devil is fast." As if reading his mind, Lu Xiao taunted, "Where did your arrogance from before go?" Luo Changfeng's eyes widened. "Don't push people too far." "Push you too far? What can you do about it?" Luo Changfeng tried to suppress the fear in his heart. He secretly lamented, "Why is this old geezer chasing after me instead of others?" "You've used 3 great divine abilities of the nascent soul realm. If you continue to expend energy, then you cold sweat drip down Luo Changfeng's back. Do you think 1,000-mile tracking is free, huh? 100 tribulation hole illumination avatar, 1,000-mile tracking. Why another ultimate move?" Luo Changfeng only managed to say half of his words. In the blink of an eye, Lu Xiao rushed in front of him, and at the same time, the familiar 100 tribulation hole illumination avatar appeared behind him. Lu Xiao's voice came, "All I know how to do is play ultimate moves." Luo Changfeng forgot to resist. He had already used his avatar. A golden lotus was a unique symbol of the 100 tribulation hole illumination. How many petals were opened depended on the cultivator's cultivation, and only Ji Tiandao had opened the 8-petaled golden lotus. The number of cultivators who could successfully cultivate the 100 tribulation hole illumination avatar in the cultivation world was limited. Being able to achieve the 8-leaf golden lotus meant standing at the peak. But that 8-petaled lotus had another petal slowly opening. The 8-leaf golden lotus was transforming into a 9-leaf golden lotus. When the 9th petal bloomed, the avatar would be qualified to ascend to the heavens. Luo Changfeng's 7-leaf 100 tribulation hole illumination was far from the 8-leaf. Furthermore, he used heavenly sword flash, Tai Yi and Tian Yi, are more than just a little different. Right now, he's already running as far as he can, giving it his all. How can he possibly stop that old devil from spamming unlimited ultimate moves? If you want to mess around, go play in the chicken coop. No one can win against that. Luo Changfeng raised his hand and shouted. Stop, Luo Zhao coldly replied. Sorry, can't stop now. Luo Changfeng's scream echoed through the mountains. The 100 Tribulation Insight Ming avatar, like a majestic mountain, pressed down on Luo Changfeng's body. Bam! Heaven and earth shook. There was almost no resistance. As easy as crushing an ant. Lu Zhao glanced at the remaining 5 minutes and thought, no need for the others to chase. Gotta save time to deal with those wicked disciples. Luo Changfeng had already dissipated into the heavens and earth, not even leaving behind any scraps. Ding. Initial mission completed. Merit points reset to 0. Lu Zhao thought. Even if I chased, I'd just be killing a few more people. After the card's effect wears off, I'll be in deep trouble. The system continuously popped up notifications. Main quest triggered. Re-educating the wicked disciples, a teacher for a day, a father for life. Traitors to the sect are utterly immoral, and those with rebellious hearts are worse than pigs and dogs. Please re-educate your disciples and increase their loyalty. Mission 1. Increase the loyalty of the 9th disciple Zhao Yaner to 80% or higher. Mission 2. Punish the 3 wicked disciples and prevent them from continuing to do evil. Lu Zhu felt a bit salty. This system is trying to mess with me. Defeating tens of thousands of cultivators gets no reward? Not even a peak state card? Unbelievable. After this event, Lu Zhu realized how precious the peak state card was. This thing can reverse dire situations and must not be wasted carelessly. Lu Zhao activated the heavenly pursuit again and returned to Golden Court Mountain. The cultivators scattered like stray dogs, looking utterly pathetic. The 9 great experts split up into 9 different directions to run, maximizing their chances of survival. They weren't stupid fools. Seeing the 100 Tribulation Insight Ming avatar reappear in the distant horizon, the 9 great experts realized that something had happened to one of their companions. A while later, there was no more movement in the heavens and earth, and a sudden system notification sounded. Reminder 1. The peak state card is a precious item. Considering the host's weakness, it was given as a newbie gift. Please use it with caution. Reminder 2. Please strive to increase your strength. Reminder 3. The effect of the peak state card has ended. Lu Zhu felt all the energy in his body vanish in an instant. This feeling of power was truly exhilarating. Who knows how long it would take to reach that state through his own cultivation. After all, tools are just tools. It's not his true strength. Without that card, anyone could beat him, except for maybe some normal guys. What could an old geezer with a sore throat do? Maybe pretend to fall in front of a car to scam some money. Seeing the 3 injured disciples trembling and Xiao Yanhe kneeling obediently at the entrance of Golden Court Mountain, Lu Zhao calmed his emotions. He had to appear stable and steady, not like those immature youngsters. Too naive. Experienced, mature, huh? Lu Zhao thought of the word and put his hands behind his back, slowly walking forward. He didn't care whether he really looked like Ji Tiandao from before or not. At this point, there was no use in overthinking. Lu Zhao walked in front of the 4 disciples, who were so scared that their bodies trembled. His gaze swept from Duanmusheng to Ming Shiyin to Zhao Yu. Lu Zhao called out, Xiao Yaner. Xiao Yaner quickly replied, Yes! Stand up, my disciple. Yes! Lu Zhao noticed that her loyalty had increased to 65%. Duanmu Sheng's current loyalty was 40%. Ming Shiyin's was 20%, and Zhao Yu's was 30%. Lu Zhao pondered. The loyalty of Duanmu Sheng, Ming Shiyin, and Zhao Yue had stopped decreasing and had even increased. The loyalty was still far from enough. Lu Zhao didn't say much, only said, This old man is tired, help me back. Xiao Yanyer smiled brightly and walked to Lu Zhao's side. Acting extremely obedient, like a servant girl, she helped Lu Juhao up the mountain, leaving the 3 of Duanmu Sheng looking at each other. Since their master didn't tell them to stand up, they naturally didn't dare to move. Plus, they were injured by their master's palm strike, so the 3 of them were in a miserable state. Duanmu Sheng sighed. Fourth junior brother really screwed me over, Ming Xinyin replied. How can you blame me for this? I carefully analyzed the situation and concluded that master was injured. Zhao Yue also complained. That's your analysis? Your analysis is so accurate. If fourth senior brother hadn't changed his attitude, I wouldn't have imitated him and rebelled against master. Ming Xinyin tried to defend himself. Who knew things would turn out like this? I calculated everything, but I missed one thing. Missed what? Maybe, just maybe, master got bored of the same old routine and switched to new tricks. Duanmu Sheng and Zhao Yue's faces turned ashen. Zhao Yue whispered, Should we run away now? Run? How? Didn't you see master use heavenly pursuit just now? Ming Xinyin nodded slightly. Just now, master seemed to have used the avatar twice, and the heavenly decrees UQ once, to chase the 10 great experts, plus at least one heavenly pursuit. Junior sister's suggestion is worth considering. Consider my ass! If master wanted to kill us, would he wait until now? No matter what fourth says, Duanmu Sheng wouldn't believe him anymore. Once bitten, twice shy. Master not attacking them meant they still had a chance of survival. If they really ran away, they would be no different from senior brother in Liangting. Lu Zhao slowly sat down, not feeling tired. After his cultivation recovered to body refinement 9th level, going up and down the mountain was no problem. Lu Zhao asked Xiao Yanjie, How long have you been on the mountain? Xiao Yanjie quickly replied. Reporting to master, Yanjie has been following master for 5 years. 5 years, and she has already reached the divine tribunal realm. This old Ji Tiandao only accepts freaks of nature as disciples. Lu Zhao guessed that before the system officially appeared, Ji Tiandao must have been provided with some tools to help him by the system. Which is why he is the way he is. Lu Zhao sighed and asked, Have you realized your mistake? Xiao Yanhe immediately knelt down, muttering, Master, Yanhe knows her mistake. Yanhe shouldn't have believed senior brother. Master, please believe Yanhe. I am always very obedient and listen to you. Lu Zhao slowly said, I'm not talking about that. Zhao Yanhe was startled. Lu Zhao continued. At the end of last year you took it upon yourself to leave Golden Court Mountain to snatch the cultivation techniques of 2 major sects, didn't you? Lu Zhao searched his memories but couldn't find a motive for Yanxie to do so. Lu Zhao pressed. Why did you do that? Zhao Yanhe was on the verge of tears. Disciple knows her mistake. Fourth senior brother said that if you're not on the black roll, you're not worthy of being a disciple of Golden Court Mountain, so I went. Lu Zhao had no information about this thing, black roll. Xiao Yanhe repeatedly kowtowed, saying, This is a ranking of the cultivation world. Those whose names are on the list are cultivators who have done many evil deeds. The senior brothers and sisters are all in the top 30. Xiao Yanhe stuttered as she said this. Master, Lu Zhao urged impatiently. Speak quickly. Xiao Yanhe raised one finger. Master, you are number 1. Lu Zhao spat out all the tea in his mouth when he heard that. Seeing her master fall into contemplation, little Yan Caner didn't dare to continue speaking, and only secretly observed him. The atmosphere became tense, making little Yanker afraid to breathe loudly. Not knowing how much time had passed, Lu Zhao finally said, Forget it. A child's misdeeds are the fault of the father, and a teacher's negligence is the fault of the teacher. It is my fault for not teaching you properly. Hearing this, little Yanner's eyes became complex, and she peeked at her master. Although she had only joined the sect for a very short time, far shorter than the other senior brothers and sisters, she also understood a little about the old man in front of her. What's wrong with master now? Lu Zhao also felt her suspicion. He said, Yanser, you are my most beloved disciple. From now on you must not do evil deeds again. Understand? Yes, I understand. Stand up. Yes. Little Yanner was overjoyed to be understood by her master. Hee, master, you are the best. Yanner will massage your shoulders for you. Little Yanner ran behind Lu Zhao like a rabbit. Lu Zhao sighed in his heart. This old Ji Tiandao, although he taught 8 wicked disciples, luckily there is still one with a conscience who knows filial piety. If he hadn't transmigrated in time, this youngest disciple would probably have turned evil soon. One takes the color of the company one keeps. Even though Xiao Yanyer is a bit of a mischievous rascal, she's pure at heart and easily led astray. Lu Zhao took a sip of his tea, feeling relaxed as Zhao Yan'er massaged his shoulders. "Massage my left side, brat." Right then, the system chimed. Ding! Mission complete. Yan'er's loyalty has reached 80%. Reward is 100 merit points. Lu Zhao sighed. System. Is there a suitable way to punish these evil disciples? Back in my previous life, I was a high-level executive, while I don't have Jin Tiandao's millennia of experience. I do know a thing or two about managing employees. Disciples are similar. The more you punish them, the more likely they are to rebel. At the end of the day, these evil disciples are so wicked because Jin Tiandao taught them that way. If there's anyone to hate, it should be Jin Tiandao. Now that Lu Zhao has replaced Jin Tiandao, he can't keep going down that road. The system remains silent. If it's not going to say anything, then I'll do as I see fit. Lu Zhao looked at Zhao Yan'er, confirmed her loyalty had reached 80%, and nodded in satisfaction, saying, "Call those three here." Yes. Zhao Yan'er scurried down the mountain like a little monkey. Not long after, Duanmu Sheng, Ming Shiyin, and Zhao Yu, heads bowed low, ascended the mountain with fearful expressions. Zhao Yan'er stood to the side. Entering the Liang Pavilion, they all knelt down. "Master, spare us. Master, forgive our sins. Please spare us." Their loyalty levels were 40%, 35%, and 42% respectively, still very low. At these loyalty levels, with just a slight shift, they'd be like grass on a wall, blowing whichever way the wind takes them. The Liang Pavilion was dead silent. Lu Zhu didn't speak, and they didn't dare to make a sound. Silence speaks louder than words. The quieter it was, the more uneasy they felt, their spines tingling with cold dread. A moment passed, and Lu Zhu still hadn't spoken, occasionally sighing, occasionally shaking his head. Finally, the fifth disciple, Zhao Yu, couldn't take the eerie atmosphere anymore, and prostrated herself on the ground, crying as she said, "Master, it was just a moment of folly on my part. Since entering the mountain gate, I've never thought of betraying you. I beg you to understand." With someone taking the lead, Duanmu Sheng and Ming Shiyin also spoke up, begging for forgiveness. "Master, I've been a disciple for 100 years. Even if I haven't made any great contributions, I've still put in the effort. I beg you to consider that I've followed you for a century and spare my life." "Master, I've been a disciple for 60 years. And in those 60 years, I've never disobeyed you. I was blinded by greed and made such a huge mistake. I beg you to spare my life." Lu Zhao's gaze swept over them. The palm strike he'd delivered earlier had left them in considerable pain, making it difficult even to stand up. Zhao Yan'er was incredibly thoughtful. She ran over to support Lu Zhao, and only after Lu Zhao stood steady did she step aside. Lu Zhao stood, with his hands clasped behind his back, not looking at them but walking to the edge of the Lijiang Pavilion, gazing at the distant mountains. The mist drifted lazily in the air, and without a protective barrier, Golden Court Mountain had an added touch of mystery. Old Third, Duanmu Sheng trembled, his head lowered even further. "What's your ranking on the black roll?" I'm ranked 18th. And Old Fourth, I'm not as good as senior brother, I'm ranked 25th. Zhao Yu, not waiting for her master to speak, replied, "I was fortunate enough to be ranked 28th. Lu Zhao gritted his teeth. Fortunate. At this moment Lu Zhao's voice became serious. "So you're my good disciples. Since when has being on the black roll become something to boast about? You've completely disgraced me." Ming Shiyin, Duanmu Sheng, and Zhao Yue trembled in their hearts, and the three of them said in unison, "We know we were wrong." Having just delivered 2 lines of reprimand, Lu Zhao suddenly remembered Zhao Yan'er's words. Wasn't he at the top of the black roll himself? He disgraced himself? "Screw who's embarrassed first, might as well keep going," Lu Zhao calmly said. "If you know you're wrong, then you must correct yourselves." Zhao Yan'er was confused by this. The 3 remaining disciples were puzzled. Correct ourselves? How? The 3 of them exchanged glances. They thought they were following their master's path. All their styles of action were learned from their master, weren't they? Lu Zhao enunciated each word clearly. "From now on, you are not to continue committing evil deeds. Can you do it?" The 3 were stunned. They looked at their master with disbelief, but they still replied in unison, "We respectfully obey your command." The Liang Pavilion fell silent once more. Not knowing how long had passed, Lu Jiao looked at the distant scenery and sighed, saying, "The biggest mistake of my life was teaching you how to cultivate, but not how to be good people. It was my fault that I raised such unfilial and rebellious disciples like you, not to mention their behavior in the cultivation world. Just the fact that they disobeyed their master and had thoughts of betrayal was already the height of unfilial behavior." None of the four dared to speak. Who would dare to say their master was wrong? Duan Musheng, Ming Shiyin. Present! The two of them replied at the same time. Lu Xiao calmly assigned them a task. Today, the barrier of Golden Court Mountain has been broken. I'm punishing you to restore the barrier. You are not to leave Golden Court Mountain one step. When you have completed the restoration, I will forgive you. Confinement was no different from restricting their freedom. Repairing the barrier was not something that could be completed overnight. It would take 10 or 8 years, if not 5. This kind of punishment was considered reasonable, compared to killing them. The two were overjoyed. "We respectfully obey your command." Lu Xiao stroked his beard, and then turned his gaze toward his fifth disciple, Zhao Yu, and called out, "Zhao Yu, present. Your third and fourth senior brothers must stay on the mountain, so I'm punishing you to go down the mountain to atone for your sins. Do you have any objections?" Atoning for sins. The fifth disciple, Zhao Yu, prostrated herself on the ground and said softly, "I respectfully obey your command. I don't dare to have any objections. It's just that." Lu Zhu gritted his teeth. Zhao Yu quickly said, "I don't know how to atone for my sins." Lu Zhao shook his head. These evil disciples had followed Ji Tiandao for years, and had their moral compass completely destroyed by the old devil, completely losing their ability to judge right from wrong. Lu Zhao didn't immediately speak, but turned around and walked past them. There were no fluctuations of energy coming from Lu Zhao's body, but it still made the three evil disciples tremble. Lu Zhao asked indifferently, "Yan'er, tell me, what is good, and what is evil?" Xiao Yan'er was startled and then replied, "Helping people is good, harming people is evil." This was also a theory she had just come up with, but she didn't know if it was correct. Hearing her answer, Lu Zhao shook his head. "Old third, you tell me." Duan Musheng lowered his head and said, "Doing good deeds and accumulating virtue is good. Killing, arson, and robbery are evil." Lu Zhao shook his head again. Old fourth, the fourth disciple, Ming Shiyin, replied, "Being loyal to the country and the people is good. Colluding with the enemy is evil." Lu Zhao still shook his head. Their answers were too convoluted, and that wasn't the answer he wanted to hear. The master kept shaking his head, and the expressions of the four were filled with doubt. Lu Zhao clasped his hands and said, "Living a life doesn't necessarily mean doing good deeds to accumulate virtue, or being loyal to the country and the people. There's no need to please others. Just don't be ashamed of your conscience." The four raised their heads, their eyes complex as they looked at their master. They suddenly felt that their master was very different from before. A month ago, their master would have said to kill anyone who displeased you. But today, he was saying words that left others astonished. Zhao Yue immediately spoke up proactively. "I have a clear conscience. Disciple understands. Disciple will definitely kill all those who insulted master," Zhao Yue said, gritting her teeth. What a waste of effort. Lu Zhao was caught between laughter and tears. "All right, you stay on the mountain with your senior brothers to be punished." Lu Zhao Yue was startled and said, "Disciple obeys." After all, these three evil disciples have followed Ji Tiandao for too long. Their bodies, minds, and values are deeply ingrained, and they can't be changed by just a few words from him. They're ready to kill at the slightest provocation. It would be dangerous to let her go down the mountain. At present, Lu Zhao's cultivation is still very low. Danger still exists, and there is also a group of treacherous disciples staring at him. Lu Zhao glanced at them again. Their loyalty had increased to 50%, 45%, and 52%. These three evil disciples are really stubborn. The problem of distinguishing good and evil cannot be resolved in a short time, but their loyalty must be increased to over 60%. It seems that this punishment is still not enough. Lu Zhao slowly turned back to the Liang Pavilion, sat cross-legged, and said in a soft but firm voice, From today onwards, I, as your master, will disregard what you have done in the past, and will forgive all old matters. But if you repeat any disloyalty, injustice, or disobedience in the future, I will definitely not forgive you again. This time, even little Xiaoyanhe knelt down. She didn't dare to say a word. The loyalty of the 3 evil disciples indeed increased by 5%. Since I've used the whip, I have to offer a sweet date too. You are disciples of this seat, people of Golden Court Mountain, and I will protect you. This time, loyalty increased by as much as 10%, and Zhao Yan'er's increased by 2%. Lu Zhao secretly nodded. This reputation of protection greatly enhanced their loyalty. In this wide world, there is no shortage of strange things. Although there are many orthodox sects, there are also many insidious villains. The world is difficult, and people's hearts are treacherous. The most terrifying are not the honest villains, but the fake virtuous people in the cultivation world. You deceive, and I trick, fighting with each other all day long. Having a place to rely on is a blessing in a person's life. In the beginning, when they went up the mountain to become disciples, that was all they hoped for. Ding completed the mission of punishing the 3 evil disciples and gained 100 merit points. The system's sound reminded him, Lu Zhu said indifferently. Withdraw. Disciples take their leave. The 4 of them left the Liang pavilion. Although they had unease and worry in their hearts, they were mostly surprised and puzzled. Especially the 3 evil disciples. They were extremely rebellious, disobedient, and insubordinate. Yet their master only punished them with confinement on Golden Court Mountain. This is no different from a great act of kindness. If it were in the past, they would have at least been beaten until seriously injured. After all the disciples left, Lu Juao finally let out a sigh and opened the personal information panel. Name: Lu Zhu. Race: human. Cultivation: body tempering 9th layer Dharma body. None merit points. 200 remaining lifespan. 312 days. Items: peak state card quantity. 2. Fatal blow block quantity. 5. Passive. Cultivation method: none. Indeed, I'm unbelievably weak. After experiencing the feeling of being in peak state, Lu Zhu realized just how weak this body was. Seeing that he had 200 merit points, Lu Zhu thought to himself, draw a lottery. Ding! Each lottery draw costs 50 merit points. Lottery draw failed, gained 1 luck point. Lu Zhao frowned. What the heck, what a ripoff. Then, Lu Zhao ordered the system, opened the shop. The interface in front of him changed to the shop, containing countless dazzling weapons and cultivation methods of various colors. Lu Zhu looked around and sighed. They even sell Dharma bodies? Lu Zhu was speechless, being Lixabat. When cultivation reached, the Dharma body was one of the strongest moves for cultivators. As the cultivation reached a certain level, a Dharma body could be formed when using mental energy. The bigger the Dharma body, the stronger the cultivator. Unfortunately, most of the items in the shop were red, indicating that he didn't have enough points to buy them. Beginner Taiji first form Dharma body, price 300 merit points. Liangyi transformation Dharma body, price 1000 merit points. Lu Zhao saw that the Supreme Myriad Flows Supreme Dharma body was the highest level item, and the price column was a series of question marks. It was fine if he didn't look, but as soon as he looked, he almost lost his fake life. He couldn't even afford a beginner Dharma body. It was terrifyingly expensive. Although the Dharma body is one of the most powerful moves of cultivators, it also represents that the cultivator is encountering a bottleneck. Often, many cultivators are trapped in a certain realm because they cannot increase the level of their Dharma body, and sometimes they cannot overcome it in their entire lives. What does it mean not to list the price? Lu Zhu was suspicious. The Myriad Flows Supreme is a Dharma body that only exists in legends. In the current cultivation world, even a powerful old devil like Ji Tiandao has only reached the 8 leaves 100 tribulations insight. Even if he breaks through to 10 leaves, he is still very far from the Myriad Flows Supreme. The Myriad Flows Supreme is just a Dharma body that exists in legends. Alright, let's not think too far ahead. Since my cultivation has fallen to the body tempering 9th layer, I must have the attitude of the weak. I can't keep daydreaming. Let's play the lottery, Lu Zhuao thought to himself. Ding! Lottery draw begins. Ding. Lottery draw costs 50 merit points. Gained a reversal card. Do you want to continue drawing? Is the probability of winning so high? Isn't it just a notification wishing you good luck next time? Lu Xiao's jaw dropped with an indescribable expression of surprise. With 150 merit points left, he decided to save them to buy a Dharma body and increase his cultivation realm. The normal cultivation process is that the body-tempering 9th layer must break through the bottleneck to enter the profound connection realm and master the beginner Dharma body. But the system sells so many Dharma bodies, clearly implying that he doesn't have to worry about the bottleneck issue. Check the mission panel. Current main quest. Re-educate the evil disciples. A teacher for a day, a father for life. Betraying the sect is extremely rebellious, and those with ulterior motives are worse than pigs and dogs. Re-educate your disciples and increase their loyalty. Branch Quest 1. Increasing Yanner's loyalty is complete. Branch Quest 2. Punishing the 3 evil disciples is complete. Branch Quest 3. Educating Zhu Honggong is in progress. Branch Quest 4. Eliminating the weeds at the roots, changing the situation is in progress. Seeing that the mission interface had changed, Lu Xiao sighed. Educating the 8th disciple. This means that I have to find him. Based on my current cultivation, I'm afraid that there will be more danger than good. I should think more carefully. He thought of the 3 evil disciples. If he didn't confine them and took them with him, he would definitely encounter disaster. Secrets can't be kept forever. Only little Yanwei can be trusted. Xiao Yanhe's cultivation is at the divine court realm. Her loyalty is the highest, and she is the youngest, making her extremely suitable to take with him. By the way, he can teach her the principles of being human, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Thinking of this, Lu Xiao slowly stood up and returned to the Dark Heaven Pavilion. There is also a reversal card. Use it all. The Dark Heaven Pavilion is the residence of Ji Tiandao and his disciples on the peak of Golden Court Mountain. It is quiet and secluded. 3 days later, at the headquarters of the fierce Tiger Gang Mountain Village, Zhu Honggong asked several subordinates, "What's the situation with the investigation?" One subordinate cupped his hands and reported, "This subordinate sent people to drive the flying chariot overnight to Golden Court Mountain. The fighting there is too intense. Our troops dare not approach." Another said, But there are cultivators who said that they saw a Dharma body with their own eyes." Zhu Honggong sat on the throne and pressed him. "What kind of Dharma body?" "That Dharma body is 3 zang tall, 2 zang wide, surrounded by golden light, and has an 8-leaf golden lotus underneath." Thump. Zhu Honggong fell from the throne. No longer with any air of a king, his face was extremely pale, and his legs kept shaking. Zhu Honggong thought to himself, "Master, old man, he really has." Zhu Honggong was extremely horrified. What now? Seeing this, several subordinates anxiously shouted, "Gang leader, quick, help the gang leader, to the toilet, at the Dark Heaven Pavilion." After Lu Zhu used the reversal card, his lifespan was restored to 613 days. After a few more days of recuperation, his mental state had improved a lot. 1 card lasted for 300 days, a little less effective than the first one. He looked a bit younger overall. His appearance didn't change much, but a few black hairs had grown on his head, and he looked more energetic here. He only had 150 merit points left. Pathetically few. Lu Xiao wasn't planning on cultivating those random cultivation methods in his mind, not even the ones he'd taught his disciples. He was planning to exchange merit points for cultivation methods in the shop. He didn't want to repeat Ji Tiandao's mistakes. Although good and evil are determined by the individual, if even his disciples wanted to betray someone like Ji Tiandao, it definitely had a lot to do with his character. And someone who could be that evil inevitably had countless ties to his cultivation method. While he was still thinking, a voice came from outside the door. "Master, Xiao Yanhe requests an audience." "Come in." Xiao Yanhe pushed the door open and entered. Seeing her master sitting there, she grinned and said, "Master, you look younger again, always with the sweet talk." Lu Xiao reached out and flicked her forehead. "Master is so amazing now," Xiao Yan'er said with admiration. "Pushing back 10 grandmasters with just 1 move. Only you, in all the land, could do that." Lu Xiao said nothing. It was all thanks to the peak state card. Nothing worth mentioning. Xiao Yanhe blinked her big eyes and asked again.
Master, you used to say that as long as you're strong, you can kill anyone you want. So why didn't you kill your senior brothers and sisters?
Lu Xiao looked at Xiao Yanhe, not expecting this little girl to have such dangerous thoughts. Yan Kuer, all the principles I taught you before, forget them all. It's best to forget them completely. Yes, disciple understands.
Seeing Xiao Yanhe hesitate, Lu Zhao shook his head and said, If you have something to say, just say it, I won't blame you. Xiao Yanhe mustered her courage and said,
Master, you once promised disciple something. Have you forgotten? What kind of random promises did the old devil make back then? Lu Zhao hurriedly searched his memories, but couldn't find any relevant information. It seemed that when he transmigrated into this old man's body, the memories he received were incomplete. Promise, Zhao Hung He. Master said that, as long as disciple reached the divine court realm, you would give disciple the jade whisk. Although he didn't remember promising his disciple, he knew that the jade whisk was a heaven-grade treasure that could greatly increase the power of a cultivator. But when Lu Zhao transmigrated, all of Ji Tiandao's tools had disappeared. How could he give it to her now? Wouldn't admitting that be like spilling the beans? He also understood why the old devil did that. His disciples betrayed him and challenged his authority. If he didn't weaken his disciples' strength, they would probably abandon him sooner or later. This was just a last resort. Of course I remember. Zhao Yanjie looked very disappointed.
Lu Zhao continued,
But I'll give you another heaven-grade treasure. A jade whisk is only suitable for older cultivators. It would look ridiculous for a little girl like you to use it.
Hearing this, Yan Shi was overjoyed and quickly knelt down, her eyes wide. Thank you, Master. Lu Zhao nodded slightly.
Xiao Yanhe, I have a mission for you. Please instruct me, Master. Near Golden Court Mountain, there are some righteous cultivators hiding in the shadows to investigate us. Go take care of them. Disciple obeys. Go. Xiao Yanhe left the evil sky pavilion, her figure darting down the mountain like a swallow. About 10 minutes later, Lu Zhao heard the system notification in his ear. Killed a wicked person, gained 10 merit points. Killed a wicked person, gained 10 merit points. Lu Zhao frowned slightly, then rejoiced inwardly.
Disciples can complete the system's missions, and the master can gain merit points through them. Very reasonable. He was very satisfied. Half an hour passed, and Zhao Yan'er had killed more than 10 cultivators with heaven-defying guts.
Lu Zhao checked the information panel, and his merit points had increased to 300. Shop. By the primordial chaos nascent soul. Successfully obtained the primordial chaos nascent soul.
In an instant upon obtaining the nascent soul, Lu Zhao felt a stream of spring water flowing from his long dried-up dantian.
A surge of energy coursed through his entire body. He broke through! He truly stepped into the mystic enlightening realm from the body refinement realm. The body refinement realm only trains muscles, bones, and skin, and cannot use energy like cultivators. Now that he had become a true cultivator, his abilities had increased exponentially. There were really no bottlenecks. Lu Zhao sensed the changes in his body, and soon his body quieted down. Name: Lu Zhao. Race: human cultivation. Mystic enlightening realm. Heart aperture points. Merit points 0. Remaining lifespan 613 days. Status cards. Ji Tiandao's peak state X2 fatal damage block X5 passive.
Primordial chaos creation nascent soul requires 1000 merit points. This is truly a bottomless pit. Reaching Ji Tiandao's level doesn't seem as easy as he thought.
Moreover, he currently doesn't have a suitable cultivation method to cultivate. Should he cultivate the previous cultivation methods in his mind? Lu Zhao had many of Ji Tiandao's cultivation methods and insights, as well as the cultivation methods and advantages and disadvantages of his 9 disciples. However, those cultivation methods were tailored for them and were not suitable for him.
As for Ji Tiandao's own cultivation methods, his cultivation had always been stagnant due to his body being too old.
This meant that he had to increase his life force points before he could consider continuing to cultivate.
Before that, he would rather do nothing than be sloppy and wait for a while. Merit points were no longer increasing. Zhao Yanhe was at the divine court realm, so dealing with these small fries was more than enough. He had to give them more things to do.
If his disciples could also help him gain merit points, He had to make good use of them. Lu Zhao slowly stood up and stretched his muscles. Just as he was about to step out the door, a black shadow suddenly rushed over. Whoosh! The black shadow was as fast as lightning, rushing into the room from the West Pavilion's window. In his hand he held a long sword that gleamed with cold light. The sword carried a massive amount of energy, stabbing straight into Lu Zhao's vital point from behind. Thump! The sword pierced Lu Zhao's back. The man then said smugly, "Success." At that moment, Lu Zhao clearly saw the appearance of the person who had come. Lu Zhao said in surprise, "The eldest disciple of the Heavenly Sword Sect, Zhu Jifeng." Zhu Jifeng didn't expect to be recognized in an instant, and blurted out, "What? Recognized with just one glance?" With Lu Zhao's current strength, a single glance was enough to tell he was facing a powerhouse. Lu Zhao thought to himself, "Should I shout for help?" But surprisingly, he didn't suffer any damage at all. The effect of the critical hit block had been triggered. That Zhu Jifeng guy was flustered. He gnashed his teeth and lunged forward, stabbing another sword toward Lu Zhao's chest. Die. Zhu Jifeng was stunned. How is this possible? Lu Zhao frowned slightly, his eyes shining like torches. Still want to continue? Zhu Jifeng unleashed deadly move after deadly move, yet Lu Zhao mysteriously blocked them all. Zhu Jifeng tumbled in the air, staggering backward, his arm numbed. How is this possible? The evil sky pavilion fell silent once more. Zhu Jifeng's eyes widened, he swallowed a mouthful of saliva, his eyes bloodshot, his legs went limp, and he collapsed to the ground, muttering, "The difference is too great," Lu Zhao mused. After all, the mystic enlightenment realm is just the most garbage cultivation realm. How could he possibly stand against Zhu Jifeng, who had already entered the divine court realm? This Zhu Jifeng guy was clearly here for revenge. He was crazy, as bold as brass, not even caring about his life. Lu Zhu let out a soft snort and slowly turned around. Must remain calm. Can't lose in terms of imposing aura. Lu Zhu growled, "Overestimating yourself." Zhu Jifeng gripped his longsword tightly and continued to charge forward, moving as fast as the wind. The divine court realm is not something any random cultivator can compare to. You killed my master. Even if I have to die, I will still get my revenge. Lu Zhao immediately realized this was futile. Just then, Xiaoyanye rushed to block the blow. "Who's the blind fool daring to launch a sneak attack on my master?" Zhu Jifeng's heart trembled slightly, and his movements slowed down. Bam! Xiaoyanhe unleashed a burst of energy, sending him flying. Zhu Jifeng spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Xiaoyanhe landed on the ground, revealing her tiny fangs, her eyes filled with murderous intent. "Master, he dared to sneak attack you. This disciple wants to chop him into 8 pieces to vent your anger." Hearing this, Zhu Jifeng's face turned pale, and he muttered, "The 9 disciples of the evil sky pavilion are indeed all very ruthless." What Zhu Jifeng knew about them were all rumors from the common folk, and rumors are only partially true. Now he was seeing it with his own eyes. Even such a beautiful and adorable young girl was so terrifying. Zhu Jifeng felt a pang of regret. He regretted coming for revenge. Lu Zhao immediately told Xiaoyanhe, "Stand back." On the surface, Lu Zhao was calm and composed, but inside he sighed repeatedly. This body is just too weak. When he was at his peak, he wouldn't even have bothered looking at someone like Zhu Jifeng, yet now, this guy almost took his old life. Fortunately, his little disciple arrived in time. Otherwise, after he used up all 5 critical hit blocks, he'd be done for, and he'd have to waste a peak state card. His gaze turned towards Zhu Jifeng, and the system provided information. Name, Zhu Jifeng. Race, human, realm, divine court realm, elementary stage of Dao integration. Status enemy, hatred value 85. Lu Zhao mused. This system's usage is truly unexpected. The system continued to announce, Reminder 1, killing is not the only way to solve a problem. Reminder 2, all actions of the host may trigger hidden missions. Lu Zhu said coldly, "This old man killed your master, so it's only natural that you come to seek revenge, but you overestimated yourself. You're just courting death. Such an act is meaningless." Lu Zhu slowly searched his brain for memories related to Zhu Jifeng. What a coincidence, the original Jitian Dao did have some connection with this Zhu Jifeng. You entered the body-tempering realm at 8, the mystic enlightenment realm at 11, the qi condensation realm at 13, the Ocean of Qi realm at 18, and reached the Divine Court realm at 20. In the cultivation world, you can be considered a rare talent. You could have waited a few more years before coming for revenge. Why did you have to come now, just to seek death?
Zhu Jifeng regretted it to the extreme. Is it too late to regret now? He was a genius, the genius among all the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect. Xiao Yanhe mumbled, someone like that is considered a rare talent. This disciple started cultivating at 10 and reached the Divine Court realm after only 10 years. Zhu Jifeng heard this,
and the small bit of pride he had just managed to muster was completely crushed.
Lu Zhao glared at her.
Don't talk nonsense. Xiao Yanhe stuck out her tongue and stood to the side.
Lu Zhao continued,
Zhu Jifeng, do you know why this old man hasn't killed you?
Zhu Jifeng put on a fearless expression. Don't act all high and mighty, old devil. Just hack me to pieces or carve me up if you want. Lu Zhao shook his head. Do you really think Luo Changfeng is a righteous gentleman? Zhu Jifeng's eyes widened. What do you mean by that? When this old man knew Luo Changfeng, you weren't even born yet. What exactly are you getting at? Lu Zhao said calmly. If I told you that the enemy who killed your father was Lu Changfeng, would you believe it? Hearing this, Zhu Jifeng immediately shouted, You're lying. Don't even think about sowing discord, old devil. Everyone knows that Si Wuyai, the 7th disciple of Jinting Mountain, is a despicable villain who's good at scheming. Unfortunately, this kind of cheap trick won't work on me.
Lu Zhao shook his head. Indeed, youth is wasted on the young. In that case, I will tell you the whole story. Back then, when I arrived in Yi province, I stayed at the Jiang family's residence. Just as the young mistress of the Jiang family was in labor, I saw that the newborn child of the Jiang family had peculiar roots and great potential, so I intended to take him as a disciple.
I gave the Jiang couple 3 days to consider. Regardless of whether they agreed or not, I would take the child away after 3 days. However, the next day, the entire Jiang family was annihilated. When I arrived at the Jiang family, it was already too late. Throughout the cultivation world, everyone believed that I had killed the entire Jiang family.
I've killed countless people in my life. One more wouldn't make a difference, and one less wouldn't matter. The righteous factions under heaven all thought this was my doing, but no one knew that it was actually done by Luo Changfeng.
Zhu Jifeng continued to shout, Lies! More lies! Keep lying! Keep fabricating! Lu Juju knew he wouldn't believe him,
so he played his trump card. You have a birthmark on your shoulder. When you were first born, you had cold energy within you, and it was me who took action to help you. That's also why there's always a wisp of evil energy in your body.
You're originally a Jiang. You're the kid from the Jiang family. Zhu Jifeng was shocked. Very few people know about his birthmark. How does this old devil know?
I see that you're still too young. If I told you the whole truth, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to handle the pressure. Forget it. Be gone, Lu Zhao thought to himself. Retreating to advance is the easiest way to arouse other people's curiosity. As expected, Zhu Jifeng didn't believe it, but still said, I don't believe your words anyway, so I'm not afraid of any pressure, old devil. No need to play tricks on me like that.
Xiao Yanhe raised her hand.
You dare curse my master. Believe I'll chop you to death right now.
Zhu Jifeng was speechless. He suddenly felt that the old devil wasn't as scary as the rumors said. But this little girl was intimidating. Good people get bullied. Good horses get ridden. Lu Zhao suddenly felt that he couldn't be too kind or gentle when dealing with this kind of youth. Lu Zhao laughed and said, Your master Lu Changfeng destroyed the Jiang family, humiliated your mother, and then took you away. 30 years ago, Luo Changfeng broke through the nascent divinity realm. This realm is divided into 3 major realms: Dao Origin, Chaos Origin, and Dao Unification. Among them, the Dao Unification realm has a way to break through. He didn't finish his words.
Xiao Yan'er, who was standing to the side, interjected with a laugh. Master, I know this too. The Dao Unification realm can use its powerful cultivation to devour the cultivation essence of others, combining the two into one, so it's called Dao Unification. Am I right? Lu Zhao ignored her, and Xiao Yan'er immediately lowered her head obediently, not daring to say another word.
Zhu Jifeng frowned, and couldn't help but shake his head.
Lu Zhao continued. The entire Heavenly Sword sect only has you cultivating the same great Dao as Luo Changfeng, and you still think Luo Changfeng is alright? No need to say anything else. These words, though they might not make Zhu Jifeng change or believe immediately, would at least make him suspicious. I know you don't believe me, but when you get back, Ask your Shifu again. Xiao Yanshare saw him off. Xiao Yanshare pouted. Master, are we just letting him go like that? He ambushed people? Lu Zhao shouted loudly. Presumptuous! Xiao Yanshare reluctantly stomped her foot, because she was really worried. Xiao Yanhare grabbed Zhu Jifeng by the collar and dragged him away. She snorted, saying to Zhu Jifeng, "You pig, does my master need to lie to trick you? Wouldn't it be better to just kill you, you pig brain?" Xiao Yanhare gave him a kick, sending him flying out of the Demon Heaven Pavilion, face-planting on the ground. Now he was just a pile of mush. In his heart he kept repeating, "I don't believe it, I don't believe it." After Xiao Yanhare sent Zhu Jifeng down the mountain, Lu Juju looked at the mission information. He knew this mission couldn't be completed immediately, but it was only a matter of time, unless Zhu Jifeng was an idiot. If he had any brains, he would investigate the truth. Hidden branch mission. Incite Zhu Jifeng. Not completed. Xiao Yanhare returned to the Demon Heaven Pavilion and immediately asked, "Master, why didn't you kill him?" Lu Zhao shook his head. "This girl's killing intent is too heavy. She's just like her senior brothers and sisters, all affected by Ji Tiandao." Lu Zhao stood up, clasped his hands behind his back, and said, "Killing isn't the only way to solve problems." Xiao Yanhare huffed, "But Master just sent me down the mountain to kill quite a few righteous cultivators. They dared to spy on Golden Court Mountain. They deserved to die." Lu Zhao was speechless with his grandma. "Don't quibble. Did I say you can't kill people? Killing isn't the only way to solve problems, but it will always be one of the ways." Zhao Yanhare vaguely hummed in agreement. Disciples' evil deeds are in progress. Deducting corresponding merit points. Damn it! Merit points can also be deducted. Even though Lu Zhao wanted to appear as steady as an old dog, he almost flipped the table and started cursing. What the hell? There's even this trick. Call your senior brothers and sisters here. Disciple will go right away. Lu Zhao frowned and said, "System, I only have so many merit points, and you're still deducting them?" The system didn't respond, which meant that merit could be gained from disciples doing good deeds, and it could also be deducted when they did evil deeds. But what kind of deeds are considered evil? Not long after, Xiao Yanhare led the way, followed by the three evil disciples, Duan Musheng, Ming Shiyin, and Zhao Yue. They lowered their heads and entered the Demon Heaven Pavilion, as if nothing had happened. The four of them saluted at the same time. "Master, speak. What did you do just now?" Lu Zizhao's expression didn't change. Ming Shiyin innocently said, "Yes, Master. I listened to you and have been patrolling the area near Golden Court Mountain, doing nothing." Lu Zhao calmly replied, "You should all know my temperament. I hate lying the most." Hearing this, the expressions of the three changed simultaneously. The fourth disciple, Ming Shiyin, hurriedly said, "There were some hunters at the foot of the southern mountain. What kind of place is Golden Court Mountain? How can we let them hunt there?" "You took action. Disciple knows wrong. I should have killed them all," Ming Shiyin hurriedly said. Lu Zhao was speechless with this Ming Shiyin. Ming Shiyin continued, "Golden Court Mountain is famous throughout the cultivation world. How could those hunters not know? Maybe they were spies sent by those righteous sects. Master, let me go kill them all." Ming Shiyin turned to leave. Lu Zhao's face darkened. "Stop!" Ming Shiyin jumped. Lu Zhao stroked his beard. "The signboard of Golden Court Mountain hasn't been restored. It's normal for people to go the wrong way. Just chase them away. If you find anyone deliberately causing trouble, then it's not too late to take action." Ming Shiyin and the others exchanged glances, thinking, this isn't Master's usual routine. Normally he would kill their whole family, right? Disciple respectfully obeys Master's orders. Then the three of them left together. Zhao Yue's loyalty is 65%, Ming Shiyin's is 62%, Duan Musheng's is 68%. Leaving the Demon Heaven Pavilion, the pressure on them also disappeared. The fifth disciple, Zhao Yue, stroked her hair and gently laughed. "Master has suddenly become gentle. I'm not used to it, senior brothers. Do you think Master has become different?" The fourth disciple, Ming Shiyin, who called himself a master of analyzing things, stroked his chin and said, "Don't panic, and don't think too much. I've become a little wiser. After falling once, maybe Master is trying out a new routine." Duan Musheng didn't care, and ran down the stairs quickly. "That's right, we just need to obey his orders. Don't think about other things." Not long after, Lu Zhu was resting in the Demon Heaven Pavilion when he suddenly heard the system's notification. Rescued 15 innocent lives, rewarding 150 merit points. Received the prostration of 14 people, rewarding 14 merit points. Received the devout prostration of 1 person, rewarding 10 merit points. Reminder: devout prostration receives 10 times the points of normal prostration, no additional increase. Lu Xiao immediately opened his eyes wide. There's this kind of trick too. Why didn't you say so sooner, Merit? Merit is earned from people's prostration. Where's Xiao Yanhair? Here, disciple. Xiao Yanhair chirped like a little bird as she hopped in from outside. Lu Xiao calmly said, Go tell your senior brothers and sisters. They must treat innocent people well. Treat them well. These words from Master's mouth left Xiao Yanhair confused and incredulous. Go on, disciple will go now. At the Fierce Tiger Stronghold's headquarters, a subordinate rushed in to report, Chief Zhu Honggong, there's a reply from the Moon Reflection Palace. What does the letter say? Zhu Honggong was ecstatic. The man then read the letter. Palace Master of the Moon Reflection Palace says, The old devil of Golden Court Mountain can kill sect leader Luo Changfeng of the Heaven Sword sect with 1 move. His cultivation must have recovered. Palace Master Ye cannot assist Chief. Chief's strength is the weakest. You must run away. Thump. Zhu Honggong collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, the subordinates cried out anxiously, Chief! Zhu Honggong lay face down, ass facing the sky, sweating profusely, thinking, Why did it turn out like this, Master? How could the old geezer be so powerful? After calming down, Zhu Honggong said, Don't panic, stay calm. With this king here, what are you afraid of? Back at the Evil Sky Pavilion, the system announced, Ding. Intimidated Zhu Honggong gained 50 merit points. Lu Zhu, hearing the system notification, was baffled. He hadn't done anything to Zhu Honggong, so why did he suddenly gain merit points? Lu Zhu looked at his personal information panel. Name, Lu Zhu. Race, human, cultivation, profound connection realm, heart aperture. Merit points, 244. Remaining lifespan, 6 months. Items. Peak state card. Ji Tiandao X2. Fatal block card X3. Passive card. Still the same. Pitifully few. Although he'd discovered a new method to accumulate merit points, he only had over 200 points. Compared to the shop selling items for thousands of points, it was like a grain of sand in the desert. This little bit of merit points was only enough for a few draws, nothing else. Lu Xiao decided to do a draw. Draw. Consumed 50 merit points, obtained a Bai Zi. Lu Xiao couldn't help but widen his murky old eyes, exclaiming, A Bai Zi mount? The system stated. Bai Zi. A unique mount with permanent usage. This lucky draw thing is insane. He actually managed to draw such a rare mount. The previous Ji Tiandao must have had many cultivation techniques, weapons, and even rare mounts. After all, he was a great devil who roamed for thousands of years. He couldn't have nothing saved up. But when Lu Zhao transmigrated to replace Ji Tiandao, the old geezer had nothing left. Dirt poor. In this great Yan, people who can't catch demonic beasts or fierce beasts to use as mounts would find ways to create flying chariots and flying swords to fly through the air. But those things weren't as impressive as having a mount. Compared to modern times, the Bai Zi was no different from a luxurious supercar, a symbol of status and class. The higher the level of the controlled fierce beast, the more it proved how powerful the person was. Lu Xiao waved his hand. Bai Zi. The Bai Zi retreated. The Bai Zhen spun around as if entering a void, disappearing in an instant. The 3 evil disciples below the mountain turned to look at the Evil Sky Pavilion, stunned, thinking, Am I seeing things? Just now it seemed like an extremely strong energy with auspicious omens appeared. You're not seeing things. I saw it too. It's Master's new routine, clearly trying to cover up the evil aura on his body. I'll pretend I didn't see it. Yeah, let's just pretend we didn't see it. On the Evil Sky Pavilion, Lu Xiao was elated by the continuous lucky draws of good items. With the remaining merit points, he decided to do another draw. Draw. Consumed 50 merit points. Thanks for participating, luck point +1. Draw. Consumed 50 merit points. Thanks for participating, luck point +1. 2 misses in a row. You gave me a taste of sweet fruit, now you're starting to exploit me?
Lu Zhao was speechless. Draw. Consumed 50 merit points. Thanks for participating. Luck point +1. After a while, only 44 points were left, not enough for a draw. Lu Zhu reluctantly closed the draw function. As expected, it's all a trick. Even so, he wasn't too disappointed or regretful. Overall, the results were still rich. 4 draws, and he got a by Z mount, a great deal, near the foot of Golden Court Mountain. 3 middle-aged men were riding horses towards Golden Court Mountain. Ahead is Golden Court Mountain, also the lair of the most famous devil in the cultivation world, feared by everyone. Steward, why did the clan leader have to send me to Golden Court Mountain to become a disciple? The reputation of this place isn't good. Do you think the clan leader wanted this? This old devil kills without blinking an eye. The clan leader had no choice but to proactively send Yanshare here to become a disciple, hoping the old devil would give face to Yanshare and help our clan overcome the great calamity. The steward riding in front shook his head helplessly. Let's just hope so. It's said that a few days ago, the old devil single-handedly forced back 10 great experts and killed sect leader Luo Chengfeng of the Heaven Sword sect with one move. If the old devil is willing to lend a hand, the Exu family will definitely be able to overcome this calamity. The 3 continued to ride forward. As they entered the forest, a black figure fluttered in the air like a ghost. A terrifying voice rang out. Who dares to trespass on Golden Court Mountain? The 3 immediately dismounted and knelt on one knee. The Shu family from Anyang City requests to meet Zhu Wei, a high person of the Evil Sky Pavilion. The steward swallowed hard, cold sweat dripping down his back. Ming Xinyin's figure suddenly flew down from the air, creating after-images that lingered in the air. Xu An from Anyang City, Duanmu Sheng and Zhao Yue stood to the left and right of the 3, forming a line. The 3 kneeling on the ground widened their eyes, their lips trembling, all having heard that the devils on Golden Court Mountain were extremely terrifying, and now they saw that it was indeed true. Duanmu Sheng said, "Fourth, the Shu family from Anyang City are the relatives of little junior sister." Ming Xiyin nodded. I understand. Luckily I'm clever. Following Master's new routine, now we can't kill them, we have to treat them well. Especially since they're little junior sister's relatives. Zhao Yu agreed. 4th senior brother makes sense. The 3 members of the Shu family looked at each other, completely clueless. Ming Xiyin chuckled, stepping forward to help the Shu steward up. This action startled the steward, leaving him utterly perplexed. Ming Xiyin smoothly said, no need for formalities, quickly get up. The Exu steward pondered carefully, sensing a hidden agenda behind Ming Xiyin's smile, and became even more obsequious. I wouldn't dare. That's not right. You are junior sister Zhao Yanhair's family, so you are family. As family, no need for formalities. Come on, quickly get up. The 3 of them hastily waved their hands, saying in unison, we wouldn't dare. Ming Xiyin raised an eyebrow. You refuse to drink a toast, so you prefer a penalty drink. Hurry up, all of you come up the mountain with me and await your punishment. Duanmu Sheng and Zhao Yue were dumbfounded. Don't look at me like that, I'm helpless too. Master's new routine is too difficult to play along with. At the Matiange, Jinting Mountain, Master, the Shu family from Anyang City, seeks an audience. The Shu family? They are junior sister Xiao Yanhair's relatives. The image of 5 years ago, when he took Xiao Yanhair as a disciple in Anyang City, flashed through his mind. The Shu family, originally the Shu family, both were from the same family. Lu Xiao stroked his beard and said, let them in, and also call Xiao Yanhair here. Yes. Not long after, 3 wicked disciples led the Shu family into the Matiange. Xiao Yanhair received the message and immediately rushed over. The 3 members of the Shu family never expected they could enter the Matiange so easily. The easier it was, the more uneasy they felt. When they saw the old man Lu Zhu, their legs trembled, not daring to make any disrespectful movements. Greetings, Pavilion Master. The Exu family steward knelt on the ground, and the other 2 followed suit. Lu Zhao's gaze swept over the 3 of them, and he said calmly, I once established a rule that once someone joins the Matiange, they are not allowed to associate with their relatives and old friends. Xiao Yanhair, do you still remember? Hearing this, Xiao Yanhair quickly said, Disciple remembers clearly. Disciple will send them away immediately.
The ex-Shu family steward turned to look at Zhao Yanhe, his face covered in sweat and tears streaming down his face. "Young miss, I am Shu An. Shu An." When Zhao Yanhe left home, she was only 10 years old. After 5 years, it was normal for her memories to be a bit hazy. Zhao Yanhe looked at the middle-aged man in front of her in surprise.
Shu An immediately burst into tears. "Young miss, I have finally met you."
The Shu family is in trouble, and the master and madam are also in trouble. As he spoke, tears and snot ran down his face. In these 5 years,
she often missed her biological parents, and the old devilhead also doted on her very much, and didn't spoil her rotten. Duanmu Sheng, Ming Shiyin and Zhao Yue looked down on him, a grown man crying his eyes out. "What a disgrace," Duanmu Sheng said loudly in a deep voice. "How dare you?" Shu An stopped sobbing, and lowered his head anxiously and apprehensively. Zhao Yue said with a smile, "This is the Ma Tian Ge, not a place for you to cry and whine, junior sister. If it weren't for the sake that they are your relatives, this senior sister would have sewn his mouth shut with a hairpin long ago." Zhao Yange knelt on the ground, while Master Lu Zhao remained calm, showing no emotion. The fourth disciple, Ming Shiyin, rolled his eyes and cupped his hands, saying, "Master, the rules are set by you. Junior sister's family is also our family. If we don't help our family when they are in trouble, we are no better than pigs and dogs." Zhao Yue also agreed. Zhao Yue echoed in agreement. Duanmu Sheng said, "Fourth junior brother is right, I think so too." Seeing the 3 senior brothers and sisters speaking up for her, Zhao Yanjie was surprised. Lu Zhu nodded slightly and opened his mouth to say,
"Teachable children, it was not in vain that I taught you." His eyes swept over the 3 wicked disciples.
Their loyalty had increased by 5 points, almost reaching 70%. However, the Ma Tian Ge won't interfere with just any matter, Ming Shiyin said.
"That's right, master. How can your world-shaking divine might be bothered with such trivial matters?" Zhao Yue rolled her eyes at him. "Fourth senior brother is not only good at analysis, but his bootlicking skills are also far better than ordinary people." Zhao Yanyer winked at Shu An, and Shu An quickly said, "The entire Shu family, about 10,000 people, live in Anyang City. They have always been very law-abiding, only doing business with ordinary people. In recent years, everything has been peaceful. The Shu family, with over 1,000 mouths to feed, all rely on this for a living. A month ago, the Shu family's trade caravan passed through Hejiu and encountered a group of bandits who robbed them. The ex-Shu family didn't want to cause trouble, so they handed over a large sum of money to the bandits. Unexpectedly, these bandits became even greedier and rushed to Anyang City overnight, attacking the Shu mansion and taking more than 100 members of the Shu family as hostages." Zhao Yanyer frowned slightly. "This matter was neither big nor small," Zhao Yu said with a smile. "Just a group of bandits. Why didn't you report it to the authorities?" The master also thought so. But as soon as the officials heard that they were bandits from Hejiu, they chased the master away, not daring to interfere.
"These bandits are that powerful?" Zhao Yue was dismissive. Shu An said anxiously,
"It is said that there are cultivators backing these bandits, no wonder." With the whole story clear, everyone's eyes focused on Lu Zhao.
Based on the old geezer's usual habits, he definitely wouldn't let the evil Sky Pavilion get involved in this kind of thing. But things are different now. Plus, this involves little junior sister, who Master loves the most. So, before Master could even say anything, Ming Xinyin stepped forward with a righteous air and said supernaturally, "Master, just leave this to your disciple. Those bandits dared to kidnap little junior sister's family. How can we let them off? Your disciple will definitely handle this properly." Duanmu Sheng and Zhao Yue were speechless when they heard Ming Shiyin say this. They both thought, "Fourth bro, you're so shameless." When Zuan heard this, he was overjoyed, as if he were dreaming. This was even smoother than he had imagined.
Lu Zhao was also thinking, with his current strength, getting involved in the affairs of cultivators was just asking for trouble. But if he let his disciples do it, he could get merit points. A total win-win situation, master. Please allow your disciple to redeem himself. In the past, your disciple had heavy karma. Now that little junior sister's family is in trouble, how can I, as her senior brother, just sit back and watch? Although master is confining me, this is a special situation. so I hope Master will allow it." Every word that came out of Ming Shiyin exuded the demeanor of a righteous cultivator, which left Duan Musheng and Zhao Yu completely flabbergasted.
When did Old Fourth's acting skills get so good?
Lu Zhao looked at Ming Shiyin and said calmly, "This matter should have been handled by Xiao Yan'er herself. But Yan'er is still young and doesn't know when to hold back. Since a senior brother like you is willing to take care of it, then I'll leave it to you. Your disciple will definitely complete the mission." Ming Shiyin was overjoyed. "I'll give you 3 days, huh?"
Three days? Master, isn't that a bit too rushed? Ming Shiyin haggled. Zhao Yu laughed and said, "Senior brother, you're a divine tribunal realm expert after all. If it were me, 2 days would be enough. When did you become so unconfident?" Well, senior brothers and sisters should support each other, not sabotage each other. Michelle. Enough. Go do your work. Lu Zhao waved his hand. Your disciple obeys. The reason he gave a 3-day time limit was because he didn't want these disciples to become too free and forget their duties. If it dragged on for too long, it would lead to a bunch of other problems. It wouldn't be easy to end then. Ding! Mission announced successfully. Rescue the Zhu family. Mission duration: 3 days. Executor: Ming Shiyin. Countdown: 2 days, 23 hours. Lu Zhou was stunned. He could announce missions on the mission board? Sure enough, a new entry appeared for announcing missions. The first line clearly stated, "Rescue the Zhu family. Executor: Ming Shiyin. Countdown." Xiao Yan'er knelt and said, "Thank you, Master." The 3 people from Zhuan also knelt and thanked him. Ding! Received sincere kneeling from 3 people. Reward: 30 merit points. Xiao Yan'er. Take them down the mountain. Yes, Xiao Yan'er wanted to say something but stopped herself. Lu Zhao saw her expression and said, "Your 4th senior brother might be a playboy who roams the world, but he's always serious when he works. He knows how to use his brain. With his personality, he'll solve the problem in less than a day. No need to worry." Your disciple understands. Duan Musheng and Zhao Yue were simultaneously shocked. Master clearly knew that Old Fourth would be playing around for 2 extra days. Everything was in his grasp. Old 5, Lu Zhu said. "As your master, I'll give you 2 days. Go to the Heavenly Sword Sect and investigate the situation of the Heavenly Sword Sect's head disciple, Zhu Jifeng." Zhao Yue's expression lit up when she heard this and said, "Your disciple obeys. Your disciple will definitely complete the mission." Ding! Mission announced successfully. Investigate Zhu Jifeng of the Heavenly Sword Sect. Duration: 2 days. Lu Zhu poured himself some tea and mumbled, "If I'm going to instigate someone, I naturally have to investigate them thoroughly." The next morning, Lu Zhao was lounging in the shade. Without the need to cultivate techniques, his entire life became boring, like an old man sitting in front of the pavilion, enjoying the breeze. The 3rd and 9th disciples stood guard like door gods. After the incident of Zhu Jifeng's assassination attempt on Master, the 2 didn't dare to be careless. Although they all believed that Lu Zhu had enough strength to stop the assassin, it was their fault for letting these thieves sneak into Golden Court Mountain. Xiao Yan'er couldn't help but ask, "Master, will 4th senior brother really be okay?" Lu Zhao smiled faintly as he drank his orange juice. "Don't worry." The 3rd disciple, Duan Musheng, standing next to her, said, "Little junior sister, although Old Fourth likes to play around, he can sometimes seem unreliable. But when he works, he always tries his best. You can rest assured about that." "Yes, I'm just afraid the 4th senior brother will get distracted by playing and forget about his duties," Duan Musheng said. "He wouldn't dare. If he dares to forget, even if Master doesn't take action, I, as his senior brother, will definitely not let him off." Duan Musheng was actually an enforcer. Xiao Yan'er thought to herself, "It would be great if 7th senior brother were here," Duan Musheng reminded. "Little junior sister, don't talk nonsense. Betraying the sect is a heinous crime. Mentioning him in front of Master, do you want to be scolded?" Xiao Yan'er also realized that she had misspoke, and quickly stuck out her tongue. Lu Zhao shook his head. "It's okay. Old 7th is good at scheming and planning. He's truly a rare talent. But that guy is too sinister. He often focuses on trivial matters, and his mind is always suspicious for no reason. He can't go far." This kind of personality reminded Lu Zhao of Cao, success or failure all depended on that. Senior sister sent a letter. Zhao Yanhe pointed to the carrier pigeon that had just appeared on the horizon. This carrier pigeon isn't a normal carrier pigeon, but has been nurtured by Golden Court Mountain, supplemented with spiritual power, so they are all mutated birds. Some powerful carrier pigeons have even transformed into ferocious beasts in the Great Yan world. Among the wild beasts, there are many that are faster than carrier pigeons, such as the Hongyan bird. Eagle. The carrier pigeon dropped the letter into Zhao Yanhe's palm. Zhao Yanhe turned around and presented the letter to Lu Jiao. Master, Lu Jiao ordered, "Read it."
Yes. Zhao Yanhe opened the letter and read. Master, since the incident of the 10 great sects besieging Golden Court Mountain, Luo Changfeng of the Heavenly Sword Sect died because he wanted to fight for the position of sect leader, so the Heavenly Sword Sect is now in chaos. After returning to the Heavenly Sword Sect, Zhu Jifeng did not inherit the position of sect leader. The previous sect leader, Luo Jingkong, is in closed-door cultivation. Your disciple believes that Luo Jingkong is trying to break through to the primordial spirit realm's Dao harmonization realm.
Last night, when your disciple went to investigate the news, I discovered that Zhu Jifeng has ulterior motives.
Lu Zhao shook his head and said, "The speed is a bit slow. Write a letter to Zhao Yu. She can help him a bit if necessary."
Yes.
Duanmu Sheng folded his hands in puzzlement and asked, "Master, Zhu Jifeng is just a cultivator who has newly entered the Divine Court realm, and he's also our mortal enemy. Why should we help him?" Lu Zhao didn't answer his question. Until their loyalty reaches 80%, he still needs to be careful. Seeing that his master didn't say a word, Duanmu Sheng awkwardly turned his head away, not daring to continue asking. Disciple Ming Shiyin has completed the mission announced by the host. Mission details: saved 105 Zhu family members, gained 1050 merit points, received sincere kneeling from 105 people, gained 1050 merit points, killed 82 bandits, gained 820 merit points. Hearing the system's notification, Lu Zhu couldn't help but be surprised. Could this be the right way to use the system? Just a simple mission and I've gained so much merit. Adding the remaining points from before, he now has 2,904 points. Master, fourth senior brother sent a letter back. Zhao Yanhe darted into the air as fast as lightning. Read it. Your disciple is fortunate enough to have fulfilled the mission, having saved the Exu family members and slain the bandits.
Furthermore, your disciple discovered that the cultivator behind these bandits seems to be related to Old Eighth's fierce Tiger Mountain stronghold. Your disciple will investigate this matter thoroughly.
The first sentence is a mission report. The second sentence is clearly looking for an excuse to fool around for 2 days. Lu Zhao wasn't in a bad mood, so naturally he wouldn't nitpick with him.
It's unreasonable to expect a horse to run without feeding it grass.
Zhao Yanhe said angrily, "Master, fourth senior brother said this matter is related to eighth senior brother. How could eighth senior brother do such a thing?" Duanmu Sheng spoke up. Old Eighth is, after all, a divine court realm powerhouse. He wouldn't meddle in worldly affairs. I guess those cultivators are using our senior brother's name to do evil things.
Saying that, Lu Zhu nodded. Whether he caused it or not, let Old Fourth investigate a bit. Since the master had spoken, the disciples naturally had no objections, all nodding in agreement. In the afternoon, at the dark hall, Lu Zhao didn't receive a notification about completing the mission related to Zhu Jifeng, so he returned to the dark hall. Lu Zhao ordered the system, opened the shop, buy the 2 forms reversal body. He checked his merit points again. 2,904 points, deducting 1,000 merit points. Obtained the 2 forms reversal body. All attributes increased by 10%. As soon as he received the body, Lu Zhu felt his cultivation level rapidly increasing, from the profound connection realm heart aperture to the profound connection realm mouth aperture. The benefits of the body weren't just this.
The energy in his dantian and meridians surged like a continuous river. In just a moment he went from the profound connection realm mouth aperture to the nose aperture, then jumped straight to the eye aperture. The profound connection realm's 5 apertures have now been opened to 4 apertures, feeling his whole body filled with energy.
Lu Zhao was extremely satisfied, nodding his head.
His speed of progress, he feared, was unmatched throughout history.
Buy 2 reversal cards, deducting 1,000 merit points.
Obtained 2 reversal cards. Use. A vortex seemed to appear in the sky above the dark hall, and vitality from all directions was sucked into the invisible vortex and plunged into Lu Zhao's aging body. Vitality shone, and the black hair on his head gradually increased.
2 cards made Lu Zhao 600 days younger. Perhaps during this period he had become accustomed to the slow movements of an aged body, so becoming 600 days younger made him feel refreshed, not too obvious but bringing a comfortable feeling. No one on this planet could enjoy the experience of rejuvenation like him. This was Lu Zhao's current feeling.
In a flash, 2,000 merit points were used up. Truly, money doesn't stay in your pocket for long. Perform a lucky draw, deducting 50 merit points. Thank you for participating. Luck point +1. Perform a lucky draw, deducting 50 merit points. Thank you for participating. Luck point +1. He drew 5 times and only increased his luck points. And the system even gave him 5 consecutive
"Thank you for participating" messages. Lu Zhao paused the lucky draws and looked at his personal information panel. Name: Lu Zhao. Race: human. Cultivation: profound connection. Realm: eye aperture. Body: 2 forms. Reversal body. Merit points: 654. Remaining lifespan: 1209 days. Items: peak state card X2, fatal block card X3, passive white deer. Lu Zhao muttered a sentence. Looking at this panel, he felt that the merit points obtained from completing missions were not as plentiful as he had imagined. Lu Zhao glanced through the cultivation techniques and weapons in the shop. The lowest priced ones still required 1,000 merit points, so Lu Zhao didn't continue spending the remaining merit points. He planned to assign more missions to his disciples to increase his lifespan. And then, when he had accumulated more merit points, buy a more valuable cultivation technique or weapon. In his memory, this world was too dangerous. With his current cultivation level, if he left Golden Court Mountain, it would be difficult to protect himself. For the time being, he could only sit still on the mountain and let these disciples protect him. Nothing serious would happen. Of course, he also had to guard against these disciples rebelling. 5 disciples had abandoned him, so he had to be even more careful with the 4 who remained. Fortunately, he still had the peak state card and fatal block card. Even if they wanted to turn the world upside down, he could withstand it. Yan Ner, whoosh! Yan Ner's figure silently appeared before him like a spirit. Bowing, Master called, "Bring the 4 treasures of the study from the dark hall here." Note: the 4 treasures of the study include paper, brush, ink, and inkstone. "Ah, Master, you've never written before? It's always been your disciple writing for you. Do you want to write yourself today, this little rascal? Does Master need you to manage what I do?" Zhao Yaner stuck out her tongue. "Your disciple will go immediately." Not long after, Zhao Yaner brought the 4 treasures of the study and placed them in front of Lu Zhao. Then she stood respectfully to the side like a maidservant, just standing there, watching her master. She really wanted to see what her master was planning to do. Seeing that her master didn't intend to chase her away, she became bolder and stood a little closer. "Master, let me grind the ink for you," Zhao Yanher's mind sparked, and she knelt down beside the tea table, carefully starting to grind the ink. In his previous life, Lu Zhao was a straight-A student majoring in literature. When he was free and had nothing to do, he would sit down and write calligraphy, and even won an award for calligraphy at school. Writing was not difficult for him at all. He lifted the writing brush, dipped it in ink, and wrote on the blank white paper, writing each character. Yu Zheng Hai, Yu Shang Rong, Duan Mu Sheng, Ming Shi Yin, Zhao Yu, Ye Tiangxin, Si Wu Yai, Zhu Honggong, Yan He. Writing from top to bottom in order, these were the 9 disciples whom the great devil, Ji Tiandao, had used the system to raise into 9 evil demons with countless sins, shocking the world. Looking at this list, Lu Zhao fell into deep thought. Even the youngest disciple was already a divine court realm powerhouse, so how strong would the cultivation of the eldest disciple be? Would he surpass Ji Tiandao? If he did, with the murderous intentions of Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shengrong, how could they allow the old devil Ji Tiandao to continue existing in this world? And Ji Tiandao should clearly know that each evil disciple he taught was like a wolf or a tiger, and there would inevitably come a day when they would betray him. From the very beginning of teaching them, wouldn't he have left behind some methods or trump cards to crush the evil disciples? Everything was worth considering. The missing memories in his head were all crucial memories that made it impossible for him to figure out the real reason within. Jitiandao, oh Jitiandao, what life-saving tools do you have? While Lu Zhao was deep in thought, Xiao Yanjie was fussing in front of him. Her face was full of admiration.
Master's writing is so beautiful. Why did you write my name? Lu Zhao sighed.
Your teacher is introspecting. One must always introspect about oneself. Your teacher taught 9 disciples, but they ran amok everywhere, causing people to complain. Perhaps your teacher was wrong before.
Lu Zhao spoke beautifully, but in his heart he was judging. What a load of crap. The one who was wrong was Ji Tiandao. When the upper class is not upright, the lower class will be chaotic. Just looking at his disciples, they wanted to kill people's entire families at the drop of a hat. As their teacher, he should be ashamed.
Master, then why did you take us as disciples, and only take 9 people? With your skills, as long as you expand the Dark Hall, there will be thousands upon thousands of disciples and descendants on Golden Court Mountain who would dare to disobey you. The righteous sects wouldn't dare to provoke you anymore. Anyone who doesn't submit to you, just give the order and your disciples and descendants can wipe them out. At that time, those who obey me shall live, and those who defy me shall die. How great would that be? Lu Zhao raised his aging hand, intending to flick Xiao Yanxie's forehead. Xiao Yanxie didn't dare to dodge, only knowing to shrink her neck and close her eyes, waiting to be hit.
But Lu Zhao's hand stopped halfway. He placed his hand on top of her head, gently stroking. Little lass, why is your head filled with thoughts of killing people? Have you forgotten what Master taught you? Disciple wouldn't dare.
Sigh, Master once said, killing people isn't the only way to solve problems. Master doesn't deny the act of killing, but we must consider whether it's necessary. For example, those common folks without weapons, they work hard their whole lives, not vying for power, only wanting to live in peace. What reason do you have to kill them? Xiao Yanhe shook her head. Another example is when Fourth saved 100 members of the Yu family. If those bandits were like you, directly killing the entire Yu family, would you still have the chance to save your clansmen? Those bandits deserve to die, indeed.
But the bandits' goal was to acquire wealth, not to kill. So what is our goal? Xiao Yan'er carefully replied. It's to cultivate, break through to the nascent soul realm, to enter the highest realm, enlightenment, immortality. Very good. Then you must strive to cultivate. Disciple seems to understand a little. It's good that you understand. Xiao Yan'er nodded, half understanding. As if thinking of something, she said. Is Master going to continue accepting disciples? Lu Zhao's gaze fell on the piece of paper he just wrote on. Huh. So that's it, Xiao Yan'er. Why did you ask Master about accepting disciples just now? What do you think is the reason? It's because our talents are very good. Each of us is a cultivation genius, Xiao Yan'er said confidently. Lu Zhao shook his head. Look closely at this paper. What is the meaning of your names?
Xiao Yan'er thought for a long time but couldn't see any meaning, so she had to shake her head. Lu Zhao laughed heartily, inwardly mocking that damned heavenly Dao. Shameless indeed. Hai Sheng Sheng Ming Yu, Tian Ya Gong Qi Shi, which means a bright moon rises from the sea. All share this moment from the horizon. These are the first 2 lines of Zhang Juling's poem, Thinking of Distant Loved Ones While Watching the Moon, from the Tang Dynasty. Xiao Yan'er was still dazed and confused, not understanding at all, but when she heard these 2 lines of poetry, she clapped her hands and said, "What beautiful poetry!" Right after clapping, Xiao Yan'er seemed to understand something. Her eyes turned towards the 9 names on the blank paper. Aren't these 2 lines of poetry pieced together from the 9 disciples' names? Did Master accept those disciples because of this poem? But it seems like one character is missing. Xiao Yan'er scratched her head, feeling a little unbelievable. Lu Zhao also couldn't believe that the Heavenly Tao was that kind of person. It's true that one character is still missing from the disciples' names. If the Heavenly Tao accepted disciples based on this poem, then clearly his standard wasn't some kind of talent, but their names. It's just that Lu Zhao searched his memory. This world doesn't seem to be the same as his previous life, so where did this poem come from? Could the Heavenly Tao also be a transmigrator? At the same time, the crowd looked up at the sky, seeing something flashing by, and curiously asked each other, "Look, what is that? An immortal? A birdman?" 4th disciple, Ming Shiyin, flew through the air, his eyes observing the earth and sky, his face full of smugness. It's rare to leave Golden Court Mountain once. I must have a good time. Ming Xiyin's figure swept across the sky above Gangzi town, causing the common people below to shout loudly, "A bunch of ants!" Yet they are so surprised.
Today your young master is in a good mood. I must go find some beauties.
Just as he was about to dive down, he suddenly remembered his master's words, and hurriedly stopped, muttering to himself, "Forget it. Master has recently taken a liking to playing new tunes. I should still follow the old man's wishes. Ahem. Then I shall do good and take the gold, silver, and jewels of those bandits as a reward for you." Ming Xiyin opened his brocade bag and poured it out.
On a street in Gangzi town, banknotes and gold and silver jewelry rained down on the ground. "Ha ha! Your young master also wants to be a big spender once." Ming Xiyin originally wanted to take the money to enjoy beauties, but since he wasn't going, keeping the money was useless. He didn't lack spending money anyway. The people in the town avoided the strange objects falling down. "Something is falling down! Run away!" When they clearly saw that what was all over the ground was gold and silver jewelry, they all rushed in to snatch it.
"It's gold! Banknotes!"
In just a moment, the money was all picked up. The people looked up at the sky, seeing a figure flying away in the distance, and all knelt down on the ground and worshipped. "Thank you, Bodhisattva. Thank you, living Bodhisattva. Thank you, heaven."
Just as Zhao Yanhe was massaging Lu Zhao's shoulders on the rocking chair, the system notified, "Ding! Received 35 sincere worshippers. Harvested 350 merit points." Lu Zhao nodded slightly, softly muttered, "Children are indeed easy to teach, master. What did you just say?" After a while, Ming Xiyin didn't go flower picking, but continued to fly west. He flew for half a day, before landing in a forest outside Yizhao City. Ferocious Tiger Ridge should be here. He took out a map from his chest, looked at it carefully, and then put it away. The scenery is beautiful, quiet and secluded.
The misty fog loomed, vaguely visible but revealed a dangerous feeling. Fearsome beasts could suddenly appear from any corner. But these things were not intimidating to a divine tribunal realm expert. Ordinary fierce beasts have no way to resist a divine tribunal realm expert. "Old Eighth, your senior brother has come to visit you," he said as he walked, 10 zang with each step, drifting into the mountains and forests like a ghost. Inside Ferocious Tiger Ridge, camp leader Zhu Honggong was blankly falling asleep. Camp leader, a cultivator, is requesting an audience outside the mountain camp. "Tell him to scram. Don't disturb my sleep. He hasn't had a good night's sleep in days. He's been living in fear. It's hard to get a peaceful sleep." The subordinate continued to report. "That person said what? Tell me. Castrate him and feed him to the fierce beasts. Ha ha." A burst of hearty laughter came from outside, the sound wave shaking the entire mountain camp. This was clearly made by a cultivator with powerful cultivation. Zhu Honggong suddenly opened his eyes wide, his mouth crooked. Could it be that Old Man Master has come to clean up the sect? Oh my God! His legs went weak, and he fell off the chair. "Ha ha! Why is Old Eighth so scared?" Ming Xiyin's figure fluttered into the mountain bandits of Ferocious Tiger Ridge. Even though most were cultivators, how could they withstand someone as powerful as Ming Xiyin's senior brother? Zhu Honggong patted his chest, letting out a sigh of relief. "Phew, I thought Master Old Man was here. Turns out it's fourth senior brother." "You still have the nerve to call me senior brother?" Zhu Honggong chuckled. Hey, senior brother, are you here to join the fierce tiger gang? I told you long ago that Golden Court Mountain isn't livable. It's no place for people to live. As long as you come, I'll give you the position of vice gang leader." Ming Xiyin wasn't so easily swayed. He immediately retorted, "Cut the crap, Old Eight." Zhu Honggong froze. "Huh, you want me to join your crappy place?" "No way." Ming Xiyin strutted forward. The lackeys of the mountain stronghold on both sides tried to block him, but one glare from him sent them scrambling back several steps in fright. Ming Xiyin walked up to Zhu Honggong and barked, "Get out of the way!" Zhu Honggong immediately ordered his subordinates to move, move, move. They obediently replied like puppies, "Yes, yes." Then Zhu Honggong turned to Ming Xiyin, grinning. "Please have a seat, senior brother." Ming Xiyin then said, "I have a mission for you. Investigating here at your place." "Mission? What mission?" Zhu Honggong instantly panicked. Ming Xiyin sat in the gang leader's chair, eyes filled with arrogance as he said,
The kidnapping and extortion case involving the Shu family in Anyang City, did you do it? No way. It has nothing to do with me, Ming Xinyin pressed. Really has nothing to do with it. Zhu Honggong raised 3 fingers, swearing. Really, I swear, the Shu family are relatives of Little Junior's sister. I'd have to be a complete animal to mess with Little Junior's sister. I've already killed off those bandits. Their accomplice was a Qi condensation cultivator who revealed the fierce tiger gang before he died. Are you saying I framed you? Zhu Honggong frowned upon hearing this, saying, Since I founded the fierce tiger gang, I've offended many cultivators from the righteous sects in order to gain a foothold. I suspect someone wants to frame me. I don't care. You have to come back with me to see Master. Mentioning Master, Zhu Honggong's chubby face instantly trembled, and he collapsed to the ground. He tearfully grabbed Ming Xiyin's hand. Please, 4th senior brother, isn't Master injured? Just turn a blind eye to me. Why be so serious? Anyway, you'll be leaving Golden Court Mountain sooner or later. Ming Xiyin glared at him and scolded. Shut up. Someone like you, who betrays their master and ancestors, dares to say such rebellious words in front of me. Kneel down. Thump thump. Zhu Honggong immediately and obediently kowtowed. At the same time, the system notified Lu Ju, disciplined Zhu Honggong, gained 200 merit points. Please continue to discipline. Lu Ju slightly raised his head to look west, stroking his beard and saying, This 4th is really interesting. Zhu Honggong hurriedly prostrated himself, not daring to say much. 4th senior brother, I was wrong. A few days ago, Master defeated the 10 nascent soul realm experts. You must have heard about it. With just that alone, you still dare to be disrespectful to Master? His words carried many hidden meanings, both to warn old 8 and to let him know that Master's cultivation had not regressed at all, but had instead increased. Your carefree days are over. Zhu Honggong took out a letter from his chest, then kowtowed and handed it to Ming Xiyin. 4th senior brother, this is a letter from 7th senior brother. He might be able to give you some advice. Ming Xiyin suspiciously opened the letter to read, his brows furrowed halfway through. Zhu Honggong continued. 7th senior brother said that Master's realm is the great perfection of the nascent soul realm peak. 200 years ago, he wanted to break through several times but failed. When facing the encirclement of the 10 great experts, someone personally saw Master injured, so how could his cultivation have recovered? Ming Xiyin frowned. Lao Chi's meaning is that Master is using some kind of secret medicine. That's right, Zhu Honggong slowly said. 4th senior brother, we all know the strength of our 1st senior brother. It's no less than Master's, but why has 1st senior brother never dared to attack Master all these years? Ming Xiyin threw the letter aside, saying, Master still hides many trump cards that we don't know about, but this won't last much longer. No matter how many trump cards the old man has, he will eventually be unable to overcome the inevitable disaster, and Master will die sooner or later. Ming Xiyin looked at Zhu Honggong in surprise. Haha, old 8. Lao Chi didn't mention these words in the letter at all. Who told you? Someone with a pig brain like you could think of something like this. 4th senior brother, it's not right for you to humiliate me like that. I have a little brain too. Come on. Saying you have a pig brain is insulting the pig, Ming Xiyin said angrily. Was it 6th junior sister or 2nd senior brother? Zhu Honggong innocently said, I really thought of it myself. Whatever. Don't want to say it, then don't. Look at how scared you are. Ming Xiyin stepped down the stairs, smiling. I've already thought about the words in the letter, but I'm different from you guys. I'm still someone who respects my master and values the Tao. Zhu Honggong was puzzled. Master has been in secluded cultivation on the mountain during this time. I guess he won't be leaving for the time being. You should stay obediently in the fierce tiger gang. Don't cause trouble everywhere. It's lucky for you that Master didn't order me to execute you. Zhu Honggong was overjoyed and kowtowed vigorously, saying, Thank you so much, 4th senior brother. Also, you need to thoroughly investigate the matter of the bandits, so I can report it back to Master. What senior brother said is right. I will definitely investigate it thoroughly. Ming Xiyin took steps covering Ten Zhang, leaving only afterimages, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Farewell, senior brother. As soon as Ming Xiyin left Fierce Tiger Ridge, Zhu Honggong trembled. He wiped the cold sweat from his face, and his legs shook uncontrollably. A subordinate saw this and quickly shouted, Chief, what's wrong? Quick, help the chief to change his pants. No, nothing. Everyone needs to stay calm. Don't panic. That was really dangerous. 7th senior brother is absolutely right. At the same time, in the Liang Pavilion,
Lu Zhao sat cross-legged in cultivation.
He had been trying to cultivate for half a day, but he found that his disciples' cultivation methods were not suitable for him and could not generate energy. In other words, the cultivation methods given by the system were only suitable for each individual disciple.
He had no choice but to shake his head. His experience with his disciples' cultivation methods was not of much use to him. Lu Jiuju also wondered if it was due to his transmigrator status, but he quickly dismissed the thought. The body was still Ji Tiandao's old body. His meridians, Dantian, and Qi were all fine, so how could he not generate energy? It could be due to his old age, and the way his meridians circulated had changed significantly compared to before.
Ji Tiandao's strength had been declining because of his age, and his threat to his disciples had diminished, which was why they betrayed him. Sigh. I'm a young man in my early 20s, but I have to pretend to be a frail old man, keep a steady mind, and act like an old geezer. It's so uncomfortable. But I can't not pretend. It would be abnormal if he acted like a child at his age. It seems I need to accumulate more life points.
Let's see how many merit points I have left. Merit points. 104. Remaining lifespan. 1209 days. Only 1,000 merit points. That's a little too few. At the current rate of accumulation, it will be difficult to restore my youthful appearance. He remembered that when Old Fourth killed the bandits, his merit points increased significantly, and he also received a lot of merit points from people kneeling and worshipping him respectfully.
Lu Zhao called out loudly.
Yanher, Xiao Yanher flew over and cupped her hands in salute.
This disciple is here.
Lu Zhao said calmly. What news is there from the outside world recently? Xiao Yanher replied. From today onwards, if there are any major events in the Great Yan world, I must report them to you in a timely manner, Master. This disciple stays on Golden Court Mountain all day and cannot know what is happening in the world. I'm afraid only 7th Senior Brother knows. His dark net spans the entire world and has formed contact points for exchanging information everywhere. Xiao Yanher was suspicious in her heart. Master, you never ask about worldly affairs. Why are you suddenly interested in major events in the world? Lu Zhao continued indifferently. The problem is this. There is a town called Gengzi, closest to Golden Court Mountain, where there is a post station, where cultivators often stop to rest, and cultivators often share information with each other. Some people even pay to buy information. From now on, you can go there for half a day, every day to listen, and you can leave Golden Court Mountain. Xiao Yanher was extremely happy and cupped her hands, saying, Is Master serious?
Lu Zhao glanced at her. Are you so happy? Are you feeling wronged being on the mountain? Xiao Yanher replied cleverly. No, this disciple is just a little bored because I haven't been out for a long time. Lu Zhao waved his hand. Then go, remember not to reveal your identity at will, and do not kill people without permission.
Xiao Yanher asked in a low voice. What if others bully me? Lu Zhao thought to himself, being bullied? Is that even possible? Then Lu Zhao did not forget to flick Xiao Yanher on the head. If you don't offend me, I won't offend you. If you offend me, I will definitely offend you. Understand, I'm letting you go. Why are you talking so much nonsense? This disciple understands. Then go. This disciple respectfully obeys Master's orders. Xiao Yanher flew off Golden Court Mountain as happily as a lark.
Lu Zhao could not help but envy. When will I be able to fly through the air like her? The Liang Pavilion became quiet again. Lu Zhao began to think about what to do next. Golden Court Mountain, although it is the lair of a great devil, is not necessarily free from people who want to assassinate him like Zhu Jifeng. Just at this moment, third disciple, Duanmu Sheng, stood under the steps of the Liang Pavilion and bowed, saying, Master, this disciple has restored 3 array zones, and there are 5 more zones that need to be restored. Lu Zhao muttered. 5 more zones. He originally wanted the 3 disciples to repair together. But now that 2 of them are out on missions, only Old Third is left. It's really a bit difficult. The formation needs a lot of energy. Although Duanmu Sheng has extremely high cultivation, he can't let all 8 array zones constantly absorb his energy. Master, at this rate this disciple is afraid that I will be unable to complete the task alone, Duanmu Sheng said while slightly raising his head to secretly probe his master's attitude. Lu Zhao's voice suddenly became icy cold. You disobey your teacher,
and I punish you to restore the formation. Are you inwardly dissatisfied? This disciple dares not, Lu Jiao thought. They dare to complain about being punished, to repair the formation. At this critical moment, I must not be lenient. Managing disciples is the same as managing subordinates in my previous life. The essence is the same, Lu Jiao said sternly. If you can't fix it in 1 year, then fix it in 2 years. If you still can't fix it in 2 years, then fix it in 3 years. If you continue to object, I will definitely not spare you. This disciple is lazy. This disciple knows his mistake, and now this disciple will continue to repair the formation. Seeing Duan Wusheng fly away like an arrow, Lu Jiao envied again. When will I be able to? After Duan Wusheng left, Lu Jiao opened the system panel again. Draw a lottery, consuming 50 merit points. Thank you for participating in the game. Luck point +1. Draw a lottery, consuming 50 merit points. Thank you for participating in the game. Luck point +1. He drew 10 more times. All of them were, thank you for participating in the game, consuming a total of 500 merit points. Lu Zhu's eyebrows furrowed, and his luck points had reached 18. System, can't you have a little conscience? You've scammed so many of my merit points. Don't you feel any remorse? The system didn't bother to answer. He now only had 504 merit points left. Lu Jiao did not continue to draw a lottery, but opened the store and bought a reversal card, consuming 500 merit points, reward, 1 reversal card. In just a flash, he only had 4 merit points left. Great use. After using the reversal card many times, Lu Zhu had become very calm. He looked at the life point panel, and sure enough, his lifespan had increased to 10,509 days. All the points are used up, so there's nothing to worry about anymore. Am I just waiting to die now? Lu Juhao suddenly felt bored. It was difficult for his old bones to do anything. Unlike in his previous life where old people could play chess, cards, or walk their dogs in the park. Sing. Task. Incite Zhu Jifeng to complete his task. Reward 1,000 merit points. Zhu Jifeng's hatred value becomes 0. Loyalty +10. Killed 2 elders. Rewarded with 200 merit points. Lu Jiao's eyes lit up. He clenched his fists and rejoiced. Zhao Yu did a great job. Talk about perfect timing. Just when I was dozing off, someone brought me a pillow. Just as he was happy, a figure glided through the air from the bottom of the mountain to the top. Lu Jiao looked over. It was Ming Xiyin returning. Your disciple is fortunate not to have disgraced his mission. I have completed the task and returned to report to master. When Lu Jiao saw Ming Xiyin, his brows furrowed. Ming Xiyin's loyalty had actually dropped to 58. Something was definitely up. Lu Jiao remained calm and listened to his disciple's report. Ming Xiyin continued. After killing the bandits, your disciple sent a letter to report the news, then went to see 8th junior brother, Du Meng. Didn't you go see the traitor Zhu Honggong? Your disciple taught him a lesson. Hearing this, Lu Jiao was speechless. After finishing his report, he waited silently for Lu Jiao's reply. Seeing Lu Jiao's expression indifferent, as if pondering something, he added, every word your disciple speaks is the truth. I would never dare to lie. Lu Jiao looked satisfied. You've done a good job completing the mission. Thank you for your praise, master. But as soon as these words came out, Ming Xinyin immediately became nervous, his heart trembling, and looked towards his master. Lu Jiao continued. How far has the investigation into the kidnapping of little junior sister's clansmen gone? This matter is still under investigation. Zhu Honggong said he wasn't involved in this matter. Your disciple thinks about it, and it's true that he has no reason to do so, especially since those are little junior sister's clansmen. Although he betrayed the sect, your disciple feels that he wouldn't dare to do such a beastly thing. Lu Jiao nodded. What you say makes sense. What else? What else? Ming Xinyin was startled. He said, then he continued. Your disciple has assigned Zhu Honggong to investigate thoroughly. Otherwise, your disciple will not spare him. Lu Jiao pressed. You went to 8th junior brother. It couldn't have just been to talk about these things, right? Ming Xiyin was extremely nervous. Could it be that master has the eyes of heaven, seeing everything in the world? How is this possible? His own cultivation is also profound. How could he not detect anything he could admit to? Only the matter of harboring treacherous intentions. He would hide from master even in death.
There's really nothing else to speak of like that. Lu Jiao knew that he wouldn't easily confess, so he shook his head and said, "Forget it. If you don't want to say, I won't force you. You did well on this mission. Go help your third senior brother repair the formation. I'll call you if I need anything." Your disciple obeys. Ming Shiyin glanced around,
not seeing Xiao Yansher's figure. He was about to retreat when he suddenly stopped and asked, "Where is little junior sister?" Lu Jiao said. "Don't ask about things that don't concern you. Your disciple understands."
Lu Jiao picked up a classic text on the tea table to read. This was something from the Dark Heaven Pavilion. Other than this, there's nothing else he can do. But Ming Shiyin didn't immediately retreat. Lu Jiao glanced at him. Sure enough, his loyalty is dropping. This guy has something on his mind. Right now, Lu Jiao still had a fatal strike block and a peak form card. Was he planning to imitate Zhu Jifeng and assassinate his master? Lu Jiao said calmly. Ming Shiyin, do you have anything else? Ming Shiyin stepped forward, knelt on the ground, and clasped his hands. Master, your disciple's Azure Wood Sutra has been cultivated to the final level, but no matter how I cultivate, I can't comprehend the essence of this final level. Please enlighten me. Lu Jiao thought to himself, this guy is intentionally probing him. Lu Jiao knew that Ji Tiandao had deliberately not taught Ming Shiyin the full incantation of the Azure Wood Sutra. If he told him, with the talent of these evil disciples, they would break through soon.
Lu Jiao coughed. Fourth, the most taboo thing in the path of cultivation is wavering and restlessness. Those who have cultivated to great success, who hasn't spent hundreds of years of boring cultivation, who hasn't endured torment for so many years. I remember, you've only broken through for less than 60 years, and you're already rushing to reach the sky in one step. Lu Jiao thought to himself, when danger comes, it would be me that suffers.
Ming Shiyin hesitated. This, Lu Jiao continued.
Moreover, the more you cultivate later, the more you need enlightenment. Your comprehension isn't bad. Don't let yourself get lost, worrying all the time.
Hearing this, Ming Shiyin immediately knelt down and said, Thank you for your enlightenment, Master. Your disciple is ignorant.
Ming Shiyin looked up and continued. Your disciple also has a fist technique. Recently I feel that something is wrong. Please point out one or two things, Master. Lu Jiao's eyes looked towards Ming Shiyin. That evil disciple must have heard some slander from 8th junior brother and became suspicious, coming back here to probe me. Lu Jiao has no means now, and he can't waste a precious peak form card just to demonstrate a few fist techniques. But if he refuses, it will make him even more suspicious. If he agrees, how should he guide him?
Asking a mystic connection realm expert to guide a divine tribunal realm expert is like asking a child to fight an adult, and he can't waste a precious peak form card just to demonstrate fist techniques for him. Ming Shiyin called out again. Master, Lu Jiao asked, what's wrong?
Ming Shiyin knelt and said, Your disciple always feels that this fist technique can't unleash its greatest power, and when I strike, I always feel restrained. Lu Jiao nodded and walked out of the Liang Pavilion. Show it to me. Ming Shiyin slowly stood up. Your disciple obeys. He wore a green robe, and his long hair fluttered in the wind, looking eye-catching. He stood up straight, lightly tapped his toes. His whole body flew out of the Liang Pavilion, light as a swallow, extremely dashing and handsome.
Ming Shiyin struck out with fists like a whirlwind in the air, leaving afterimages. A left fist, a right fist, surging waves of air erupted. The entire sky contained enormous energy.
After throwing a bunch of punches, Ming Shiyin floated in the air. Master, it's this punch right here.
Lu Jiao didn't even flinch. He grimaced, thinking to himself, You dare to punch me? He stared right at Ming Shiyin.
Thousands upon thousands of punches converged in the air, attacking head-on at one spot. Boom! The energy slammed into the cliff face, sending rocks flying everywhere, and blasting a massive hole. That's one heck of a punch.
Ming Shiyin landed back on the ground. After a long while, the falling rocks finally stopped, restoring peace to the Liang Pavilion.
Please, Master, point out my mistakes. Honestly, Lu Jiao couldn't see a darn thing. With his current cultivation, how could he possibly see Ming Shinyin's punching speed? It was ridiculously fast, like hundreds of punches in a single second.
How was he supposed to give pointers? Lu Jiao started digging through old bastard Ji Tiandao's memories. This fist technique was indeed taught to Ming Shiyin by Ji Tiandao. Of course, Ji Tiandao also held back the final part of the incantation. There's nothing wrong with Ming Xinyan's punch, it's just missing the final supporting incantation, which is why the power is greatly reduced. After all, this is a matter of choice. If all knowledge is taught to the disciples, then the master starves.
Lu Zhao paused for a moment, then said calmly, "Your punch has already been cultivated to its essence. There are no problems." Ming Xinyan nodded. "Yes." With a HMPH, Lu Zhao coldly raised his hand, pressing, "Fourth? Do you know what you did wrong?" Ming Xinyan was sweating bullets, quickly kneeling down. Disciple knows his mistake." Lu Zhao snorted and sighed. "I taught you how to cultivate, but I didn't teach you how to be a person. Your tricks might fool kids, but you dare to deceive your master." Ming Xinyan kowtowed. Disciple knows his mistake. Disciple would never dare to deceive master. Cold sweat poured down him, his back was soaking wet. Ming Xinyan always felt that everything he did at Old Eighth's place fell into Lu Zhao's eyes. Lu Zhao, in Ming Xinyan's mind, was truly an authentic old devil, able to see through everything. Lu Zhao channeled some energy into his voice. Third. Sure enough, Duan Muxing nearby stepped out slightly. He cupped his hands in a salute. Disciple greets master. "If you're here, then watch openly. Did you think I wouldn't notice you hiding in the corner?" Duan Muxing felt guilty too, kneeling on the ground, kowtowing repeatedly. Disciple knows his mistake. Seeing Duan Muxing and Ming Xinyan trembling, Lu Zhao realized just how deeply Jian Tiandao had planted the seeds of fear in their heads. "If this was a normal devil, they'd have probably jumped up in revolt already," Lu Zhao said calmly. "Third, it's good that you're here. Fourth has some problems with his fist technique. You two should study it together. Cultivation issues can't be taken lightly." Hearing Lu Zhao's words, Duan Muxing turned to look at Ming Xinyan. Duan Muxing was overjoyed and hurriedly said, "Disciple obeys. Disciple will definitely help fourth senior brother find the problem." Ming Xinyan secretly thought, "What the heck is this? Completely not an opponent." He stood up and looked at Ming Xinyan, who was showing an unpleasant expression. Ming Xinyan wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Master even has this move. Can he refuse? Could he? He was absolutely no match for third senior brother. Maester is getting craftier and craftier. He used to beat people up himself, but now he knows how to use senior brothers to beat him. Duan Muxing immediately grabbed Ming Xinyan's hand and ran off. "Fourth, let's go." "Ah, senior brother, be gentle." The two left the Liang Pavilion. Inside the Liang Pavilion, finally restored to peace, Lu Zhao sat cross-legged and continued to rest. Finally, Ming Xinyan began to have doubts. At this rate, Ming Xinyan would soon find an excuse to spar with him. When it was impossible to avoid, it would waste a peak state card. Once there was one time, there would be a second. Ji Tiandao could stand in an unparalleled position, not only because his cultivation was profound, but also because of the killer moves and trump cards provided by the system. This was precisely what the 9 disciples and the righteous faction in the world were wary of. It's a pity that now, apart from the 2 peak state cards as trump cards, he had nothing else. Continuing like this was not a good method. In the afternoon, while Lu Zhao was snoring on his chair, Xiaoyanjie returned to the Liang Pavilion. "Reporting for duty, master." Lu Zhao nodded, signaling her to sit down opposite him. Xiaoyanjie understood and sat down in front of him, cupping her hands and saying, "Master, I sat for half a day at the post station in Gangzi town and indeed gained a lot of information." After Master defeated the 10 great experts, internal strife is occurring in the 10 great sects. It is said that no one dares to recruit disciples recently. After Luo Chengfeng's death, the Heavenly Sword sect has also become chaotic like snakes without a head. The chief disciple, Zhu Jifeng, has left the Heavenly Sword sect. These were all within Lu Juju's expectations. Continue. The other sects have all become obedient. Only first senior brother and second senior brother know that they have misspoke. She shook her head repeatedly. Shi, the leader of the Yoming sect, has sent people everywhere to inquire about news of Golden Court Mountain. Xiaoyanjie stuck out her tongue and said, "The leader of the Yoming sect, Yu Zhenghai, seems very wary of master." Hearing this, Lu Zhao snorted and laughed. "I taught him so much, making him the feared leader of the Yuming sect. His cultivation also reached the peak of the great perfection of the nascent soul realm. But he can't do anything to me." Xiaoyanjie clapped her hands. "Master is amazing. Master is divinely powerful. He deliberately said this loudly for Duanmu Sheng and Ming Shiyin to hear. After all, these two were the most prone to suspicion. It was necessary to wake them up a bit when needed. Yanker, continue. Yes, Xiao Yan'er began to recount the information that she knew, like the back of her hand. Such as, whose house burned down, whose dog got lost. The more Lu Zhao listened, the more he frowned. Yan'er, only talk about important matters related to cultivators. Matters of the secular world don't need to be reported. Yes. Xiao Yan'er thought for a moment, and then said some major events that had occurred recently, such as which sect in the cultivation world was destroyed, which country was too weak and was seized, or some experts were robbed and killed. She reported for a full 20 minutes. Lu Zhu couldn't help but be amazed by Xiao Yan'er's memory. This little girl was young but had an amazing memory and extremely high adaptability. Also, it's lucky that she hasn't picked up bad habits. Otherwise, Lu Zhao really wouldn't have anyone trustworthy to use. Call your senior brothers here. Yes. Xiao Yan'er walked out of the Liang Pavilion, diligently completing her mission, teaching Ming Shiyin, reward 200 merit points, teaching disciples. It's truly a long journey with a heavy burden. Lu Zhao stood up, his hands behind his back, looking at the scenery outside the Liang Pavilion, unsure whether transmigrating here was a blessing or a curse. If there was a grand convention for the most miserable transmigrators, Lu Zhao believed that he could win the championship. Not long after, Xiao Yan'er led Ming Shiyin and Duanmu Sheng into the Liang Pavilion. Master, master. Lu Zhao turned around and looked at the two disciples. He saw that Ming Shiyin's loyalty was still 59%, which showed that the recent lesson had temporarily convinced him. But in his heart, he still suspected his master. Duanmu Sheng was a little better. His loyalty remained stable at 65%. Only Xiao Yan'er's loyalty was still quite high, and Lu Zhao was very relieved with her. I called you here because I have some things I want you to do. Duanmu Sheng bowed and said, Please instruct, master. Your disciple will serve wholeheartedly. Ming Shiyin was speechless at Duanmu Sheng's attitude. Zhu Jifeng, of the Heavenly Sword sect, has rebelled. You are responsible for monitoring and investigating him. With his current status and position, it wouldn't be difficult for him to join a new sect. Report any news as soon as possible. Task announcement. Monitor Zhu Jifeng, Executor. Duanmu Sheng. Your disciple is here. Fourth, this master is entrusting you with a rather special task. This master's life has been full of sins and wrongdoings, leading to 9 evil disciples whose notoriety shakes the world and who are reviled by all. This master wants you to clean up the sect. Clean up the sect? Ming Shiyin was startled. He hurriedly knelt down and said, Master, although your disciple has a divine court realm cultivation, I am still far inferior to senior brother Yu Zhanghai and second senior brother Yu Shangrong. Even junior sister Ye Tiangxin, who possesses the heavenly grade treasure, the amorous ring, has killed countless people and is probably already at the peak of the divine court realm. Lu Zhao knew he was telling the truth. These disciples betrayed the sect because they relied on their weapons and their terrifying cultivation, occupying a territory and becoming notorious devils. Duanmu Sheng, Ming Shiyin, and Zhao Yue didn't leave simply because Jian Tiandao deliberately left a move, not giving them complete weapons and cultivation methods. The eldest, Yu Zhanghai, possesses the heavenly grade treasure, the jade green blade, which cuts iron like mud. Even if he encounters an enemy with a dharma body of the same level, he can use the jade green blade to its fullest extent, even shattering their dharma body. The second, Yu Shangrong, possesses the heavenly grade treasure, the longevity sword. It's said that this sword generates a trace of energy every time it kills someone, becoming more and more powerful. After the sword and wielder become one, it may even be possible to discover the secret of longevity. The sixth disciple, Ye Tiangxin, possesses the heavenly grade treasure, the amorous ring. Before Xiao Yan'er joined the sect, Ye Tiangxin was Ji Tiandao's favorite disciple. The third and fourth didn't have treasures, but Ji Tiandao unfairly gave her a heavenly grade treasure, the amorous ring. Today, Ye Tiangxin is the palace mistress of the Dark Moon Palace. Compared to these 3 evil disciples, Ming Xiyin really can't handle them. Lu Zhu said calmly. 8th is only a divine court realm controlling Dao. You are a divine court realm transformation Dao, so start with him, yes. The divine court realm has 3 levels: foundation Dao, controlling Dao, and transformation Dao. Transformation Dao is the highest. The 8th disciple, Zhu Honggong, is only a divine court realm controlling Dao, and doesn't have a heavenly grade treasure to protect him. Lu Zhao pressed. Didn't you just meet the 8th disciple? Ming Xinyin said. Your disciple did go to Fierce Tiger Ridge, but 8th is a fool. Your disciple suspects he was bewitched by the eldest and second senior brothers to betray the sect. His crime is not worthy of death. Silence returned to the Liang Pavilion. Lu Zhao didn't speak immediately. He clasped his hands behind his back, turning away from Ming Xinyin. After a moment, Lu Zhao slowly turned back to face Ming Xiyin, his voice devoid of emotion. Come here, master! Ming Xiyin's whole body trembled. He had no choice but to stand up and walk towards Lu Zhao. The closer he got, the more nervous he became, his legs feeling like jelly, until he stood in front of Lu Zhao. Look into this master's eyes, master. Ming Xiyin's heart pounded, his face flushed. Your gaze is darting around, not fixed. You are very nervous. There is gang qi flowing around you. Are you afraid that this master will make a move against you? Thump! Ming Xinyin knelt down. Please forgive me, master. Your cultivation is unfathomable. Your disciple knows that I am no match. The defensive action was merely instinctive, not intentional. His forehead was covered in sweat. He was truly terrified by Lu Zhao. Lu Zhao looked at his appearance and couldn't help but sigh that the old devil's teaching method was only one thing: beatings. As a modern person, Lu Zhu clearly knew what the consequences of that behavior would be: fear and hatred. Until one day, when the disciples had enough power to resist their master, they would very likely kill him. In the 21st century, there were many cases of children raised with domestic violence, abandoning their parents when they grew up. Therefore, Lu Zhao didn't feel much anger towards the disciples who had betrayed him. This master knows what's on your mind. Now this master will give you a chance. He handed Ming Xiyin a piece of paper, on which was the final layer incantation of the Azure Woodheart Sutra. This master is giving it to you. With this cultivation method, your cultivation will advance further. Who knows? You may even enter the nascent divinity realm. Ming Xinyin's eyes widened upon hearing this, his face filled with disbelief. In his heart, he kept thinking about whether he should take it or not. If it were the old routine, he would have at least had his arm broken for daring to take it. But since the master drove back the 10 great experts, his temper had changed greatly, and the routine had also been updated. So does that mean he is allowed to take it? Ming Xiyin swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Just as he was about to stand up, Lu Zhao took the piece of paper and placed it in his hand. Although Lu Zhao's strength hadn't recovered, he could still easily control a piece of paper. Ming Xiyin saw that it was indeed the final layer incantation of the Azure Woodheart Sutra, and was immediately overjoyed. He hurriedly kowtowed and said, "Thank you, Master, for your fulfillment. Your disciple will definitely do everything in my power to clean up the sect for Master." Loyalty increased by 10%, becoming 69%. Lu Zhao was very satisfied and nodded, tutoring Ming Xiyin, gaining 200 merit points. Lu Zhao didn't hear the system announce the task of cleaning up the sect, which showed that Ming Xinyin's current abilities couldn't complete this task. "All right, you may leave." "Yes?" Ming Xinyin obediently retreated. Duan Musheng and Zhao Yanjie both showed envious expressions. Their eyes were all focused on Lu Zhao. Both of them wanted a weapon, but Ji Tiandao's props had all disappeared, and Lu Zhao couldn't reward them, so he said, "Complete the tasks that this master has entrusted to you, and this master will naturally not mistreat you." The two of them said in unison, "Your disciples obey." Duan Musheng cupped his fists and left the Liang Pavilion. "Master, I will go repair and restore the formation," until Duan Musheng's figure disappeared. Zhao Yanjie pouted and said, "Master, I also want to go on a mission. You're still young and lack experience. Just stay by this master's side." After all, Lu Zhao still had to rely on her to protect him. "Master, isn't the mission related to Zhu Jifeng being carried out by senior sister Zhao Yue? Zhao Yu's style of work is too arbitrary and not cautious enough. She has completed the mission for 2 days and has not yet returned. How can we continue to entrust her with missions?" Xiao Yanhe
asked in fearful disbelief, "Could it be that senior sister won't be coming back?" Xiao Yanhair felt unworthy for her master. She sulked and said, "How could senior sister Zhao Yue be that kind of person?" Lu Zhao shook his head and said, "Everyone has their own aspirations. This master is not angry with her." After sending back the letter reporting the mission, the Evil Sky Pavilion has not received any news about Zhao Yu again. Lu Zhujiao knew at that time that she probably wouldn't come back. She was like those disciples. They all chose to leave. He could understand why Zhao Yu had to do that. The fourth disciple, Ming Shiyin, only went out to work once, and his loyalty dropped below an acceptable level. That it must be that Zhao Yu had encountered a stronger bewitchment that made her choose to betray. Lu Zhujiao didn't feel angry at all. After all, this was all karma caused by Jian Tiandao. Teaching these disciples well was not something that could be done overnight. The most important thing Lu Jiao needed to do at this time was to quickly restore his vitality to increase his cultivation. Xiao Yanhair became more and more angry as she spoke.
"Master, she's basically betraying the sect, so why are you sticking up for her?" Lu Zhao watched her puff up her cheeks looking all cute and said, "Since that's the case, in the next few days, remember to check with the postal station for news about Zhao Yu. Disciple understands. I want to be alone. You should go cultivate." "Yes." Xiao Yanhair thought Lu Zhao was upset, so she obediently left the pavilion.
At the same time, after grasping the final layer of the mind cultivation technique, Ming Shiyin and Duanmu Sheng met at the foot of the mountain. Duanmu Sheng, with a face full of envy, said, "Fourth junior brother, you really got lucky this time. Now, not only did Master not blame you, but he even gave you the final layer of the Greenwood Heart Sutra."
Ming Shiyin crossed his arms and said, "I don't know what the old man is thinking either. Maybe I'm just overthinking it." Overthinking, Ming Shiyin didn't hide it and said frankly, "I went to carry out a mission and completed it successfully, so it's only natural that Master would reward me." But, seventh junior brother said, "Master has some kind of secret medicine that can temporarily conceal his injuries, so I wanted to test the waters."
Duanmu Sheng's expression changed upon hearing this. "You're really bold, Sing. It's too late to regret it now." Duanmu Sheng, full of disappointment that he couldn't hammer iron into steel, said, "Among the fellow disciples at Golden Court Mountain, only you are a bit smart now. How could you do such a stupid thing?" Even without seventh junior brother saying so, I could figure it out. If Master wasn't injured, and his cultivation was still at the Great Perfection realm, what would he be doing stuck on the mountain? Ming Xinyin nodded repeatedly, understanding his master's personality. If his cultivation was still at its peak, he would have charged out long ago. During the great battle that day, he used so many powerful moves and was still fine. If it were a normal cultivator, how would they dare to expend their vital energy like that? Senior brother, the Greenwood Heart Sutra is something I've always pursued. Now that I have it, I believe it won't be long before I enter the divine court realm of great perfection, and perhaps even reach the nascent divinity realm like eldest and second senior brothers.
But today, when I actually obtained it, I have an indescribable feeling. Ever since junior sister Tiangxin left the sect, Maester hasn't passed on the final layers of techniques to us, nor has he bestowed heavenly-grade weapons. You're afraid Maester has ulterior motives, aren't you? That's exactly it. What does senior brother think? Ming Xinyin asked for advice. Duanmu Sheng said bluntly, "My advice to you is to obediently complete the tasks Master assigns. Think about it.
The old man is currently suffering from injuries and tribulations, and his lifespan is running out. He can't afford to act ruthlessly towards us. Moreover, the 10 great sects have all suffered heavy losses, and no one dares to casually mess with our Golden Court Mountain. I believe that for a long time to come, Golden Court Mountain will still be our protective charm."
That makes sense. Senior brother is truly wise. Hearing your words is like having my mind enlightened.
Ming Shiyin bowed to thank Duanmu Sheng. If he betrayed the sect after receiving the mind cultivation technique, he would not only anger Master but also risk being besieged by the entire Orthodox cultivation world. They are far from having the ability of eldest senior brother to establish their own sect. Staying at Golden Court Mountain is the best choice for now. Ding. Successfully guiding Ming Shiyin, gaining 200 merit points. Ming Shiyin's loyalty increased by 5%. Duanmu Sheng's loyalty increased by 5%. Lu Xiao, who was sitting upright in the pavilion, suddenly opened his eyes wide. He nodded and smiled.
Ji Tiandao didn't dare to give out the final layer of the mind cultivation technique, but Lu Jiao dares. His path has just begun. While Ji Tiandao has reached the end of his life, he has no choice but to rely on this kind of method to control his disciples. But Lu Jiao doesn't need to. The 3 flowers gather on the crown requires 3,000 merit points. But I only have 1604, still a long way to go. Lu Jiao secretly wondered if he should continue waiting. Name: Lu Xiu race. Human cultivation. Profound connection realm I aperture dharma body. 2 phases creation merit points.
1604 remaining lifespan. 1209 days items. Ji Tiandao peak state card X2. Fatal blow block X3. White Z no. He can't wait. The functions of this body are too poor. He can't follow in Ji Tiandao's footsteps. Ji Tiandao's cultivation gradually declined because of his lifespan issues, and the reversal card is too expensive, costing 500 merit points per card. Then I'll draw a lottery first. Draw. Ding. Consumed 50 merit points. Thank you for participating in the game. Luck points +1. Draw. Ding. Consumed 50 merit points. Thank you for participating in the game. Luck points +1. He drew 5 times, consuming a total of 250 merit points, all of which were, "Thank you for participating in the game." Lu Jiao frowned unhappily and said, "System," adding the 18 failed draws from the previous round, "I've failed 23 times in total. Is there something wrong with your lottery odds?" The system didn't bother to reply. Lu Jiao almost couldn't help but curse. There are only 784 merit points left. I'll draw 2 more times and then buy a reversal card. Draw. Ding. Consumed 50 merit points. Thank you for participating in the game. Luck points +1. Damn it, Lu Jiao cursed inwardly. Draw. Ding. Consumed 50 merit points. Thank you for participating in the game. Luck points +1. I don't know if you guys feel this way, but the unluckier I am when playing a game of chance, the more I want to keep playing. For example, when playing cards late at night, I always say to myself, I'll go to sleep as soon as I win one hand. I'll draw 1 more time, and if I fail, I'll quit. Draw. Ding. Consumed 50 merit points. Thank you for participating in the game. Luck points +1. 1 more time. Ding. Consumed 50 merit points. Thank you for participating in the game. Luck points +1. Merit points flew away in an instant. All of them were. Thank you for participating in the game, and his luck points had only reached 3. I get it. If this is what luck points are, then what is bad luck? Lu Jiao looked at the information panel again. He only had a few merit points left. Okay, I give up, and there's nothing I can do with the remaining points anyway. I can't afford anything. Draw. Ding. Consumed 50 merit points. Consumed 33 luck points. Obtain cultivation technique. 3 volumes of heavenly book. Dharma body. 3 flowers gather on the crown. Reversal card X10. Lu Jiao looked at it with a question mark. Lu Jiao looked at the system notification in shock. The less you expect, the easier it is to win. Lu Jiao calmed his excited mood. He looked at the pile of rewards and hooted. What a steal! If purchased in the store, the 3 flowers gather on the crown would cost 3,000 merit points, and a single reversal card would cost 500 merit points. Besides those things, he also obtained the cultivation technique. 3 volumes of heavenly book. He noticed that there was a cultivation technique column on the right side of the personal information panel. And there was indeed a set of 3 volumes of heavenly book glowing. With a slight thought, the 3 volumes of the heavenly book opened in turn, in order. The first volume is the Heavenly Book of Humanity. The human volume is the opening volume of the trilogy, and is also called the 3 Lives Book. Cultivating to the extreme can break through life and death, and control reincarnation. Lu Jiao frowned. The contents below were all like symbols that people had drawn randomly. He couldn't understand a single word. He couldn't even understand the first volume, let alone the second and third. Lu Jiao wanted to open them to see, but the system only showed gray and couldn't be opened. 2. You really live up to your name, Heavenly Book. I can't understand it. Lu Jiao looked at the 10 reversal cards. If one card gives about 300 days of lifespan, then 10 cards are almost 10 years of lifespan. This is a real windfall. Use 10 reversal cards. They disappeared, one after another, and a vortex of energy gathered above the pavilion. constantly pouring into Lu Zhao's body. Lu Zhao felt that his life force was being restored and was much fuller than before.
He felt himself becoming stronger. The originally wrinkled skin suddenly became smoother, and the slow movements became slightly lighter than before. 3,000 days of lifespan were like pouring tenacious vitality into a withered body.
Lu Zhao was immersed in this feeling of relaxation.
He hadn't enjoyed such a comfortable feeling since he transmigrated. A feeling of youth. A head of white hair also turned into a head of dark black hair. Lu Zhao sensed the vitality coming from his Qi Si and Dantian. The two phases creation Dharma body brought energy overflowing in the Dantian. Although he couldn't compare to the feeling when using the peak state card, it was still much stronger than normal. The 3 flowers gather on the crown Dharma body also raised his realm to the second level of condensation stage, Qi refining transforming into spirit.
Name: Lu Zhao.
Race: human cultivation. Qi condensation realm. Qi refining to spirit transformation. Merit points: 54 avatars. 3 flowers gather on crown remaining lifespan. 4,209 days. Items: peak state card. Ji Tiandao X2. Fatal blow block X3 passive. By Z techniques.
3 volumes of Heavenly Book reminder. The cultivation method of the Heavenly Book differs from any other technique in the cultivation world. Extraordinary power is obtained through the host's own comprehension. Comprehending the Heavenly Book requires this.
Even though Lu Zhao can't cultivate the techniques already in his head, he still remembers all the knowledge and experiences. This method of cultivating the Heavenly Book is really one of a kind.
In the Great Yan Dynasty, cultivation starts from the body-tempering realm. You train your tendons and bones in the body-tempering realm, and after 9 levels you break through to the profound connection realm, train the 5 senses, and enter the Qi condensation realm. Breaking through the 3 stages of Qi condensation leads to the Brahma Sea realm,
and opening the 8 meridians of the Brahma Sea will enter the Divine Court realm.
Starting from the Divine Court realm, you're finally a real cultivator. Great cultivators have 3 levels: Divine Court realm, Nascent Soul realm, and Profound Heaven realm. Throughout history, cultivators who can enter the Profound Heaven realm exist only in legends. No one has ever met one. It's said that only by breaking through to the Profound Heaven realm can you break the limitations of lifespan.
Achieving immortality with heaven and earth, Ji Tiandao was just 1 step away, but he suddenly died in Liangting. What a pity. Thinking about it now, this transmigration thing might not be as bad as he thought. Open the quest log. Current main quest: discipline the evil disciples. Branch quest 1: discipline the 8th disciple, Zhu Honggong, and prevent him from doing evil. Branch quest 2: investigate Zhu Jifeng, executor, Duanmu Sheng.
So right now, disciplining the evil disciples and assigning tasks are the 2 fastest and most important ways to earn merit points.
Lu Zhao muttered, thinking about how to get more merit points. Just as Lu Zhao was thinking, a reminder suddenly came from his ear. Ding! Evil disciple Zhao Yue's loyalty has dropped to 0%. She has betrayed the sect. Lu Zhao had already anticipated this. Although he was mentally prepared, Lu Zhao still sighed when he heard the system's reminder. Now only 3 disciples are left in the Golden Court Mountain, and the 8th disciple, Zhu Honggong, seems to be a fool. In theory, he should be the easiest to discipline. So why doesn't he have any loyalty at all now? Lu Zhao thought suspiciously. According to Ming Xinyan's report, behind the 8th disciple, the 7th one must be casting spells to confuse him. The 7th one is good at scheming. If you want to gain a foothold in the cultivation world, you must have a good relationship with the big brother and the second brother. He is still not capable enough to teach these disciples. Only by improving his own strength can he deter the evil disciples and cultivators of the righteous path. But his current cultivation is too low. This is a little difficult. Lu Zhao shook his head. Golden Court Mountain is too big of a target. After thinking for a while, Lu Zhao decided to comprehend the Heavenly Book first. Lu Zhao secluded himself in the Dark Heaven Pavilion for 2 days to comprehend the Heavenly Book, and Zhao Yanjie guarded outside the Dark Heaven Pavilion waiting for her master to leave seclusion. At the same time, in the Moon Reflection Palace, behind a white screen as white as snow, the master of the Moon Reflection Palace, Ye Tiangxin, lay reclining, the feather fan in her hand gently swaying, her graceful figure and delicate skin, exquisite little face. It's hard to imagine that this palace master is the 6th disciple of the great demon Ji Tiandao, Ye Tiangxin, who ranks 9th on the blacklist.
She opened her eyes, looked at the figure standing outside the screen, and said with a smile, "Senior sister should have left Golden Court Mountain earlier. You shouldn't have waited until now." The person standing outside is the 5th disciple of the great demon Ji Tiandao, Zhao Yu, who ranks 28th on the blacklist. Zhao Yu said, "Alas, I don't have such good luck as my junior sister. I thought I could get some good stuff from that old man, but I didn't expect this immortal to give up even one thing. Since you left, he no longer trusts us."
Ye Tiangxin giggled and said, "I advised you before, senior sister. Although you entered the sect earlier than me, you don't see some things clearly. This old guy is hiding so many treasures, it's a pity that these treasures will have to go into the grave with him." Ye Tiangxin laughed very heartily. "I can give you a suggestion," Zhao Yue asked. "Oh, what is it?"
The old man always dotes on his little junior sister.
"You can use the little junior sister to test the old man's bottom line. The 3rd and 4th have different intentions. The old man certainly cannot completely trust them. Only the little junior sister has always been by his side, protecting him. Even if the old man has secret medicines and trump cards, these dead things can never be compared with living people from beginning to end."
Zhao Yu was shocked when she heard this. To be honest, even if she had 10 guts, she would not dare to use the little junior sister to threaten her master. If she really angered the old man, he might not hesitate to use his trump card like when he killed Luo Changfeng, using one trick to scare the monkeys. She would be miserable. Ye Tiangxin asked, "Senior sister, are you scared?"
Zhao Yu denied. "No." Seemingly seeing through Zhao Yu, Ye Tiangxin continued, "No. You're scared, senior sister. Think about it. How has that old guy treated us before? You must stay firm and not soften your heart." Zhao Yu replied, "I understand what you said, but the problem is that even the big brother doesn't dare to do this. If I do, wouldn't I be looking for death if I anger him?"
"Senior sister, you've been on the mountain for too long. Your mind has become dull." Zhao Yue seemed to freeze. Ye Tiangxin stepped down. Her cold face coupled with her moving facial features gave off a stunning feeling. "Who said you have to do it yourself?" Senior sister is clearly scared. Ye Tiangxin slightly opened her red lips and smiled softly. "Look at big brother, second brother, and me. Aren't we still living well?"
"I admit that the old guy has trump cards, but he is very careful and dare not use them casually. Otherwise, how could he forgive us? This also just proves one thing. The trump cards in his hand are limited.
Moreover, the old man's age is getting higher and higher, and his qi is also getting drier and drier, and when that time comes, hatred will arise in this old man's heart, and he will use up all his trump cards at will. Staying by his side is the most dangerous thing."
Zhao Yu's heart stirred when she heard this. "What you said makes sense." Ye Tiangxin smiled. "So the urgent matter is to use some tricks to get the old man's trump card out. In the worst case, if he knows that this is our doing, we can avoid him. If we can't beat him, can't we waste his cultivation?" It has to be said that Ye Tiangxin can have her position today, not only based on her cultivation, but also her intelligence and cunning. No wonder even the 7th praised the 6th sister for being smart and clever when she was still on the mountain. Zhao Yu is a senior sister, but the realms of the two are equal. Ye Tiangxin also has a heaven-ranked treasure, the multi-passion ring, so in terms of strength, Zhao Yue is not as good as the 6th sister Ye Tiangxin. "Senior sister, stay in the Moon Reflection Palace for this period of time. If you are determined, my junior sister will do my best to help." "Okay, thank you, junior sister." On the 3rd day, the 4th day, Lu Zhuzhao was still in seclusion, because he wanted to comprehend the humanity of the heavenly book.
He's about to scratch his head off.
Except for the general description on the cover, he couldn't understand anything else in the book, and his mind was like being in a fog. For the past 4 days, Lu Zhao felt that interpreting the heavenly book was 100 times more painful than analyzing ancient poems in his previous life. Using a clear mind to understand the minds of all beings in the 3,000 great chiliocosms, there is no difference, as if they were one unified world. Using the divine power of the heavenly eye and transcendental wisdom, unafraid of affecting purity, one can clearly see all beings in the 10 directions, their deaths and rebirths, their good and evil deeds, and their destinies of fortune or calamity.
Reading this, Lu Zhao frowned and said,
These words are somewhat similar to the Taoist teachings among the 100 schools of thought on Earth. Could this be it? Lu Zhao in his previous life didn't study this aspect much, only knowing a little. Even those who did study it might not fully understand everything. It's all too vague, with some parts sounding like rote learning, half right and half wrong. Some parts sound too cliché, while others talk about things everyone already knows. Is this the extraordinary power of the Book of Heaven? Lu Juju was utterly puzzled. Many things are said too generally, too broadly, and the things that everyone knows make it even harder to understand the purpose. Outside, Zhao Yunhe knocked on the door, reporting, "Master, you've been in seclusion for 4 days now. Senior Brother 4 requested an audience yesterday, but this disciple didn't dare to disturb you, so I told him to leave."
Hearing this, Lu Zhao closed the interface of the Book of Heaven. Time really flies. His reading process was clearly very dry and painful, but unexpectedly, 4 days had passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Zhao opened his mouth and said, "Did old Force say what it was about?" No, it seems he's encountering difficulties in the final layer of the Azure Wood Sutra. Lu Zhu slowly stood up, touching his salt and pepper hair. His face had also become rosier than before. Just as he was about to step out of the room, Zhao Yunhe pushed the door open and entered. Zhao Yunhe widened her eyes, her face full of surprise, looking at Lu Zhao. "Master, you've become younger again." Lu Zhao remained calm, standing with his hands behind his back. "It's just a few years younger, Pshaft. The outward appearance has changed noticeably, but the aura of the old devil inside is still there." "Hey," Lu Zhao said casually, "you have a silver tongue."
This master's seclusion wasn't just to improve my cultivation, but also to mend this old skeleton.
"These past few days have been hard on you."
Hey, this is what this disciple should do. Master's longevity is boundless, and you will definitely break through to the nascent divinity realm, becoming the only Xuan Heaven Realm cultivator in all of Great Yan. Lu Zhuao laughed a few times and said,
"Has Old 3 sent a letter back these past few days? Senior Brother hasn't sent back any letters."
He announced the task a few days ago, but we still haven't heard any notifications from the system. With Duanmu Sheng's cultivation, investigating Zhu Jifang shouldn't be difficult, but it's been several days, and there's still no system notification of task completion. Duanmu Sheng should have sent a letter reporting the situation. Why is he completely silent? How strange.
Lu Zhao stroked his beard, slowly walking out of the dark hall. The weather was bright, the sun shining brightly overhead. Zhao Yunhe said with some worry, "Master, could Senior Brother 3 be like Senior Sister Zhao Yu?" Lu Zhao waved his hand, interrupting her. "Impossible." He knows that Duanmu Sheng's loyalty is above 70%, not as low as Zhao Yue's. When Zhao Yu betrayed him, the system also announced that Zhao Yu's loyalty had dropped to 0%, but there's been no notification so far, indicating that Duanmu Sheng hasn't betrayed him. Lu Zhao thought to himself, then what could be the reason? Zhao Yunhe said, "Master, I also feel that Senior Brother 3 wouldn't betray us. He's an honest person, not that kind." Lu Zhao said nothing. Ji ren ji mian, bi u ji xin. You can know a person's face but not their heart. Until their loyalty reaches 80%, Lu Zhao won't be at ease. Zhao Yu reached 60% and still betrayed him, didn't she? In this world, people's hearts are unpredictable, so one must be cautious. Just then, Zhao Yunhe pointed to a figure soaring through the sky. "It's Senior Brother 4. In the sky, Ming Xinyan hovered in the air, his speed as fast as lightning. If he were in his peak state, he wouldn't find this speed particularly dazzling. But with his current cultivation, his strength is too far from the divine court realm." He had comprehended 7 or 8 parts of the final layer of the Azure Wood Sutra. It has to be said that the talent of these evil disciples is truly enviable. Ming Xinyan landed. As he was descending to the ground, he saw that Lu Zhao's aura had completely changed, and his heart immediately trembled. This guy is master. The change in appearance would only make Ming Xinyan feel surprised, but his master's current aura made him shiver uncontrollably, plus the seed of fear he already had for his master. Ming Xinyan felt a chill run down his spine, hurriedly kneeling down, clasping his hands, and saying,
Welcome, master, out of seclusion. Get up, Lu Zhao said indifferently. Yes, you have comprehended 7 or 8 parts of the final layer of the Azure Wood Sutra. Your cultivation method has wood attributes, with the ability to generate vitality, so you must utilize this advantage and not abandon it. Thank you for the master's guidance. This disciple will keep it in mind.
Ming Shiyin's loyalty increased by 2%. On the surface, Ming Shiyin showed nothing,
but inside he was constantly trembling.
It had been many years since Junior Sister 6 left Golden Court Mountain. Master hadn't given any more guidance to any disciple. Even 9th Junior Sister Zhao Yanhe, whom he doted on the most, was only given cultivation methods, let alone talking to anyone. Unexpectedly, in this situation where he was being shunned by everyone, Master generously gave him guidance. How could Ming Xinyin not be surprised? When this disciple was cultivating the Azure Wood Sutra,
flying by the Anyang City area, I heard some news. Speak, Ming Xinyin reported. The Shu family, that is, little junior sister's family, seems to have been kidnapped again. Zhao Yansher's eyes widened, and she was so angry that her eyebrows were twisted together. Ming Xinyin revealed a sinister expression.
This disciple is willing to investigate this matter and must capture the mastermind behind the scenes, eradicating them completely.
Hearing this, Zhao Yanhe knelt down with a thump. Master, please let this disciple handle this matter myself this time. After all, they are Zhao Yanhe's family, so it's normal for her to be anxious.
But Lu Zhao didn't immediately agree to her handling the matter. Ming Xiyin is more experienced than her, and his cultivation is also higher, so it would be more reliable to let him do it.
At this moment, a carrier pigeon flew over. Yanjie, Zhao Yanjie, understanding. Her body was as light as a swallow, soaring up and grabbing the carrier pigeon by the neck. Master, it's a letter from Senior Brother 3.
Reading.
Master, a few days ago, this disciple went to the Heavenly Sword Sect to investigate the position of the Heavenly Sword Sect Master. It is temporarily vacant. Zhu Jifeng has left the Heavenly Sword Sect. After investigation, it was discovered that Zhu Jifeng has joined the Orthodox Unity Sect, and the sect leader of the Orthodox Unity Sect, Zhang Yuanshan, has accepted him as one of the 4 elders. Zhu Jifeng became the youngest elder of the Orthodox Unity Sect. Realizing that Zhang Yuanshan's cultivation is profound, this disciple did not infiltrate the Orthodox Unity Sect, but instead began to inquire from all sides. Knowing that Zhang Yuanshan has repeatedly publicly insulted Master, he has raised a banner vowing not to coexist with Golden Court Mountain. Reading this, Xiao Yanshe paused, glancing at Lu Zhao. Lu Zhao remained calm about this, and he didn't think much about it. There are many people in this world who hate me, so adding one more doesn't matter. Lu Zhao didn't care much about this. The crisis of being besieged by the 10 great experts has been resolved, and a single Orthodox Unity Sect is nothing to worry about. When this disciple investigated the Orthodox Unity Sect at Bamboo Mountain, I fought the 2nd elder Fang Tutuo for several hundred rounds. This disciple won a great victory, but unfortunately I still couldn't kill this insidious villain, Fang Tutuo. Zhao Yanhe frowned again. This disciple is waiting for a good opportunity, and plans to enter the Orthodox Unity Sect at night, to scout and assassinate Zhang Yuanshan, to resolve the hatred in Master's heart. After reading, Zhao Yanche clasped her hands, and said to Lu Zhao,
Master, Fang Tutuo is a divine court realm expert. After all, I guess Senior Brother 3 is injured.
Ming Xiyin also said in surprise, Senior Brother 3 is putting himself in danger.
Fang Tutuo is a powerhouse of the Orthodox Unity Sect, second only to Zhang Yuanshan, and has already reached the great perfection of the divine court realm, just a little short of stepping into the nascent divinity realm. Back when the 10 great experts besieged Jitiandao, Fang Tutuo led hundreds of cultivators to besiege Jitiandao's disciples, so disciple Duan Musheng has always hated this person. But assassinating Zhang Yuanshan is an act of overestimating one's abilities.
Lu Zhao stroked his beard and said, Old 3 looks honest, but he's actually a careful person, and has his own ideas. The sect leader Zhang Yuanshan, of the Orthodox Unity Sect, entered the nascent divinity realm 100 years ago. Your Senior Brother 3 is a divine court realm, but he has a whole realm behind him, a distance as vast as the Milky Way that cannot be crossed. Going to assassinate him is no different from going to your death.
Xiao Yanhe asked curiously. Then why did senior brother say that? Ming Shiyin said. Zhao Yu betrayed the sect. Third senior brother is trying to show his loyalty to master.
Hey, master, you're so right. Actually, I'm way more loyal than him. Zhao Yanhe tilted her head. Kinda understanding, kinda not. Lu Zhao just sighed internally. What's this kid babbling about?
You can tell that old third still sees Lu Zhao as the old Ji Tiandao. If it were the real Ji Tiandao, he'd probably send Duan Musheng on a risky mission to sneak into the Zhengyi Dao late at night. But even if he really told him to go, Duan Musheng would obviously find a way to protect himself first. If it keeps going like this, the rift between the two will only get bigger and bigger. After thinking for a moment, Lu Zhu said, Old Fourth, your master originally punished you to repair the barrier of Jinting Mountain.
The formation that creates the barrier can block experts in the nascent soul realm. But right now Old Third has a mission, so you go help him out a bit. After this is over, you guys stay on the mountain and cultivate diligently.
Your master will bestow upon you a heaven-grade supreme treasure. If you still don't repair the barrier of Jinting Mountain, then your eldest and second senior brothers will once again bewitch those righteous sects to come and crusade against this place. At that point, the righteous experts alone will give Luo Chao a headache. Hearing this, both Ming Shiyin and Zhao Yanhe froze on the spot.
Then, a gleam flashed in Ming Shiyin's eyes.
Ming Shiyin was overjoyed and hastily knelt down and bowed. Disciple obeys. Loyalty +5. To waste his cultivation for a heaven-grade treasure. Don't even mention staying on the mountain for 3 years. Even 5 or 10 years wouldn't bother him. Many cultivators can't obtain a heaven-grade treasure, even at the end of their lives.
Eldest senior brother Yu Zhenghai possesses the jade green saber, and once used this saber to chop off the heads of tens of thousands of cultivators, shaking the world with his name. Cultivators of the same rank without heaven-grade treasures can only let him slaughter them.
Some people even say that a cultivator with a heaven-grade treasure fighting a cultivator without one is like a grandpa teaching his grandson a lesson. That's how big the difference is. For so many years, Master has been hiding his heaven-grade treasures, but unexpectedly, at such a crucial time, he's willing to take one out and bestow it upon them. How could he not be excited? His loyalty immediately increased by 5%. Master, about little junior sister's clan, this matter is not simple.
Your master will discuss it with Xiao Yanhe before making a decision. Disciple understands.
Disciple will go support third senior brother right away. After completing the mission, I will immediately return to Jinting Mountain to repair the barrier.
Go. Ming Shiyin turned and left. System, mission issued. Support third disciple Duan Musheng. Executor, Ming Shiyin. Zhao Yanhe felt strange. Master, it's just a Zhu Jifeng. Why do you seem to value him so much? This person assassinated your master before. The reason your master spared his life was because he wanted him to see the true colors of the Heavenly Sword sect. If he can grow and deal with the Heavenly Sword sect, then it's a great help to us. Even if he doesn't join Jinting Mountain, he has already completely turned against the Heavenly Sword sect. Your master only wants to confirm if he's still alive. Xiao Yanhe said with a smile. Master, in the past you would just end everything with a single sword strike, but now you've become more strategic, haven't you? Xiao Yanhe stuck out her tongue, not daring to continue. Lu Zhao laughed a few times. This little rascal, your master doesn't blame you. He was doing this to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. One was to discipline the evil disciples and win their loyalty, and 2, to preserve the strength of Jinting Mountain. Although the evil disciples are wicked, without them the strength of Jinting Mountain would be greatly reduced. Not giving them weapons is like raising a tiger without fangs. As for dealing with the 10 great sects, it's still too early, master. Then I'll handle the Shu family's matter, Lu Zhu said calmly. This matter isn't as simple as you think. The reason I'm not letting your 4th senior brother go is because I'm afraid he'll handle it too rigidly. Just look at how he handled the last one. Ming Shiyin's method of solving problems is almost exactly like Jie Tiandao's, directly slashing the bandits and rescuing the people. But the investigation into the mastermind behind the scenes was very sloppy. Xiao Yanhe knelt down and said, Master, Yanhe begs you to find a solution. After all, on Jinting Mountain, apart from Yanhe, he has no one else he can use. Since that's the case, your master will personally make a trip to Anyang City. Zhao Yanhe was terrified. Huh? Master, you want to take action yourself? Master has been on Jinting Mountain for a very, very long time, and has never left. Although everyone doesn't say it clearly, they can vaguely guess that the reason is because of his old and frail body. Unexpectedly, he's willing to personally go out for the sake of the Zhu family.
Zhao Yanhair's loyalty immediately increased by 5%. This matter cannot be revealed to the outside world. Also, remember to leave a letter informing your senior brothers, and you must keep this matter a secret. If there's anything that needs to be ordered, your master will personally send a letter back to transmit the order. Disciple obeys.
Lu Zhao doing this not only allows him to command his disciples from afar, but also protects his own safety, his current appearance. If he tidies himself up a bit, no one will recognize him, and no one will believe that he is the old devil in Jinting Mountain. Moreover, he has Zhao Yanjie with him, which is safer than being on Jinting Mountain. Bai Ze. Zhao Yanjie suddenly blinked her eyes and looked. In the sky, a light suddenly appeared, bringing good fortune. A luxurious mount appeared in mid-air and slowly descended. Zhao Yanhair exclaimed. Master changed his mount, Lu Zhao said indifferently. Get on. Disciple doesn't dare to ride Master's mount. It's okay, you sit in the front. We'll be in Anyang City in less than an hour, Lu Zhao said calmly. The speed of a divine court realm expert traveling through the air is not slow, but when compared to riding a mount, the difference is like heaven and earth. What's more, cultivators burn through their primal chi when flying. If you want to go faster than your ride, the only way is to bust out some serious long-range teleportation magic, but that eats up even more chi than usual. Zhao Yanhair hopped onto Bai Ze's back, looking kinda worried. From its soft white fur to the two horns that shimmered with a sparkly light, everything about Bai Ze secretly amazed Zhao Yanhair.
Mounts, you see, come in different tiers: common, good, fine, superior, epic, and legendary. Forget about controlling a legendary mount like Bai Zen. Most cultivators would be lucky to capture and tame even a common mount. As for legendary mounts, there's a saying in the cultivation world, if you weren't born with it, you'll never get it. Of course, this is just a way of teasing people to emphasize how rare legendary mounts are. Hold on tight. Lu Zhao raised his right hand to support Zhao Yanhair. Bai Ze let out a loud cry,
echoing throughout the entire Golden Court Mountain, scattering other birds and beasts in all directions. Bai Ze glided through the clouds, flying towards Anyang City. Lu Zhao suddenly winced. Damn. Bai Ze's flying so fast I almost fell off. Lu Zhao had no choice but to hold on to Zhao Yanhair tightly. An hour later, they arrived at a forest. On the outskirts of Anyang City, Lu Juju controlled Bai Zen to descend slowly.
Zhao Yanhair was deeply moved, still unable to calm down even after landing. Lu Zhao looked towards Anyang City and leaped off Bai Ze's back. We've arrived in Anyang. His body could now move naturally. Seeing Zhao Yanhair still in a daze, Lu Zhao called out, Yanhair! Zhao Yanhair snapped back to attention.
Master. She also jumped down. This disciple didn't mean to. It's just that this Bai Zen is too beautiful. Sure enough, women see things differently. Yes, I've never seen such a beautiful mount before. We're in Anyang now. To avoid attracting attention, I'll take back the mount. Besides, your attire and aura are also quite distinctive, so change them a bit. Although Zhao Yanhair's fame in the cultivation world is far less than her senior brothers and sisters, she's still considered a somewhat known figure. If they want to investigate the Zhu family's affairs, they must, of course, conceal their whereabouts. Disciple understands. Zhao Yanhair followed her master's example, concealing her aura.
The two of them walked to a farmer's house in the village and exchanged their clothes for ordinary ones. The wife took the gold ingot, and the couple happily waved goodbye. Bye-bye. Come visit often. After disguising themselves, the two looked exactly like a farming grandpa and granddaughter. Zhao Yanhair covered her mouth and giggled. Master, you look just like an old farmer now. It's fine. Lu Zhu waved his hand. From now on, we'll address each other as grandpa and granddaughter. Disciple understands. Seeing that she still addressed him as disciple, Lu Zhao grunted. Zhao Yanhair immediately changed her address. Grandpa. Suddenly changing her tone to call him grandpa. Zhao Yanhair felt awkward all over.
But soon her mischievousness erupted. She quickly adapted, and every other word out of her mouth was grandpa.
At first, Lu Zhu was speechless. After all, in his previous life he was only a young man of 27 or 28. Being called grandpa made him feel a little embarrassed, but once he got used to it, he gradually didn't feel awkward anymore. Luckily, he had a system that could help him reverse his life. Otherwise, he would rather not have transmigrated. Entering Anyang City, Lu Zhao and Zhao Yanhe looked around the streets. It was very lively, with circus troupes, storytellers, and vendor stalls, selling just about everything. Lu Zhao sighed. I didn't expect Anyang City to be so developed. Hey, Grandpa, it's so much fun. Zhao Yanhe bounced from stall to stall, casually grabbing a candied hawthorn skewer. The candied hawthorn vendor jumped up. Hey, little girl, why are you snatching my candied hawthorns? Zhao Yanhe bared her fangs and threatened. Scram! It's your good fortune that this young lady is eating your stuff. If you say another word, I'll tear your mouth apart. The vendor was scared witless, not daring to say anything more. He had never seen such a fierce little girl. Yanner! Ah, Grandpa! Zhao Yanhe immediately became a well-behaved, obedient granddaughter. Lu Zhao ordered. Pay up, Zhao Yanhe mumbled as if wronged. Grandpa's so fierce I listened to you and didn't hit him. Then she turned back and snarled at the vendor. Believe I'll beat you to death or not? Lu Zhao shook his head. These wicked brats are probably used to snatching things, not understanding even the most basic principles of conduct. It's good that she came down the mountain. These problems will gradually surface, and I can slowly teach her. If everyone was like you, only knowing how to snatch, who would make candied hawthorns? Yes, easily fooled. Zhao Yanhe received 100 merit points. Zhao Yanhe had no choice but to pay, taking out a pile of gold ingots to do so. The two continued on. The front was extremely lively. A group of young people were gathered watching something. Lu Zhao pointed to the crowd. Let's go take a look. Zhao Yanhe loved crowds the most. I'm going? She skipped ahead, but the crowd was too dense. Under normal circumstances, how could Zhao Yanhe squeeze in? Zhao Yanhe huffed, stomping her little foot hard. Crack! A hole appeared in the ground beneath her feet. Get out of the way. The men on either side, seeing Zhao Yanhe's appearance, were frightened and took a step back. A body refinement realm expert, at least body refinement 5th level, creating a pit with a light stomp? Heavens! Even a little girl is so powerful. The crowd automatically parted, making way for her. Seeing this, Lu Zhao could only shake his head. This temperament is even more volatile than when she was on the mountain. No wonder these wicked disciples always want to leave Golden Court Mountain. Going out to carry out missions is much freer and easier. The crowd dispersed, revealing a table set up on the street, with 3 people sitting behind it, wearing broadswords at their waists. The bearded man sitting in the middle looked at Zhao Yanhe and nodded in praise. Not bad, little girl. You also want to join our sect, the young man said. You have a good foundation? That kick just now was the skill of body refinement? 5th level. Sign up. From today on, you are a member of the Azure Dragon Society's Anyang City branch, Zhao Yanhe asked. What? Zhao Yanhe was confused. When did this young lady say she wanted to join that stinky Azure Dragon Society of yours, HMPH? Little brat, you've got some nerve. You dare insult the Azure Dragon Society. Zhao Yanhe swaggered over and kicked the table. Crack! The table collapsed. What's this Azure Dragon Society? What are you doing here? Speak quickly, my grandpa is waiting. Where did this wild girl come from, smashing my stall? You don't even know the Azure Dragon Society. As the man was about to make a move, Lu Zhao stepped forward and said, Stop. The voice wasn't particularly strong, but it was mixed with a bit of vital energy, so it could be clearly transmitted into the other party's ears. The young man looked at Lu Zhao curiously. Interesting, old man. Are you body refinement 7th or 8th level? Lu Zhao didn't bother answering him. He just said, Yanshi, the Azure Dragon Society in Anyang City, can help us investigate the Shu family's affairs. Zhao Yanhe's eyes lit up. I understand, Grandpa. She turned her head, the smile on her face turning ferocious, and she shouted, All of you, come at me together! This little girl, I'm afraid she doesn't know that the backer behind the Azure Dragon Society
Is the Netherworld sect? What, the Netherworld sect? Xiao Yanhair was stunned. The two guys grinned smugly. Scared now? Isn't the sect leader of the underworld sect your senior brother? Disciples and grand-disciples want to take the old ancestor as their student. Seriously? Xiao Yanhair was anxiously worried, constantly glancing at her master, afraid the old man would get angry because of this. Lu Zhao frowned, his gaze landing on the man. You're saying the backer behind the Azure Dragon Society is the underworld sect? That's right, old geezer. I see you're not bad. Join our Azure Dragon Society as a cook. You'll eat and drink well, and the Azure Dragon Society will protect you. The underworld sect is the largest sect in the cultivation world today, with tens of thousands of members. Even the righteous sects under the heavens turn pale at the mention of its name. They're always being hunted and killed by people from the righteous path. But I never expected these rats running in the streets to be unafraid, recruiting soldiers in broad daylight. The man flashed a sly grin. Old geezer. Is this your granddaughter? Trisk, chisk, chisk. This little girl has more potential than you, and she's quite pretty too. I can report to the Hall Master so both you, Grandpa, and Granddaughter can join the Azure Dragon Society, little Yanner thought to herself. Maester isn't saying anything. He must be angry. Little Yanner's eyes suddenly flashed. Maester said we can't kill people casually, but he didn't say we can't beat them. Xiao Yanhair zoomed. She raised her leg and kicked the smiling man in the neck, sending his whole body flying like a ball. Then, she ruthlessly stomped down and rushed over. She punched him right in the face, causing him to spit out a mouthful of fresh blood while looking up at the sky. The man was beaten so badly that he couldn't stand straight and could only kneel down, his face distorted. He was barely breathing. After just one or two kicks, Xiao Yanhair put her foot on his chin and said grumpily, "How dare you call my grandpa an old geezer?" The surrounding people were first stunned, and then so frightened that they all shrunk back. Is there any law? Any rules? Too bad. If she understood what the law was, she wouldn't be Xiao Yanhair. Perhaps the crowd had seen this kind of scene many times, so not many ran away. Some even hid in corners to watch the drama. The remaining members of the Azure Dragon Society angrily shouted, "You dare hit people!" A faint ki aura suddenly appeared around Xiao Yanhair. This young lady doesn't just dare to hit people, I dare to kill people. The two members of the Azure Dragon Society widened their eyes. A Tongshuan realm expert. The body tempering realm only has a strong physique, while the Tongshuan realm has opened the five senses and can cultivate primordial Q to form a Q aura. Only reaching the Tongshuan realm is considered a true entry-level cultivator. Thump! The two immediately knelt down. "Granny, spare us! Granny, spare us!" Xiao Yanhair shook her head and said, "HMPH. I don't care who you are." Just as her small fist was raised, Lu Zhao walked over and said, "Yanhair, well done." Encouraged by her master, Xiao Yanhair smiled happily. She said, "Hee hee, they were calling people old geezers, so I couldn't help but teach them a lesson." Lu Zhao glanced at the two kneeling on the ground, his eyes sweeping around. To be honest, he didn't care about these two guys' lives, but doing this was a bit exaggerated, too. Lu Zhao asked, "Where is the headquarters of the Azure Dragon Society branch?" The two trembled like puppies and stammered, "It's in the north, 3 miles away from Anyang Valley. This old man, just arrived in Anyang, and am not familiar with the place. You go back and tell your hall master that I will meet him in person tomorrow." "Yes, yes, yes," Xiao Yanhair shouted. "Scram!" The two got up, helped their injured companion, and ran away in a hurry. Xiao Yanhair whispered, "Master is still the most thoughtful," asking clearly about their lair. "Tomorrow, we'll go and uproot them." Lu Zhao chuckled and flicked her forehead. "Nonsense. I just want to use them to investigate the Zhu family's matter." Xiao Yanhair grinned. "Master is right. Yankrir, you've been away from home for many years. Do you remember where your home is?" "I only remember that there were 2 stone lions outside the gate. My father loved to practice with his saber and sword, and what my mother loved most was embroidery. My mother loved me the most. Old Ji Tiandao really hates taking in disciples. Some are forcefully taken, others willingly offer themselves." Lu Zhao only remembered that when Xiao Yanhair was brought to Golden Court Mountain, she was still young,
and didn't know why her parents sent their daughter up the mountain to become a disciple. Sending a child into a wolf's den, what parents in the world would be willing? The Shu family isn't hard to find. It's a large family, and the surname Shu is quite rare. Besides, Anyang City isn't big. Just ask around a little, and you'll find its location.
When the two arrived in front of the Shu manor, Xiao Yanhe was as excited as a little rabbit, constantly jumping around. She even grabbed the heads of the two stone lions and repeatedly lifted them up.
Master, it's really these two lions. I remember them very clearly. Lu Jiao was speechless. Quick, put them down, you little rascal. Don't be so naughty after returning home.
Mission triggered. Investigate the Shu family's kidnapping incident. Executor Lu Zhu. Creek.
The gates slowly opened, and the two walked inside.
A middle-aged man in butler's attire saw the two standing outside the door, his expression very doubtful. "Who are you two looking for?"
Xiao Yan'er curiously looked inside and then shouted loudly, "Where are my parents?" The butler frowned upon hearing this and said, "Where did this little girl come from?" "There are no parents of yours here." Xiao Yan'er glared with wide eyes. Her fierce attitude revealed.
Lu Jiao didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he felt that handling it this way seemed quite appropriate. Being too polite sometimes affects work efficiency. Xiao Yan'er slapped him, sending him staggering and spinning before collapsing. "Want a beating? Get out of the way. Don't block my grandpa's path." Xiao Yan'er was like a thoughtful little granddaughter, extremely considerate and understanding. As she helped Lu Jiao enter the Shu manor, the Shu manor was deserted, without a single servant or maid. The surroundings looked desolate, and even the furniture, like tables and chairs, had been cleared away. Lu Zhu said calmly, "It seems your fourth senior brother's information is accurate."
Xiao Yan'er panted and pointed at the butler. "You, come here, where are my parents?" Her question left the butler staring blankly. An 18-year-old girl changes every day. Xiao Yan'er was no longer the 10-year-old girl from before. Her appearance had changed a lot. How could the butler recognize her immediately? Lu Jiao said. "What's your name?" The butler covered his cheek with one hand and stammered. I am the Shu family's butler, Wang Fugi," Lu Jiao asked. "Where is the Shu family's steward, Shu An?" They were all taken away."
Lu Jiao pointed to Xiao Yan'er. "This girl is Shu Yan'er, a member of the Shu family." The butler's eyes widened, and he jumped back. "Huh." Wang Fugi swallowed hard, looked at Xiao Yan'er inquisitively for a moment.
It was only then that he snapped to his senses, a wave of realization hitting him. He knelt on the ground, kowtowing while crying, and blurted out, "Young miss, you're finally back."
"I'm Wang Fugi."
Xiao Yan'er scratched her head. "Wang Fugi," Lu Jiao spoke up, "let's head inside and talk." The main hall of the Xing'a mansion. From Wang Fugi's account, the two of them learned that everyone from the Xin family had been tied up and taken away by a gang called the Linhu Gang. Nobody knew what kind of background this gang had, who was pulling their strings, or even a single trace of where they'd gone. The Xincha family had been targeted twice in a row, so no one dared to work for them anymore. The few remaining servants had stolen the Xincha family's valuables and skedaddled. Now only Wang Fugi was left. Lu Jiao asked, "Why didn't you report it to the authorities?" "I did, but the authorities couldn't find anything. Everyone from the Xian clan, the servants, and the maids were taken. This humble one just happened to be in the outhouse, so I luckily escaped," Xiao Yan'er asked.
"Then why didn't you run away?" "A fly kept buzzing around. Kind of annoying, Xiao Yan'er," Wang Fugi replied. "The Xin family treated me well. I, Wang Fugi, was born a Xin family man, and I'll die a Xin family ghost."
Lu Jiao smiled and said, "You truly are loyal, good thing." "Yan'er didn't get too rough with you." Wang Fugi's face tingled, and he stammered awkwardly, "It's only natural for the young miss to discipline me." Just then, she swatted that fly, scaring the daylights out of Wang Fugi.
"You must keep Yanakir's return a secret. I'll investigate the Xin family's abduction myself."
"Yes, sir."
Although Lu Jiao had become much younger, he still looked like a frail old man with one foot in the grave. Aside from a hint of seasoned aura, he gave off the impression that a single slap could knock him over. Wang Fugi only knew that the old master had taken the young miss away, but he didn't know where or for what purpose, much less that Xiao Yan'er's master was an old demonic cultivator. "You may leave." How would Wang Fugi dare to question Lu Jiao? Even though Lu Jiao was just an old man, he could glean a little something from Xiao Yanchair's respectful attitude. He repeatedly agreed, and then excused himself. Yanchair, disciple is here. Tomorrow morning, go to the Qinglonghui and tell them to investigate the Linhu gang. Disciple obeys. Side quest activated. Utilize the power of the Qinglonghui to investigate the Linhu gang. Executor, Xiao Yan'er. Remember not to reveal your identity. Disciple understands. As soon as the mission was assigned, Lu Zhao heard a system notification in his ear. Ding! Completed mission. Reinforced Duanmu Sheng. Reward, 200 merit points. Ding! New mission. Repair the barrier. Executor, Ming Shiyin. Ming Shiyin must have finished providing reinforcements and gone to restore the barrier, he thought. Seeing the system's mission interface change, Lu Zhu frowned. When he left Jinting Mountain, he had assigned a mission for his 2 disciples to repair the barrier together upon their return. But now the mission column only showed Ming Shiyin alone. The only possibility was that Old Third had been injured. Meanwhile, on Jinting Mountain, Ming Shiyin and the injured Duanmu Sheng, who was lying on the bed, both gaped as they read the letter left by Xiao Yan'er. Master actually went down the mountain. What on earth is the old man thinking? Cough, cough. Duanmu Sheng coughed dryly a few times. Maybe he was too bored on the mountain, so he went out to relieve some stress, and he didn't want others to know his identity. Ming Shiyin sighed. You have a point, senior brother. Lately, Master has been completely unpredictable, not playing by any conventional rules. I can't figure out what he's thinking at all. Before, Master had absolute strength, so he disdained using his brain. All schemes were just pointless struggles in the face of absolute power. Maybe that's it. So repairing the barrier will have to trouble you alone, junior brother. It's gonna be tough. My injuries won't fully heal for at least 2 or 3 months. Ming Shiyin threw a towel at Duanmu Sheng's face. In your dreams, senior brother, Ming Shiyin said angrily. Enough with the act. Don't push your luck. You and I both grew up under the whip. We've suffered far worse injuries than this. Duanmu Sheng chuckled embarrassedly. Junior brother, you truly are exceptionally perceptive. Ming Shiyin crossed his arms and declared loudly, 10 days. If you're not up and working in 10 days, I'm not doing it anymore. When Master returns, we'll see what kind of sweet fruit you'll get then. Duanmu Sheng immediately countered. 10 days is too long, 7 days is enough. Junior brother, you can leave now, I need to heal. 2 single men in 1 room, it's rather inconvenient, HMPH, yeah right. Ming Shiyin scoffed, then turned and left. Nighttime on Jinting Mountain. The bright moon hung high as Ming Shiyin looked up at the night sky, murmuring to himself, Oh master, master, what on earth are you thinking? A message. Ming Shiyin, with sharp eyes and swift hands, shot up like a bolt of lightning, snagging the messenger bird and plucking the letter from it. After reading the letter, Ming Shiyin frowned in astonishment. How did Master know third senior brother was injured? He hastily looked around, tapped his toes lightly, and his astral ki surged, extending his perception for several hundred meters. Apart from a few startled resting birds and forest animals that scattered, there were no other living creatures. Ming Shiyin grew increasingly anxious and uneasy. He felt as if his old master was somewhere nearby, staring right at him. Regardless of whether he was watching or not, Ming Shiyin directly knelt, clasped his hands and kowtowed. Master, looking down from above, your disciple holds no disrespect towards you. Please rest assured, Master, disciple will definitely strive to repair the barrier and look after Jinting Mountain carefully. The surroundings were pitch black and silent. Ming Shiyin stood up and sighed deeply. Don't panic. Just follow Master's new routine, and there won't be any problems. System notification to Lu Zhao. Instructed Ming Shiyin. Gained 100 merit points. Ming Shiyin's loyalty increased by 2%. Lu Zhao was sitting cross-legged in his room, reading the human scroll of the celestial book. He was no longer surprised by the system's sudden notifications. Regardless of the reason for the changes in his disciples, it was ultimately a good thing. Use wisdom and intelligence to understand the future thoroughly, knowing that the future is unpredictable, even in the smallest details. Use wisdom and intelligence to listen in every territory, with every sound. Whether to listen or not, is your freedom. Use wisdom and intelligence to preach effectively, without needing any techniques. Your words are like rain, seeping into people's hearts, a miraculous sound that allows people to achieve purity and transcendence. Reading to this point, Lu Zhu closed the celestial book. The content of the human scroll was only this much. The rest was still chicken scratch that he couldn't decipher. I remember the first time I looked at the human scroll, only the cover was readable. But now I can read 2 pages. Could this be related to my lifespan and cultivation level? Cultivating the celestial book is supposed to enhance my cultivation, but now it seems I need to increase my cultivation to read it. This is putting the cart before the horse. Are you deliberately making things difficult for me? Lu Zhu sensed the primordial qi throughout his body. Since entering the nascent breath stage, thanks to his avatar, he had absorbed a lot of primordial qi, but these were nothing compared to a divine court realm expert, just like ants. The long night stretched on, and apart from reading the celestial book, he had nothing else to do.
The words, lucky draw, suddenly appeared in Lu Zhao's mind.
He immediately shook his head. That game is a scam. I'll wait until I have more merit points. The next morning, at the Azure Dragon Sex branch leader Liu Zhengfeng asked with his hands behind his back, "You're saying the people who injured you were a little girl of about 15 or 16, and an old man of 70 or 80? The 2 men knelt in the main hall, their faces pleading, not daring to speak. Liu Zhengfeng paced back and forth for a moment, then said, "One is in the early stage of the profound connection realm, and the other is a cultivator whose body is decaying at the 7th or 8th level. Yet they dared to provoke our Azure Dragon sect?" The 2 men reported obsequiously, "This subordinate is not sure. This subordinate was recruiting disciples in Anyang City when that wild girl suddenly appeared and kicked Steward Jiang, seriously injuring him. Moreover, that wild girl's grandpa said, Liu Zhengfeng asked sternly, "Said what?" "Said he would personally come to pay a visit." Liu Zhengfeng snorted softly, expressing doubt and disdain. What made him doubtful was that a small, profound connection cultivator dared to challenge him at his doorstep. What he disdained was that the dignified Azure Dragon sect had been reduced to the point where such a small matter had to be handled by him. But if he ignored it, how could the Azure Dragon sect recruit new disciples? Face had to be recovered. "Today, you will take 2 brothers and bring back the person who injured Steward Jiang." "Yes?" The 2 men on the ground slowly stood up. A subordinate suddenly rushed in and clasped his hands, saying, "Branch leader, there's a woman outside requesting an audience. Don't see her. Report to her. Tell her that her patience is limited. While she's still following the teachings of her grandpa, then you'd better listen obediently." After saying this, the subordinate secretly raised his head to peek at the branch leader. Listen obediently. This sounded like an elder talking to a junior. Bang bang. A bunch of subordinates went flying from outside, with cries of agony ringing out non-stop. Liu Zhengfeng was in a bad mood, but seeing the situation before him, he was suddenly stunned. "What happened? Go out and see. Hurry." Liu Zhengfeng led his brothers out of the main hall. In the courtyard, that little brat Zhao Yaner was dragging a subordinate of the Azure Dragon sect. The remaining subordinates discussed in an uproar, "This person is really strong. Her cultivation is at least at the ocean crossing realm. What should we do?" "Grandma, it's Xiao Yancher." She stood waving her hand and shouted, "I said, my patience is limited. I was being nice, not beating you all up, and you still dare to make me wait outside. The branch leader is here. Make way." Branch leader Liu Zhengfeng looked up at Zhao Yanher standing on the roof of the building, his eyebrows furrowing tightly. "Branch leader, it's her. She's the one who injured Steward Jiang." Liu Zhengfeng spoke out. "So she is a master." Zhao Yanher's eyes turned towards Liu Zhengfeng. She said, "You are the leader of this useless Azure Dragon sect?" The subordinates were shocked. "Ugh, leader," Liu Zhengfeng said angrily. "This young lady should know that there is always someone stronger, and always a sky beyond the skies. Don't think that just because you are in the ocean-crossing realm, no one can do anything to you." Zhao Yanher had been on Golden Court Mountain since she was little, and didn't know how to interact with people. She completely didn't understand things like, there is always someone stronger, there is always a sky beyond the sky, or how to behave with humility and grace. She only knew that she had to hurry up and complete the task that Master had given her.
Xiao Yan frowned and said, "What nonsense are you talking about?"
"I'm asking you.
"Are you the leader of this bunch of small fries?"
"I am the branch leader Liu Zhengfeng of the Azure Dragon Sect's Anyang branch. Do your words carry any weight?"
"Of course they do."
"That's great. I have something I want to discuss with you." Inside the courtyard, the small fries all looked up at Xiao Yanhe. Liu Zhengfeng was angry again. He had originally intended to consider what abilities the other party had that would dare to offend the Azure Dragon sect, but talking to her for so long was like water off a duck's back.
He waved his hand. "Enough! Capture her!" Archers fired arrows towards Yanhe. The arrows flew swiftly towards Xiao Yanhe.
The girl still calmly said, "This leader is really disobedient." With a light tap of her toes, a circular wave of stellar energy appeared under her feet, gradually spreading out from the building, instantly collapsing everything below into fine powder. The stellar energy created a whirlwind, ripples spreading in all directions.
Liu Zhengfeng's eyes widened. Ocean Crossing Realm that has opened the 8 meridians.
The Ocean Crossing Realm is divided into 8 meridians. Only after opening the 2 Governor and Conception vessels can one be considered to have entered the Ocean Crossing Realm. Reaching the peak of the Ocean Crossing Realm requires opening all 6 remaining meridians. After opening the 8 meridians, one can use the primordial chi existing in the meridians to launch attacks. An Ocean Crossing Realm cultivator who has opened the 8 meridians is practically invincible below the Divine Court Realm. No matter how powerful the Azure Dragon Sect's Anyang branch is, it's impossible for them to have a Divine Court Realm expert guarding it. The powerful stellar energy seemed to want to move mountains and drain seas, crushing and surging forward. Buildings everywhere were cracking and shaking, about to collapse, and the small fries below were all sent flying backward. Liu Zhengfeng was also in the Ocean Crossing Realm. He raised his hands to block this terrifying attack, but the strong winds pushed him back repeatedly. Bang! He crashed into a pillar. The pillar shattered into pieces.
So strong! Liu Zhengfeng tried to suppress the feeling of wanting to spit out a mouthful of blood.
Wait a minute. He opened his eyes wide, looking at Xiao Yanhe slowly descending to the ground.
Xiao Yanhe stood indifferently, as if nothing had happened. Wait for what? Liu Zhengfeng clasped his hands and bowed.
I didn't expect that this young lady would be an Ocean Crossing Realm expert who has opened the 8 meridians. Forgive me for having eyes but not seeing Mount Tai. Please have mercy, and let's talk things over.
Xiao Yanhe hopped in front of him, her eyes wide as she looked at him, then said, "I have something I want to entrust to you. Please speak, young lady. Help me investigate the Linhu Gang." Linhu Gang. Liu Zhengfeng was stunned. He had never heard of this name.
Xiao Yanhe continued, raising her hand and haughtily assigning the task. The Shu family was kidnapped. They are the mastermind. I'll give you 3 days to find their whereabouts for me. As soon as he heard that this matter was related to the Shu family, Liu Zhengfeng's expression became serious. The Linhu Gang dares to kidnap the Shu family. This matter the Azure Dragon sect can't handle. Xiao Yanhe clenched her fist and said sternly, "Say that again, Grandma. I will definitely find the location of the Linhu Gang. Within 3 days? That's good to hear." Xiao Yanhe turned around and took a few steps.
Suddenly looking towards the small fries who had fallen chaotically on the ground, she said, "You were the one who shot an arrow at me just now." The man was scared out of his wits and waved his hand.
No. Xiao Yanhe stood with her hands on her hips and affirmed. "It was you." Xiao Yanhe's figure flashed, turning into an afterimage. In the blink of an eye, she appeared next to the guy, lightly lifting her foot to stomp the marble floor right next to his face. Crack! A perfect footprint appeared. The little lackey was so scared he wet his pants. Her kick really scared the soul out of him. He was trembling all over.
"Is this a little girl? More like a little devil."
Xiao Yanhe made a face. "Flee, you coward." She walked away while shouting to Liu Zhengfeng, "Remember what I said? If you don't listen, I'll wipe out the entire Azure Dragon Society." The entire Azure Dragon Society branch in the courtyard fell silent. Liu Zhengfeng stared intently at her retreating figure. When did such a young and skilled expert appear in Anyang City? He glanced at his brothers lying scattered on the ground, feeling even more puzzled.
If it was someone from another sect causing trouble, they could have just killed them. But this girl only injured them, and then gave them a task. It's truly incomprehensible. The subordinate whose butt was stomped on earlier whimpered while clutching it.
Ouch, it hurts. Are you okay? I'm fine, the Limp Tiger Gang.
Does Anyang City have such a powerful force? The more he thought about it, the stranger it seemed. He couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he racked his brain.
At the same time, at the Shu residence, Lu Zhao was feeding the chickens and pigs when he received a system notification. Ding! Completed the task of mobilizing the Azure Dragon Society. Reward, 200 merit points. The Shu residence still looked the same as before.
When Ji Tiandao first came to Anyang City, he wanted to take Xiao Yan'er as a disciple, but her parents objected. However, later on it's unclear what happened, but her parents actively sent Xiao Yan'er up the mountain. Lu Zhao casually asked Wang Fugi, "Have the Zhu family encountered any rivals in recent years?"
Wang Fugi, standing nearby, respectfully lowered his head and replied, "We haven't incurred any grudges," Lu Zhao continued to ask. "Not even 5 years ago." 5 years ago, Wang Fugi gradually recalled, as if remembering something.
Are you referring to the Murong family?
Continue. 5 years ago, the Murong family and the Shu family were like water and fire. At that time, the two families' industries covered all 3 southern prefectures of Great Yan. The master's dedication to the path of a merchant also made him a wealthy magnate. Later on, the Shu family and the Murong family became sworn enemies.
Cultivators in the Great Yan world shouldn't care about worldly affairs, but there are always some people who do things against their conscience for personal gain. Because of this, the master and madam were assassinated many times, and it was the Murong family who did it. We know it was the Murong family who did it, but there's no clear evidence, and the government can't do anything. Lu Zhao understood that the Shu family wanted to protect Xiao Yan'er, so they sent her up the mountain to become a disciple. Could this kidnapping incident also be the work of the Murong family? Wang Fugui hesitated slightly. I wouldn't dare to speculate. Being able to kidnap the entire Shu family, their cultivation wouldn't be lower than the 4-meridian ocean of Nirvana realm. Does the Murong family have cultivators?
On the surface? No. But I don't know if they have any behind the scenes.
Lu Zhao nodded.
Just then, Xiao Yan'er stepped on the roof and glided down, jumping to the ground. Lu Zhao's tone carried a hint of reproach. Why didn't you use the front door? Why climb the roof, Grandpa? Going through the front door requires knocking and waiting for it to be opened, which isn't as convenient as climbing the roof.
Don't do that again in the future, yes, Xiao Yan'er replied mischievously.
Teaching Xiao Yan'er rewarded 100 merit points. Lu Zhao asked, "How's the matter I asked you to do going?"
Xiao Yan'er excitedly said,
"They're very obedient, and said they will definitely find out where the Limp Tiger Gang is."
"Oh, you didn't hit them, did you?"
The mischievous girl clasped her hands together and replied, "I didn't hit them. That branch leader was extremely friendly. He said, 'Grandma, I will definitely find out the location of the Limp Tiger Gang within 3 days.'" "Grandpa, don't look at me like that. I swear everything I said is true. He said it word for word." Lu Zhu knew she must have hit someone. He didn't intend to blame her. He just wanted to see if she would tell the truth. He'll slowly teach her. 3 feet of ice doesn't form in a single day of cold.
3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Zhao strolled around, waiting for the Azure Dragon Society's investigation results. Wang Fugi was cleaning when he carefully asked, "Old mister, the young lady went to the Azure Dragon Society alone. Aren't you worried about her safety?"
Lu Zhao glanced at him and replied, "If I were you, I'd be more worried about the safety of the Azure Dragon Society's members." Wang Fugui looked blank. He wasn't a cultivator, and even if he knew cultivators were divided into rich and poor with different cultivation levels, he couldn't tell who was more powerful than who. "I've heard some news these past few days. The Azure Dragon Society's members are hunting down information about the Limp Tiger Gang, causing a stir throughout the city." Lu Zhao smiled without replying. It was normal for Wang Fugi to worry. After all, the Azure Dragon Society's backer was the Nether sect, and the sect leader was Wu Zhenghai, the second-ranked expert on the Black Roll. Just that title alone was enough to make people terrified upon hearing it. But, ding! Killed a wicked person. Reward, 10 merit points. 5 such notifications in a row. Lu Zhao was speechless. It seemed that Zhao Yanxie's temperament still hadn't calmed down. The merit point increase notifications finally stopped after about half an hour. Lu Zhao looked at the personal information interface. Name: Lu Zhao. Race: human. Cultivation: nascent origin realm qi, refining to transform into spirit. Merit points: 1254. Dharmic body: 3 flowers gather on crown, remaining lifespan 4,205 days. Items: Peak experience card, 2 heaven davaro techniques, 3 fatal block charms. Passive skill: white tiger art. 3 volumes of heavenly book. The merit points were over 1,000, deducting the merit points received from teaching his disciple and completing tasks. Zhao Yanhe had killed at least 50 wicked people. Lu Zhao didn't expect Zhao Yanhe to be able to handle matters properly as soon as she entered the world. She was still young and couldn't distinguish between what was appropriate. But in the past few days, he also learned from Wang Fugi that the Azure Dragon Society often did evil deeds, oppressing the common people. The victims were all angry but dared not speak out. Behind them was the Nether sect, so the government didn't dare to do anything. Thus, they had become a major scourge in Anyang City. Killing them was no loss. They weren't worth pitying. Fugi, go to the Murong family and inquire about news. See if they've been up to anything lately. I'll go right away. Wait a moment. Does the old mister have any instructions? Take this token with you. No one will dare to stop you. Go. Yes. Although the Heaven Dao techniques he obtained through the system had all disappeared, the things he plundered from others back in the day were still intact. The royal family's token was one of them. He left the other things that weren't convenient to carry with him in the Dark Sky Pavilion. In the afternoon, as Lu Zhao closed his eyes to rest, while lying on the chair, Zhao Yanhe jumped down from the roof again, arriving in front of Lu Zhao. She smiled and said, "Master." Lu Zhao frowned. Kneel, thump. Zhao Yanhe immediately knelt down, the smile on her face instantly vanishing without a trace. Disciple knows her mistakes. Disciple shouldn't have killed people. I'm not blaming you for that. Huh. Zhao Yanxie blinked in confusion. Lu Zhao pointed to the door. I've already said this is a house. You must use the front door. Do you take my words as a passing breeze? Master, I know I was wrong. I was just so excited to come back I totally forgot. I promise I won't do it again. Zhao Yanhe kept bowing her head and promising. Same old story every time she messes up. Doesn't learn a thing. Lu Zhao just pointed at a stone pillar nearby and lay down on it. Huh? Zhao Yanhe's eyes went wide again. Your free and unrestrained nature is a good thing, but you can't be completely without any rules. Your parents aren't here, so I'll teach you. Poor Zhao Yanhe reluctantly laid down on the stone pillar. Lu Zhao knew he couldn't go soft on her, so he raised a hand and sent a weak gust of gang qi towards her butt. Thwack. He doesn't hurt. This little rascal activated her gang qi shield. Lu Zhao stroked his beard and thought, this little brat dares to play games with me, Lu Zhao said with a hint of anger. Disperse your gang qi shield. Zhao Yanhe kept begging for mercy. Master, spare me. I won't do it again. I'll disperse it. Zhao Yanhe didn't dare to say another word. She had to remove the gang qi and brace herself. With the gang qi shield gone, Zhao Yanhe was now completely just a regular person. Being free-spirited is fine, but you can't be completely without any rules. It's one thing on the mountain, but going to Anyang City and using such heavy hands, aren't you afraid someone will see and tell those evil bastards, I must punish you so you remember it for a long time? Thwack, master, that hurts. Hurts? Thwack, master, that hurts. This time, it really did hurt her. Even though Lu Zhao was only at the qi condensation realm, the gang qi he controlled was more than enough to beat a normal person. Thwack, thwack, thwack. 3 strikes in a row. This time he was really hitting hard. In his memory, only Zhao Yanhe was the one Ji Tiandao never hit. From the eldest to the 8th disciple, all of them had been beaten black and blue by Ji Tiandao, some even seriously injured. But Ji Tiandao would always use medicine to save them, and so, Dad Jin Bang got spanked since he was a little boy. Zhao Yanhe felt extremely wronged, she almost cried. In front of others she was a fearsome little devil. But in front of Lu Zhao, she was just a child who hadn't grown up yet. A little kid with no parents by her side, whose feelings for her senior brothers and sisters were limited, unable to replace parental love.
The only person she could rely on was her master, and now the master she respected the most was hitting her. How could she not feel wronged? She felt wronged to death. Lu Zhao folded his hands behind his back. "Stand up." The girl wiped her tears. "Master, it hurts so much. It's good that it hurts. As your master, I've told you this before. You've forgotten all the principles I taught you. In the future, you must remember my words." "Yes, I know," Xiao Yan'er mumbled.
Lu Zhao then gave her a candy. "Eat this candy, and the pain will go away after eating it, okay?" She immediately put the candy in her mouth, munching on it greedily. Sincerely teaching disciple Xiao Yan'er, rewarded 300 merit points. Lu Zhao always paid attention to her loyalty. While he was hitting Xiao Yan'er, her loyalty didn't decrease at all,
which showed that when loyalty reached over 80%, as long as he didn't do anything that disappointed his disciples, their loyalty wouldn't be damaged. Xiao Yan'er was still easy to teach, the other 8 were a real headache. This path of teaching is truly a heavy burden.
Xiao Yan'er had already felt wronged, and she got up and whispered. "The Azure Dragon Society said there's no such thing as the Lin Hu gang. It's all just a disguise by a bunch of cultivators." Intentional disguise? Yes, they even hired people from Yi province to put on a show. They wanted to kill me. I got angry and couldn't help but hit them. Lu Zhao pressed. "Hitting is killing?" Xiao Yan'er quickly corrected herself.
"They hired experts. If I didn't resist, I'm afraid I wouldn't have a life to come back and see you again." Lu Zhao scolded softly.
"Cut the crap. Unless a divine tribunal realm expert shows up who dares bully you." Xiao Yan'er didn't dare say anything else. Lu Zhao calculated the time.
Wang Fugui should have returned by now, but there's still no sign of him. After thinking for a moment, Lu Ju said, "Wang Fugui went out and hasn't returned. You come with me?" "Yes." Lu Juju turned and left. Looking at her master's back, Xiao Yan'er could see the words traitor very clearly. "Master, you have words written on your back. Hurry up and erase them." Then the two left the mansion, heading towards the Murong family.
At the Moon Reflection Palace, the 5th disciple, Zhao Yue, seemed anxious and uneasy. Pacing back and forth, Ye Tianxin smiled gently, stepping out from behind a screen. "Senior sister doesn't need to worry so much. Since things have come to this, regretting won't do any good. We can only go all the way."
Tianxin junior sister doesn't understand.
"If it were a month ago, I wouldn't be worried at all. That old geezer's temper is always hot-headed. He's always done things for his own benefit. But lately, his style of doing things has changed." Changed how? Zhao Yu recalled the scene when the old man beat back the top 10 experts. "I can't explain it clearly. I just vaguely feel that his methods have become gentler, and his temper doesn't seem as volatile as before." Ye Tianxin chuckled. "You're really scared of him reaching the ultimate realm. You've survived so many years of torture. You've only been away from him for a while, and you're already this scared?" Zhao Yu thought of the many years of living in suffering and sighed. "Maybe I'm just overthinking it. Will he take the bait if I order people to kidnap the Xu family? With that immortal old guy's personality? It'll be hard for him to take the bait. But little junior sister is simple-minded and only left home 5 years ago. If she knows about this, she'll definitely return to Anyang. Then we'll just capture little junior sister. That old geezer will have to leave Golden Court Mountain one day. Without the protection of the 3rd senior brother, 4th senior brother, and the barrier, I'll have countless methods to exhaust all his trump cards." "How can you exhaust them? The righteous sects of the world have many evil overlords, and the number of people he's harmed is countless," Ye Tianxin said.
"As long as I spread the news, what do you think the sects of the world will do? Especially the Heaven Sword sect, whose sect leader Luo Changfeng died at the hands of that old geezer," Zhao Yu asked. "What if they're all afraid of him?" Zhao Yue had personally witnessed the scene of the top 10 experts and over 10,000 cultivators fleeing in disarray. A scene that was hard to forget. "I fear that under this heaven, only Ji Tiandao can cause thousands of cultivators to run at the mere mention of his name."
I've already informed the 10 great sects about the old man's secret medicine, and the 9 great experts aren't fools either. When they figure it out, they'll come back sooner or later. Just as she said this, a female subordinate entered. Palace Master Anyang sent a letter reporting that the Azure Dragon Society has been destroyed, and the royal family's Forbidden Guards token appeared in Anyang City. Ye Tianxin frowned. The Azure Dragon Society was destroyed? Who was the one who did it? It's unclear. But from the traces of the fight left at the scene, the opponent was an 8 Meridian ocean navigating cultivator, Zhao Yu said from the side. Could it be Zhao Yanhair? Yu Tiangxin analyzed.
Little junior sister is a divine tribunal realm expert. With her personality, she's very likely to wipe out the Azure Dragon Society, but she wouldn't hide her cultivation. Zhao Yu spoke. What if that old guy left Golden Court Mountain with her? Ye Tiangxin shook her head. The possibility isn't high, but for safety's sake I'll immediately send people to investigate the Shu family. Someone, here, take this portrait to the Shu family in Anyang City, and report immediately if you find these two people. Yes, Ye Tiangxin casually waved her hand, and two portraits hanging on the screen flew away in unison.
One was a portrait of Ji Tiandao, with white hair, frail and old, and the other was of Zhao Yanhair, wearing a green dress, looking lively and adorable. After assigning the task, Ye Tiangxin added, also, the Imperial Guard's token. Zhao Yue curiously asked, this token can mobilize the Imperial Guards who are under the control of the Emperor of Great Yan. It has a special dragon pattern engraved on it. How could it appear in Anyang? This isn't important. Although the Imperial Guards would act upon seeing the token, it's not easy to mobilize them. The appearance of the token can only mean two things. Either someone forged it to show off, or the emperor is traveling incognito. In recent years, the Great Yan dynasty has been plagued by continuous wars, and the emperor is unlikely to put himself in danger and travel south in disguise. That makes sense. A smile blossomed on Ye Tiangxin's lips. Don't worry, senior sister. Everything is under my control. At the same time, Lu Zhao and Zhao Yanhair were approaching the Murong family residence. The two masters and disciples were munching away.
Zhao Yanhair, you're being too flamboyant. I'm afraid you've attracted attention. From now on, you must do as I say. Yes, master.
Yanhair, what if the mastermind behind the abduction of the Xu family is your senior brothers and sisters? What would you do? Lu Zhu felt that even if it wasn't those evil disciples who did it, they were likely involved. It's not my senior brothers and sisters. They're so good to me. How could they have the heart to kidnap my parents?
Lu Zhu shook his head, still too naive.
Enter. Lu Zhao stepped onto the stairs in front of the Murong family's residence. Go. Yes, master, let me go. Knock on the door, Lu Zhao suddenly ordered. Kick it down. Zhao Yanhair was dumbfounded. Inside, the Murong family members were practicing martial arts. Bam! The main gate was kicked open by her, dust filled the air, and the one teaching martial arts inside was sent flying, spewing blood. As the dust settled, Zhao Yanhair and Lu Zhao slowly appeared, she still in the stance of kicking the door. The guards of the Murong family immediately appeared. Seeing an old man and a young girl swaggering into the residence, they angrily shouted, "How dare you kick down the door of the Murong family? Seize them!" Lu Zhao glanced over the crowd and casually waved his hand. Zhao Yanhair, ask again. Retreat, Lu Zhao coldly ordered. Beat them up, I like this. Zhao Yanhair's mood had been low and unhappy. After being punished by her master, she had been wanting to find a place to vent her anger. Now it's all good. Her figure was as fast as lightning. Bam, bam, bam. The family's guards didn't even have time to see her shadow before being kicked flying backwards. With no ability to resist, she flashed a mischievous smile, finishing the job in the blink of an eye. Lu Zhao watched with his own eyes, thinking, this little girl is like a wolf entering a flock of sheep, kicking one person with each kick. Zhao Yanhair was extremely satisfied. She dusted off her hands and said, "Grandpa, they're too weak." Lu Zhao didn't know what to say. A dignified divine tribunal realm powerhouse, bullying a bunch of body-tempering stage guards. What's there to brag about? These people were beaten miserably. Their faces were bruised and swollen, lying scattered on the ground, unable to move, and their cries of pain echoed endlessly. This commotion finally attracted the attention of the Murong family, and not long after, the head of the Murong family, Murong Hai, led several cultivators and quickly ran over. Seeing the scene before him, he glared and said, "Who are you people?" Lu Zhao said indifferently, "Is Wang Fugi here? I've already handed Wang Fugi, who forged the Imperial Guard's token, over to the authorities." Lu Zhao frowned slightly. Who dared to speak to him in this tone back on Golden Court Mountain? Yanshir. Make him listen. Yanshir understands. Zhao Yanhair giggled happily, cracking her knuckles and saying, "You better listen up." A few of the Murong cultivators waved their weapons, yelling like wild animals, "Where'd this little brat come from?" Before they could even finish their sentence, They were sweating bullets.
Xiao Yanhair repeated herself. You guys better talk nicely and lie down. Xiao Yanhair vanished in a flash, leaving after images in the air, and gusts of wind slammed into the Muronghai's group. Thump. Everyone fell. Muronghai face-planted into the dirt, looking awful as he stared at Xiao Yanhair, a powerful 8-meridian Sea of Qi realm expert.
The cultivators of the Murong estate were nothing more than ordinary people in front of her. The others were all clutching their chests, unable to move.
Oh, you seem to be able to take a hit. Xiao Yanhair was super curious and wanted to throw another punch.
No.
Muronghai waved his hands frantically, begging for mercy. Release the person. Quickly release the person.
Wang Fugi is fine, he's fine. Before long, Wang Fugi was led over, face bruised and swollen with huge bumps on his head.
Xiao Yanhair was not happy at all. As the saying goes, beat a dog, look at the owner. GG. Lu Zhao understood and replied, up to you.
He.
Xiao Yanhair rubbed her fists together, a devious smile spreading across her face, and shouted, Who hit Fugui? Silence! Not a single person dared to answer her. Who the hell would admit to that? Xiao Yanhair had just shown off her incredible strength. The Murong estate's cultivators were like ordinary people in front of her. Xiao Yanhair pointed at Muronghai and said, It was you. Muronghai was scared shitless and waved his hands. No, it wasn't me. Wang Fugi is just a servant. How could the head of the family lower himself to hit him?
It was you! Xiao Yanhair darted in front of Muronghai, her fist carrying gusts of wind as she punched him. Lu Zhao turned his head away, and after a few screams, he turned back to see Muronghai's face bruised and battered. Muronghai sobbed, We don't have any grudges. Did you have to do this? Did you have to do this?
Lu Zhao said calmly, Do you know anything about the Shu family's kidnapping? The scene went silent. Don't be so quick to answer, Lu Zhao added slowly, turning to look at Xiao Yanhair. If I think you're lying, Xiao Yanhair will break your legs. Yes, Grandpa. Being able to beat someone up made Xiao Yanhair super excited. Muronghai looked even more distressed. Think about it. Think about this. How am I supposed to answer? The others couldn't help but shrink back half a step. Muronghai nodded and said,
I know who did it. I only know that there are very powerful cultivators backing them.
Although the Murong family and the Shu family have a long-standing feud, they couldn't have kidnapped hundreds of people from the Shu residence overnight. Muronghai sobbed. Powerful cultivators. Muronghai's eyes glanced at Wang Fugi, guessing that this old man in front of him must have a good relationship with the Shu family, so he said, Old sir, please listen to my advice. Don't provoke these people.
Lu Zhao pressed him. You know them. Muronghai shook his head. Not really, but I know these cultivators are connected to Golden Court Mountain. Old sir, have you heard of Golden Court Mountain? Not really. Tell me about it. Not even heard of Golden Court Mountain? Judging by this old man's aura and bearing, he seemed to be a reclusive person, living isolated from the world. Golden Court Mountain is the home of an old devil ancestor. He has 9 disciples, each of whom is a devil famous throughout the world. The cultivators who kidnap the people of the Exu residence are very likely related to some of the devils on Golden Court Mountain. They kill people without batting an eye. Their crimes are heinous. I think, old sir, you look kind and gentle. You should definitely not provoke them.
Hearing such flattering words, Xiao Yanhair really couldn't hold back anymore and burst out laughing. Seeing that her master was still being solemn and serious, she quickly suppressed her laughter. But fearing he would blame her, she turned away, covered her mouth, and couldn't help it. She simply laughed out loud, covering her mouth and then holding her stomach.
Pay no attention to her, continue, Lu Zhao said calmly. Muronghai's face was full of embarrassment and doubt. How could she laugh when we're talking about such a serious topic? Muronghai was interrupted by Xiao Yanhair and didn't know how to continue, so he choked up and went back to his usual tone, saying, This Lin Hugang is a sect that didn't exist before they kidnapped the Shu family. They came to investigate the terrain in A Yang, a group of more than 300 people.
How do you know?
If the other party disguised themselves as a sect, they clearly didn't want others to know. But how could the Murong family know this information so easily? It was very contradictory. Muronghai was slightly startled and looked embarrassed. Lu Zhao shouted, Tell the truth! I dare not hide anything. Own the kidnapped hostages. There are also people from my Murong family.
Xiao Yanhair said angrily. Shameless! Lu Zhao held her back and said, Very good, your answer wasn't bad. I beg old sir to spare me. I promise you that I will never be hostile to the Shu family again. Lu Zhao slowly turned around. One last question. Can you track the hostage's location? Mu Ronghai's face changed immediately when he heard this. The meaning of this sir in front of him was clearly to provoke those people. This. Zhao Yanhair immediately clasped her hands and glared at him.
Humph? Yes, I can. Mu Ronghai lowered his head and had to answer honestly. This kind of low-level tracking method is called cultivation imprint. Great cultivators don't bother using it. If the Linhu gang has the support of a powerful cultivator, there's no way they wouldn't see through this trick. In other words, the other party deliberately revealed the information. If bandits kidnap hostages for money, what does the Linhu gang want this trap for? Let's go back, Lu Zhao said calmly. Zhao Yanhair jumped to Lu Zhao's side. Grandpa, let me support you. Lu Zhao took 2 steps and suddenly stopped, pointing at Mu Ronghai. Take him with us, and don't forget to retrieve the royal token. Mu Ronghai was dumbfounded. He wanted to kneel down and beg for forgiveness, but Lu Zhao had already turned away resolutely, seemingly not giving him a chance to refuse. Would he dare to resist? Wang Fugui pulled Mu Ronghai away. Here's the royal token, keep it safe. Xiao Yanshare held the token and admired it. This dragon pattern is really beautiful. Wang Fugui kept urging Mu Ronghai to hurry up. Lu Zhao smiled. This is a special dragon pattern, only found on royal tokens. It's used to distinguish between real and fake. Keep it safe and don't show it off too much. Thump! Mu Ronghai's legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground. His forehead was covered in sweat, and his hands were shaking. Was that token really real? Wang Fugui yelled. Duh! Zhao Yanhair turned her head in confusion and told Mu Ronghai to get up and walk quickly. You're sitting on a pile of shit. After walking halfway, Lu Zhao suddenly stopped and said, Yanser, send a flying letter to your senior brother. Tell him that if any cultivators with unknown identities approach Golden Court Mountain, kill them, without question. Understood. Zhao Yanser couldn't help but shudder. At this moment, she felt a murderous aura emanating from her master. Ever since repelling the 10 great experts, there had always been a very strange aura about her master. Tomorrow morning, take Mu Ronghai, and we'll find a way to rescue your family. Zhao Yanhair clasped her hands and said, Thank you, Grandpa Master. At the Zhu Manor, night fell, and Lu Zhao, as usual, habitually opened the system interface to check his merit points. Hehe. Performing a stellar draw, consuming 50 merit points, he obtained reversal cards, quantity 3. Reversal cards are worthless. Lu Zhu immediately felt like he had been scammed by the system before. He spent 500 merit points to buy a reversal card in the store, and now he gets 3 in one go for 50 points. Isn't that a ripoff? Performing a stellar draw, consuming 50 merit points, he obtained fatal blow blockers, quantity 5. Performing a stellar draw, consuming 50 merit points. Thank you for participating. Lucky points +1. Performing a stellar draw, consuming 50 merit points. Thank you for participating. Lucky points +1. Lu Zhao shook his head. Oh no, here comes that thank you for participating feeling again. He restrained himself. I can't keep drawing. If I draw 10 times and still don't get a reversal card, it's a total loss. Using them, Lu Zhao used up all 3 reversal cards. He looked down at the system interface. His remaining lifespan was 5,309 days. 3 cards increased it by 1,000 days. Lu Zhu clearly remembered that the first reversal card increased it by 31 days. The subsequent ones increased it by 300 days. And now it's 333 days per card. Interesting. He felt that his body's muscles were much better. Although his cultivation level was still low, the foundation of this body was still there. While he was wondering, Lu Zhao felt like his eyesight seemed better than before. The light outside the window shone in like ripples on the sea. He rubbed his eyes, and everything returned to normal. Could this be the extraordinary power of the 3 heavenly tomes? How can I use this power? The system once reminded him that the cultivation method of the 3 heavenly tomes is completely different from other cultivation methods. In other words, Jitiandao's previous experiences and insights were worthless. He could only explore on his own.
Lu Zhujiao opened the Heavenly Tome interface and continued reading.
The next morning, Lu Juao, Xiao Yanhe, Murong Hai, and Wang Fugi gathered in the courtyard.
Grandpa, you look younger again. Nonsense, this little girl's vocabulary is so poor she only knows how to flatter me with that sentence.
Lu Zhao put his hands behind his back and said, Murong Hai, lead the way. Yes. Murong Hai cupped his fist.
Faint streams of energy wrapped around his arm, then suddenly danced and disappeared into the world. 10 miles north from here, they can be snatched back. Gathering only 10 miles away, these cultivators clearly aren't afraid of anyone coming to rescue them. 10 miles. If it's really related to those evildoers, it seems a bit risky to take Yan'er there. Should I gamble or just ignore it?
Grandpa, what are you thinking about? Nothing? Let's go. Yes. Wang Fugui didn't have any cultivation, so he stayed at the Zhu Manor to watch over things.
Lu Zhao, Xiao Yan'er, and Murong Hai headed north, 10 miles north of Anyang City, at Qingyang Mountain Stronghold. This must be it. Murong Hai pointed to the mountain range in front and said, The three stood at the foot of the mountain, looking up at Qingyang Mountain. This is Qingyang Mountain Stronghold. The mark can't be wrong. The cultivators of the Lin Hu gang must all be stationed here.
Lu Zhao stroked his beard and said, Yan'er, go save them. Yes, Xiao Yan'er smiled mischievously. She took step by step towards Qingyang Mountain Stronghold.
Murong Hai exclaimed in fear, 8 Meridian Sea of Avatar's realm.
To have achieved so much at such a young age, truly rare. Every step leaves footprints.
Just then, a group of cultivators from Qingyang Mountain emerged from the forest. They flew on their swords, moving in unison, as if they had been waiting for them. Swish, swish. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen cultivators blocked Lu Zhao's group.
We've been waiting for you for a long time. More than a dozen cultivators stood in the air, looking down from above.
Murong Hai, seeing the situation was not good, took a step back, his eyes wide as saucers, and stammered, See, Senior, they are all 8 Meridian Sea of Avatar's realm experts. This.
I already said this was a trap. Now look what happened.
Lu Zhao nodded, only saying, huh. Murong Hai wanted to cry. You're still murmuring at a time like this. His Murong family was just a normal merchant family. Although they were like fish in water in business, in the eyes of cultivators, they were nothing more than ants.
Those were two completely different worlds. Besides fear, what else could he do? He was only at the 5-aperture profound connection realm. This kind of realm didn't even have the right to stand straight in front of the Sea of Avatars realm, Murong Hai suggested. Senior, let's run. Xiao Yan'er was also a 8 Meridian Sea of Avatars realm expert.
If they let her block these cultivators alone, they might have a chance to escape.
But Lu Zhao remained indifferent, as if he didn't hear Murong Hai's words. All his attention was focused on the formation in front of him. Crazy! He must be crazy! Xiao Yan'er wasn't afraid at all, and even enthusiastically looked around. She put one hand on her hip and counted with the other. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. She's still counting at a time like this.
The cultivators frowned,
and the leader said angrily, We never kill nameless people. State your names. Xiao Yan'er finished counting and smiled. 10 Sea of Avatar's realm cultivators.
The leader was stunned. This little girl didn't even bother to pay attention to his words. The cultivator next to him whispered, That senior said, no matter who it is, kill without mercy. The leader nodded slightly. He looked down and said, Taking money from others, working for them. I see that you are young and already have a good cultivation base.
It's a pity that you are involved with the Shu family time and time again. He waved his hand, and the 10 cultivators behind him rushed forward, surrounding Xiao Yan'er. Lu Zhao's old voice came, Who ordered you to do this? The leader glanced at Lu Zhao and Murong Hai. Who are you, old man? He couldn't help but shake his head. One at the Qi condensation realm, one at the profound connection realm. Lu Zhao also shook his head. The principles and rules in this world ultimately depend on fists to determine who's right, Yan'er. Lu Zhao gestured to Xiao Yan'er. Xiao Yan'er understood, smiled, unfolded her stance, and lightly tapped her toes.
Boom! The ground was stomped into a huge pit, and Murong Hai was completely stunned. He perfectly displayed the appearance of someone who had never seen the world.
The 10 Qi condensation realm cultivators were all shocked. This aura, something's not right.
Kill her, the leader ordered. but Zhao Yanhair's silver bell-like laughter echoed throughout Qingyang Mountain. Whoosh! Zhao Yanhair disappeared from her spot. 7 stars. Cloud-chasing steps. This was one of the most quintessential movement techniques that Ji Tiandao gave her. Able to walk on air, turning into illusions as fast as lightning. Her figure only left after images in the air, making people dizzy. As if she was everywhere. Boom. One by one, the Qi condensation realm cultivators were kicked to the ground by her, not just falling, but slammed into the earth, her eyes chilling. Bam. The group of cultivators was quickly finished off by the little girl Zhao Yanhair. Mu Ronghai was dumbfounded. Are 8 Meridian Qi condensation realm cultivators all this strong? Successfully killed an evildoer, gained 10 merit points. Successfully killed an evildoer, gained 10 merit points. In just a few breaths, Zhao Yanhair had kicked 10 cultivators into the ground. Those lying on the ground had brains splattered everywhere, blood all over their faces, and had all lost their lives. Only the leading cultivator was left, his face blank, as if scared out of his mind. Zhao Yanhair's figure appeared in front of him. She waved her hand as if the dead people below had nothing to do with her. Need me to help you? No, I'll go down myself, thump. The leader extinguished the primal qi in his whole body and fell to the ground. At least that way he could save his life. After landing, the strong smell of blood stimulated his nerves. Who am I? Where am I? What was I supposed to do? He remembered he accepted a rewarded task. To kidnap the family, kill the rescuers. Mu Ronghai finally came to his senses. Swallowed hard, feeling like he was dreaming. Lu Zhao slowly walked over. Not bad, H. Hi, Grandpa. You've finally come to save me. Zhao Yanhair deliberately left one person alive and killed all the rest, which Lu Zhao found a bit unexpected. Lu Zhao's gaze turned to the survivor, and he said calmly, "Who's the mastermind?" The survivor struggled to look up at the old man in front of him. "Don't know. The Zai family's hostage is not here. Someone took them away." "Who? Don't know. Did you ever see his appearance?" "No. Never saw him." This guy won't talk. Zhao Yanhair got angry after hearing a few sentences, and said, "Liar. Still dare to talk back. Tired of living." Lu Zhao also frowned. The leader lying prone on the ground didn't dare to breathe loudly. His fingertips dug into the ground, constantly trembling. Lu Zhao said calmly, "Kill him." "Ah, no, can't you ask a couple more questions?" I'll tell you. Don't kill me. Lu Zhao didn't even bother to look at him, just walked up Qingyang Mountain with his hands behind his back. Zhao Yanhair smiled playfully. "Why didn't you say so earlier? After all, he's a Qi condensation realm expert. Not even a scratch on him. How embarrassing would it be if he answered truthfully, after just a couple of casual questions? The entire Z family is on Qingyang Mountain. The Z family's patriarch was taken away by the employer." I really don't know the employer's identity." The leader hastily revealed the important information. Lu Zhao didn't turn his head. He was thinking about how to find these cunning bastards. The peak trial card only had 2 left. He couldn't use them up. Before going to find them, Zhao Yanhair said, "Grandpa is so amazing he scared him into spilling everything." Lu Zhao shook his head and said, "I didn't scare him. Grandpa, this place is a trap. The one behind the scenes deliberately wanted to leave information. Even if he didn't say it, someone would find a way to let us know. What's the point of keeping him? If there's any value in him, it's just providing merit points." The leader immediately shrank back, his face pale, his complexion ashen. At Moon Reflection Palace, a dozen female cultivators flew across the mountain range one after another and landed in sequence. The cultivation place was as beautiful as a fairyland. The female cultivators were as beautiful as celestial beings. Who would have thought that this was the location of the female devil, Ye Tiangxin? The Palace Master of Moon Reflection Palace also had the title of Jade-Faced Shura, Palace Master. A letter reports that someone has come from the Z family, one old and one young. Hearing this news, Ye Tiangxin and Zhao Yue stood up at the same time. "Have you confirmed the identities of those 2 people? They look somewhat similar to the portraits, but we haven't dared to confirm." "Similar?" Ye Tiangxin smiled and said, "With that old fogey's personality, would he even know how to disguise himself? As far as I know, 3rd senior brother has been injured, Zheng Yidao has sent experts to Jinding Mountain, and moreover, after the death of Luo Changfeng, the sect leader of Heavenly Sword Sect, there still hasn't been a successor. The previous sect leader, Luo Jingkong, has always been staring,
looking for an opportunity for revenge. Yi Tiangxin continued, "Fourth senior brother alone won't be able to stop the nascent Soul Realm experts."
Zhao Yue understood her meaning. This was the best opportunity to exhaust Ji Tiandao's trump cards. Then what if these two people aren't fake? Ye Tiangxin chuckled.
"Wouldn't that be perfect for them to fall into our trap?"
Reporting Palace Master. A letter reports that the Linhu Gang's cultivators on Xingyang Mountain have all been annihilated. The Z family members, except for Old Master Z, have all been rescued. Yay. Tiangxin didn't seem surprised at all. Her eyes lit up. Able to kill the Linhu Gang's group of Qi Condensation Realm cultivators must be little junior sister? There aren't many Divine Court Realm experts.
The Divine Court Realm experts of the 10 great sects have no reason to go rescue a small and insignificant Zai family. Only little Yan Meyer has the motive.
Send a letter to the evil king. The plan doesn't change. Prepare to set off. Yes. Zhao Yu chuckled softly.
Old 8 dares to call himself the evil king with his cultivation? Hasn't he seen you before? Among the 9 disciples, Old 8's cultivation is only slightly stronger than little Yawner's. But little Yawner entered the sect last, and has only been cultivating for 5 years. With just a little more time, little Yawner will definitely surpass him. Hearing that a simpleton like Old 8 could also call himself the evil king, Zhao Yu naturally found it funny.
Ye Tiangxin added,
"It's not that Old 8 is too weak, but that old geezer is too strong. Outsiders only know that old devil through the great achievements he's made. Only these disciples truly understand what it's like to be around him." At the same time, Lu Zhao, whose name was mentioned, let out a sneeze. Hachu.
The entire Shu family, after being saved, knelt down to thank Lu Zhao. Many thanks for the old senior's life-saving grace. Lu Zhao also smoothly gained merit points from the sincere kneeling of over 100 people. Xiao Yanhe and her mother, Shu Chengxi, excitedly reunited, but unfortunately, there wasn't time for catching up. Lu Zhao told Xiao Yanhe to take the clansmen back home safely. They still had to continue rescuing people.
Xiao Yanhe's father was still in the hands of some powerful cultivator. After the brief battle at Xingyang Mountain, Muronghai once again recognized this little Yanxir girl. Muronghai praised from the bottom of his heart. "Old senior, your granddaughter is the youngest cultivator I know, reaching the 8 Meridian Sea of Wonders realm. In less than 3 years, she'll definitely enter the Divine Court realm."
Lu Zhao said nothing, just walked with his hands behind his back.
Xiao Yanfer smoothed her hair, then pointed at Muronghai and said, "TCH, I remember very clearly, you were scared to death just now." Muronghai looked embarrassed. "What? You still dare to not accept it? If it weren't for saving your life to be more useful, this lady would have kicked you to death, you believe it?" To be honest, Muronghai really couldn't understand the thinking of this little girl with her unpredictable mood swings. Saying nice things made her angry. It was better to say nothing at all. See? Muronghai couldn't help but speed up to catch up with Lu Zhao.
The old senior is much more amiable. After walking for a while, Muronghai couldn't help but say, "Old senior, although the Shu family has been rescued, if someone continues to capture them at this time, wouldn't all the effort be wasted?"
Before Lu Zhao could answer, Xiao Yanhe angrily said, "Idiot! My grandpa has the Imperial Guard token, and I've already given it to them." Muronghai almost choked to death from Xiao Yanhe's words. Lu Zhao calmly said, "It's all right." He paused for a moment, then cupped his hands and said, "The target of these cultivators probably isn't the Shu family." Muronghai nodded. "That makes sense. If it's for money, they can just ask for it. They don't ask for money, nor do they kill people, they just want something else. Then why do they have to do this?" At this moment, Xiao Yanhe pointed towards the horizon and said, "Carrier pigeon, whoosh!"
Xiao Yanhe leaped into the air, catching the golden carrier pigeon. It was a reply from the 4th senior brother. This time Lu Zhao didn't tell her to read it, but waved his hand. Xiao Yanhe gave the letter to Lu Zhao.
After reading the letter, Lu Zhao frowned slightly. "Grandpa, what does the letter say?" "Some small matters." Lu Zhao casually waved his hand, and the letter turned into fine powder, scattering with the wind. Muronghai naturally didn't dare to ask too much, just stood silently to the side. Lu Zhao looked at the beautiful mountains and rivers, stroked his beard, and said, "Send a flying letter to Old Fourth, telling him to wait for this teacher's return." "Yes." Xiao Yanhe didn't know what the letter said, but since her master looked so calm and composed, It probably wasn't anything important.
Muronghai secretly speculated based on the way these two grandparents addressed each other. Is this some kind of sect? The world of Great Yan is vast, and it's normal for there to be some reclusive experts, Muronghai suggested. Old Senior, there's no mark on the Shu family's patriarch, so we can't continue tracking them. How about we go back?
Lu Zhao glanced at him, then asked, Muronghai, can you recognize the imperial token? Muronghai replied, the token is a personal item of the Great Yan Emperor, capable of mobilizing 100,000 imperial guards. The 8 commanders each guard 8 districts of the capital. And it's said that there are also 4 Divine Core Realm experts guarding the 4 directions, turning the capital into the strongest defense. The 8 commanders work directly under the Great Yan Emperor. And the only one who can mobilize them besides the Emperor is this token. Distinguishing the real from the fake is very simple. Just look at the special dragon pattern on the token. Lu Zhao nodded. His words were all true.
Back then, Ji Tiandao only sneaked into the palace to steal the token after hearing about the special points of this token. Times change. No matter how foolish the imperial family is, they can't let the token be lost. Even if it's impossible to mobilize the imperial guards, the symbolic meaning of this token is still intact.
You recognized the token, yet you still had the courage to kidnap Wang Fugui. Muronghai choked and replied, I can only blame myself for being blind, not paying attention to the dragon pattern. For a moment, Lu Zhao didn't ask any further. Zhao Yancher pointed ahead and said, Grandpa, it should be here. Lu Zhao hummed. The 3 of them walked around the lake to a clearing, surrounded by mountains on all sides, with no one living within 1,000 miles.
Lu Zhao carefully observed the surroundings, then used a deep voice to spread the sound in all directions.
It was still quiet and silent. The trees in the mountains only had the sound of birds singing, and no other sound. For some reason, Muronghai felt very uncomfortable. His back felt cold, and a very bad feeling suddenly arose in his heart. He took a step back.
Swish! Birds flew out of the forest in all directions, scrambling to escape.
A black figure flew out of the mountains, towards them, with a person under his arm. But he was still as light as a feather, slowly descending. Muronghai retreated again, saying, The aura is so strong, Divine Court Realm. A strange, sinister laugh echoed from the mountains, reverberating in the air. KK, not good. It could be a devil from Golden Cauldron Mountain. Run! Muronghai turned around and ran. Want to run? Too late. The voice of the black figure was deep and hoarse, sending shivers down one's spine. Muronghai hadn't run far before being stopped by an invisible energy. He was extremely panicked. Old Senior, save me. Lu Zhao stood with his hands behind his back, not moving at all. Based on the fluctuating aura, it could be seen that the newcomer was stronger than the 8 Meridian Sea of Wonders realm. Probably a Divine Court Realm expert, but it still wasn't enough for him to use a peak state card. The person had long black hair covering his face, so it was impossible to see his face clearly.
Being able to survive a battle at Qingyang Mountain shows that your group has some strength,
but unfortunately it's still far from enough. Profound Connection Realm, 2 apertures, body tempering 8th layer. His eyes swept over Muronghai and Lu Zhao, finally stopping on Zhao Yan'er. 8 Meridian Sea of Wonders realm, TCH. It seems this deal is quite fair.
Zhao Yan'er's eyes lit up, smiling. This one should be able to take a beating better. The person laughed again. Zhao Yan'er was about to rush up, when Lu Zhao raised his hand to stop her. Lessen the work whenever possible. Lu Zhao stroked his beard and said, Release the hostage and leave, and I will spare your life. Muronghai trembled in his heart. The old senior looks amiable, but why is he talking so boastfully? Doesn't he only have one granddaughter who is in the 8 Meridian Sea of Wonders realm? The black figure pointed at Lu Zhao. Old geezer, do you know who you're talking to? Lu Zhao's tone remained as calm as ever. Since when did someone who learned a little bit of the fur of the 3 Yin spirit way dare to look down on everyone? The shadow was startled, his gaze shifting from Zhao Yan'er to Lu Zhao. His intuition told him that this old man wasn't just at the 8th stage of body tempering, but had used some method to conceal his aura. Just one glance, and he saw through his sex techniques. This was no simple matter. Who are you? Using the reverse breathing method, allowing the primal energy of heaven and earth to pass through the Laogong points on both hands, gathering at the Dantian.
This cultivation method makes it easy to develop the powerful palms. But the drawback is bone-chilling cold. Every month, you have to endure at least 10 days of pain worse than death. Lu Xiao paused for a moment, then said, "To add, you only have a maximum of 3 months left to live." The shadow was aghast. There are many self-cultivators in the world, and each person has their own secrets, especially the weaknesses of the techniques they cultivate. For 20 years, I've painstakingly cultivated the 3-yin body, becoming a divine court realm expert respected by all. As much as you gain, that's how much you pay. The price the 3-yin body brings is a freezing cold body. But how did this old geezer in front of me know? He flicked his black hair aside, his eyes widening like saucers. Looking at Lu Zhu's indifferent expression, his voice became sinister. "I'll ask one more time, just who in the hell are you?" Lu Xiao searched through his memories in his mind, continuing, "In the past you betrayed your sect, only learning the 3-yin spirit, and didn't learn the yang spirit art in tandem. Extreme cold without the regulation of supreme yang? It's a miracle you've lived this long," the shadow asked suspiciously. "Yang spirit art? What? Don't you know the yang spirit art?" The shadow suddenly laughed wildly. "Ha ha ha!" The laughter shook the mountains and forests. "Old man, you're good. You dare to spout nonsense to deceive me." The shadow suddenly lunged forward like a crazed beast. A bone-chilling wind emanated from his entire body, a fist smashing towards Lu Zhu's face. His burst of speed slightly startled Lu Zhu. Bang! The massive waves caused by the powerful wind were suddenly blocked. The shadow surprisingly let out a look of astonishment on his face. The tea house became quiet again. The shadow focused on the one who blocked his thunderous strike. Not this seemingly weak old man, but the little girl who was always smiling. Xiao Yanhe simply raised her hand to block his fist, playfully saying, "If you want to hit my grandpa, you have to ask me first." A sharp wind emanated from Xiao Yanhe's entire body, pushing back the shadow. Bang! The shadow was immediately sent flying. Isn't she just in 8 meridians of the Brahman Sea realm? Even Musoronghai, who was sitting limply on the ground, was dumbfounded. Seeing this scene, he felt his entire worldview collapsing. Why is she so powerful? Pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger, she really knows how to act. She no longer concealed her aura. A genuine divine court realm expert in reality. Even if Xiao Yan'er didn't make a move, he wouldn't have been able to harm Lu Xiao anyway. He had 7 uses of critical block left. However, it was even better that Xiao Yan'er made a move, so Lu Xiao didn't have to use his trump card. "You're a divine court realm expert at this age, how is that possible?" The shadow's voice sounded surprised. Xiao Yan'er rubbed her fist. Looking eager to fight, she turned her head and said, "Grandpa, I want to fight him." "Whatever you want." Getting her master's permission, Xiao Yan'er smiled even more happily. She beckoned to the shadow. "It's been a long time since I've met such a strong opponent. You have to hold on for a while." This scene is so damn weird. A little girl provoking a huge monster. Xiao Yan'er moved like the wind, her toes lightly touching the grass like a dragonfly skimming the water, kicking towards the shadow. The two began to fight fiercely. The shadow instinctively raised his hands to block, a series of kicks hitting his arms hard. The powerful force of the primal chi sent him staggering backwards. He could only defend. This kind of powerful force is astonishing. The shadow was immediately kicked away by Xiao Yan'er, rocks and stones shattering. The girl relentlessly charged forward. Bang, bang, bang. The shadow was beaten black and blue by the girl. Mu Ronghai was speechless. "This is what you call being naughty?" Seeing that Mu Ronghai had been scared out of his wits, Lu Xiao calmly said, "This girl has always been this naughty. This is clearly a demon who just escaped from their restraints." The shadow didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He really wanted to stand up, but he discovered that his legs were like jelly. Unable to move, Lu Xiao stepped forward to check. Master Murong, luckily he just fainted and wasn't injured. Muronghai couldn't believe his eyes and said, Old senior, you have such a strong granddaughter, there's no need to act like this." He thought to himself, "There's no need to pretend to be weak. People's hearts are treacherous. You can't be too careful," Lu Zhu said. Muronghai calmed his excited mood. "Old senior sees the world so clearly. No wonder you always had the confidence to save the Murong estate." "I still underestimated you, old senior."
The two chatted casually. Anyway, Zhao Yanter and that shadow were still fighting intensely, evenly matched. Outsiders looking in would think that the two were still neck and neck. But in reality, Zhao Yanher was always suppressing the opponent. Anyone with eyes could see that she was doing it on purpose, clearly wanting to fight for a longer time. Perhaps it was because she had been on the mountain for too long. She had been holding back until she was bored. Her movements were restricted, and she couldn't let loose. Now that she had a worthy opponent who could spar freely, how could she let it go? The sounds of primal chi clashing rang out endlessly. Mu Ronghai's heart trembled deeply at the sight. It was truly hard to imagine such powerful primal chi coming from a young girl who looked so delicate. Old senior. Mu Ronghai cupped his hands and asked Lu Zhao, "Can I ask you something? About you also hiding your cultivation level, is that true?" Mu Ronghai had thought about this long ago. To be able to suppress such a little devil, how could it simply rely on the charm of his personality and family ties? Only a ghost would believe that. Lu Zhao glanced at him, neither admitting nor denying it. The more Lu Zhao was like this, the more Mu Ronghai thought that he was right. Even his granddaughter was a divine court realm expert. So the old senior in front of him was at least a divine court realm expert. Mu Ronghai hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "Well, Mr. is truly a hidden master." "Nah, not really a master or anything." Lu Zhao waved his hand dismissively. Mu Ronghai was deeply moved, thinking, "That little brat is so unpredictable and hot-tempered. Who knew her grandpa would be so generous and humble? Please forgive my nosiness, old mister." "Oh." Lu Zhao glanced at Zhao Yanher, who was busy pummeling someone in the distance, and said, "That child has astonishing talent, a cultivation base with high achievements, and limitless potential. It's just a pity she doesn't quite get how to treat others." He knew Zhao Yanher's personality best. Teaching her properly wasn't something you could do in just a couple of days. "You're right. I've been thinking about how to teach this little rascal some manners lately." "Old mister is truly wise. That child is really blessed. I know Zhao Yanher's stubbornness and character best. Teaching her to be good isn't something that can be done in a day or two." Boom, bang, crash. The violent wind, carrying energy, slammed into the black shadow's face, covering him in dust and causing him to cough incessantly. The black shadow finally collapsed onto the ground, unable to move. Zhao Yanher smiled sweetly and said, "Keep going." The black shadow raised both hands, feebly waving them, and uttered with difficulty, "Don't hit, no more hitting." Zhao Yanher felt bored, while the black shadow lay there, hacking and coughing. Lu Zhao finally stood up, a smile appearing on his face. "Looks like they've had their fill." "That's great, congratulations, old mister. The Shu family has been saved. This trip is finally over." Lu Zhao shook his head again, looking at the black shadow lying on the ground. "The matter isn't over yet. On the contrary, it's just begun." He walked closer and suddenly said, "Pan Zhong, tell me." The black shadow on the ground trembled all over. "You? How do you know my name?" Back to the main point. Lu Zhao slowly walked forward, saying as he went, "You could have lived for another 3 months, but you wanted to die, so I'll grant you your wish." "You?" Pan Zhong's heart trembled. He flipped backward, sending all the dust on his body flying into his face. Whoosh! His body swayed, almost losing his balance. "I didn't expect this brat to have such a profound cultivation base, but it's not enough to kill me." Pan Zhong cautiously eyed Zhao Yanher. After several hundred rounds of being a punching bag for her, he really wanted to just run away. Lu Zhao said, "The 3 yin styles need to be paired with the 6 yang art to be truly effective. You only learned the 3 yin styles and couldn't bring out its essence." Zhao Yanher glared at him. 6 yang art? I've never heard of it. What's so strange about some broken 6 yang art technique? My grandpa has countless cultivation methods." Pan Zhong asked curiously. "Countless?" Just then, sounds of air being torn apart could be heard, the sounds of flying swords and airborne travel, with a powerful aura and a large number of cultivators. "Little junior sister, long time no see." In the distant sky, a crimson flying chariot hovered, followed by over 100 cultivators flying like a tide. "They're here," Lu Zhao said, looking at the crimson flying chariot. Zhao Yanher, who had been carefree and playful, exclaimed in shock,
It's senior sister's flying chariot. Then, a little scared, she stood next to her master, clutching his arm tightly. Lu Zhao waved his hand. Don't be afraid. Protect your father. Yes, Zhao Yan'er thought about it and realized he was right. With her master here, what was there to be afraid of?
She helped old man Shu up, but unfortunately he was still unconscious and couldn't see this magnificent scene. As for Pan Zhong, he was both surprised and puzzled. Not knowing what to think, Morong Hai felt like he was dreaming. An illusion. It had to be an illusion. He pinched himself hard. Ouch! That hurts like hell. How can there be so many cultivators? A cultivator at the 8 Meridians Phantasm Sea Realm was considered a powerhouse, because reaching the Phantasm Sea Realm allowed one to stand in the air, and opening the 8 Meridians allowed one to fly. How could so many experts be flying through the air like locusts? Is the Phantasm Sea Realm not worth anything anymore? He was terrified. Moreover, those who could control flying swords were at least cultivators who had opened the 8 Meridians, and there were quite a few Divine Court Realm experts among them.
And then there was the flying chariots. Flying chariots were symbols of status. Usually only a powerful faction had the right to ride one. Even before the 10 great experts besieged Golden Court Mountain, only the 10 great experts were allowed to sit in flying chariots. So who on earth was the person sitting in this crimson flying chariot? In the blink of an eye, the experts gathered in the sky, forming a semicircular encirclement.
The crimson flying chariot hovered in the middle of the formation.
Lu Zhao, Morong Hai, Zhao Yan'er, and Pan Zhong all looked towards the flying chariot. A delicate voice rang out. As always, I can only hear her voice, but not see her. Little junior sister is getting more and more beautiful. The familiar tone made Zhao Yan'er swallow hard and run behind Lu Zhao. Pan Zhong was even more confused. Little junior sister, who could make this powerful and unruly little brat afraid. He seemed to recognize the owner of the crimson flying chariot, swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and his fingers trembled slightly. Zhao Yan'er harumphed. HMPH, traitor. I don't want to be your little junior sister. Ha ha ha. Laughter came from the flying chariot. Little junior sister is still as innocent and adorable as ever. At this moment, a Divine Court Realm cultivator flew over on his sword, cupped his fist, and said to the person in the flying chariot, Palace Master Ye, you said that the old devil relied on secret medicines to survive the last tribulation, so you sent a secret message to inform us that the Grand Master Devil would appear here, but now there's only a little devil here. What do you mean? Only a little devil? Lu Xiao couldn't help but wonder. Did I only get 10 years younger? My hair got darker, and my skin got less wrinkled, but my facial features haven't changed that much. Is it really that hard to recognize this old man? The cultivator sitting in the flying chariot laughed. Open your eyes and look carefully. HMPH, boom boom. The flying chariot moved forward a step. The screen was lifted, all the cultivators turned to look, and everyone held their breath. A woman in white slowly descended from the sky like a fairy maiden. Master, you've fallen for their trap. Her aura was as gentle as water, but it contained killing intent. Even though she was still a ways off, Lu Zhao recognized Ye Tiangxin. The hate meter from that traitorous disciple, Ye Tiangxin, was steadily climbing. That 6th disciple of his, now the palace master of the Yanyu Palace, famous far and wide. A place, they say, only has female cultivators, all talented, and all with a deep hatred for unfaithful men. No one knows why. Lu Zhao rummaged through his memories but couldn't find an answer. What a waste. But there weren't many female cultivators around her that he could clearly see. She didn't want to use her own people. They were all people she wanted to use. How calculated. The other cultivators were also landing, keeping their distance from Ye Tiangxin. Lu Zhao stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes on Ye Tiangxin. Her air and appearance reminded Lu Zhao of a line of poetry, growing from mud, yet untouched by its mire. Lu Zhao wasn't in a hurry to make a move, because he felt things weren't as simple as they seemed. They weren't just setting a trap to catch him. These evil disciples weren't that stupid. Oldest, 2nd, 5th, 7th, and 8th hadn't shown their faces yet. Once he used a peak performance card, he only had half an hour. He had to make the most of that peak performance card, catch all those evil disciples. Everyone's eyes were glued to Ye Tiangxin. Ye Tiangxin slowly walked forward,
and the group of cultivators made way for her. After walking a few steps, she stopped. She didn't go any further, but just smiled at Lu Juju, softly calling out, "Shifu." Everything went quiet, not a sound. The cultivators broke out in cold sweats.
All eyes turned to Lu Zhao, a 60 or 70-year-old geezer. There were looks of surprise, shock, doubt, and disbelief. This was the legendary demonic patriarch, the one with mountains of sins, famous throughout the land? This was the old devil who swept across the 80,000 alien race cultivators of Rongbei? Is this a mistake? Hard to believe. He's a bit different from his portrait, but Ye Tianxin confirmed it herself.
Ye Tianxin was the old devil's sixth disciple. If she said it was him, then it was him.
Murong Hai looked at the kindly old man beside him, then burst out laughing.
"This is the world-renowned demonic patriarch, haha. Just kill me now, you are all scammers, scamming me."
Lu Zhao stood with his hands behind his back, looked at Ye Tianxin, and calmly said, "You've called me Shifu once, so I'll give you one more chance to return to Golden Court Mountain. A seat among the 9 disciples is still open for you."
Lu Zhao's answer caused a stir among all the cultivators present, which meant he admitted he was the old devil patriarch. Ye Tianxin laughed and said, "Shifu, I call you Shifu out of respect, but whether I can return to Golden Court Mountain or not, you have to ask them first." The cultivators around glared at Lu Zhao. Well, old devil, you were lucky to win the battle at Golden Court Mountain last time, but it won't be so easy this time. Secret elixirs are just regular elixirs after all. All secret elixirs that can increase cultivation in a short period of time will have side effects, so everyone don't worry. No wonder the old devil didn't care about consuming his original essence last time. Old devil, today is your day of death, surrender yourself. The cultivators were filled with indignation, and one by one they spoke out to criticize Lu Zhao. Lu Zhao acted as if he didn't see or hear anything. He only looked at the smiling Ye Tianxin and asked, "How can you be sure that I will definitely show up here?" Ye Tianxin clapped her hands with a smile, and immediately someone presented a portrait. It's hard to believe that the invincible old devil patriarch of the past now knows how to disguise himself and hide his whereabouts. Lu Zhao didn't answer. Ye Tianxin continued, "Shifu, what if I told you I guessed? Would you believe me?" Lu Zhao stroked his beard. Seemed like out of habit, his mentality also became experienced. He glanced at the people in front of him, and still didn't see Zhao Yu and the others. Lu Zhao couldn't help but shake his head. Using a peak performance card just to catch one evil disciple didn't seem like a good deal, but facing this situation, did he have a way out? It seemed not. Ye Tianxin heard Lu Zhao say with a calm voice, like a teacher calling a student's name, "I taught you the Azure Sea Tide generating skill, and gave you the passion pill, hoping that you would have enough power to protect yourself in this dangerous cultivation world, not for you to betray your teacher and rebel against me." Ye Tianxin laughed heartily. Her laughter sent chills down everyone's spine. The old devil who rampaged for many years actually taught such a disciple. Truly a satisfying thing. Like teacher, like student. "Old man, do you think you are still the same as before?" Ye Tianxin made a gesture and continued, "You are old, and you are no longer Ji Tiandao who could command the winds and rains. This place is your grave, designed by my own hand." The atmosphere around the forest suddenly vibrated. Those cultivators with deep cultivation seemed to feel that the surroundings were changing, and this place was not simple. Xiaoyanhe couldn't stand it anymore and scolded, "How dare you scold my master? Be careful, you'll be struck by lightning." Unfortunately, her scolding wasn't fierce enough. Lu Zhao waved his hand, signaling Xiaoyanhe not to interfere. He said, "Who revealed my whereabouts to you? 7th or 5th, or that useless 8th? Ye Tianxin said. "No need for them to take action." She paused for a moment and continued, "I don't mind telling you the truth either. The abduction of the Xu family was designed by me. The purpose was to get little junior sister and you, old man, to bite the bait." Fan Zhang suddenly realized. He said in surprise, "The one who issued this mission was you? So what if the old devil doesn't show up?" Fan Zhang wondered why she was so sure that the old devil would show up here. Ye Tianxin smiled, but her tone was still cold. "You ask too many questions. You just need to complete your work and receive your reward." Fan Zhang felt a killing intent. Lu Zhao's expression was still as calm as usual. He opened his mouth and said, "Well, my hands are already stained with the blood of countless living beings, so I don't mind adding another group." Whoosh! Everyone facing him took a step back, as if facing a formidable enemy.
Old man, do you still want to waste your strength resisting? Yi Tiangxin looked directly at Lu Zhao. Devil Essence Secret Medicine. Each use can cause the original energy to explode in a short period of time. The side effect is that the cultivation will be reduced by half within 10 days, and you can't use the Devil Essence Secret Medicine again. She mentioned the name of this secret medicine.
Lu Zhao seemed to have some memory of it.
He recalled, "This is a secret medicine painstakingly refined by the Medicine King, but later, because its effect was too overbearing and cruel, it was boycotted by the righteous factions in the world and finally gradually disappeared. But he really didn't expect them to think of this secret medicine."
A cultivator said loudly,
"If you said someone else has Devil Essence Secret Medicine, I definitely wouldn't believe it. But if it's this old devil, I believe it." Several others chimed in, "Yes, yes, yes." Yi Tiangxin smiled again. "I have some very bad news, and I have to tell the old man." Her tones seemed to rejoice in other people's misfortune.
"All around here, a formation has been set up that weakens the original energy on a large scale, so even if you still have secret medicines and want to desperately use them, it will be in vain."
"Okay, I'll stop here. Shifu, this is the last time I'll call you Shifu. After you die, I will have someone take care of your funeral, and take care of Golden Court Mountain. Oh, by the way, the experts of the Righteous One sect should have arrived at Golden Court Mountain. Third senior brother is injured, and fourth senior brother must have surrendered." After speaking, Yi Tiangxin gently stepped back. She didn't seem to want to take action herself, because she still had respect for Jin Tiandao from the bottom of her heart. So she was unwilling to be the first to make a move.
And again, she didn't think that the old man only had one trump card, the Devil Essence Secret Medicine. It was better to let others rush forward and act as cannon fodder, which was also the reason why she didn't mobilize the people from the Yanyu Palace. In the formation, Xiao Yanher explored the surroundings. She felt the energy fluctuating around, and felt extremely worried. "Shifu, what should we do now?" A group of cultivators in front were slowly approaching. Lu Ju's voice was still as confident as before. "Don't be afraid." Yi Tiangxin was suspicious in her heart. There was one thing that senior sister Zhao Yu said was right. This old man's behavior seemed to be no longer the same as before. No longer angry, no longer crazy, and no longer scolding others. Old Master Wang Fugyu ran out of the forest, panting and choked up, calling out, "Fugi, why are you here?" Xiao Yanher asked, puzzled, Madam is worried about your safety." Wang Fugui saw that old Master Shu was lying unconscious, and called out again, choking with sobs, "Old Master, what's wrong with you?" Seeing that old Master Shu was still unconscious, he kowtowed to Lu Zhao. "Old Mister, please save old Master Shu, I beg you." Whoosh! Wang Fugi's figure suddenly shot towards Lu Zhao like an arrow. In his hand he held a gleaming dagger. A powerhouse at the Divine Court realm, no less. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Even the cultivators besieging Lu Zhao didn't expect it. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the scene. Xiao Yanjie was terrified and cried out, "Master, too close!" There was almost no way to dodge this attack. Even a nascent Soul Realm expert would be injured trying to tank this without any preparation. Gotcha. Wang Fugi's eyes lit up with anticipation. Bang! The dagger plunged into Lu Zhao's back. The dagger couldn't pierce him even a tiny bit. What the heck was going on? A million thoughts raced through Wang Fugi's mind. This was a earth-grade treasure, coated with a potent poison. Added to that, the full force of my Divine Court realm strike. Why didn't it feel like it penetrated him at all? As a top-notch assassin, I calculate every move meticulously. One strike, one kill. Like an elite archer who knows the arrow will hit its mark the moment it's released, without any need to reconfirm. He slowly raised his head. The dagger was blocked by some kind of invisible force. Lu Zhao's voice rang out at the same time. "Why would this seat need to resort to poison to kill you lot?" Boom! A wave of power like a bursting dantian suddenly erupted from Lu Zhao. The powerful energy instantly formed a vortex, blasting Wang Fugui away. Pieffed. Fresh blood sprayed out. Waves of energy continued to emanate from Lu Zhao. Crap! He was pretending to be a demonic old fart. Ah! The one who was fooled wasn't the old devil, but us. Yi Tiangxin, you're so calculative. You really got us good. Rumble, rumble, rumble.
All the vast ocean realm cultivators collapsed to the ground, unable to resist. Yi Tianxin's eyes widened, her heart shaken. Why is the formation ineffective if he's faking it? Why can the old geezer still use poison? Where is the problem? Lu Zhao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, taking a deep breath. If only I could feel this good all the time. This peak state felt so good. It was like my whole body had become young again. Like a person who had been sleeping soundly had awakened. Like a long-suppressed flood had finally burst forth. My aura, cultivation, and energy had all reached their peak. Ye Tianxin, you went to great lengths to plant a divine court realm expert disguised as my manor's steward. How could I not be aware? Shock filled Ye Tianxin's eyes. She retreated uncontrollably. Ye Tianxin continued to step back, a sense of fear slowly consuming her. How many years had it been? She seemed to have lost the feeling of fear, but today, that feeling had returned. It made her completely forget all the plans she had meticulously laid out. Lu Zhao didn't even bother to look at anyone below the vast ocean realm. Those divine court realm experts struggling to resist were only a matter of time. Even the 10 great nascent soul realm experts had to run away when they saw him, so what could these divine court realm juniors do? From beginning to end, Lu Zhao's gaze was fixed on Ye Tianxin. He gently raised his hand. An irresistible force grabbed Wang Fugi and flew him towards Lu Zhao, as if he were telekinetically controlling an object. Wang Fugi's whole body was paralyzed. Lu Zhao's old hand gripped his neck tightly. Everyone knows the royal family's token. How could Murong Hai not know you? You must have deliberately obstructed things. Lu Zhao lifted Wang Fugi by the neck. His feet left the ground, his breathing gradually stopped, and his face turned red as a beet. This guy had indeed been contacted by Ye Tianxin to stay at the manor as an assassin. When he first met Lu Zhao and Zhao Yanhe, he wasn't sure if these two were the demonic old fart and founder of Golden Court Mountain, but when he took out the token, he confirmed everything and then, according to Ye Tianxin's plan, ensured everything went smoothly. He had also wanted to assassinate Lu Zhao at night, but he always felt that this old man wasn't the demonic old fart of Golden Court Mountain, and he was also wary of messing up Ye Tianxin's plan, so he didn't make a move. Wang Fugui croaked, You can't kill me. Every divine court realm expert has some kind of faction backing them. But does that even matter anymore? Or rather, is there any force under this heaven that the Golden Court Mountain's great demonic old fart would be afraid of? No, Crunch. Lu Zhao's expression was indifferent. He closed his 5 fingers. And the so-called divine court realm expert immediately tilted his head. His eyes rolled back, and his neck snapped. Ding! System notification. Killed a villainous divine court realm expert, gaining 200 merit points. The reward seems pretty generous. Seeing this scene, Ye Tianxin couldn't help but walk faster. A crimson flying chariot descended from the sky. Ye Tianxin calmed her trembling heart and waved her sleeve, saying, He won't last much longer. Don't be afraid, everyone. But she herself lightly leaped onto the flying chariot. Then the flying chariot turned and ran away. Lu Zhao swept his gaze around. There were about 15 divine court realm experts left, and over 100 vast ocean realm cultivators. Lu Zhao called out, Pan Zhong. Pan Zhong flinched violently. Pan Zhong. Defect, I'll give you a chance. Pan Zhong was scared out of his wits, his whole body trembling. Senior, I was coerced by others. I absolutely didn't want to be your enemy. Please, Senior, spare my life. Pan Zhong knew that in front of a super expert like this, once he caught his eye, there was no chance of escape. Begging for forgiveness was perhaps the only glimmer of hope for survival, although he knew that the person in front of him was a demon who killed people without blinking an eye. Vast ocean realm cultivators, don't leave a single one alive. I will reward you with the Lu Yang skill, Lu Zhao said calmly. Live or die, the choice is yours. Lu Zhao slowly raised his hand. Baizine descended from the sky, bringing with it points of light that seemed to want to cleanse the world. A legendary grade mount. Pan Zhong was terrified. Rumor has it that this old demon, the founder of Golden Court Mountain, has rampaged for nearly 1,000 years. He has countless treasures, techniques, and weapons in his hands. Today, seeing it with my own eyes, it is indeed true, Yanhe. Take your father back to Qingyang Mountain and wait for your teacher to return. disciple obeys. Xiao Yanhe was delivered by the old master to Bai Zhe. Bai Zhe let out a loud cry and stepped on the auspicious cloud, disappearing before everyone's eyes. Pan Zhong immediately made a decision. He knelt down on the ground, clasping his hands and saying, "I am willing to serve the senior." Ding. Received a subordinate. Reward 100 merit points. Pan Zhong, Divine Court Realm, Loyalty 5%, Cultivation Method, 3 Yin Styles. Very good. Lu Jiao tapped his toes on the ground. His whole body flew straight into the sky, his aura as strong as if he were moving mountains and reclaiming seas. The remaining Divine Court Realm experts all looked up in astonishment. Yi Tianxin ran away. "Run quickly, retreat. Yi Tianxin, you are disgusting. I am not reconciled. I am not reconciled." In just a few breaths, they saw her crimson flying chariot in the distant sky. The Divine Court Realm experts all used their Dharma bodies to try to resist the pressure brought by Lu Zhao. It's a pity that the highest Dharma body of the Divine Court Realm is only the 10 directions Qiankun, unable to display the 100 tribulations moving illumination. How could they resist Lu Zhao's powerful outburst of primordial qi? 100 tribulations moving illumination Dharma body. A majestic Dharma body, 10 zang tall and 2 zang wide, appeared within a 10-mile radius. Birds and beasts felt the powerful oppressive force and fled in all directions. Lu Zhao used his sword, and streams of swordlight appeared powerfully. Pan Zhong was completely convinced by Lu Zhao's absolute strength, and how could he not seize the opportunity? Old demonic head, no. Senior's cultivation is so high, he doesn't need to deceive me. Pan Zhong felt a surge of strong confidence. The world laughs at me for entering the demonic path. Then I'll show you how I enter the demonic path. With a maniacal smile, Pan Zhong's eyes became sharp. 3 Yin Styles. Unleash your primordial qi and kill them all for me. He was originally a Divine Court Realm expert, dealing with those nascent Divinity Realm guys who had been knocked to the ground by Lu Zhao's qi. Was no different from a hawk catching chicks. In an instant, miserable cries rang out everywhere. The nascent Divinity Realm cultivators widened their eyes, their fear penetrating to the marrow of their bones. They couldn't understand why the Divine Court Realm expert who was previously stopping the old demonic head was now attacking them. Fresh blood splattered, limbs flew everywhere, and the thick smell of blood stimulated their nerves. Pan Zhong was killing the Divine Court Realm experts in the sky who were constantly fleeing, and they no longer had the strength to care about their companions below. All that remained in their minds was the single thought of survival. Let's run! Tai Yi sword formation, heavenly ring with flaws. That's Ji Laomo's move. A cultivator recognized Lu Zhao's technique. Scatter, scatter quickly. Shouts rang out all around. That's the move that cuts straight down on everyone. Don't surround him in one place. How similar this scene was to the encirclement of Golden Court Mountain before Lu Zhao wielded his sword. Each stream of sword light suddenly turned black, and rolling black clouds exuded an oppressive aura. Sword demons faded enemy. Red liquid splattered, and the space was submerged in crimson. This was a move from the returning Origins sword art, the ultimate move that made the demonic head, Yu Shangrong, of Golden Court Mountain famous throughout the world. Unfortunately, by the time they understood, it was too late. The speed was too fast, and the black sword move shot towards them like a storm of arrows. Even a Yuan Shen realm master would have difficulty surviving under this ultimate move. There were no screams, no strength to resist, and no way to retreat. The black storm of swords pierced through their chests like tens of thousands of arrows. Lu Zhao perfectly demonstrated the saying, "Before absolute strength, any conspiracy becomes pathetically powerless." Ding. Killed 15 Divine Court Realm experts, obtained 3,000 merit points. Lu Zhao's expression was calm. He didn't bother to look down, his eyes gazing forward. He even retracted the huge Dharma body and used the great divine power of 1,000-mile tracking. Murong Hai jumped in fright again. Another ultimate move. Pan Zhong beside him also looked up and grunted and Lu Zhao chased after Ye Tianxin's sedan chair. Ye Tianxin was no ordinary cultivator. She was the palace master of Yan Yu Palace, the leader of a powerful faction. To have achieved her current status, how could she possibly not have already planned an escape route for herself? Why is this old guy even stronger than he was in his peak days? 100 thoughts tangled in her mind, impossible to unravel. Ye Tianxin's eyebrows furrowed. She mobilized all of her primordial qi to drive the flying chariot away. When the flying chariot was flying at full speed, it was difficult for anyone to catch up, unless they used the great divine power technique. A strong wind swept past her ears, dispersing the protective gang queen, so that she could control the flying chariot to fly at full speed, and worry filled her heart. She turned her head to look behind her. There wasn't a single figure in the vast blue sky. It seemed that the old guy had just used the 100 tribulations moving illumination dharma body. The corners of Ye Tianxin's mouth curved into a smile. I still have plenty of time. The crimson flying chariot headed towards the ground below. Felt big. Just as she was about to dive down, she heard a sound of air being torn. This is the resonant sound when extremely strong energy appears. Who is it? Ye Tianxin turned around. The flying chariot disappeared, and a protective gang qi immediately wrapped around her entire body like seawater. Lu Zhu formed a hand seal. Evil disciple, master, master. Ye Tianxin's eyes widened in disbelief. Lu Zhu's 100 tribulations moving illumination dharma body appeared before Ye Tianxin's eyes, 10 zang tall and 2 zang wide. The golden lotus beneath had bloomed 8 leaves. No, 9 leaves. 9-leaf golden lotus. Demonic Buddha handprint. An overwhelming despair surged in Ye Tianxin's heart. Under the pressure of the dharma body, Lu Zhao formed a handprint, creating a cage of light that enveloped Ye Tianxin. Just how much strength has this old guy been hiding? He's stronger than any expert I've ever met. When he doesn't attack, he doesn't attack. But when he does, they're all the strongest ultimate moves. Passionate ring. Ye Tianxin refused to concede and used a heaven-grade weapon. A crescent-shaped weapon appeared, sparkling like the stars. One of the biggest supports for Ye Tianxin to be able to sit in her current position was this heaven-grade weapon she had seized, the passionate ring. Lu Zhao said calmly, "If I can reward you with a weapon, then I can also take it back." The demonic Buddha handprint suddenly changed direction, grabbing the target, not Ye Tianxin, as if it had been calculated in advance. "Taike!" Ye Tianxin screamed, her heart and lungs tearing apart. "No way. The amorous ring, my butt. It's actually a 360-degree ring of razor-sharp blades. This thing, the amorous ring, it's got 2 rings, and anything that touches it is going to get sliced up. Once a cultivator pumps some prime Q into it, the power is just insane. The amorous ring doesn't stand for love, but resentment. No matter what, she can't lose it." Ye Tianxin watched helplessly as the amorous ring that had been with her for 10 whole years was bound by Lu Zhu's powerful demonic palm seal, losing its light. Boom! She wants to stop him from taking back the weapon. Once she loses the amorous ring, even if she escapes now, her strength will drop like a rock. The power of the Azure Sea title song surged out like a tsunami, heading straight for Lu Zhao. Too bad for her, the guy she's facing was once her master, the one who knows the Azure Sea title song better than she does. Break! Lu Zhao's whole body exploded with even stronger tidal power, pushing back against Ye Tianxin. Compared to his power, Ye Tianxin's Azure Sea title song is just a little stream, totally insignificant. Faced with Lu Zhao using his ultimate divine power, despair welled up in Ye Tianxin's heart. This old geezer isn't giving her even a sliver of hope. In a blink, she's swallowed by the huge wave. Boom! The massive force slammed into Ye Tianxin's chest. She cried out in pain, her blood and ki reversing. Piaft! Falling straight down, Lu Zhu glared at Ye Tianxin, while also observing the 6 directions and listening to all around. He wants to make sure whether other evildoers are nearby. The avatar gives him strong perception ability, but nobody else. This is so strange. According to his previous guess, Ye Tianxin alone probably wouldn't have the guts to pull this stunt. 1,000-mile tracking. Lu Zhao's figure flashed and, in the blink of an eye, he was on the ground. Ye Tianxin's whole body ached like crazy, her brain blank, the pain indescribable. The moment she was slammed to the ground by Azure Sea title song, she knew she'd lost. Okay, she lost, but why did the old geezer use the 1,000-mile tracking, showing off with her? Lu Zhao slowly raised his hand, prime Q energy surging, wrapping around Ye Tianxin tightly, binding her. Ye Tianxin was gradually pulled in front of Lu Zhao,
The unique energy lifted her body up, captured a rogue, 6th disciple Ye Tianxin, reward 1,000 merit points. Their eyes met. The distance between them was only 2 meters. Ye Tianxin's eyes were filled with fear and shock. Even when she was still studying at Golden Court Mountain, she had never felt such fear. The distance was so close, her heart was beating wildly, and her breathing was getting more and more rapid. Lu Xiao's expression remained calm as usual. The feeling brought by the peak state made his heart as still as water. With strength comes power, and with power comes momentum. Lu Xiao opened his mouth indifferently. Ye Tianxin. Those 3 words were like a direct hit to her heart. Betraying your master and destroying your ancestors, one of the 5 sins.
Old geezer, what are you going to do? I will take back everything I bestowed upon you before.
Heh! Ye Tianxin's whole body trembled. Her eyes widened, and her face, which had been flushed and beautiful, turned pale. She wanted to beg for forgiveness, but she found that the old devil in front of her had raised his hand, and it seemed that there was no room for negotiation. The old hand raised up, and a majestic prime Q force flicked it gently. The powerful prime Qi immediately shot out, poofed, flying straight, extremely accurately, towards Ye Tianxin's Dantian Qi Si. Ye Tianxin was stunned, and at this moment, she heard the shattering sound of the Dantian Qi Si that she had worked so hard to cultivate for so many years. The sound of glass breaking shattered into small pieces, like a balloon exploding, and all the prime Q inside immediately dissipated. The feeling this gave her was that she had now become an ordinary person, and her cultivation had been completely lost. For a cultivator, there is nothing more cruel than having one's cultivation destroyed. Ye Tianxin was not afraid to enter Golden Court Mountain in order to become stronger. After so many twists and turns, and paying so much effort, she had achieved her current status and achievements, enjoying the prostration and respect of others. And now, all of this had been destroyed, along with her Danshin Qi Si, turned into smoke. She was so completely stunned that she forgot the pain, forgot to think. After a short moment of paralysis, the intense pain erupted in her body, making her want to die. In just a moment her head was covered in sweat. Ye Tianxin sadly laughed, struggling to raise her head. The fear in her heart had completely disappeared at this moment. She was half crying, half laughing. Old geezer, just kill me. Haha. Lu Xiao noticed that Ye Tianxin's hatred value had increased to 60%, and he was suspicious in his heart. Even though Jitian Dao's character was violent, did all kinds of bad things, and beat and scolded his disciples at every turn, he had never done anything that caused people to develop such a huge hatred. Why did Ye Tianxin hate Jitian Dao so much? However, these things are no longer meaningful. Lu Xiao did everything to protect himself. Confused, stupid, and unchangeable, Lu Xiao raised his hand and formed a gang wind. Slapping it hard on her face, 5 bright red finger marks appeared on her pale face. Want to kill or behead? Want to cut the meat or scrape the bones? Whatever you want to do to me is fine. Ye Tianxin gave another sad smile, looking towards the ground. Poor 4th senior brother, poor 3rd senior brother. They could have avoided this disaster, so what now? Ye Tianxin said with a sad smile. It's all because of you. It's you who killed them. From now on there will be no more Golden Court Mountain in the world. She wanted to provoke Lu Xiao with these words. Unfortunately, Lu Zhu was still the same as before, expressionless. Lu Zhu looked at the board. The remaining time of the peak state card is only 5 minutes. Even if he used 1,000-mile tracking now, it would be too late. However, the system did not issue a notice that something had happened to the 3rd and 4th disciples. It was clear that they were not in danger of losing their lives at the moment. 4th senior brother is not stupid, so why would he risk his life? Lu Zhao opened his mouth and said, "Stupid." Ye Tianxin was slightly startled. "You're scolding me?" The old devil never scolded others this way before. Looking at Lu Zhu's confident appearance, Ye Tianxin swallowed a mouthful of saliva secretly. She once again remembered what her senior sister had said, "Master is no longer the same as before." But she never expected that he would become even more unfathomable than before. Lu Xiao spoke. "As long as I am alive for 1 day, no one will dare to step on the head of Golden Court Mountain." Lu Xiao wanted to grab Ye Tianxin's shoulder with one hand. Ye Tianxin exclaimed in horror, closing her eyes in fear, "No death. When she opened her eyes again, the two were flying in the air. Beautiful rivers and mountains, continuous mountain ranges slid behind them. A transparent prime Kua formed a barrier to surround the two, blocking the violent wind outside. Swoosh, ah, the divine power, 1,000-mile tracking. How could this be? Why can the old geezer cast divine powers non-stop? Doesn't he need to mobilize prime Q? How can he do that?
This is not the effect of using demonic essence secret medicine, and it is definitely not any other kind of secret medicine in the world. Even though her cultivation has been lost now, the accumulated experience tells her that there is no trace of prime Q concentrated on Lu Zhu's body, which is completely different from the state of the body when using secret medicine, which shows that all prime Q comes from himself.
Although the lifespan of cultivators is always much longer than that of ordinary people, for several decades, or within 100 years before death, the cultivation of cultivators tends to decline. Starting from the body refinement realm, the body is the key point for cultivators to break through to the profound realm, the condensation realm, the Brahman sea realm, and the 8 meridians. None of these realms is unrelated to the body. Once the body becomes old and weak, the meridians, Dantian, and Qi-Si, will lack vitality, lose the ability to increase potential, and it will be difficult for cultivation to take another step forward. At this time, things like combat experience, strategy, and external forces are the main things to maintain strength. But the problem is, why is this old man Ji Tiandao stronger than before? Ye Tiangxin couldn't figure out the mystery no matter how hard she thought. Why? She raised her head, mustered her courage, and looked with unwavering eyes at Lu Zhu's calm and unhurried expression. I admit I miscalculated, but if you capture me, you won't have a good time either.
Crossed mountains and rivers, flown through forests.
Are you done talking?
Lu Zhu decisively dispelled part of the barrier protecting him from the gale. The whirlwind protection opened. Whoosh! The fierce wind blew against Ye Tiangxin's face, making it impossible for her to open her eyes. A burning pain like being cut by knives, full of discomfort. At the same time, in some corner of the forest,
8th junior brother Zhu Honggong plopped down on the ground, constantly wiping the sweat streaming down his face. Standing in front of him was a man in brocade robes. 7th senior brother, it's a good thing you arrived in time, or I would have become cannon fodder.
Old 8 was still frightened in his heart. This jade-like, refined man was Jin Tiandao's 7th disciple, Si Wuyai. Si Wuyai shook his head and said, Old 8, you usually listen to my advice. Why did you suddenly act recklessly with senior sister this time? Seeing Old 8 sighed. I've been having nightmares lately, dreaming that Master is coming to beat me. I'm so scared. Look at you have no ambition. Old 8 slapped his thigh. How about you take my fierce tiger gang and merge it with your crouching dragon darknet? Si Wuyai didn't even bother looking at him, just lightly waved his feather fan. Forget it. Just take care of your little mountain. Old 8 choked back tears, complaining, Don't! You saw Master's avatar. 6th senior sister will definitely betray me again, and then I'll be done for. Does Ye Tiangxin think she can force Master to use his trump card by relying on those divine court realm experts? What a daydream. She didn't even think about it. If Master really didn't have any strength left, would it be her turn to make a move? The world is so big, everyone is staring at Golden Court Mountain. It's not just her. Old 8 swallowed a mouthful of saliva and asked curiously, 7th senior brother, how many moves did Master use to kill those 15 divine court realm experts instantly? Did you see it clearly? I don't know. Even you don't know. Nonsense. You're the evil king, didn't you see it either? Seriously. The 9-leaf golden lotus avatar was standing there. Who dared to get close? Sigh. My title of evil king is only good for scaring other people. How dare I show off in front of senior brother? Si Wuyai helplessly shook his head, regretting advising him to leave Golden Court Mountain. This idiot was just a drag. Seeing that time was running out, he said, From now on you must sever all ties with the Moon Reflection Sect. Why? Ye Tiangxin led the righteous cultivators to besiege Master and suffered a crushing defeat, but the Moon Reflection Sect didn't lose a single soldier.
What do you think the forces behind those cultivators will think? Old 8 nodded, saying,
I understand. Speaking of this, Si Wuyai sighed lightly. Moreover, I took advantage of Master pursuing senior sister, and checked the formation there. I found that the formation runes were wrong. If I'm not mistaken, Senior Sister Zhao Yu must have retreated at the last moment. Senior Sister Zhao Yu was also there? Si Wu Yai nodded. I received intelligence when Senior Sister Zhao Yu left Golden Court Mountain. She went to the Moon Reflection Sect. With 6 Senior Sisters' personality, she would naturally drag 5th Senior Sister to her side. And Zhao Yu was the best choice to activate that formation. Old 8 was stunned when he heard this. That Divine Court Realm cultivator Pan Zong is a traitor from the Pure Illumination Tao. He only knows the 3 yin stance and has an extremely cold body. 6th Senior Sister is controlling him as cannon fodder to lure little Junior Sister. I'm afraid the Pure Illumination Tao won't be willing to let it go. Old 8 asked, what about Wang Fu Gui?
Speaking of this, Si Wuyai laughed heartily. That's 6th Senior Sister's brilliance. Wang Fu Gui, real name Shen Yuan, was originally a top expert under concubine Yu Fei. This Yu Fei is the younger sister of the Western Territory royal concubine that the great Yan Emperor married years ago. The Western Territory royal concubine died at the hands of second senior brother, but the outside world blames it on Master. If this is a small matter, Master's actions will displease the great Yan Emperor. If it's a big matter, it could lead to a war between the 2 countries, and the war will cause suffering to the people. Besides those things, the 15 Divine Court Realm cultivators all came from the southern 3 sects of Great Yan.
Years ago, all the Earth grade and lower weapons of these 3 sects were destroyed by Master's Heaven grade weapon. They still haven't gotten revenge for this, the old grudges haven't been resolved, and new ones have been added. Let's see what the 3 sects will do.
6th Senior Sister can come up with such a plan. Zhu Honggong couldn't believe it, even he was part of her plan. Si Wuyai helplessly shook his head and smiled. Unfortunately, no matter how good the schemes are, they are meaningless in the face of absolute strength.
I'm afraid Ye Tiangxin didn't expect that Master could use teleportation talismans continuously. It's rumored that Senior Sister's Crimson Filing In can escape the full pursuit of a nascent soul realm expert. I don't know if it's true or not. That scene of using great divine power continuously broke his perception. What made him even more suspicious was Master's fighting style, focusing on speed, almost not giving Ye Tiangxin's plan a chance to be implemented, and now he's taken action. What Great Yan Emperor, what Yu Fei,
what Pure Illumination Dao and the 3 sects, he just caught the person first, and then dealt with it.
Old 8 suddenly said, no way, I don't want to be the chieftain anymore, whoever likes it can do it, I'm going back to my hometown, I want to go home, I'm not playing with you senior brothers and senior sisters anymore, can't I even run away? Si Wuyai was speechless after hearing old Zhu Honggong's words.
Lu Jiao held on to Ye Tiangxin and saw the peak of Green Ripple Mountain and the shimmering light carrying the aura of a Bai Zi. He immediately descended downwards.
When Lu Jiao reached Green Ripple Mountain, Xiao Yannier had already ridden the Bai Zi towards him. Xiao Yannier exclaimed, Master! Seeing Ye Tiangxin next to Master, she exclaimed in surprise, Senior Sister? Bah! You're not my senior sister anymore, traitor. Ye Tiangxin laboriously opened her eyes. Her shattered Dantian Shi Si left her constantly tired, her whole body limp like soaked rice paper, as if she had lost her soul. Lu Jiao pushed Ye Tiangxin toward Yanker. Yanker, watch over her. Disciple obeys. The timing was just right. The effect of the peak state card disappeared. Lu Jiao calmed his mood and quickly adjusted to his current state. Perhaps seeing a clue, Ye Tiangxin chuckled mockingly. I didn't expect that even a notorious old devil like you would have such an embarrassing moment. Xiao Yanhe retorted. What do you know, Master is old, can't he rest for a bit? Suddenly realizing that she had said something wrong, Xiao Yanhe immediately said softly, Master, I didn't mean that. Let me get some clothes for you to change into. Lu Jiao waved his hand. It's fine, it's cooler wearing this. Ye Tiangxin smiled and said, If I were you, I would have immediately run back to Golden Court Mountain. Didn't you say that as long as you're alive, no one would dare to oppress Golden Court Mountain? Haha, too bad, today Golden Court Mountain will have to change owners. Xiao Yanhe said angrily, You're talking nonsense. Also, you killed Wang Fu Gi, who was a top expert under the current concubine Yu Fei, and those 15 Divine Court Realm experts were all disciples of the 3 sects in the south of Great Yan. Master, do you regret taking action against me yet? Don't forget that my moon reflection sect still has thousands of sisters. If I don't go back, they will join forces with the royal family and the 3 sects to deal with Golden Court Mountain. Ye Tianxin felt much better. At least her inner self was happier. Her voice became very light, but her eyes were extremely firm.
If you regret it, let me go.
At least I'm still the owner of the moon reflection sect.
Xiao Yanhe jumped down from the Baizi and came in front of Ye Tianxin. Based on her intuition, she felt a little strange, so she observed a little and said in surprise, "Where's your cultivation?"
Ye Tianxin wailed miserably. "I'm crippled, crippled, and you still dare to act tough with me."
Junior sister, this is the result of respecting your master. Listen to senior sister. If he continues like this, he'll drag you all into the abyss sooner or later. He's old. How much longer can he protect you? Ye Tianxin kept stirring the pot. Zhao Yan'er made a face. "Leg, I don't believe you, you traitor. Your cultivation should be abolished." Ye Tianxin frowned. How come junior sister is so obedient to that old geezer all of a sudden? What did she eat?
Junior sister, look at how he is now. Isn't he just like a normal old man? Trust me, try hitting him with a palm. Although Ye Tianxin had lost her cultivation, she could still feel that Lu Zhao's current state was completely different from before. In other words, perhaps some kind of secret medicine she didn't know about had worn off.
Xiao Yan'er jumped, angrily huffing. "Pui, pui, pui, traitor!" At this time, Lu Zhao lifted the ragged cloth on his face, thinking, the quality of these clothes is really mediocre. She wouldn't dare attack her master, even for a spar. Lu Zhao looked up at the sky. "The time has come," Zhao Yan'er smiled sweetly. "Master, I've used Bai Zhang to bring my father back. Let's leave from our place."
That's good too. Carrying one more person always felt like a burden. But what made Lu Zhao happy was that Xiao Yan'er gave up the opportunity to reunite with her parents, willing to rush back to support him. She's probably the most conscientious one out of the 9 disciples.
Lu Zhao ignored Ye Tianxin and waved his hand. "Let's go."
Bai Zhen roared loudly. The aura of a legendary mount like the king of the jungle. All the beasts had to prostrate themselves and give way. Bai Zhe stomped its 4 hooves, carrying Lu Zhu on its back.
Ye Tianxin only now realized that this mount was a legendary mount. Since when did his mount become Bai Zi? Before she could figure it out, Lu Zhao had already climbed onto Bai Zi's back.
Then Zhao Yan'er grabbed her and jumped onto Bai Zi's back as well.
Bai Zi lightly stepped, its whole body flying into the sky. At Jinting Mountain, the barrier hadn't been completely repaired, and cultivators could still freely enter and exit. In Niangting, on the mountainside and at the foot of the mountain, on the steps up to the Matian Pavilion, it was now full of cultivators. Not here, not in the east, nothing found in the west. It's strange. Where did the devils of Jinting Mountain run off to?
Keep searching. The elder said we must find Ji Tiandao and Ming Shiyin in the forests and in the sky. Cultivators with swords in hand were searching every inch of Jinting Mountain. Apart from the people of Jingyi Dao, there were quite a few cultivators from Tianjian sect assisting. It was a complete mess everywhere. Inside the Ma Tian Pavilion, Elder Feng Jinshan of Zhengyi Dao was sitting imposingly on the main seat, his eyes bright as torches, staring at Duanmu Sheng, who was bound by chains. 3 Shenting realm cultivators were staring intently at Duanmu Sheng. This was the 3rd disciple under the dreaded old devil of Jinting Mountain. If it weren't for the fact that he was already injured, it would have been very difficult to catch him, Feng Jinshan said in a deep voice.
Duanmu Sheng, as long as you tell me the current whereabouts of the old devil,
I will spare your life, Duanmu Sheng said disdainfully. Feng Jinshan, it's a waste that you call yourselves a famous and upright sect, yet you take advantage of people's difficulties to strike. If you have the guts, release me, and you and I will fight 300 rounds. Feng Jinshan snorted coldly. You're injured and you still dare to talk so wildly? Do you think you have the qualifications? Don't even mention you. Even the old devil is now running around like a rat, isn't it? Duanmu Sheng laughed loudly. Suddenly remembering something, he said, even your brother Feng Tutuo has to show me respect when he sees me.
Boom! Duanmu Sheng raised his hands to resist this attack with the chains. Qi and blood churned, the pain unbearable. Looking at Duanmu Sheng's embarrassed appearance, Feng Jinshan laughed and said, "What are you, a dog with a funeral home?" Quickly tell me where the old devil and Ming Xinyan are hiding, or this day next year will be your death anniversary. Clang! The cultivator standing beside him drew his broadsword. Duanmu Sheng was now injured and tied up, unable to move, but the pride that was deeply rooted in his bones, how could he be subdued by a flesh wound? Duanmu Sheng laughed loudly. Try moving, arrogant. Fang Jinshan crushed the chair. Just as he was about to make a move, the subordinate beside him cupped his hands and said, Elder, you can't. This devil can't be killed. Our goal is the Mao Tian Pavilion. And the old devil, the sect leader, said he wants to capture them alive. Elder Fang, please reconsider. A gentleman takes revenge. 10 years is not too late. Fang Jinshan really wanted to take this opportunity to kill Duanmu Sheng, to avenge his brother. Fang Jinshan glared, waved his hand, and said, Let me see how long you can be smug. The sect leader won't let me kill you. Very well. You probably haven't tasted the feeling of being imprisoned in the 9 netherworlds, the feeling of wanting to die but not being able to, wanting to live but not being able to. Right? Whoosh. Outside the Ma Tian Pavilion, a cultivator flew over on a sword. Elder Zhu. The cultivators standing inside all cupped their fists in greeting. Fang Jinshan only glanced at him, casually asking, Zhu Jifeng, you've returned at the right time. Have you found out where Ming Xinyan is hiding? Zhu Jinfeng bowed and said, Second Elder, I've ordered my subordinates to search the entire Jinting Mountain, but there haven't been any discoveries. No discoveries? You and I both saw Ming Xinyan heavily injured. I don't believe that he can run far with his injuries. Even if we have to dig 3 feet deep, we have to find him. I also hope to find them quickly. Almost forgot. This old devil killed sect leader Luo Changfeng of the Tianjian sect. That person was your benefactor. Zhu Jifeng smiled insincerely, nodding. With second elder here, it's difficult for them to escape even if they grow wings. Fang Jinshan patted Zhu Jifeng's shoulder. Although you come from the Tianjian sect, you're very obedient. You're more sensible than those others. Second elder is too kind. Fang Jinshan pointed at Duanmu Sheng and said, Very good. I now order you to personally use severe torture to interrogate Duanmu Sheng. Zhu Jifeng hesitated. Seeing his hesitation, Fang Jinshan laughed. No wonder the Tianjian sect doesn't want to take in a dog with a funeral home like you. Seriously, what does the sect leader see in you that he promised you an elder position? Get lost. He pushed Zhu Jifeng aside and kicked Duanmu Sheng. Duanmu Sheng used both arms to block. Boom. He was pushed back several steps again. Fang Jinshan was confused. He can still resist. He slowly raised his hand, mobilizing his primordial qi. As a peak divine tribulation realm expert, he and his brother Fang Tutuo possessed immense power. Just then, a beam of auspicious light suddenly appeared from the north of Golden Court Mountain, riding the clouds. The cultivators searching outside, and those flying in the air all looked up. What is that? A legendary mount. A master is coming. Quickly inform the elders. It must be a righteous cultivator coming to help us. The elders of the righteous unification path stopped their search and looked up at the sky. A low, echoing voice came from the Baizi Mount, resonating throughout Golden Court Mountain. Lu Zhao, holding a megaphone, shouted, Who gave you the guts to trespass on my Golden Court Mountain? The deep voice carried intense pressure, startling everyone. They recognized the voice as an old man's, but the primordial qi within was unlike that of an ordinary expert. The sound waves spread across Golden Court Mountain, and cultivators all over the mountain looked up in shock. Bai Zhen was stepping through the clouds, bringing with it a legendary mount and an aura of good fortune. Who else could it be? Duanmu Sheng, trapped in the Demon Heaven Pavilion, immediately recognized his master's voice. He shouted loudly, Disciple welcomes master's return. His words were like thundering in their ears, frightening the righteous cultivators, who trembled and scattered in panic. The mountain was filled with cultivators. Duanmu Sheng stood tall, firmly walked out of the Demon Heaven Pavilion, looked at the Bai Zi in the distance, and his spirit was extremely excited. And he unexpectedly gave birth to a feeling of pride and full of confidence. Crap. It's the old devil. Don't panic. We have internal intelligence that the old devil is exhausted and is using demonic origin elixirs to support himself. All 3 divine tribulation realm experts and above, gather! Whoosh whoosh.
More than 10 Divine Tribulation Realm cultivators quickly gathered at the Demon Heaven Pavilion. Fang Jinshan and Zhu Jifeng also arrived, their faces filled with disbelief, staring intently at the auspicious aura above the Demon Heaven Pavilion.
Lu Jiao stood on Bai Zhen's back, his eyes sweeping across Golden Court Mountain. Just as Ye Tianxin had said, Golden Court Mountain had been invaded by a bunch of ignorant cultivators. Ye Tianxin wanted to laugh, but she couldn't. During her journey, she was constantly tortured by the destruction of her Danshin Qi Si, and she was unable to speak. The reason she persevered to this point was to see how the old devil would deal with this situation. Lu Ju was indeed thinking of a solution. There were two options. One was to use his last peak state card, but that was his biggest trump card. Using it up would mean losing his means of protecting his life. The second option was to control Bai Zi and escape Golden Court Mountain. After all, Duan Musheng and Ming Shiyin were evil disciples, and their deaths wouldn't be a loss. Use the peak state card or flee. He felt like he lost out when he used a peak state card and only caught Ye Tianxin. The only consolation was that he gained a lot of merit points after the battle.
As if sensing Lu Jiao's contemplation, Ye Tianxin struggled to speak. "Release me, you don't have any trump cards left."
Xiao Yanhe held Ye Tianxin tightly, snorting softly. "You wish." The cultivators of the righteous unification path tensed up, like they were facing a great enemy. After gathering, the cultivators below the Brahma Sea realm were wise and hid in the rear.
Lu Xiao glanced at the crowd. Under the effect of the Eye of Truth, the hostility of all the cultivators was clearly visible. Zhu Jifeng's loyalty was 15%, an increase of 5% compared to when he left the Heavenly Sword sect.
Lu Xiao didn't understand.
Fang Jinshan looked up and said coldly, "I wondered who it was. Turns out, it's the old devil of Golden Court Mountain. Duan Musheng has been captured alive, and Ming Shiyin has been severely injured by us. Golden Court Mountain now belongs to the righteous unification path. Quickly come down and accept your death. Come down, come down, come down." After all, they were facing a legendary mount, and only primordial spirit realm experts could catch up to such a mount. Feng Jinshan's provocation and the cries of his subordinates were very moving. As long as the old devil came down, they would have a chance to capture him. This is really a problem, and he doesn't want to use a peak state card. Lu Xiao shook his head and said in a deep voice, "All right then, right at this moment, boom!" Zhu Jifeng shot out like lightning, a sword beam stabbing straight at Feng Jinshan. Someone next to him exclaimed, "Zhu Jifeng, what are you doing?" Feng Jinshan was protected by a fatal damage shield. He stared at Zhu Jifeng. "Zhu Jifeng, how do you explain this?" Zhu Jifeng also didn't expect that he would fail with such a close assassination. Lu Juju was also surprised, and he looked at the scene unfolding below with interest. "I didn't expect you to be able to block this attack of mine," Zhu Jifeng said. Feng Jinshan laughed heartily. "Could it be that no one told you that cultivators with heavenly grade weapons are worlds apart from ordinary cultivators?" Heavenly grade weapon? No. Zhu Jifeng was extremely confident in the sword he had been planning for so long. Even experts who had entered the primordial spirit realm might not be able to block it at such a close distance. He never expected that the other party would have a heavenly grade weapon. "What kind of weapon is it?" Fang Jinshan sneered. "Otherwise, what do you think the sect leader relied on to send a divine tribulation realm like me to Golden Court Mountain?" Xiao Yanhe angrily cupped her fists and said, "Master, this is really infuriating. A bunch of divine tribulation realms dare to be so arrogant here." Lu Xiao shook his head and looked at Fang Jinshan. "Dragonheart Pool Shield? Calling it a heavenly grade treasure is a bit of a stretch." Fang Jinshan couldn't help but be shocked. "You know the Dragonheart Pool Shield?" Lu Jiao's expression remained the same. He didn't need to compete with a junior like that. It would lower his status to be on par with that person. Feng Jinshan said, "What's so strange about that?" Xiao Yan'er whispered, "When my master roamed the world, you were still playing in your diapers." This was also the truth. When Ji Tiandao was famous all over the world, everyone here was not yet born. In front of the old devil, everyone present was an inexperienced child. "This seat will give you a chance to survive. Put down your weapons, repair Golden Court Mountain, and do labor on the mountain for 3 years. He spoke not fast or slow, very calm and composed. Those who spoke intended to Those who listened didn't care.
Feng Jinshan laughed wildly. Even the 10 divine tribulation realms in front of him laughed, as if they had just heard the funniest thing in the world. The old devil repented and reformed, not wanting to kill people but giving them a way to live, repair Golden Court Mountain, and do labor for 3 years. Isn't this funny? Too funny.
This seat has given you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Then you will all stay here. Go. At this moment, Ye Tianxin tried to open her heavy eyelids.
She saw an astonishing scene. She saw the old devil's whole body's aura released again. Her head tilted to one side. She really wanted to look up to see clearly. This is the 100 Tribulations insightful Ming 9-petaled Golden Lotus Avatar. Heaven and earth change color. In the sky, the Demon Heaven Pavilion has been occupied by this magnificent 100 Tribulations insightful Ming avatar. But unfortunately, the moment Ye Tianxin saw the 9-leaf golden lotus appear around the old demon, she was exhausted and fainted. The cultivators below were speechless, their legs trembling as they stared at the avatar. Is this pulling out the ultimate move right from the start? Shouldn't you throw a few punches first before unleashing the big guns? Duan Musheng looked up in admiration. Master is peerlessly mighty. Loyalty increased by 5%. Cold sweat streamed down Zhu Jifeng's face as he hurriedly dropped his sword and knelt on the ground. Senior, your divine might is unmatched. Loyalty increased by 5%. Lu Jihao didn't choose to run, but crushed the last peak state card. His dried-up sea of qi suddenly surged with energy. In that moment, Lu Zhu knew he had once again reached his peak. Lu Zhu didn't save the peak state card the moment he transmigrated as Ji Tiandao. He knew he had to walk this path, continue to move forward, in this unpredictable and dangerous cultivation world where it's a dog-eat-dog world, with no safe factories, only Golden Court Mountain as his sole base of operations. He couldn't let it fall into others' hands. Apart from that, Lu Zhao had another intention. He wanted to use this opportunity to warn the world, to warn those who were always eyeing Golden Court Mountain, that he wasn't relying on secret elixirs, but it was his true strength. Only true strength that belongs to oneself can burst forth without interruption. And there's no secret elixirs or external force in the world that can achieve this. The disciples of the Zhengyi Dao and the Tianjian sect were stunned, terrified by the 100 Tribulation Insight 9-leaf avatar, as if they had forgotten to move. The manifestation of the Fengxi avatar had another layer of meaning, which was to suppress the enemy. The greater the difference in strength between the two sides, the more obvious the effect of the suppression. All cultivators below the divine tribunal realm were lying on the ground trembling. Even the strongest Feng Jinshan couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva and take a step back. He was afraid, he was flustered, he wanted to run. The Dragon Heart Shield was the only method to help him escape. He had to find an opportunity. Lu Zhao stood high above, looking down at the crowd below, his eyes landing on Duan Musheng. Duan Musheng. Duan Musheng bowed. The final layer of the Heavenly Unity Manual can be used for both spears and swords. I'll demonstrate it once. Watch carefully. Duan Musheng was extremely happy. Master is going to personally demonstrate the final layer of the Heavenly Unity Manual. For him, Duan Musheng joined the sect early, but his talent was slightly inferior to the other disciples. Although his master had taught him the entire Heavenly Unity Manual, he had never grasped the key points, and had always been groping in the dark, making slow progress. Now that he heard his master was going to teach him directly, how could he not be happy? Lu Zhao used the sword. A wave of primordial energy shot out, condensing into a sword essence. Using his finger as a sword, condensing qi into a sword, the Heavenly Scroll defect shot out a terrifying burst of energy from his index and middle fingers, dazzling the eyes. Lu Zhao's sword attack shot straight down below, targeting Feng Jinshan. Feng Jinshan's eyes widened, and he shouted, "No!" His whole body burst forth with fierce gang qi, and in an instant the heavenly grade treasure was activated, emitting a streak of golden light. Did you see that? It's a heavenly grade treasure, the Dragon Heart Shield. Didn't see it, just guessing. I'm still not dead. Using the palm as a base, condensing qi into essence, thousandfold ripple. This is the effect of casting the Heavenly Unity Manual in the form of a noon spear, a wide-range attack, Dilang Qianzhong. Just like its name, from one wisp of gang qi came 1,000. Just like spears being struck in an instant, like 1,000 spear shadows, it was the most important final move of the Heavenly Unity Manual. Do you know it? Don't know it? Just guessing. Seeing this scene, the faces of the Divine Tribunal Realm cultivators all changed drastically. This is bad. Run. They made their decision very quickly. Ignoring the ridiculous formation they had just formed, they all turned and ran away. Even the nascent Soul Realm cultivators wouldn't dare take this move. It's too scary. This move didn't hit the fleeing cultivators, but continued to head towards Fang Jinshan's position. Boom. Everyone's vision blurred. The aftershocks of the tremors continued to spread. The Divine Tribunal Realm cultivators who hadn't run far were knocked to the ground, and miserable cries rang out one after another. Too strong. You can't even tell if Fang Jinshan is alive or dead. Did he need to go this crazy against a mere Divine Tribunal Realm Fang Jinshan? Not even the dregs are left. If the old senior continues to attack, there are only two possibilities. Either he's torturing the dead, or he's instructing his disciples. 2 moves ended. The clouds were light and the wind was gentle. Even the remaining dust and aftershocks gradually dissipated. Lu Zhao's expression was still calm. He stood with his hands behind his back, glanced at the item's time remaining. Only 3 minutes had passed. It was indeed a waste to use this peak state card just to deal with the cultivators in front of him. But Lu Zhao wasn't just thinking about these things. Did you see it clearly? Duan Musheng knelt and said, Disciples saw it clearly. Master's personal demonstration is more effective than disciples' 10 years of hard cultivation. Very good. Everyone's vision became clear. Master, Zhao Yanshe hurriedly called out. Before she could make a move, those people had already run away. Those cultivators were planning to use the same escape method as the last time they besieged Golden Court Mountain. So what if you're powerful? As long as they all split up and ran in different directions, you don't have 3 heads and 6 arms, and you don't have the art of clones, so there's no way you can catch them all. Sacrifice the few to save the many. This is the perfect strategy. They had already thought it through before coming to Golden Court Mountain. If they couldn't win, they would run. All directions on Golden Court Mountain were filled with the fleeing cultivators. I said, everyone must stay so not a single one can leave. Master Duan Musheng was stunned, not knowing what the old man wanted to do. Master wants to repair the barrier. How can he do that? The barrier of Golden Court Mountain was created by generations of experts, absorbing the primordial energy of heaven and earth, combined with favorable weather and geographical conditions, and constantly replenishing energy to create the powerful barrier of today. Previously, Lu Zhu punished Old Third, Old Fourth, and Old Fifth. A total of 3 people needed at least 3 years to repair the barrier at the same time. To use one person's power to repair the barrier would take at least 10 years. Master is already old. Shouldn't he preserve his strength? Why would he do this? Lu Zhao's real intention was exactly this. The peak state card could continuously fill the Dantian Sea of Qi. It didn't take much time to solve Fang Jinshan. Why not use the remaining time to repair the barrier? How could Lu Zhao waste such a good opportunity? A massive source of energy poured into the formation eyes, and transparent, crystal-like barriers immediately appeared in all directions. Those fleeing cultivators were all trapped inside the barrier. The cultivators shouted loudly. We're trapped in the barrier. We can't get out, Duan Musheng finally realized. Master wants to catch the turtles in a jar. As expected, the older the ginger, the spicier it gets. Zhu Jifeng was also shooketh by this terrifying power that had zero chill. Earlier, he brought his crew here to mess up this barrier, putting in all his might and not even budging it a hair. Who knew old Ji Tiandao could just waltz in and fix it? Lu Zhao wasn't stopping for tea. He kept pouring energy into the formation eye like there was no tomorrow. Just a quick patch-up wasn't going to cut it. He had to connect the formation eye to all corners of Golden Court Mountain, constantly feeding it new juice so it could keep on ticking. Even Lu Zhao himself was low-key surprised by the never-ending energy glitch of his peak trial card. If time wasn't a buzzkill, this item would be straight-up invincible. Who even needs to level up their cultivation then? Just whip out the peak trial card and boom, you're set. Lu Zhao had no clue how many times he drained his Danshan's full-on primal energy. It was impossible to count, because every time it dipped, it'd instantly refill. Game-wise, this was basically unlimited mana, no cap. Over 25 minutes later, the barrier finally chilled out and stabilized. The cultivators were all like, whoa, pretty. Oh hey righteous buddies, you guys are here too. Yeah well, nowhere to run. Might as well join the party. Touching the barrier felt like poking a waterbed. sending ripples out like ocean waves from the point of contact.
Welp, time to meet your maker. Lu Zhao took a deep breath and scanned his surroundings. At the same time, he glanced at the timer. 3 minutes left. Lu Zhao casually dropped the order. Yaner, leave no stragglers.
The system chimed in. Mission accomplished. Handle the intruders. Executor, Zhao Yaner. Yes, sir. The little firecracker was practically bouncing with excitement. She'd been itching for this. Zhao Yaner, already fuming, finally got to unleash. Her 7-star cloud-chasing steps went into overdrive. Those puny Void Refinement Realm cultivators were basically one-shotted by her kicks, while the Divine Court Realm strongmen became her personal chew toys. The devils on Golden Court Mountain were the OG murderers. The cultivators were freaking out, and even if they tried to fight back, it was just delaying the inevitable. They were like sheep in a pen, waiting for slaughter. And Zhao Yanher was the butcher, sharpening her cleaver with a sinister grin. Despair and terror filled the air. Aya, I'm a goner. Me too. Lu Zhao returned to the evil sky pavilion. Master Duanmu Sheng couldn't hold on any longer. A trickle of blood escaping his lips, Lu Zhao glanced at him. His loyalty had hit 80%. Just casually passing on the Heavenly One technique and bam, results like this. Even Lu Zhao was a bit taken aback. Either way, having a loyal and capable right-hand man was always a plus. Duanmu Sheng's injuries probably dated back to his scuffle with that bald monk Fang Tuda from the Righteous Unity sect. The fact that he'd held out until now was pretty impressive.
Of course. Gotta give a little shout out to Jin Tiandao's constant training sessions back in the day. That's probably why they were so resilient now. Any other cultivators would have been down for the count ages ago, Lu Zhao casually asked. Where's Fourth? Fourth Bro had a fierce showdown with Fang Jin's goons for a few rounds. They had the numbers, and Fourth Bro couldn't handle it, so he bailed. Duanmu Sheng quickly added, as for where he is now, this disciple has no clue. Lu Zhao waved his hand dismissively. Bai Zhe, carrying the unconscious Ye Tiangxin on its back, landed in the Evil Sky Pavilion's courtyard, then soared back into the sky and vanished beyond the horizon. Sixth, junior sister? Duanmu Sheng's face was a mask of shock. Yi Tiangxin, wielder of the 9th-ranked blacklist heaven-grade weapon, the Amorous Hoop, was this badly injured. Well, ain't this a pickle? 3rd bro, 4th bro, and 6th sis all banged up, leaving only Zhao Yanher, a wild wolf on a rampage inside the barrier, showing no mercy. The merit points notification kept dinging non-stop. Lu Zhao slowly turned around. Zhu Jifeng's whole body trembled. He walked over from a distance, stopping about 5 meters away from Lu Zhu, and knelt on one knee, saying, "This junior is willing to join Golden Court Mountain and serve senior with all his might."
System notification. Acquired a subordinate. Zhu Jifeng, Divine Court Realm, rewarded 100 merit points. Lu Zhao just casually glanced at him, neither nodding nor shaking his head, and simply said, "Go handle things." Right now, Lu Zhao didn't have the time to listen to Zhu Jifeng's sob story or care about what went down after he ditched the Heavenly Sword sect. Zhu Jifeng was over the moon, sheathing his sword and saber as he reported,
"Yes, sir." The remaining cultivators were screaming their heads off. "Wah! Another one coming to kill us." Zhu Jifeng waved his hand, and his longsword shot out of its scabbard. Gripping his sharp blade, Zhu Jifeng's eyes locked onto the fleeing Void Refinement Realm cultivators. Sword chi flew everywhere, and fresh blood splattered. Lu Zhu turned and stepped into the Evil Sky Pavilion. Inside the Evil Sky Pavilion was the secret chamber Ji Tiandao used for secluded cultivation. Even a nascent Soul Realm expert would need a good chunk of time to wreck this place. Lu Zhao pressed a mechanism, and the stone door rumbled open. After the door closed, the whole world went silent. The peak trial card's time limit had also just expired, and the massive energy within his dantian receded like a flash flood in an instant. Lu Zhao remained calm. The room was mostly dark, with only a faint glow from the ceiling illuminating the space, perfect for cultivation. Lu Zhao didn't need to worry about the outside world anymore. System update. Name: Lu Zhu. Race: human. Cultivation: knowing the self-realm. Qi refining, harmonizing spirit. Merit points: 6,674. Dharma body: 3 flowers gather on crown. Remaining lifespan: 4,509 days. Items: Fatal Block. Quantity: 7 passive techniques. 3 volumes of Heavenly Book. Weapon: Amorous Hoop. Owner: Yi Tiangxin. Needs to be refined again before use. Time to rethink the trump cards. Not a single peak trial card left. Only 7 passive fatal blocks. If he ran into a strong enemy, they could land 10 or even 100 blows in a single breath, so 7 blocks wouldn't really cut it. No trump cards left, now what? The #1 big bad of Golden Court Mountain had countless eyes glued to him. Lu Zhao sat cross-legged under the dim light, lost in thought. The barrier on Golden Court Mountain was fixed, so even if some strong foes showed up, the barrier could still hold them off for 10 days to half a month. Besides, Lu Zhao had just flexed 2 peak trial cards back to back, thoroughly intimidating all those righteous cultivators. Even if they were dumb as rocks, they wouldn't dare to invade Golden Court Mountain like this again. Right now, he had over 6,000 merit points, the loot from his trip to Anyang Star. Killing a Divine Court Realm cultivator netted him 100 merit points, while offing a Void Refinement Realm cultivator only gave him 10 merit points. Lu Zhu shook his head. A 10-fold difference in reward for just 1 realm difference. Now that he had the merit points, how should he use them? Drawing from the lottery felt too much like gambling. Sure, continuous draws could accumulate luck points, but what if his luck was consistently in the gutter? Better to wait a bit. Once Zhao Yanhe and Zhu Jifeng finished cleaning up the remaining cultivators, he'd figure things out. Lu Zhao stood up and looked around. It seemed like Jin Tiandao hadn't been to this secret chamber in the Evil Sky Pavilion for ages. There was still a lot of stuff left behind. The light was dim, but it was enough for him to see the surroundings. This place stored many cultivation manuals from famous righteous sects, like the Tai Yi Swordplay, the Tao Heart Sutra, the Tranquil Heart Incantation, and so on. If Lu Zhao's memory served him right, none of his disciples cultivated these things. Which made sense. How could these manuals compare to the techniques bestowed by the system? Besides the stacks of manuals, there were also some weapons in the secret chamber, mostly profound grade and yellow grade. Nascent Soul Realm cultivators wouldn't even bat an eye at this level, and neither did Lu Zhu. He just glanced over them without any interest. Everything was covered in a thick layer of dust, clearly untouched for a long time. They were all ancient relics. Lu Zhao mostly didn't remember where these items came from or how to use them. At the same time, in the Evil Sky Pavilion's courtyard, Ye Tiangxin woke up from the intense pain in her lower abdomen. She groggily opened her eyes and looked around. This was the Evil Sky Pavilion. This was indeed the Evil Sky Pavilion, the place where she had kowtowed and become a disciple upon joining the sect. One look was all it took for her to recognize it. Her memories of this place were still fresh. Every tree, every wall, every path. Just then, a weak voice drifted over. Sixth junior sister. Ye Tiangxin was startled, quickly turning around to find the source of the sound. She saw Ming Shiyin, covered in dust and with blood staining his chest, staggering towards her. Fourth senior brother, Ming Shiyin, plopped down, a weary smile on his face. Junior sister's back? Good that you're back. Ye Tiangxin frowned, utterly confused. You'll get used to it, you'll get used to it. It's all just a routine, a show. Cough. Cough. Ming Shiyin coughed, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Yi Tiangxin propped herself up, feeling both sad and bewildered. A routine? But none of that matters anymore. Her eyes went to Ming Shiyin. Besides the blood, he was covered in dirt, and there was a long gash on his chest. It looked terrifying, and in the blazing sun, the wound hadn't scabbed over yet. Flies, drawn by the scent of blood, buzzed around him. This is the fourth senior brother whose name strikes fear into the hearts of mortals. Is this really Ming Shiyin, the mighty divine court realm cultivator turned to dust? Is this supposed to be a powerful cultivator? And here you are, getting bullied, haha. So you finally have this day coming. Ye Tiangxin parted her lips slightly. The harsh sunlight and dry air made her uncomfortable. Ming Shiyin waved his hand a few times. It was hard to tell if he was shooing away flies or refuting Ye Tiangxin's words. I'm just a little tired, Ye Tiangxin scoffed. That old geezer left you guys on the mountain to die? And you're still willing to stay and work your life away for him? Are you insane? Ming Shiyin felt overwhelmingly sleepy, unable to even lift his eyelids. But he still tried to reply. "You don't understand. You and I aren't the same. I'm still very loyal to my master."
As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes slammed shut and he started snoring loudly. A bizarre scene unfolded. Tiny saplings sprouted from every nook and cranny around Ming Shiyin, growing at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye. The saplings, big and small, pushed through the earth, enveloping Ming Shiyin's entire body, shielding him from the scorching sun and keeping all the flies out. Ye Tianxin frowned at the scene, disbelieving. She instinctively retreated. The courtyard in front of the Demon Heaven Pavilion was huge, big enough to hold thousands. But she was still a little apprehensive, shrinking back. Ye Tianxin finally understood, muttering, "Azure Woodheart Sutra, senior brother has mastered it completely." This is the essence of the Azure Woodheart Sutra. When cultivated to its peak, it can find a path to survival and death. It can be like a butterfly emerging from its cocoon, creating a new life. This also means that if Ming Shiyin overcomes this calamity, he'll become a master in the same realm as Ye Tianxin, who had entered the primordial spirit realm. When did that old devil become so generous?
An unknown amount of time passed, and there was no sound outside the Demon Heaven Pavilion. Ye Tianxin stared at the area enveloped by trees, lost in thought.
Shifu, a figure in green robes, descended from the sky into the courtyard of the Demon Heaven Pavilion. She looked left and right, seeing only Ye Tianxin. HMPH, traitor, where's my Shifu? Zhao Yanher put her hands on her hips and asked Ye Tianxin, her voice filled with hostility. Ye Tianxin raised her head to look at her cute junior sister, shaking her head slightly. "Little junior sister, come over here. I won't go over there, no way."
"Tell senior sister what that old geezer has been up to these past few years, okay?" Xiao Yanher crossed her arms, ignoring her. This made Ye Tianxin raise her eyebrows, shaking her head helplessly. "It's probably impossible to get information about that old devil from little junior sister."
"Little junior sister!" Duan Musheng's voice came from behind. "Third senior brother."
Duan Musheng wasn't in good shape either. His body was wrapped in chains, covered in wounds, and his face was bruised, but he could still walk. He was still holding on.
Ye Tianxin sneered at them again. Duan Musheng's eyes burned like torches, and he glared at her. Ye Tianxin immediately shut her mouth.
"Ye Tianxin, you're a traitor who defies your master and destroys your ancestors. You have a heart as big as the sky, and your malicious intentions make everyone hate you, and you dare laugh." Duan Musheng wasn't like Ming Shiyin, nor was he as naive as Zhao Yan'er.
Duan Musheng's temperament was much more steady and resolute than theirs.
The tribulation that Shifeng Valley had faced was greatly related to Ye Tianxin. Ye Tianxin retorted, "Senior brother, things have come to this point. Don't pretend to be righteous.
How has that old geezer treated us? Don't you know that, in your heart?" Duan Musheng was slightly taken aback. He had joined the sect early, so of course he knew how his master treated his disciples. If that weren't the case, how could there be so many traitors? Ye Tianxin continued. "Look at yourselves. How pathetic you look. That old geezer's great calamity is coming. I hope you can still speak so righteously then."
"Shut up," Duan Musheng glared. "Yanher, Shifu isn't here, so you take senior brother's place and slap her." Xiao Yanher was taken aback. "Huh," she exclaimed. "Do as I say." "Okay." Zhao Yanher stood solemnly in front of Ye Tianxin. Then, she ran over, closed her eyes, and raised her hand to give a strong slap. The sound was crisp and clear, and the slap made Ye Tianxin's face ache terribly. Duan Musheng rebuked. "This slap is for you to remember one thing. This is the Demon Heaven Pavilion, the place where you once apprenticed and studied. If you dare speak rudely again, don't blame senior brother for being merciless." The sonic boom was so powerful that it made Ye Tianxin's blood churn. Although Duan Musheng was injured, it didn't affect his ability to emit sonic waves at this level. Ye Tianxin had no cultivation, so how could she withstand this attack?
She immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, now completely obedient.
Xiao Yanher spoke up. "Senior brother, let me help you untie the chains." Duan Musheng shook his head and sighed. "There's no need. These are chains made of 1,000-year-old cold iron. I'm afraid that in this world only Great Senior Brother's Emerald Jade Saber and Second Senior Brother's Everlasting Life Sword can cut them." At the same time, Zhu Jifeng was tiptoeing behind. Zhao Yanhe shouted, "Stop, Zhu Jifeng!" Looking a bit nervous, Zhu Jifeng stepped forward. This was the second time he had entered the Demon Heaven Pavilion, and he couldn't help but feel uneasy. Although the three devils were injured, he was still nervous and afraid, especially since there was also a little devil here whose emotions were unpredictable. Zhu Jifeng cupped his hands in greeting. "Greetings, senior."
Xiao Yanhe pressed. "Are you a disciple of the Heavenly Sword Sect? The Heavenly Sword Sect is a famous orthodox sect in the world. Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed by the world for joining Qifeng Valley like this?" Zhu Jifeng said righteously. "What is righteous and what is evil? If I were afraid of being mocked, I wouldn't be standing here."
He immediately knelt down. "Once I came here, my heart became clear. Where is the old senior now? Please give this junior a chance to explain."
Ye Tiangxin looked at Zhu Jifeng with complicated emotions. She laughed. "Haha, crazy, you're all crazy.
So many people wish they could stay far away from Golden Court Mountain, and you're doing the opposite. Asking to join Golden Court Mountain now. Are you trying to die?"
Zhu Jifeng didn't even look at Ye Tiangxin, but he still answered,
"The old senior has been kind to me. How excessive. How ridiculous. This is truly too funny." After Lu Zhao roughly inspected the items in the secret chamber, he sighed. "They're all really old items. Some of them are still in good condition, and might be useful later. The merit points haven't been increasing for a while now." Lu Zhao returned to his seat and started to consider how to use his merit points. 7,540 points. Lu Zhao looked at his merit points and opened the shop. The 4 symbols astral dharma body cost 2,000 points.
Lu Zhao shook his head. "Buying this isn't enough to save my life."
The 4 symbols astral dharma body would, at most, raise his cultivation to the peak of the nascent divinity realm. And the 5 energies converging origin dharma body, at 3,000 points, is even less suitable to buy. Weapons? Lu Zhao looked at the weapons interface. All sorts of blades, spears, staves, and cudgels were available. They were divided into 4th tier, heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. But the problem is that weapons also require powerful cultivation to wield. Otherwise, they'll just bring about your own death. Item cards, reversal cards, are 500 points each, and fatal block cards are 100 points each. Too expensive, and not valuable enough to be trump cards. Lu Zhao shook his head and continued searching the item list. Damage immunity. After use, become completely immune to all types of damage for 10 seconds. Each card costs 500 merit points. This card isn't bad at all. It's practically like being invincible. But the duration is too short, only 10 seconds. You'll still get caught after 10 seconds. If you don't have a way to counterattack, this is less valuable than an escape card. Of course, this is still suitable for him. In real situations, it can be used in combination with other cards. Lu Zhao didn't rush to buy item cards, and continued browsing. Fatal Strike. After use, gain indescribable powerful force. Attack the target in 1 strike, instantly taking their life. Each card costs 500 merit points. Lu Zhao seriously read the description of the item card. As a veteran gamer, he knew that when fighting monsters, there's a chance to trigger a critical strike. But this kind of skill usually comes with a critical strike rate. But this card doesn't have any restrictions on the rate. He looked left and right, still not seeing any other descriptions, nor any restrictions. Indescribable powerful force, what is that? Lu Zhao pondered. No matter what kind of force it is, this item card seems very powerful. Let's keep looking for now. First class defense. After use, reduce damage taken by 90% for 30 seconds. Each card costs 500 merit points. Second class defense. After use, reduce damage taken by 60% for 30 seconds. Each card costs 100 merit points. The next dozen item cards were all of the defensive type. Based on Lu Zhu's current realm, when a nascent divinity cultivator encounters an expert, these item cards won't be of much use. What's the point of reducing damage taken by 90%? You'll still die from the remaining 10% of damage. He shook his head. These cards aren't as useful as a damage immunity card. Wait, why are they all defensive cards? Does it want him to be a turtle hiding in its shell? This isn't the style of the great devil ancestor Master Lu. He continued looking, and saw that there were only question mark cards left at the bottom. Even the usage descriptions were missing. These cards should be similar to the mysterious heaven realm's myriad streams supreme dharma body. The prices and usage descriptions were hidden. Longtime gamers understood that these were the most high-end and powerful items. After reviewing all the item cards, Lu Zhao chose to buy 3 damage immunity cards. 1 fatal strike card. He had both offense and defense, and all other defensive cards were ignored by him. The best defense is offense. In one fell swoop he had spent 3,000 merit points, but these item cards were completely worth it. Lu Zhu didn't feel any regret. What would happen if he used a fatal strike on Ji Qin? So how should the remaining 4,540 merit points be used? Buy a few more reversal cards to increase his lifespan. The body is the most crucial point hindering the recovery of his cultivation, but over 4,000 merit points can only buy 9 reversal cards, which is equivalent to about 2,700 days of lifespan. This number is still much smaller than his long lifespan of thousands of years. What needs to be noted is that the most important part of the reversal card is the 2 words reversal, meaning to become younger, and not to increase the lifespan of the current old body. So, should he draw a lottery? He didn't know what nerve in his brain was touched. But the 2 words, draw lottery, slowly appeared. Having experienced the previous lottery draw, Lu Zhao also knew that this game was a pit that would ruin people. Improving his cultivation is the most important thing. Lu Zhao remembered the scene when he performed the 100 Tribulations Knowing Darkness Dharma body. The 8-petal golden lotus below suddenly turned into 9 petals, which were all peak state cards. Why did this time yield a different result? What kind of technique is this heaven scroll after all? It's completely different from any technique in his memory. No specific incantations or formulas, no breathing exercises, no channeling of chi or secret codes. Forget it. Improving his cultivation is the most important thing. But before that, let's draw a small lottery. At the same time, at Pingdu Mountain in the west of Great Yan, north of Yu Province, this was the main altar of the underworld sect. In the underworld Grand Hall, the sect leader had clearly investigated that Ancestor Master Lu had captured the palace master of the ethereal moon palace with his own power. None of the experts from the Righteous Unity Path and the Heaven Sword sect who attacked Golden Court Mountain had survived. Before his subordinates, a cloud of black smoke spread on the underworld throne, obscuring the view, and a hoarse voice echoed from within the black smoke like a sound from hell. Understood. Sect leader, the palace master of the ethereal moon palace, used to be your junior sister. This time, she led a group of cultivators to besiege Ancestor Master Lu and suffered a crushing defeat. The Cloud Sect, Heaven Sect, and Luo Sect are all very angry and have vowed to sacrifice all the members of the Ethereal Moon Palace to pay tribute to the dead disciples. Should we take action to help them? The Underworld Grand Hall was unusually quiet. Even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. After a while, a voice came from the black smoke. As you sow, so shall you reap. No need to care. The subordinate bowed and cupped his fist, continuing. Following your command, sect leader, I have another matter to report. Speak, sect leader. Our informant within the royal family has just reported that Yun Fei is plotting to attack Golden Court Mountain and even intends to persuade the emperor to mobilize the imperial guards. And then, the great Yan emperor punished Yu Fei and confined her for 3 months. Inside the black smoke there was complete silence, as if pondering something. After a moment, the great Yan's wars are endless. The imperial guards are the guarding force in Chengdu City. How can they be mobilized at will? Yu Fei's actions this time are like shooting herself in the foot. But the voice paused for a moment and continued. Yu Fei comes from the western regions and is a foreign race. We must monitor her every move. Your subordinate follows your command. In addition, a voice came from within the black smoke again, and the subordinate quickly stopped and stood with his hands clasped, listening attentively. The sword maniac is discussing martial arts. There are many experts from the Pure Clarity Dao sect. Tell him to go there to discuss. If he encounters the sword devil, immediately avoid him. Your subordinate will do it immediately. Outside the Demon Sky Pavilion, Duanmu Sheng and Zhao Yanhe were anxiously waiting, like ants on a hot pan. The sun had already set in the west, but there was still no sign of their master. Master just fought a battle, so he needs to calm down and recuperate, which is normal. Little junior sister, stop pacing. I'm getting dizzy watching you walk back and forth.
Duanmu Sheng rubbed his temples. Zhu Jifeng respectfully said, Senior Lu Zhao's divine might is unmatched. He's definitely fine. Look at this screen, it's so bright. Xiao Yanche glared at him. Ye Tiangxin scoffed, muttering, If I were you guys, I would have gone inside to check already. He's so old, what if something happened, rumble. The sound of moving mechanisms came from inside the Demon Sky Pavilion, along with that familiar, dignified voice. Come in and talk. Everyone was startled, including Ye Tiangxin. All their fatigue vanished. Zhao Yanhe giggled and grabbed her shoulder. See how master punishes you. Lu Zhao walked out of the secret chamber, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. The group rushed into the Demon Sky Pavilion. Disciple greets master. Disciple greets master. Junior greets senior Lu Zhao. Ye Tiangxin was thrown to the ground, feeling a bit indignant. She raised her head, wanting to see his face, but could only see his back. Lu Zhao didn't reply, stroking his beard as he walked. Zhao Yanhe carefully called out, Master. Just then, Lu Zhao suddenly muttered, How could I not win even once? Zhao Yanche asked, confused. Master, what are you saying? Nothing. Lu Zhao dismissed the thought. Slowly turning around, his eyes swept over each person, feeling like he saw the words, Thanks for playing, on everyone's face. Perhaps sensing that their master was a bit unhappy, Xiao Yanche playfully said, Master, don't be angry. Your disciple has killed all the intruders at Golden Court Mountain, his Feng. If you're still not happy, I can go back and chop their corpses a few more times. Zhu Jifeng was puzzled. Lu Zhao raised his hand to stop her, casually saying, Where's the fourth? Duanmu Sheng dragged his iron chains, cupping his fist and saying, Although the fourth is seriously injured, he fortunately encountered a fortuitous opportunity. He's currently being protected by Qingmu, so I'm afraid he can't come to see Master. Lu Zhao was a bit surprised. Can't get near Qingmu for 7 days? He needs to rely on Qingmu's protection to break through, requiring 7 days. If someone interrupts during this time, Ming Xinyin will never be able to enter the nascent soul realm for the rest of his life. Ye Tiangxin looked directly into Lu Zhao's eyes, sneering, Hypocrite, I bet you'll sneak in a palm strike in the middle of the night. Lu Zhao remained calm, not even glancing at her, simply saying indifferently, Yanjie, have a disciple imprison her in the back mountain facing the wall cave for repentance. Obey the order. Xiao Yanhe stepped forward, grabbed Ye Tiangxin, and carried her away. Ye Tiangxin remembered the gloomy and lonely back mountain, her whole body trembling. Scenes of facing the wall repentance flashed in her mind. She wanted to resist, but her Dantian Qi Si was empty, unable to mobilize even a trace of primal Qi. Lu Zhao looked towards Zhu Jifeng. Zhu Jifeng hurriedly knelt on the ground, respectfully saying, Senior, Zhu Jifeng is willing to join the Demon Sky Pavilion, and begs Senior to accept me as a disciple. Lu Zhao had never thought about taking on more disciples since transmigrating. Judging by the timeline, the old devil only started planning to take on disciples when his cultivation reached its peak. With his current cultivation, it was hard to guarantee that he wouldn't take on a pack of wolves in sheep's clothing. These 9 disciples alone gave him a headache, so where would he have the energy to teach others? At sea, a bright moon is born. We share this moment, though far apart. Well, the old devil was truly interesting, deliberately leaving a spot open for some reason which wasn't important anymore. Seeing that Lu Zhao remained silent, Zhu Jifeng spoke. Senior, your talent is not bad, but you cultivate the sword dabio of the Heavenly Sword sect. Now that your sword dabio is established, changing course halfway will only be detrimental. Lu Zhu said casually, his meaning very clear. I will not accept you as a disciple. Senior, Zhu Jifeng persistently pleaded. Lu Zhao slowly raised his hand to interrupt him, then picked up a secret manual from the table and threw it in front of Zhu Jifeng. This is the Heavenly Sword Sect's Tai Yi swordplay. With your talent, cultivation won't be difficult. Zhu Jifeng widened his eyes, excitedly looking at the manual. He was once the top disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect,
so he naturally understood the meaning of this manual. The Heavenly Sword sect's method of imparting the Tai swordplay had always been for the master to teach the disciple, only teaching the second level after learning the first. Therefore, although Zhu Jifeng was learning this swordplay, Luo Changfeng had never taught him the entire swordplay. This phenomenon wasn't unique to the Heavenly Sword sect, but was done by all righteous sects. Considered a traditional rule, righteous disciples didn't question it. How could he have expected that the swordplay the Heavenly Sword sect regarded as a treasure would be worthless in the hands of the old senior, casually thrown to him? How could he not be excited with this swordplay? Why would he worry about not entering the nascent soul realm? Zhu Jifeng held the manual with both hands. He knelt on the ground and kowtowed, his forehead hitting the ground with a loud sound, expressing his sincerity. "Thank you, senior. Thank you, senior. Since you are no longer a disciple of the Demon Sky Pavilion, from now on, call me Pavilion Master," Zhu Jifeng respectfully said. "Understood. There are many rooms in the Demon Sky Pavilion. Besides the East Pavilion and the South Pavilion, you can choose any place to stay. Yes, retreat." Zhu Jifeng held the manual with both hands, respectfully leaving the Demon Sky Pavilion.
Lu Ju nodded slightly. Duan Musheng was much more experienced in managing disciples.
After Zhu Jifeng left, Duan Musheng bowed and said, "Master, this Zhu Jifeng is still a disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect after all. Explaining this matter will be too long,
and we would have to mention his leaky parents, Zhu Jifeng then murdering his father. Too troublesome." Lu Xiao waved his hand, casually saying, "This old master has his own plans. Disciple understands. You wouldn't dare say you didn't understand, would you?"
Lu Xiao slowly stood up, only glancing at the chains on Duan Musheng's body before turning around and entering the secret chamber. Duan Musheng was about to say something but heard his master mutter, "It's time to change my luck." Duan Musheng hurriedly knelt on the ground, respectfully seeing off his master. When he raised his head, his master's figure had already disappeared. Duan Musheng wiped the sweat from his forehead, then helplessly dragged the 1,000-year-old cold iron chains.
He originally intended to beg his master to help him remove the chains, but it seemed he should give up. Master was still master, indifferent to the world, letting them live or die on their own. After Zhao Yanhe imprisoned Ye Tiangxin in the back mountain, she immediately returned to the Demon Sky Pavilion. She didn't see her master, but saw her third senior brother with a face full of sorrow, so she asked, "Senior brother, what's wrong?" Duan Musheng waved his hand. "It's nothing. But senior brother just feels that master seems restless, occasionally absent-mindedly thinking about other things." Zhao Yanpe asked, "Restless? Did master say anything just now? Was? You just said one thing." "What?" Duan Musheng said. "Master seemed to be dizzy." Zhao Yanhe nodded, saying, "Master is old after all, and he has to ride the white eel flying back and forth in the sky. How could he not be dizzy?" Duan Musheng nodded in agreement. "That makes sense, senior brother. What should we do with that traitor?" "Let's wait until fourth child gets through this tribulation before we talk," Duan Musheng said with righteous indignation. "Fourth child is smart. A traitor who behaves like that needs to be severely punished. How else can we answer to master?" "Senior brother, I've never understood," Zhao Yanyi said, indignant. "She betrayed the sect, fine, but why did she have to try and kill master?" Duan Musheng sighed. Tiangxin Shimei had a hard life.
A hard life. Zhao Yanhe looked pitiful, touching her index fingers together, muttering, "I'm also having a hard time." Duan Musheng was speechless. "I have to go heal my wounds. I'll leave this place to you. Farewell, senior brother." At the same time, Lu Zhao looked at the merit points on the system interface. He'd already spent 3,000 points on draws, leaving him with only 1,540. His luck points had accumulated to 60. Keep drawing. This round was a crushing defeat. Each draw cost 50 merit points. "Thank you for participating in the game, host. Luck points +1. His luck points reached 61. Very good." Lu Zhu calmed himself. He decided to control himself, or maybe wash his hands before continuing. He suddenly remembered reading the Heavenly Book at Shu Mansion, thinking, "I should read the Heavenly Book to change my luck." The Heavenly Book interface opened. Lu Zhao read all the characters he could understand, but the number didn't increase. The number of illegible chicken scratch characters didn't seem to decrease either. He concluded, I need to read the first part of the Heavenly Book of Man many times to comprehend its meaning. Then the second part can be gradually understood. He could now see a few characters on pages he couldn't understand at all before. This showed the Heavenly Book could be comprehended. It was just extremely difficult. The light in the secret chamber remained dim, but Lu Jiao couldn't help but immerse himself in comprehending the Heavenly Book. Time passed, and the miraculous scene appeared again. Shimmering, watery light sparkled above the room. Lu Jiao was completely unaware.
He remained seated in a meditative posture, reading the book. 3 days passed. On Golden Court Mountain,
Zhu Jifeng was immersed in cultivating the sword Dao. Duan Musheng secluded himself to heal. Fourth child was at a crucial point in his breakthrough. Only Xiao Yanher was bored, but she couldn't leave Golden Court Mountain. Fortunately, Golden Court Mountain had a protective barrier, so they didn't have to constantly worry about enemy invasions. On the fourth day, she went to the Evil Sky Pavilion. The cyan wood suddenly stirred.
Creak! Creak! She moved like lightning, instantly flying into the courtyard of the Evil Sky Pavilion, scanning the area. Fourth senior brother. She noticed the cyan wood, which was already lush, now growing even faster. She found it strange. Master said fourth senior brother would need 7 days to get through his tribulation.
Why is there a change after only 4 days? Creak, creak. The cyan wood grew rapidly, almost as tall as the Evil Sky Pavilion. Xiao Yanher kept retreating. Almost half the courtyard was occupied by the cyan wood. Because of this, she couldn't leave. Xiao Yanher decided to fly around the cyan wood. Bang! The cyan wood suddenly shattered, petals flying everywhere. Xiao Yanher's astral energy blocked the wood fragments from hitting her. A figure flew out from the shattered cyan wood, his body radiating tidal waves of astral energy.
Xiao Yanher kept retreating, blocking the aftershocks. Even the Evil Sky Pavilion shook slightly. A vortex of astral energy appeared in the courtyard. Ming Xinyin closed his eyes, arms outstretched, floating inside. The naked young man exclaimed, "So comfortable!" This tremor also alerted Lu Jiao, who was comprehending the Heavenly Book in the secret chamber. Lu Zhu was happily reading his book, when suddenly the bookshelves, clutter, and weapons around him started shaking, pulling him out of his reverie. Who would be happy about that? It was like being woken up from a good night's sleep. How could he not be annoyed? These wicked disciples. They want to climb on my head after just 3 days without a beating. How dare they? Lu Zhao muttered, then continued reading. Xiao Yan'er was overjoyed. Congratulations, fourth senior brother, on entering the divine tribulation realm.
Little Shimai, senior brother, woke up so quickly. At this moment, Ming Xinyin floated above the Evil Sky Pavilion's courtyard, surrounded by astral energy, enjoying the pleasure after his breakthrough. Arms outstretched, eyes closed, he smiled contentedly. The feeling of reaching the divine tribulation realm is so good. The Dharma body in my hand holds the whole world. Xiao Yan'er's face was full of longing. Senior brother has mastered the 1,000 realms whirling avatar. Ming Xinyin, still with his eyes closed, said casually.
Little Shimei, watch closely. Oops!
Just as Ming Xinyin was about to display the 1,000 realms whirling avatar, a faint light suddenly flew from the top of the Evil Sky Pavilion, piercing his astral energy shield, accompanied by an extremely majestic voice. How dare you! Sizzle! Sizzle! That faint light could erode the astral winds and the surging primordial queel. In an instant, the astral energy completely disappeared. What happened without astral energy? Whoosh! Ming Xinyin fell to the ground. Ouch! Ming Xinyin dared not show off in front of little Shimei anymore. He hurriedly knelt down, facing the Evil Sky Pavilion, and said, "Disciple knows his mistake. If you're going to show off, you need to pick your place. How dare you be arrogant where master is resting? If I don't beat you, who will I beat?"
Ming Xinyin was very panicked and dared not stand up.
On one hand, he was shocked by his old master's methods. On the other hand, he was relieved he wasn't injured.
Xiao Yan'er slowly descended from the air. Ah, fourth senior brother, does your Dharma body need to kneel to be released?
Cough, cough. Ming Xinyin saw there was no reply from inside the Evil Sky Pavilion, so he awkwardly stood up. He pretended nothing had happened, cleared his throat, and said, "I just entered the divine tribulation realm, so I'm not used to it yet."
Ah, where's master? Xiao Yan'er then told Xinyin about what had happened in the past few days. So. Ming Xiyin kept humming in agreement. Ming Xiyin frowned. 6 Shime's cultivation was crippled and she's been imprisoned in the back mountain for repentance. Yes, Ming Xiyin instructed. Let me go take a look. Leave the matters on the mountain to me. You go down to Yi Station in Gangxin Town to gather information. Master will definitely ask about it when he comes out of seclusion. Xiao Yanhair was so happy she jumped for joy. 4th senior brother is so thoughtful, I'll go right away. Don't cause trouble. Don't worry, I'm very well behaved, Xiao Yanhair said, turning around and flying down the mountain at a speed that made people secretly click their tongues. Ming Xiyin turned to look at the evil sky pavilion, remembering the ear-splitting transmission with its warning intent, and he couldn't help but tremble. He originally thought that entering the divine tribulation realm would make things easier, but now it seemed he still had a long way to go.
Ming Xiyin flew out of the evil sky pavilion, his figure as fast as a ghost. Before, 1 step of his covered 10 zang, now 1 step was 30 zang. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the back mountain. Ah, it's you, Ming Xiyin, saw Zhu Jifeng practicing his sword.
He wasn't a disciple of the evil sky pavilion, so for a moment he didn't know how to address him. Ming Xiyin forced a smile. Little Shime said, you're a once-in-a-century genius from the heavenly sword sect. Zhu Jifeng saw Ming Xiyin's ghostly figure and panicked. He hurriedly retracted his longsword, stuffed the secret manual into his chest, and then looked over guiltily. Ming Xiyin clasped his hands and said, Greetings, 4th senior brother. I don't deserve it, I don't deserve it. Ming Xiyin cracked his knuckles and stretched his limbs. Perfect timing, I was just about to test something. Zhu Jifeng didn't understand what he meant. Whoosh! 100 tribulations, cave illumination. A dharma body 2 zang tall and half a zang wide appeared behind Ming Xiyin. Zhu Jifeng glanced at it and muttered, Such a small 100 tribulations cave illumination, what did you say? Poofed. Zhu Jifeng collapsed to the ground, his head lolling as he whispered, So strong. Ouch, I'm dizzy. Ming Xiyin frowned. Are nascent soul dharma bodies really this powerful? I haven't even made a move yet and I've already scared him unconscious? What a prodigy of cultivation. Just average. Ming Xiyin turned around and headed towards the wall-facing repentance cave on the back mountain. Zhu Jifeng cautiously opened his eyes, took a deep breath, and suppressed the surging blood and qi in his chest. If I don't put on an act, how can I fool a devil like him? Better to hurt myself than get beaten up, you know? Inside the Demon Heaven Pavilion, Lu Zhao slowly opened his eyes. The blue light spots in the secret chamber immediately disappeared. The past few days of comprehending the heavenly book felt like a dream, giving him many new insights. But there were still many obscure areas. He had to continue to slowly comprehend them. Lu Zhao opened the system interface. Luck points have reached 61. Time for a lucky draw. Ding! Consuming 50 merit points. Thank you for participating in the game. Luck points +1. Lu Zhao frowned. Why isn't my luck changing at all? Could it be that my drawing posture is wrong? Lu Zhao slowly stood up and continued to draw. He drew 4 times in a row, all resulting in, Thank you for participating in the game. What a huge scam. The truth proved that it had nothing to do with his drawing posture. Although he was constantly complaining in his heart, Lu Zhao remained unfazed on the surface. His old face was thick and dark enough. Luck points are 66. 66. Should be really lucky. Women have a 6th sense, men have a keen intuition. This time, I'll definitely win. The lucky draw, consuming 50 merit points, consuming 66 luck points, obtained a reversal card X1. Are you kidding me? Lu Zhao took a deep breath, his deep, aged eyes looking into the distance. Holy moly. Forget it. Swearing doesn't suit a devil's style, and ancestor doesn't fit his identity either. But so many merit points and luck points only resulted in 1 reversal card. Damn it, who can I complain to? Lu Zhu felt like crying, but no tears would come. In his previous life, when playing games, he didn't feel this angry even when upgrading his weapon to +15 failed. So damn angry. Calm down, no anger. Can't let my emotions waver. Lu Zhao looked at his remaining merit points, 1190 points. Should I continue with this evil lucky draw? Lucky draw. Consuming 50 merit points. Obtained weapon? Unnamed. Obtained mount. Bixi. Lu Zhu asked. Huh. Lu Zhao clenched his fists and shouted, Can you believe it?
Accumulating 66 luck points only got me one reversal card, but this time, with 0 luck points, I got a weapon and a Bixie mount. Lu Zhao was completely speechless. Unnamed.
The name of this weapon is so casual, but it doesn't matter. I've been gambling with this lucky draw for so long. This weapon can't be worse than the scrap metal in this secret chamber, right? Following Lu Zhu's call, a black object slowly appeared on his palm, emitting a faint light, sometimes round, sometimes long.
Lu Zhao's eyebrows furrowed. What the heck is this? He wanted to hear some system notifications, but the system didn't say a word. How embarrassing. He casually waved it, and the black object immediately disappeared.
A black stone-like object appeared in the system's item interface. Lu Zhao looked again and saw a small line of description below. A weapon that can freely transform into various shapes. The higher the cultivation, the stronger the power.
Not bad. Lu Zhao suddenly became interested. He raised his right hand, and a weapon appeared in his palm. This time it was an exquisite, glittering sword. Then it turned into a dagger, then into a saber, spear, staff, halberd, all kinds of shapes. So that's how it is. This is a weapon that can freely change its shape. One thing that's more convenient than 10 things. This lucky draw wasn't a loss. Let's test its power at the same time. At the wall facing Repentance Cave on the back mountain, Ye Tiangxin was sitting in the freezing cold, when Ming Xinyin suddenly appeared.
Seeing Ye Tiangxin sitting gloomily, he said, "Junior sister, do you want to see my 100 tribulations, cave illumination dharma body?"
Ye Tiangxin asked. Huh. She frowned and looked at Ming Xinyin, a little confused. If that old demon wants you to kill me, then hurry up and do it, don't show off. Ming Xinyin scratched his head awkwardly. I didn't mean that. Ye Tiangxin turned her head away. Wanna chop, wanna kill, wanna flay me, scrape my bones, just do it. Ming Xinyin shook his head and sighed. Junior sister. If Master wanted to kill you, he would have done it already. Why would he need me? What did he send you here for? I came here on my own. We're still senior and junior. Brothers and sisters, I can't just stand by and watch you sink into depravity like this. Ye Tiangxin smiled. Sink into depravity. The ones who are truly lost are you people. Do you still hate Master for that matter?
Ye Tiangxin turned her head away. She didn't want to mention the past. Her eyes were cold, filled with a chilling intent.
Ming Xinyin walked over and sat down beside her. Waving his hand, a ray of light appeared, illuminating the cave.
I joined the sect earlier than you, and I've suffered more hardships than you. Did I say anything?
Pah! You just complained secretly behind his back. Cough, cough. Ming Xinyin quickly looked away, embarrassed. Before was different, this is different. Master is extremely kind recently. Kind? Fourth senior brother, that's not a funny joke. Ye Tiangxin shook her head, then looked down at her disheveled appearance. Her meaning was very clear, understood without saying.
I'm not joking.
Ming Xinyin stood up, clasped his hands behind his back, and said sincerely, Master has lived to this age, he's thought things through, his attitude is very different now than before. Ye Tiangxin pressed. So what? Why can't you understand no matter how much I say? Ming Xinyin suddenly turned his head, a little angry. Master doesn't care about the things we've done, but I do. If that old bastard doesn't die, I won't be at peace.
Slap. Ming Xinyin suddenly raised his hand and slapped Ye Tiangxin. He didn't use astral qi, nor did he mobilize his primal qi, it was just a normal slap.
The slap stunned Ye Tiangxin, but she stubbornly raised her head and looked at Ming Xinyin. Ming Xinyin raised his hand again. Oh. Ye Tiangxin closed her eyes. His hand stopped, just a small distance away from Ye Tiangxin's face.
He didn't slap her again. Ming Xinyin shook his head, sighed softly, and patted her shoulder.
You should confront Master and ask him clearly. I've said my piece. Sort it out yourself.
He felt no need to persuade her further. Just as he was about to turn and leave, Ye Tiangxin suddenly called out, Wait a moment, is there anything else you want to say?
The sisters of Yanyu Palace will definitely join forces to save me. If possible, senior brother, please show mercy.
Hearing this,
Ming Xinyin smiled faintly. You are really being self-indulgent. They can't even save themselves now. They can't even worry about their own safety. How can they have time to save you? So many Divine Tribulation Realm cultivators from Yun Sect, Tian Sect, and Luo Sect have died. Do you think they will vent their anger on Master?
You're wrong.
The first one they will destroy is your Yanyu Palace.
After speaking, Ming Xinyan shook his body, immediately disappeared. Inside the cave became quiet. Ye Tianxin was surprised, not knowing what to do.
When Lu Zhao took out the nameless sword, he heard the system's announcement. Successfully taught the traitor Ye Tianxin, gaining 100 merit points. Unexpected. No matter which disciple taught her, at least Lu Zhao realized one thing. This traitor Ye Tianxin still has some value. He activated the nameless sword in his hand, causing it to spin, then stopped. His grasp of weapon control at the Qi condensation realm was still very lacking. When his cultivation base was insufficient, he felt that the command arrow in his hand was just like a feather. His hand waved, and the nameless sword slashed at a broadsword lying on the weapon rack. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere. The broadsword was intact, without any damage, and the nameless sword was not damaged either. This is what you get from the lottery, with 0 luck points, really a junk item. The nameless sword flew back into his palm, a faint blue light flashed on the blade, then immediately disappeared. Just as Lu Zhao was about to step forward to check the broadsword, a voice suddenly came from outside. Master, Pan Zhong of Jingming Dao requests an audience. Lu Zhao's hand clenched slightly, and the nameless sword disappeared. Although the lottery process was not very pleasant, at least he gained some items at present. He was not familiar with the nameless sword, so he could only study it step by step. And besides, his cultivation base was still quite low, so he might not be able to exert the original power of the nameless sword, and he would study Bianan when he had time. After Lu Zhu left, a blue light flashed across the broadsword on the weapon rack. Crack! A crack appeared on the blade.
Stepping outside, Lu Zhao realized that it had been a long time since he had left the secret room. The light outside made him unable to adapt. Several people were standing and waiting inside the hall, old senior, old mister. The two people who saw Lu Zhao's appearance quickly knelt down.
Xiao Yanhair ran to Lu Zhao's side and smiled.
Master, when I went to the post station to inquire about information, I happened to see them kneeling outside the barrier, so I brought them here. Please don't blame me, Master.
Pan Zhong knelt obediently on the ground, occasionally secretly peeking at the old man in front of him. It was hard to imagine that this old man with an aging appearance was actually the majestic, demonic cultivator ancestor of Golden Court Mountain. The person kneeling beside him was Murong Hai.
Murong Hai was still trembling, not daring to lift his head.
Lu Zhao nodded. You girl, didn't you go to cause trouble? Not at all. I also learned a lot of information. Lu Zhao nodded, his eyes turned to the two people in the hall.
Stand up and speak. Yes. Pan Zhong and Murong Hai staggered as they stood up, almost falling down again.
At that moment, his eyes met Lu Zhao's eyes. Murong Hai's whole body trembled, and he immediately knelt down again. Old immortal, please spare my life. I was blind and couldn't see Mount Tai. Lu Zhao thought to himself, I didn't do anything to you. I was very friendly to you along the way, but you act like I killed your whole family. But on the surface, Lu Zhao was as calm as water, and he said indifferently, Yan Belir, have a disciple take him away.
Disciple obeys.
Murong Hai was startled, and before he could say anything, Xiao Yanhair lifted him up like a hawk catching a chick, and flew down the mountain. Seeing this, Pan Zhong secretly swallowed his saliva. Joining Golden Court Mountain seems a little unstable? Pan Zhong. Lu Zhao's eyes turned to Pan Zhong. Pan Zhong was startled, and cupped his hands respectfully. Old senior. Lu Zhao did not answer, but turned and walked to the main seat, and slowly sat down.
You really want to join my Golden Court Mountain?
Lu Zhao's eyes were deep, and his voice was old, but no less majestic. Yes. Pan Zhong immediately knelt down, and cupped his hands and said, Pan Zhong is willing to join Golden Court Mountain. Please fulfill my wish, old senior. Lu Zhao stroked his beard. His eyes swept across Pan Zhong's eyes. Although he is a triple yin physique and has an extremely cold body, he is also a good material. After pondering for a moment, Lu Zhao said calmly, Everyone in the world is afraid of this old one. The righteous path wants to eliminate this old one, and even the disciples that this old one personally raised want to betray their master and extinguish their ancestors. These words made Pan Zhong uneasy, not knowing what the old senior wanted to do, and what was the purpose of saying these words. Since you have joined Golden Court Mountain, this old one will naturally protect you. But if one day, Lu Jiao paused. Pan Zhang was startled and understood, and immediately kowtowed repeatedly on the ground. If I have any disloyal intentions, I will be struck by lightning. Loyalty +10. Very good, Lu Jiao stroked his beard and said. This old one has always been a man of his word. You stand up. Thank you, old senior. Pan Zhang stood up nervously. At this moment, the fourth disciple, Ming Xinyin, suddenly flew in from outside. His face was like a spring breeze, and he was full of energy. Seeing Pan Zhang standing in the hall, Ming Xinyin nodded slightly, then knelt down in front of Lu Jiao. Master, this disciple has broken through to the nascent divinity realm. Hearing this, Pan Zhang was terrified. Being able to reach this realm was considered a master of one side. Does Golden Court Mountain have so many? How could it not make people wary? Lu Jiao nodded and said, reaching the nascent divinity realm will allow you to master the 100 Tribulation Cave Illumination Dharma Body, and each time the Dharma Body opens a leaf, the realm will be completely different. You must not be arrogant. Disciple will carefully follow Master's command. Ming Xinyin kowtowed obediently. Successfully teaching Ming Xinyin, gaining 100 merit points, Pan Zhang felt puzzled and confused. Didn't everyone say that the old demonic head of Golden Court Mountain has a hot temper, kills people without blinking an eye, and treats his disciples with cruel methods? Only after meeting him today did he see that it was completely different from the rumors. On the contrary, he felt that the old senior had the demeanor of an elder, and the demeanor of a teacher was much better than those old and ancient elders in Jingming Dao. Master, this disciple heard that the traitor Ye Tiangxin was imprisoned in the cave facing the cliff in the back mountain to repent. So I went to teach her a lesson, and vented my anger for Master. Lu Jiao, ever the calm one, maintained his composure. So, it was the fourth. But there's no need to rush with Ye Tiangxin's matter. Just have her reflect on her mistakes in Bichi Cave. Also, the eighth and fifth are directly involved in the kidnapping. Hearing this, Ming Xinyin's eyes darted around. Master, your disciple has just entered the nascent soul realm and is itching for some practice. How about I go grab that eighth guy for you to deal with? He didn't mention fifth senior sister Zhao Yu, because no one knew where she was right now. Although that eighth guy is weak, he has seventh backing him with ideas. Even if you catch him, it's pointless, and will alert seventh. At Fierce Tiger Ridge, eighth was just chillin', and kept hiccuping as his name was being mentioned. After a moment of pondering, Lu Jiao waved his hand. Just leave them be for now. Ming Xinyin was slightly taken aback, but still respectfully said, your disciple obeys. I'm tired. Dismissed. Yes. Ming Xinyin winked at Pan Zhang, who was standing there dumbfounded. Senior. Ming Xinyin immediately dragged him outside, leaving the Demon Heaven Pavilion. Ming Xinyin grinned. How was that awesome entrance? Greetings, Mr. Fourth. I like that nickname. Want to see my 100 Tribulation Illumination Dharma Body? Pan Zhang was speechless. Xiaoyan hair rushed all the way up the mountain, practically flying. Fourth senior brother, junior sister. You guys came at the right time. Check out senior brother's 100 Tribulation Illumination Dharma Body. Ming Xinyin spread his arms wide, looking like he was about to attack someone. Xiaoyan Ter quickly said, Senior brother, some cultivators appeared at the bottom of the mountain. I suspect someone's trying to invade Golden Court Mountain again. Ming Xinyin was overjoyed when he heard this. Great, junior sister. I'll go take care of it. This kind of small fry doesn't need master to lift a finger. I can definitely wipe them all out myself. Senior brother, they are all female cultivators from the Moon Reflections sect. She didn't finish speaking. Ming Xinyin had disappeared, leaving behind a trail of images. Pan Zhang stood there, as if rooted to the ground, wondering whether he should follow. Xiaoyan Sher stomped her feet silently, and when she turned her head and saw Pan Zhang's dazed look, she said angrily, What are you looking at? Look again and I'll poke your eyes out. Pan Zhang was speechless. He thought to himself, I didn't look at you. Ming Xinyin was getting worked up. On the way, the gang ki of his whole body erupted, wishing he could immediately rush to the foot of the mountain. When Ming Xinyin reached the foot of the mountain, seeing the group of cultivators standing outside the barrier, he flashed a treacherous smile. 100 Tribulation Illumination, it's still a nascent soul realm after all. Even though the Dharma Body is only 2 zang tall, the aura is unmatched by cultivators in the Divine Court realm. The group of female cultivators standing outside the barrier saw the Dharma Body. Their expressions changed. The leading female cultivator frowned. 100 Tribulation Illumination Dharma Body.
Run! Someone wants to run?
That's not right.
This illumination dharma body is too small. It should be a great cultivator in the early nascent soul stage. The forefather of the devil is over 3 zang. This is not him. And where can we run? Just as the female cultivators were anxiously discussing, the 2 zang tall dharma body flew above their heads. Ming Xiyin looked down at them and said coldly, "Who dares to attack my Golden Court Mountain?"
Ming Xiyin frowned. Huh. The group of female cultivators all knelt down.
Shouldn't they argue a few sentences? And then when the other party doesn't give in, he'll use a big move to wipe them all out. Why did they kneel down and beg for mercy as soon as they started?
The leading female cultivator plucked up her courage and raised her head to look at Ming Xiyin floating in the air. She didn't know who he was, but she could confirm that this person was not the demon ancestor of Golden Court Mountain.
"We are disciples of the Moon Reflection Sect. Please help us. Please save us."
All the female cultivators knelt on the ground, all of them saying the same thing. Ming Xiyin was slightly taken aback. What a shame. After showing off for so long, it turns out they are not invaders, but 6th Junior Sisters people.
6th Junior Sister was imprisoned in Beachy Cave by Master. For betraying her master, Moon Reflection Sect is naturally like a snake without a head. The 3 southern sects of Great Flame didn't want to conflict with Golden Court Mountain. All their anger would be vented on Moon Reflection Sect, but the problem is that even if you ask for help, you shouldn't come to Golden Court Mountain, right? Ming Xiyin was very suspicious. He looked closely at the group of people. There were about 100 female cultivators. Everyone was disheveled. Some people were injured and could not stand still. Ming Xiyin sighed softly, took back his dharma body, and landed on the ground. 6th Junior Sister betrayed her master and was imprisoned by Master in the back mountain. Logically speaking, all of you in the Moon Reflection Sect should be punished, but you still have the courage to come to Golden Court Mountain. Are you all tired of living? Ming Xiyin's evil eyes swept over, making people shudder. The prestige of the devils on Golden Court Mountain is not without reason. The female cultivator pleaded, "Please save us for the sake of our sect master." This was beyond Ming Xiyin's expectations. Has Moon Reflection Sect fallen into such a state that even the dogs are mourning and there is nowhere else to go? "I won't save you."
Ming Xiyin waved his hand, turned around and left.
"It's ridiculous. What does your life or death have to do with me?
It's already a great grace not to attack you." Just as he was about to leave, an eerie bell rang from a distance.
Huh. Ming Xiyin frowned, turned around and looked up at the sky.
The sky was covered by a purple dark clouds, and the bell rang from within the dark clouds. The faces of the Moon Reflection Sect female cultivators changed drastically, and they tried their best to stand up and run towards the Golden Court Mountain barrier. But this barrier could only be freely entered and exited by the people of Golden Court Mountain, no matter how hard they tried to enter. The barrier was still as strong as a wall to block them out. Ming Xiyin ignored the group of female cultivators. His attention was all on the dark clouds in the sky. Intuition told him that the person who came was not good, and using this method to move must also be a big shot.
"People from the Evil Fiend Sect are here. It's the Evil Fiend Sect.
Please let us into Golden Court Mountain. We are willing to be your servants." Is this the Moon Reflection Sect, led by Yi Tiangxin, that is famous in one side? Ming Xiyin glanced at them, slightly disappointed. Without a nascent Soul Realm expert guarding them, no matter how strong the remaining Divine Court Realm cultivators are, they are just soldiers and generals. Evil Fiend Sect? Ming Xiyin felt strange. Weren't the ones who attacked the Moon Reflection Sect the 3 sects of Cloud Heaven? Where did the Evil Fiend Sect come from?
Ming Xiyin glanced over the female cultivators.
Seeing how terrified they were, he wasn't very satisfied. Why are you so scared? Is there any place in this world more scary than Golden Court Mountain? You dare to be afraid of the Evil Fiend Sect, but not Golden Court Mountain.
The dark clouds slowly approached, and at this time Ming Xiyin could see clearly what it was. It was not a dark cloud, but a group of cultivators formed into a circular formation and flew in unison. All of them were dressed in black, and what was protected in the middle was a huge black dragon carriage. Interesting. Ming Xiyin put his hands behind his back and stood there quietly waiting. The top 3 on the black roll are, in order, Zhi Tiandao, Yu Zhenghai, and Zuo Xinchen. Rankings on the black roll are based on the evil deeds committed, not just cultivation level. If you're on that list, you're either ridiculously powerful or super sneaky and cunning. This black dragon carriage belongs to the third-ranked Zuo Jinchen,
who's also the top dog under the sect leader of the Devil Slayer sect. But what's got Ming Xiyin scratching his head is that the Devil Slayer sect and Golden Court Mountain usually keep to themselves, like water from the well doesn't interfere with river water, so why are they messing with Moon Reflection Palace now? Clang, clang, clang. The black dragon carriage's bells sound super unpleasant.
Finally, the carriage stops about 100 meters from the barrier, and the ringing stops too.
The carriage just hovers there in mid-air.
Ming Xiyin doesn't budge,
still glaring at them.
After a beat, a divine court realm cultivator suddenly flies out from the carriage. He gets about halfway, then stops, bows low, and clasps his hands in a fist salute.
The Devil Slayer sect has no intention of disrespecting Golden Court Mountain, he says. Could fourth senior brother hand those female cultivators over to us? The black-robed cultivator is all polite and humble. Ming Xiyin glances back at the shivering female cultivators, thinking, I should totally rock black robes and act all intimidating like this dude. Bet I'd look way scarier. Whatever. Ming Xiyin turns and heads back into the barrier. The black-robed cultivator waves his hand.
Thank you, fourth senior brother.
We'll definitely come to your door to express our gratitude another day. The cultivators guarding the carriage immediately swarm toward the female cultivators like a bunch of locusts.
Hold up.
Ming Xiyin steps out again. Does fourth senior brother have any other instructions?
Almost forgot about master's new routine. The young man casually puts his arms around two of the ladies and says flatly, the old man's been on a be nice to everyone kick lately.
Ming Xiyin flicks his wrist, and the barrier next to him disappears in a flash. The female cultivators, losing their support, stumble into the barrier, and all of them make it inside. Having heard from the black-robed cultivator that this guy is the fourth disciple of Golden Court Mountain, they immediately kneel down and kowtow, chanting, Thank you for saving our lives, fourth senior brother. Thank you for saving our lives. The black-robed cultivator frowns. Out of the tiger's den and into the wolf's mouth.
Are these women brain dead or what? In an unpleasant, gravelly tone, he questions, fourth senior brother, isn't this kind of flip-flopping a bit unseemly?
At the same time, Lu Zhao is leaning back in his chair, taking a nap, when the system suddenly chimes, Ding! Received reverent kowtows, gained 1450 merit points. The sudden surge of merit points makes Lu Zhao jump. Reverent kowtows? Have these evil brats suddenly turned good?
Just as he's wondering, Xiao Yanhe runs in from outside.
Master, fourth senior brother is out killing people again.
Lu Zhao sits up straight and says calmly, what happened? Xiao Yanhe recounts her encounter with Ming Xiyin. It was like this and then like that, Lu Zhao frowns as he listens.
The female cultivators from Moon Reflection Palace are all Ye Tianxin's subordinates. Now that Ye Tianxin's locked up, they're being picked apart by everyone. And they dare come to Golden Court Mountain. That's not just guts, that's insane. It's just a bunch of female cultivators, the strongest only in the Divine Court realm, and I'm getting old.
If I have to do everything myself, when will I get time to be lazy? Lu Zhao says quietly.
Yes, master. Zhao Yanhe says softly, Rest well, master. I'll keep an eye on senior brother. Lu Zhao leans back in his chair, covers his forehead with his hand, and continues to rest. He's been drawing prizes non-stop these past few days, and his head's spinning. He needs to take it easy. Instead of worrying about all this unnecessary stuff, maybe he should figure out the rules for those prize draws.
At the foot of Golden Court Mountain, Ming Xiyin smiles wickedly. What's wrong? Are you unhappy?
The black-robed cultivator flinches, just about to say something when a clear chime suddenly rings out from the black dragon carriage behind him. The black-robed cultivator suppresses his anger and flies back into the carriage.
The remaining black-robed cultivators maintain their formation, silently awaiting orders.
Immediately afterward, a voice echoes from the carriage. Would fourth senior brother be willing to allow me to meet your master? The voice carries a powerful sound wave. While not inherently offensive,
the origin chi hidden within is so intense that even a nascent soul realm powerhouse who's opened the 8 meridians would be overwhelmed.
Ming Xiyin scoffs and says, Is my master someone that any random dog or cat can just meet? The black dragon carriage falls completely silent. Though the other black-robed cultivators don't move, you can feel the anger radiating off them. While I'm still in a good mood, Scram. Ming Xinyan's actually in a good mood today, he's telling the truth. But his words sound like an insult to his opponent. Just as Ming Xinyan's about to turn and head back into the barrier, whoosh! A sudden energy resonance sound. The Moon Reflection Palace female cultivators, sitting on the ground, stare in terror at the black Dharma body appearing above the dragon carriage. Fourth senior brother. Do I have the qualifications to meet your master now? Ming Xinyan looks up. It's a four-petaled black 100 tribulations Dharma body, about 5 zang tall. With the appearance of this Dharma body, the black-robed cultivators surrounding the carriage generate a subtle resonance, each person's aura increasing several times over. Ming Xinyan frowns. Such a powerful opponent. Besides master, only first and second senior brothers could handle him. Too bad Golden Court Mountain isn't as glorious as it used to be. Ming Xinyan says coldly. So, you're a nascent divinity realm expert. If you've come here to show off your strength, then I'm afraid you've come to the wrong place. I wouldn't dare. The dragon carriage retreats slightly, and the voice grows even deeper. I am Zuo Shinchen, the Devil Slayer sect, and I sincerely wish to meet old Senior Ji. I hope fourth senior brother will lead me in to request an audience. After he says that, the surrounding black-robed cultivators all descend to the ground, and the black dragon carriage lands as well. Clang clang. Zuo Jinchen slowly steps out of the black dragon carriage. His face is dark, and his eyes are sunken and hollow. He looks like a malnourished old man. Zuo Jinchen waves his hand. This is my sincerity. The dozens of black-robed cultivators retreat, leaving only about 4 standing still. Zuo Jinchen's eyes lock onto Ming Xinyan. Ming Xinyan shakes his head, trying to threaten me or tempt me. He's about to refuse, when Zhao Yanye's voice quietly reaches him. Zhao Yanyer appears outside the barrier. Master invites you. Zuo Shinchen slowly looks up, sees Zhao Yanyer flying through the air, and nods in admiration. So this is ninth senior brother, I've heard of you for a long time. Zhao Yanyer giggled, saying, Oh. Is my name really that famous? It's beyond that, Zuo Shinchen said. Not too fast, not too slow. Ninth Master joined Golden Court Mountain at the age of 10. Entered the Profound Connection Realm after 10 days. The Coagulation Stage after 3 months. The 8 Meridians of the Fan Sea Realm after 2 years. And the Divine Court Realm after 3 years. I'm afraid you can't find anyone in the world who can compare to Ninth Master. Ming Xinyan was speechless. And here I thought he was a 4-leaf golden lotus master. His ass-kissing skills are truly something else. Zhao Yanher happily chuckled upon hearing that, saying, You sure know how to talk. Master told you to go to the front hall to meet him. Zuo Shinchen gently stroked his chin, glancing back at his subordinates, the several dozen cultivators taking a step back. Zuo Shinchen, followed by 4 subordinates, entered the barrier after Ming Xinyan. As he entered the barrier, Zuo Shinchen paused slightly, causing the female cultivators of the Moon Reflection Palace to tremble in fear. He snorted softly, and then went up the mountain. Inside the Demon Sky Pavilion, Lu Zhao sat upright in the main hall, looking down from above. It had been so long since he had sat in this position, that he felt a bit cold and unfamiliar. Duan Musheng, Zhu Jifeng, and Pan Zhong stood on either side. Before long, Ming Xinyan led Zuo Jinchen into view in the distance. Slowly walking into the hall, Zuo Jinchen clasped his fist and said, Demonic Fiend Sect's Zuo Jinchen pays his respects to Senior Ji. Lu Zhao's gaze swept over Zuo Jinchen, and he didn't say anything. The main hall of the Demon Sky Pavilion fell into complete silence. Since Lu Zhao didn't say a word, who else would dare to open their mouths? After a long while, Lu Zhao calmly said, Grant him a seat. Thank you. After sitting down, Zuo Jinchen finally had the chance to look up and examine this demonic head honcho who had shaken the world with his fame. He didn't dare to actively probe the old geezer's cultivation level. If he were to just base it on intuition, the Kia of this demonic head honcho seemed very ordinary. But in the world of cultivation, concealing one's cultivation level was a common thing, nothing strange about it. At the same time, he glanced at the overall environment of the main hall, not luxurious at all, nor was it imposing enough, looking like a very ordinary cultivation sect, not seeing anything special about it. This was the Demon Sky Pavilion, the den of a great demon, that made people tremble at the mere mention of its name. Lu Zhao stroked his beard and said, Speak. What business do you have? Zuo Shinchen clasped his fist and stated, "The demonic fiend sect has heard of Golden Court Mountain's great name, and we've come here today to discuss 3 things. 1. The Moon Reflection Palace has repeatedly provoked our demonic fiend sect. Now that Palace Master Yi has been captured by you, Senior, it is indeed a righteous matter. Clearly, she reaped what she sowed. As for the other female cultivators, we hope that Senior will hand them over to our demonic fiend sect." Before he could even start talking about the second thing, Duan Musheng swung the chains in his hand, saying, "The Moon Reflection Palace was created by a traitor of our Golden Court Mountain. Even if we want to punish them, it's not your turn. Third senior brother makes sense." Zuo Shinchen didn't refute but continued. 2. I was asked a favor by the pure bright Dao. Pan Zhong was a traitor of their sect, and he even intends to join the demonic fiend sect. Such a disloyal subordinate is not worthy of being in the ranks of the Demon Sky Pavilion. Duan Musheng was about to retort again, but Lu Zhu slowly raised his hand, calmly saying, "Continue." Zuo Shinchen slightly bowed. If this third matter can be accomplished, then the previous 2 matters don't need to be discussed anymore. Saying this, he stood up, raising his voice. After all, the demonic fiend sect and Golden Court Mountain's Demon Sky Pavilion are the same, hated by those who call themselves righteous. The 10 great experts have attacked you, Senior, many times, and the frequency of attacks is increasing. If the Demon Sky Pavilion is willing to join hands with the demonic fiend sect, then we would be invincible in this world, without equal. Duan Musheng suddenly opened his mouth and cursed loudly. "You can kiss my ass." The cursing rang out very abruptly. Even though Duan Musheng was a composed person, he couldn't hold back anymore. Golden Court Mountain had never been provoked to this extent. Zuo Jinchen stated 3 things, each one showing that they looked down on Golden Court Mountain. Your low-level demonic fiend sect isn't qualified to talk to the Demon Sky Pavilion? The heads of those in the hall turned slightly in surprise to look at Duan Musheng. Lu Zhao's expression was still calm, and one couldn't tell what he was thinking. Zuo Shinchen wasn't angry at being cursed at, and even said, "If Zuo Mudu has offended you in any way, I hope third senior brother will forgive me." Duan Musheng was awkward with words. Seeing the kind of shameless person who spoke nonsense like Zuo Shinchen, he immediately became angry. He was about to explode when Ming Shiyin stood up. "Zuo Jinchen, let me answer you, 4th senior brother, please enlighten me." Ming Shiyin asked, "Regarding the first matter, the master of the Moon Reflection Palace is Ye Tiangxin. One must consider the master when hitting a dog. Would you say that's reasonable?" Regarding the second matter, since Pan Zhong has joined Golden Court Mountain, he is a member of Golden Court Mountain. The Demon Sky Pavilion won't ask about what happened before. If you want to cause trouble for him, then you're causing trouble for the Demon Sky Pavilion. Is that reasonable? The third matter is also the most important. You want to join hands with the Demon Sky Pavilion, but I'm very sorry, you're not worthy. After he said that, the entire hall fell into silence again. Lu Zhao remained in his composed state, not speaking, not nodding or shaking his head, only quietly listening. At this moment, Zuo Shinchen started laughing again, shaking his head. "I wouldn't dare to nod rashly. When the Demon Sky Pavilion was at its peak, of course the demonic fiend sect wasn't worthy, but the past is different from the present. The Demon Sky Pavilion is increasingly declining, and even if Senior G has profound cultivation, he can't change the current situation. The demonic fiend sect is becoming stronger and stronger, which is as clear as day to the entire cultivation world. Moreover, it's better to have one more friend than one more enemy." Saying that, Zuo Shinchen raised his head, his eyes looking towards Lu Zhao, as if waiting for his answer. His meaning was very clear. He disregarded everyone else's opinions and didn't care about them. He only cared about Lu Zhao's attitude. Lu Zhao still had a calm expression, showing no emotion, and he raised his hand to gently stroke his beard, looking very kind. The old man even took a sip of plum juice, and after a while, he calmly said a sentence. "You're right." Zhao Yanher was stunned. Is Maester getting old and confused? Some stinky demonic fiend sect naturally runs to the Demon Sky Pavilion to spout nonsense, and Maester isn't angry. Zuo Shinchen nodded in agreement, saying, "Senior G understands the situation well." Lu Zhao suddenly continued, "Zuo Shinchen?" He paused for a moment and then asked, "Do you know why this old master invited you here for a meeting?"
Zuo Shinchen said suspiciously.
Could it be that the old senior already predicted my junior's purpose for this trip? Lu Zhao shook his head and asked, You cultivate the demonic Chan? That's right, the Bodhi tree has no trunk, nor does a bright mirror have a stand. Few in the world cultivate the demonic Chan. I heard you're the only one who has mastered the 100 Tribulations cave. Senior Ming is too kind. That is indeed the case.
Speaking of something he was good at, Zuo Shinchan couldn't help but become arrogant. That Ji Mu has been cultivating demonic Chan for 100 years and can reach 3rd place on the blacklist, all thanks to the demonic Chan sect's hand seal records.
Lu Zhao nodded in admiration. Zuo Shinchan is not bad, not bad. This left the disciple stunned. Zuo Shinchan's words were all over the place, satirizing and mocking the increasingly declining Evil Sky Pavilion. Didn't the master hear it? And he's still praising him. What kind of trick is this?
Just then, Duanmu Sheng jumped out, unleashing several palm strikes in quick succession. Then, let me experience it. Boom. The sudden change caught everyone off guard, and they all looked at this scene in surprise.
Zuo Shinchan's eyes lit up, and he said, I was hoping for this. This is an opportunity to demonstrate the strength of our evil Asura sect.
The gang winds collided, and the two advanced and retreated, fighting fiercely in the main hall.
Master, what are they doing? Zhao Yanhe was afraid they would collapse the main hall. Lu Zhao calmly ate an orange while observing, It's fine, let them fight.
Zhu Jifeng spoke up. Both of them control the gangwind extremely well. Whenever the gangwind is about to hit the architectural structures in the main hall, it will automatically dissipate. Pan Zhong chimed in. This is a contest between experts. They're exchanging blows fiercely.
Zuo Shinchan retreated while praising. 3rd senior has injuries, but his strength is still so high. I admire you. I admire you. But after all, he hasn't stepped into the nascent soul realm yet, still lacking a bit. All these years they have been suppressed by Ji Tiandao, so they have no way to break through. When truly fighting Zuo Shinchan, he still fell into a disadvantageous position. But Zuo Shinchan seemed very relaxed.
Hand seal. Zhao Yanhe pointed at the hand seal Zuo Shinchan had just unleashed, looking a little worried.
As soon as the hand seal came out, Duanmu Sheng's gang qi seemed to be weakened, and the power was greatly reduced.
Not only that, Duanmu Sheng was injured and still bound by the chains.
Zhu Jifeng shook his head helplessly. In the end, there's still a gap in cultivation. Not only that, Duanmu Sheng is also being commanded by Zhao Yanshi, 3rd senior brother. Hit him!
Hit him! Boom! A hand seal struck the iron chains on Duanmu Sheng, causing sparks to fly everywhere. Duanmu Sheng retreated again and again, and palm-shaped hand seals with faint auras continuously struck at Duanmu Sheng. Under Lu Zhao, Duanmu Sheng could be considered invincible below the nascent soul realm. He was not only very good at taking hits, but also very strong. It's just a pity that he's still one realm behind. But it's okay. Lu Zhao isn't like Ji Tiandao. He doesn't intend to continue suppressing the cultivation of his disciples. The path of cultivation is slow, but the disciples have extremely high talent. Becoming experts in their own right is only a matter of time.
Let me, Ming Shi Yin, do it. Leaping up, his figure was like lightning, and his entire body's origin qi erupted, devouring each hand seal and causing them to disappear completely. Zuo Shinchan fought more and more fiercely. 4th senior is indeed a nascent soul realm expert. Boom, boom, boom. Ming Shi Yin's attacks stabilized the situation a little. After all, he was a nascent soul realm expert. The battle became more and more intense. Even if the gang qi was controlled so well, it was impossible to completely avoid touching the architecture in the main hall. Ming Shi Yin's greenwood spell displayed its miraculous power at this moment, reversing the situation in an instant and gaining the upper hand. At this time, the main hall was filled with gang wind and hand seals, making people dizzy.
Lu Xiu just watched quietly, as if the matter before him had nothing to do with him. Zuo Shinchan said in a deep voice, In that case, this Zuo will not be polite. Whoosh! A Dharma body appeared. The power of the nascent soul realm is all thanks to the Dharma body.
A height of 15 meters is enough to destroy the Evil Sky Pavilion. But miraculously, the black Dharma body stood in the main hall like a phantom. Pan Zhong clicked his tongue secretly, remembering the 3 things he had said, and finally realized what he was relying on to dare to negotiate with the Evil Sky Pavilion. This person is really very strong. As soon as the Dharma body appeared, the situation immediately reversed, and the terrifying strength of the nascent soul realm began to show.
Hand seals several times larger than before struck toward Duan Wusheng and Ming Shiyin.
Ming Shiyin summoned his Dharma body, which was 6 meters tall.
His astral queue swirled around him, rumbling loudly as it intercepted a barrage of incoming hand seals. But he still had to stumble back several steps before barely regaining his footing, his queue and blood churning violently within him. His arms numbed, Zuo Shinchan gained the upper hand and said calmly,
"Everyone, is the evil Asura sect worthy now? Worthy my ass?" Duan Wusheng's hot temper, once revealed, really broadened people's horizons.
Even Lu Zhao didn't expect that Duan Wusheng, who was usually so calm and had the demeanor of an elder brother, could be so violent. That brute simply poured origin chi into the iron chains and swung them around so fast that people's eyes blurred. Fortunately, the space in the hall was large enough. Otherwise, with such force, even 10 evil sky pavilions wouldn't be enough for him to destroy. Boom, boom, boom. He plunged into a fierce battle with Zuo Jinchan again, the rampant gang chi shaking the spectators. It could also be seen that Zuo Jinchan was using the difference in cultivation, using Duan Wusheng to strike, demonstrating his strength. Lu Zhao sat quietly on the main seat, not intending to stop them or tell everyone to stop. First, he could take this opportunity to understand the cultivation and strength of his disciples. Second, he also wanted to see the strength of the second seat of the evil Asura sect. Although Lu Zhao had repeatedly repelled the experts of the righteous path, showing his powerful dominance, the righteous path in the world has always insisted that Jitiandao would one day feign death and cultivate in secret. No matter how strong a fake is, without sufficient power it's all in vain. So far, no one in the cultivation world has broken through this limitation. The evil Asura sect is the sect with the greatest ambition in the demonic path. They have always strengthened themselves by swallowing other sects. The evil Asura sect had clashed with another sect before, but both sides had always been wary of each other's power, and there had never been a large-scale conflict. Capturing the female cultivators of the moon-gazing sect was just an excuse. The truth was that they wanted to visit Golden Court Mountain, wanting to form an alliance, and even more wanting to show their strength. But did Lu Zhao need it? Was he worthy? The world is vast, with so many forces. The evil Asura sect is not the only one who wants to borrow the strength of Golden Court Mountain. Whether in terms of status, qualifications, or power, the evil Asura sect is not a top sect, only relying on third place on the blacklist.
Couldn't help but find it hilarious. So, Lu Zhao didn't stop his disciples from showing their anger.
After a while, the difference in cultivation realms became obvious. Zuo Shinchan used only a few moves to push back Duan Wusheng, forcing him back to Fan Truong's side. Boom! Fan Truong was pushed back several steps by the force, his hands trembling.
Fan Truong advised, "Third senior, don't go anymore. The difference in cultivation realms is too big. You can't make up for it just by taking hits." Duan Wusheng realized this as well. Under the powerful four-leaf Dharma body, Zuo Shinchan said in a low voice, "Mind and heart are aligned." Ming Shiyin jumped into the fight again. A battle between nascent soul realm cultivators with so many people watching. Besides controlling the destructive power to prevent damaging the buildings, they also had to find every possible way to defeat the opponent. Having been tormented by Ji Tiandao year-round, Ming Shiyin and Duan Wusheng could defeat any opponent at the same level. But unfortunately, their current opponent was a four-leaf Golden Lotus nascent soul realm cultivator.
Xiao Yanhere's face was full of worry. "Senior brother!" Zuo Shinchan had forgotten everything. Gaining the upper hand in the battle made him a bit proud. He put his hands together, placing them at his dantian, with a bright light in his heart. This move is called the Fixed Seal, one of the most powerful moves in the Zen sect. Even the violent winds were still and unmoving. As expected, as soon as the Fixed Seal appeared, Zuo Shinchan was as steady as a rock.
The violent winds around him were completely blocked by the Fixed Seal. With the added suppression of the nascent soul realm Dharma body, Ming Shiyin finally couldn't resist and flew backward. The second Siat Zuo Shinchan of the Masacha sect had such cultivation. No wonder the Masacha sect had become one of the most terrifying sects in the demonic path in just 3 short years. The battle ended, but Zuo Shinchan still didn't intend to retract his black four-leaf Golden Lotus Dharma body.
Nor did he retract the mind and heart aligned seal. He was very satisfied with the result of the battle. Zuo Jinchan raised his eyes and repeated, "Are the 3 seniors satisfied with this battle?"
The main hall was completely silent. No one answered. Xiao Yanhe said unhappily.
"You're showing off with a 4-leaf golden lotus nascent soul realm dharma body," Zuo Jinchan replied. "3rd senior and 4th senior are not ordinary cultivators." Zuo Mao had no choice but to use this fixed seal technique.
It's really bullying the weak. Please forgive me. Dude has a face thicker than the city walls. If 1st senior brother and 2nd senior brother were here, don't even talk about 4-leaf golden lotus. Even if you're 6-leaf, you'd be crawling on the ground.
This was just to save face a bit. Zuo Xinchan didn't take it to heart and said calmly, "I yielded." At this moment, Lue Xinjiao finally opened his mouth, his voice ancient but still powerful. "Zuo Xinchan."
These 3 words attracted everyone's attention in the main hall. Not bad, this fixed seal. Thank you for your praise, old Senior Ji. If possible, Zuo Mu would like to ask for 2 moves from old Senior Ji. This made Duan Musheng, Ming Shi Yin, Zhao Yanhe, Zhu Jifeng, and Fan Trong shocked. Even the 4 subordinates behind Zuo Xinchan were surprised. This wasn't in the plan. Even a peak nascent soul realm powerhouse with a 7 or 8-leaf golden lotus dharma body wouldn't dare to make such a request. What was the second seat trying to do? Fight. Lu Zhao's eyes were cold,
showing extreme calmness, not surprised by Zuo Xinchan's words. The black fixed seal was still floating in the middle of the main hall, shining like ink. The black dharma body looked exactly like Zuo Xinchan, showing a powerful force as if waiting for Lu Zhao to meet the challenge. Zuo Xinchan raised his voice again. "Old Senior Ji, rest assured, this fixed seal of Zuo Muju can block a great divine power within 1 move. If defeated, Zuo Ma will let you do as you please."
These words were both arrogant and full of pride. Finally, Lu Zhao slowly stood up, his eyes looking toward Zuo Jinchan, the evil sky pavilion. Although not as good as back then, a deep voice slowly sounded. "But it's not a place for you rats to run wild." Lu Zhao raised one arm forward, his 5 fingers stretched out, his palm facing outward. A fatal strike prop card was spinning in his palm,
the counterclockwise rotation forming a powerful vortex. Then, the vortex suddenly magnified, emitting a dazzling light.
When the light was so bright that it was saturated, Lu Zhao gently waved his sleeve, and a huge palm print flew toward Zuo Jinchan, exactly like the Buddha's handprint. Zuo Jinchan exclaimed, "Great Fearlessness Seal." Compared to the Great Fearlessness Seal, his fixed seal was so small. The 4 subordinates cried out in unison, "Second seat!" Everyone here was frightened by this indescribable force. The Buddha Tathagata's great hand seal, the Great Fearlessness Seal, was exactly the same. Whoosh! In just one breath, the Great Fearlessness Seal devoured the fixed seal. Zuo Jinchan widened his eyes, raised his hands,
forming thousands of fixed seals. His 4-leaf golden lotus dharma body also expanded to the limit. However, the Great Fearlessness Seal continued to rush forward, swallowing all his small light imprints. Boom! The huge Great Fearlessness Seal slammed into Zuo Jinchan's chest. More accurately, his whole body was completely in the palm of the Great Fearlessness Seal. Boom! Under the extreme impact force, Zuo Jinchan was sent flying backward, rushing out of the main hall, flying straight into the courtyard of the evil sky pavilion. Everyone was shocked. This guy is so strong. The demonic ancestor personally made a move, and he could still withstand it. Too fast, too dangerous. Fan Trong was curious. "What happened just now?" Zhu Jifeng replied. "I don't know, I just felt an indescribable force."
The 4 subordinates lost their minds. "Am I alive? You're alive? What about me? Where's the second seat? Seems like he flew away, probably got blasted away. Second seat, second seat. Master, should we go over there to take a look?" Inside the main hall, it was completely silent. You could hear a pin drop. Smoke filled the air. In the evil sky pavilion, Lu Zhao remained as calm as before.
So this is the indescribable force.
In fact, Lu Zhao did not expect that he would release the Great Fearlessness Seal, because he has never cultivated Zen Buddhism.
In his memory, there are only some basic knowledge of Zen Buddhism hand seals. He can only recognize some common moves, not to mention cultivation.
When he made the move, he sensed the power of that power. Only those who have felt the power of the peak state card, like Jitian Dao, know how powerful the card just now was. How powerful is it? Based on the feeling just now, it seems that the burst of power is stronger than the peak state card if you instantly blow Zuo Shinchan away. But Zuo Shinchan was able to stand still with hard resistance, so maybe it's just a little stronger than Zuo Shinchan. It becomes stronger when encountering stronger opponents. Unfortunately, this prop card has only been used once, and there is no basis for reference, which is really indescribable. Zuo Shinchan was blown away, rolled and spun around, and then quickly landed. With a bang. With one sound, his feet stepped on the ground, scattering rocks everywhere. Zuo Shinchan stood firmly on the ground, his whole body straight. In his eyes was endless fear. The four black-robed cultivators rushed towards Zuo Shinchan, stopping at a distance of more than 10 meters, no longer moving forward. There were rocks and cracks around Zuo Shinchan, enough to see how much force Zuo Shinchan had used to stabilize his body. Second seat. They suddenly found that Zuo Shinchan was standing still as if petrified. His eyes still looked at the evil sky pavilion in horror. People who have not experienced what happened can never understand what the person who experienced it was feeling. But it can be confirmed that he failed, he was defeated by one move, and his clothes were also beaten away. What a disaster. This is the moment to show leadership, a detail that decides your life. There's a reason why I'm valued among the four of us. Second seat. Here, take my clothes, no need to thank me, brr. The cold wind is blowing. The black origin chi on Zuo Shinchan's body dissipated with the wind. Immediately afterward, Zuo Shinchan turned into dust, slowly scattering with the wind, blown away. In an instant, Zuo Shinchan completely disappeared into the heavens and earth, leaving only the damaged ground and 2 deep holes where his feet had been. Zuo Shinchan, the third-ranked guy on the black roll, just bit the dust like that. The 3 remaining subordinates pointed fingers at the guy who gave the clothes. You made the second seat disappear. That guy was speechless. I didn't. Duanmu Sheng and Ming Shiyin swallowed hard, in disbelief. Seeing this scene was both shocking and satisfying. This dude dared to show off at the Demon Heaven Pavilion. Now he's getting exactly what he asked for. But turning him into smoke with just one stomp, isn't that a bit too cruel? No way. Just how profound is our master's cultivation, and how many tricks does he still have up his sleeve? We've been following him for so long, and haven't even seen him use hand seals of the Chan sect. Now he's insta-killing a 4-leaf golden lotus Zuo Shinchan. How could they not be terrified? After a long silence, Ming Xinyin muttered, "Master's temper is really something. He deserved it." Duanmu Sheng nudged Ming Xinyin, and Ming Xinyin nodded. Yeah, they all deserved it. The most awkward ones were the 4 black-robed subordinates. Their second seat got one-shotted, their backing was gone, and they were trembling in fear, their arrogance gone without a trace. So what if they were at the peak of the Divine Court realm? Who at the Demon Heaven Pavilion isn't in the Divine Court realm? Ming Shiyin cracked his knuckles, a cunning look on his face. You 4 want to see my 100 Tribulations Illumination Dharma body? F4th Senior Brother, you're talking nonsense. And it doesn't make any sense. Seeing Duanmu Sheng and Ming Shiyin like tigers about to pounce on their prey, the 4 were so frightened that they kept backing away. Just then, Lu Juzhuao's voice came from the Demon Heaven Pavilion. Go back and tell your sect leader to keep his people in check. Master has spoken, so Ming Shiyin naturally didn't dare to mess around. Scram! Ming Shiyin glared and said, Inside the Demon Heaven Pavilion, Lu Zhao received a system notification. Gained 1,000 merit points. 1 item card worth 500 merit points. Killing a Yuan Shen Realm Expert grants 1,000 merit points. Double the profit. The item card is good, but I need to use it carefully later. The indescribable power of this thing. What if I encounter someone I don't want to kill? Lu Zhao summoned Zuo Shinchan to meet with him, not only to understand the purpose of the Devil Massacre sect, but also to test the effect of this card. But whatever, if he's dead, he's dead. Consider it a warning to the Devil Massacre sect. Duanmu Sheng and Ming Shiyin had already returned. Master is incredibly mighty. He doesn't make a move, and when he does, he turns them to ashes. Ming Shiyin buttered him up. Master, I want to learn too. Xiao Yanhe ran to Lu Zhao's side, skillfully wrapped his shoulders, and gently massaged his back with her small hands. Lu Zhao shook his head and said, Nonsense! You're cultivating the Grand Purity Jade Scroll, which focuses on body techniques. Its rules are incompatible with the Chan sect.
Aren't you afraid of chi deviation if you practice this too? Zhao Yan'er mumbled. I'm already a devil, aren't I? Enough talk. Lu Zhao raised his voice. Xiao Yan'er shrunk back and said nothing more. Duan Musheng asked suspiciously, Master, why did you let them go? Before Lu Zhao could answer, Ming Shiyin standing beside him said, Master just wanted to kill the chicken to scare the monkeys. He didn't really want to destroy the Devil Massacre sect.
The Devil Massacre sect is ambitious and wants to expand its power. Senior brother Yu Mingjiao of the Underworld sect is their obstacle. If the Devil Massacre sect is gone, who will restrain the Underworld sect? Pan Zhong and Zhu Jifeng nodded in agreement, finding Ming Shiyin's words reasonable. Duan Musheng said, Understanding but not quite. After all, Zuo Xinchan was the second seat of the Devil Massacre sect. How could the Devil Massacre sect let this go?
You're overthinking it. So what if they're angry? Are they really going to drag their entire sect to attack Golden Court Mountain? The rest doesn't need to be said. Even Yu Zhenghei doesn't have the guts, so would the Devil Massacre sect dare? Besides, Golden Court Mountain just repelled the 10 great experts.
Even the seven-leaf Dharma body of the sect Master of Heavenly Swords sect, Luo Changfeng, was defeated by Master. Who else would dare to come?
After speaking, Ming Shiyin revealed an extremely proud expression. Pan Zhong was also very suspicious at first, but after hearing the explanation, he bowed and said, Fourth senior brother is right, you've enlightened me, Zhu Jifeng said seriously. Fourth senior brother is talented and has cleared the doubts in my heart. Ming Shiyin thought, Are these two idiots sucking up to the wrong person? Ming Shiyin carefully peeked at Lu Zhao. Lu Zhao wasn't angry, he was also thinking, this guy really knows how to analyze things. Every time, he analyzes the reasoning very clearly. After hearing his analysis, even I find it reasonable. Thinking this, Lu Zhao took out the food and said, Come over and eat something.
The disciples happily asked, Master, where did this food come from? Lu Zhao didn't answer but said,
Eat. After eating, clean up the mess that was destroyed. The disciples were speechless. Now they know that Master took out the food on purpose.
At the same time, the black-robed cultivators had returned to where the Black Dragon carriage was parked. Upon hearing the news of the second seat's demise, all the black-robed cultivators were in disbelief. They didn't dare to stay at Golden Court Mountain for another second. Without Zuo Xinchan as their support, even controlling the Black Dragon carriage became extremely strenuous, and the speed of flight was very slow. The Black Dragon carriage returned the same way it came. One shouted, Everyone, hang in there! Put all your strength into flying the carriage. Another pointed and yelled, It looks like there's someone ahead. Suddenly, they saw a figure in front of the dragon carriage, wearing a green robe, carrying a long sword on his back, with his black hair loose, standing suspended in mid-air with his arms crossed. The green-robed swordsman hovered lightly in front, as if he had been waiting for them for a long time. Around him was a faint gang, qui swirling, and an inexplicable, strange aura. The long sword on his back, the entire blade emitting a faint red light. Even if these cultivators were stupid, they could recognize that this was the aura of a strong expert.
The dragon carriage had no choice but to stop, one of the black-robed cultivators politely asked.
May I ask for your esteemed name? Why are you blocking our path? The green-robed swordsman slowly turned around, his features sharp and distinct, with a smile always on his face. But that smile gave them a strange feeling that they couldn't explain. The green-robed swordsman crossed his arms, but his words were like those of a humble person.
Greetings. I'm sorry, it was a misunderstanding. Never mind.
The black-robed cultivator clasped his hands. We're just in a hurry to leave. But the green-robed swordsman didn't intend to move aside. He still smiled as he looked at the dragon carriage and the group of black-robed cultivators. I'm really sorry. The second apology made the atmosphere even more eerie. The black-robed cultivators saw the sword behind him automatically fly up, and a gang kui flew out from the swordsman's body, swirling around the sword.
The black-robed cultivator suddenly widened his eyes and shouted decisively, Sword devil, abandon the carriage and run! The black-robed cultivators scattered like lightning, fleeing in all directions.
But that red Xingcheng sword suddenly split into two.
2 into 4, 4 into 8,
creating countless sword energies that shot at the fleeing cultivators. The rain of sword shadows covered the sky, piercing through each figure clad in black armor. From beginning to end, The Qingpao swordsman remained smiling, with his arms crossed.
After releasing his sword, he no longer looked at the group.
So sorry. After saying the third apology, the Qingpao swordsman's illusion flashed and disappeared. At the same time, inside the Ma Tian pavilion,
Jin Ting Mountain saw that his master seemed to be pondering something. Ming Xinyin stepped forward and said, "Master, the Ma Sha sect has completely retreated, so how should we deal with the Yanyu Palace's female cultivators?" Currently, he wasn't too sure about his master's routines. After all, the traitor Ye Tiangxin was a Qixi exterminator. Based on normal expectations, they should be slaughtered.
Lu Zhao didn't directly answer his question but turned to look at little Yan Fear. Although this little girl was innocent and pure, she sometimes had very dangerous thoughts, so he decided to test her a bit.
"Yan Fear, what do you think?"
Little Yan here was a bit confused, and timidly said in a low voice, "Or, kill them all. Cough, cough." Ming Xiyin coughed, looking at his little junior sister with some pity.
Lu Zhao shook his head and reached out to tap her head. Little Yan Trier laughed and said, "I understand now. Master will let them go."
When did this old man say I wanted to let them go? Ming Xiyin then clasped his hands and said, "Master, the Ma Tian pavilion has been damaged in many places during this time, and many structures need to be cleaned and repaired. Why not punish them to do labor here?"
Lu Zhao glanced at Ming Xiyin, pondering.
What is this guy thinking all day long? Does he really see me as a cruel overseer who likes to abuse others? However, this win-win solution is very good. Then punish them to repair the Maoqi Tian pavilion, and then lock them in the Yanbi cave to repent for Ye Tiangxin. Disciple respectfully obeys master's order.
Seeming to think of something again, Ming Xinyin mustered his courage to ask, "Master, now that the entire Yanyu Palace has been punished, and Ye Tiangxin's cultivation has been crippled, repenting in the Yanbi cave is too cold. If she's locked up for too long, I'm afraid she'll lose her life, should we?" Lu Zhao recalled the events related to Ye Tiangxin and raised his hand to interrupt him. "You sympathize with her? Disciple wouldn't dare." Ming Xiyin was immediately terrified. Ye Tiangxin committed Qixi extermination. She should be severely punished. This is the result of her own actions. This old man has his own plans. Disciple obeys. Ming Xinyin didn't dare to mention Ye Tiangxin again, turned around and left, exiting the Matian pavilion. Ming Xinyin took a deep breath. The old geezer's master's temperament was not easy to guess at all. Just thinking about the ending of Zuo Xinchan turning to dust, Ming Xinyin shook his head. I shouldn't be too arrogant in the future. Duan Musheng saw that Old Fourth had left, and then said, "Master, my appearance is still not fully recovered. Please allow me to take my leave first." Wait. Lu Zhao slowly stood up and walked in front of Duan Musheng. His eyes fell on the pile of iron chains. This was a pile of iron chains made from millennium-old cold iron, and ordinary weapons were very difficult to destroy. The only way to destroy it was to use a heaven-grade weapon, but at the moment, Lu Zhao didn't seem to have a heaven-grade weapon in his hand. Only 2 cards. Fatal blow. The problem was, could item cards be used on chains? Would it possibly smash Duan Musheng along with it? Seeing his master's attention on the cold iron chains on his body, Duan Musheng bowed greatly and said, "With master's action, this pile of cold iron is just like a pile of scrap iron, no different from waste paper." Xiao Yanhair also ran over, her little hand touching the cold iron chain. Seeing that there was a small row of words on the lock, she muttered, "There are words from the heavenly sword." Sect engraved on it, Zhu Jifeng hurriedly knelt down. This has nothing to do with me." Duan Musheng glared at Zhu Jifeng. "It's okay, with master here, even if there are 100 chains, he can break them with a single palm." Lu Juju looked at the pile of chains, his expression calm. No one could guess what he was thinking. He clasped his hands behind his back and turned around to say, "Yan for fear, help this old man back." Yes, Duan Musheng waited until the figures of Lu Zhao and Xiao Yanhair completely disappeared. Duan Musheng still didn't understand where he had gone wrong. Zhu Jifeng stood up and said somewhat awkwardly, "Third senior, I really can't unlock these chains," Pan Zhong said. "Me neither." Scram, yes. The two dejectedly ran out of the Mao Tian pavilion. Duan Musheng scratched his head. Perhaps it was because he carried the chains with him as a tool to attack Zuo Shinchan, so Master intended to give him some guidance, meaning that carrying the chains is beneficial for cultivation.
Master is wise but appears foolish. It's best to guess his intentions less. It must be like that, no need to be anxious. If carrying the chains is required, then just carry them. Ma Sha sect. Inside the Ma Sha Hall. Sect leader, second seat Bai Fang, Jinting Mountain, has encountered an accident in the north.
80 miles away from Jinting Mountain, the dragon carriage and the corpses of 150 subordinates have been discovered.
After reporting, he originally thought that the sect leader would turn purple with anger. Unexpectedly, his expression was very calm. Second seat's actions this time were done in cooperation with the Jingming Dao.
And there's His Highness propping up their backs, jointly putting pressure on Jinting Mountain. Unexpectedly, the old devil kept silent.
The sect leader's loud voice was like a thunderclap, exploding in the ears of the subordinate who was reporting, scaring him to kneel on the ground, his face pale. Sect leader, calm down. Sect leader, calm down.
Report to those old geezers in the Jingming Dao. This sect leader won't be angry because of this matter, nor will I hold a grudge against the Jingming Dao. The Mao Sha sect and the Jingming Dao have been allies from beginning to end, but I hope the Jingming Dao will sincerely show some sincerity.
Yes, subordinate. Subordinate also has something to report. Speak! Yesterday, the two experts from the Jingming Dao had a discussion with the sword maniac and were seriously injured.
I'm afraid there's no way for them to meet the sect leader. Scram. A burst of sonic waves nearly made the subordinate wet himself in fear, and he scurried out of the main hall. Cracking sounds echoed from both sides.
Once I master my divine skill, I'll grind that old devil's bones to dust. Meanwhile, in the evil sky pavilion, Lu Zhu glanced at the system interface. With 2,690 merit points remaining, luck can't save you from death, and divination can't change your fate. He used the reversal cards he'd previously drawn, adding another 300 days to his lifespan. Then, resisting the urge to draw a lottery, he reminded himself, cultivation is what matters most. He bought back the item card. A fatal strike. He'd saved the remaining merit points to buy a Dharma body to enhance his cultivation. How am I supposed to earn merit points? This task was giving him a headache.
His disciples were the main force for completing the system's missions. Lu Zhao thought of his sixth disciple, Ye Tiangxin. That's the disciple who holds a grudge against me. If he were the old Jitian Dao, he'd likely purge such a disciple from the sect.
But I won't do that. Where did the problem lie? Lu Zhao fell into contemplation. It must be related to the missing memories. Lu Zhao frowned. He initially thought he was just having trouble adjusting after transmigrating, but he'd already taken complete control of this body. Why is that part of the memory missing?
After pondering for a long while without any answers, Lu Zhu gave up on searching for the missing memories. Oh well, if I can't remember it, then that's her fate. Lu Zhu discarded the distracting thoughts in his mind, and quickly entered a state of enlightenment with the heavenly book.
In the repentance cave within the fiery wall, Ming Xinyin paced back and forth, unable to help but shake his head, as he looked at Ye Tiangxin's pale face.
I told you a long time ago that the Violet Moon Hall would face this calamity.
If it weren't for Master, all of my subordinates would have met their end.
Ye Tiangxin leaned against the cold stone wall, unwilling to admit defeat, saying, a bunch of cowards, only knowing how to take advantage of someone in trouble. If I were still in charge, when would it be Zuo Shinchan's turn to act so arrogantly? Anyway, the demonic temple doesn't have any relation to the Violet Moon Hall. If Zuo Shinchan wasn't your opponent, what about the three sects of cloudy heaven? Ye Tiangxin was left speechless. There were many experts within the three sects in the southern Dayan lands. Small sects simply had no chance to compare. Tiangxian, there's not much Master could do to help you. Ming Xinyin sighed and said, I originally thought that our Master was wary of the demonic temple, handing over all the female cultivators of the Violet Moon Hall to them and fulfilling their desires, but I never expected. He chuckled twice.
Master eliminated Zuo Shinchan with just one move, and that one move was the hand seal of the Zen sect, the great, boundless hand seal. Isn't he afraid of offending the demonic temple?
The demonic temple isn't just a simple group of demonic cultivators,
Ming Xinyin said dismissively. I've thought about that too, Tiangxin, junior sister. You're still too green. What do you mean? Everything is within the old man's palm. After a moment of silence, Ye Tiangxin opened her mouth and said,
"No matter what, I will always remember senior brother's kindness." As soon as she finished speaking, Ye Tiangxin coughed violently. Ming Shiyin frowned and bent down to examine her. He waved a wisp of primal qi to ease her cough, but her face became even paler.
"Ah, your hair." Ming Shiyin suddenly noticed that strands of white hair had appeared on her head.
Ye Tiangxin said uncaringly, "Don't worry about me. My cultivation has been crippled, and my dantian and qi si are unable to replenish energy. It's only a matter of time before my primal qi weakens," Ming Shiyin advised.
"Listen to my advice and obediently beg the old man master. Maybe he'll remember our relationship and save your life." Hearing Ming Xiyin's words, Ye Tiangxin shook her head. She endured the pain in her body and looked up at Ming Xiyin. "Senior brother, have you ever wondered why eldest senior brother and second senior brother left?" Ming Xiyin shook his head. "I don't know, and I don't want to know."
Seeing that Ye Tiangxin wanted to say more, Ming Xiyin waved his hand and said, "You should obediently repent in the repentance cave. When you've thought things through, I'll ask Master to release you." After speaking, without giving Ye Tiangxin a chance to open her mouth, Ming Xiyin slipped away and disappeared. Ye Tiangxin was lost in thought for a long time.
Ming Xiyin disappeared and then reappeared. I almost forgot to grab the blanket. Ming Xiyin snatched the blanket and disappeared again. Leaving the cave, Ming Xiyin took a deep breath and muttered, "I'm not like you guys, I still respect my master."
The young man then went to hang up his towel. Ming Xiyin headed towards the back mountains and ran into Zhu Jifeng and Pan Zhong, who were practicing their cultivation. He had originally planned to go up and give them some guidance, but he suddenly remembered what had happened before, so he turned around and left. "Fourth senior, please stop." Pan Zhong took the initiative to call out to Ming Xiyin. Ming Xiyin asked suspiciously, "What is it?" Pan Zhong bowed and said,
"I have a favor to ask. I don't know if fourth senior can grant it. I can't." After saying that, he turned around to leave. Pan Zhong thought blankly. So ruthless, under normal circumstances.
Even if you gave him money, Pan Zhong wouldn't dare to stop Ming Xiyin. But now he had an important matter, so he had to put on a thick face and stop him. "Fourth senior,
please hear me out. My bitter cold body has recently entered a painful stage again. If it continues like this, I'm afraid I won't live for more than 3 months. The master had promised to give me the 6 yang skill.
Please, fourth senior, help me."
"Help me? Is that all? Just such a trivial matter?" Ming Xiyin glared at him. "Yes, if the old man master promised it, he'll definitely keep his word."
3 months is a long time, you know. Some people don't even know if they'll see the sun tomorrow. With that, Ming Xiyin sighed dramatically and slipped away. Pan Zhong just stood there, dumbfounded. Zhu Jifeng sheathed his sword and shook his head. "I told you, fourth senior brother seems calm on the surface, but his words are like hidden daggers, his moods unpredictable. I suggest you seek out ninth junior sister. Ninth junior sister is innocent and pure, with a kind nature, and she's beloved by the old codgers. She'll definitely choose her words carefully and help you." Pan Zhong nodded slightly. "That makes sense."
Actually, Xiao Yanhair wasn't as sweet as they thought. That old granny specialized in torturing people. At the same time, Lu Jiao was reading the heavenly book when Xiao Yanhair's voice came from outside. "Master,
come in." Xiao Yanhair skipped in, excitedly saying, "Master, I've sniffed out some news about senior sister Zhao Yue. Speak, it seems senior sister might be in Yu province." Xiao Yanhair sat down and said, "I took the liberty of pouring myself a glass of water." She took a sip and continued. "When you mentioned the Jade Clarity skill at the relay station, I immediately suspected it was senior sister."
Lu Zhao was dubious. Zhao Yu does cultivate the Jade Clarity skill, but with her personality, would she use it so casually in public? Could this be like Wu Bu's situation? Maybe the Xu family is deliberately trying to lure him into a trap. Things are different now. He's not at his peak. If he falls into a pack of wolves, that sheep of his is truly doomed. Lu Zhao instinctively opened the system interface and looked at the task list. Sure enough, a new task appeared, with only 4 words.
"Bring Zhao Yu back. Continue," Lu Zhao prompted. "Senior sister seems to be planning to get married, something about becoming a holy maiden. Lu Zhao was slightly taken aback. Zhao Yu's cultivation today is mostly thanks to the Jade Clarity skill. Like Jade, she steals the creation of heaven and earth, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon. To cultivate this technique to its peak, one must have no distracting thoughts, especially no entanglement in romantic relationships. Why? Lu Zhao asked. Xiao Yanhe shook her head, looking vague. This disciple only heard that a grand ceremony will be held at the holy altar in Yu province. A grand ceremony, yes. It seems the Fiend Corpse sect will also send people. Mentioning the Fiend Corpse sect, Xiao Yan'er carefully observed Lu Zhao's expression, then said, Master, how about I go? I'll bring senior sister back, and if I see anyone from the Fiend Corpse sect, I'll kill them all to vent your anger, okay? Nonsense. Your master may not take the Fiend Corpse sect seriously, but that sect leader is still a seven-leaf golden lotus expert in the nascent divinity tribulation realm. You're only in the divine court realm. How could you fight him if you encountered him? Yes. Xiao Yanche nodded. Lu Zhao thought for a moment and said, Besides the Fiend Corpse sect, what other forces are there? There's the Orthodox Unity sect. It's seemingly the Jingming sect as well. Lu Zhao was puzzled. These self-proclaimed righteous sects are always at odds with the demonic sects like fire and water. Why are they gathering in one place now? Are they planning a brawl? Call Panzhong here. I have something to ask him. You can ask me, master, Xiao Yanjie said confidently. Go quickly. Lu Zhao raised his tone slightly. Yes, Xiao Yanjie muttered to herself and darted out. A moment later, Xiao Yanhe brought Panzhong into the Evil Sky Pavilion. Panzhong looked dejected, with patches of purple and blue swelling on his face. Greetings, Pavilion Master Senior. Panzhong bowed. Lu Zhao looked at him and said, Where did those injuries come from? The terrain of Golden Court Mountain is treacherous. I accidentally fell a lot, Panzhong explained hastily. Lu Zhao didn't care about that and asked, You come from the Jingming sect. Do you know about the grand ceremony at the holy altar? Hearing this, Panzhong nodded and said, This is a long story. Xiao Yan'er urged, Then make it short. Panzhong remembered the beating she had given him earlier, and his heart trembled. He said softly, Since the human race ruled the Great Flame, the foreign races were driven to the northern and western Rong regions. The righteous and demonic paths in the cultivation world are irreconcilable, and countless sects fight endlessly every year. With countless casualties, some small sects came up with the method of grand ceremonies to ease the struggles. On one hand, it soothes the contradictions between the sects, and on the other hand, it is to please each other and avoid disputes. Lu Zhao nodded. So do you know if the Jingming sect wants to participate in the grand ceremony at the holy altar in Yu province? Panzhong was slightly surprised. This junior truly doesn't know. This junior has been away from the Jingming sect for 3 years. After all, the Jingming sect is a major sect in the righteous path. If there is a conflict with the demonic path, how can it be resolved with a grand ceremony? Hearing this, he almost understood. Lu Zhao said, I heard that the Holy Maiden will represent both sides to reconcile the relationship. Is this true? That is indeed the case. The Holy Maiden will be the one to create a marriage alliance. Even if Xiao Yan'er was more foolish, she would have understood. She glared angrily. Traitor! How could you do such a thing? Lu Zhao waved his hand. Leave, Senior, Pavilion Master Senior. Panzhong wanted to say something but hesitated. What is it, please, Pavilion Master Senior? Bestow the Green Sun skill upon this junior. Panzhong kowtowed, placing both hands on the ground. Without waiting for Lu Zhao to speak, Xiao Yanhe couldn't help but grab Panzhong by the collar and throw him out, saying, Do you have to bother my master with such trivial matters? For such a crappy technique, go find it yourself in the scripture storage room in the West Pavilion. Panzhong looked embarrassed. Is it okay to just throw away such secret techniques at random? Lu Zhao did not deny it, stroking his beard. Jitian Dao possessed quite a few cultivation scriptures of the righteous path in the world. If I kept them myself, where would I put them all? After Panzhong was thrown out, Lu Zhao thought about how to bring Zhao Yu back. From the information he had, he could make a judgment. 1. Zhao Yu was very likely being forced to become a holy maiden. 2. She would become a sacrifice in that grand ceremony. So what to do next? Just then,
Ming Shiyin entered the evil sky pavilion. Seeing Lu Zhao's indifferent expression, as if he was focusing on thinking about something, he said, "Master, this disciple has something to report."
The traitor Si Wuyai sent a flying letter, inviting Master to read it. Ming Shiyin respectfully presented the flying letter with both hands. Ever since Old Seventh left Golden Court Mountain, he rarely touched the affairs of the Evil Sky Pavilion. After all, he is a traitor of the Evil Sky Pavilion, yet he dares to send a flying letter back. He really has some guts. Lu Chuzhu took the flying letter and glanced at it. Coincidentally, the contents of the flying letter were also related to Zhao Yu. "Master, what does the flying letter say?" Zhao Yanhe asked anxiously. Lu Zhu casually raised it after reading it. Lu Zhu frowned. Ming Shiyin carefully took the flying letter and looked at it. A look of surprise appeared on his face, and he immediately frowned and analyzed. "Old Seventh has no reason to send us false information, Master. If the news is true, then junior sister Zhao Yu is afraid that she will hardly escape the calamity." Lu Zhu looked at Ming Shiyin indifferently. "What do you think should be done?" Although Ming Shiyin's brain structure is sometimes a bit faulty, his analytical ability is very worthy of reference. Ming Shiyin thought for a moment and said, "When the snipe and clam fight, the fisherman benefits. They want to reconcile, so let's stir up the war from the outside and add fuel to the fire. Water and fire have always been difficult to reconcile, and disrupting this is very easy." After saying these words, Ming Shiyin bowed again and said, "Master, such trivial matters do not need you to take action. This disciple is willing to go out in person, and will definitely handle it properly, and bring junior sister Zhao Yu back. This time, Master should let me go out and play." He lowered his head and waited for his master's agreement. Lu Zhu waved his hand. "This master will punish you to enter the Biyuan cave to repent for 3 days. The routine is not right." His expression was a little dazed. Thinking back to this time, he had always performed his duties well, obediently listening to instructions. Whatever the master told him to do, he did. He was good at flattering and skilled in combat. How could such outstanding performance be punished? But since the master had spoken, how could he dare to argue? Ming Shiyin bowed and said, "Disciple accepts the punishment," obediently following orders. He turned and walked towards the wall, regretting his actions. Why was he being punished? Because Lu Zhao saw that Ming Shiyin's loyalty was wavering, although the fluctuation wasn't significant. Around 70%, but it still didn't reach 80%. His restless little heart revealed untruthfulness. Zhao Yanhe muttered doubtfully. The letter said this wasn't a trap. Are they deliberately bullying 5th senior sister to vent their anger? Lu Zhao ignored Zhao Yanhe, saying indifferently, "Accompany master on a trip to the holy altar." As soon as Zhao Yanhe heard she was going out, she excitedly blinked her big eyes and said, "Master, Master, are we really going out?" "What's so surprising? Does master need to inform your senior brothers?" Zhao Yanhe asked. "No need." Lu Zhao stepped outside, leaving the Demon Heaven Pavilion, HMPH. Lu Zhao paused, looking up at the sky. It was midday, and the weather was quite pleasant. They should be able to reach Yunzhou province before sunset. Hills. He needed to get to Runan in Yunzhou province early to prepare. Without the peak state card, he would have to use his brains to bring back the troublesome disciple, Zhao Yunjie. Lu Zhao suddenly remembered his new mount, Bian Wei. Perhaps he should take a look at it. He was familiar with Bai Zi, but he had never seen Binan. In this vast world, many unknown areas are unexplored by humans, with terrifying beasts everywhere, but only a few can be captured and used as mounts. So Lu Zhao waved his hand. A bizarre energy suddenly appeared in the clear blue sky. Bai Zed, Zhao Yanhe, looked up at the sky doubtfully. Immediately, she recognized the aura of a legendary mount. Finally, a ferocious beast resembling a tiger, with a very cold appearance, flew over, its entire body radiating a majestic aura. Roar! Zhao Yanhe was so frightened that she took a step back, hiding behind Lu Zhao, muttering, Bai Zi transform." Binan landed on the ground. Piff-tiffed, its entire body retracting its majestic appearance. As if showing loyalty to its master, Lu Zhao was also slightly surprised by Bianzhan's appearance. It seemed like it could be used to attack enemies. "Let's go." Lu Zhao waved his hand, Zhao Yanjie took a few cautious steps, saying, "Master, can we not ride it? It looks too scary."
"Not as scary as you, don't be afraid." Lu Zhao stepped forward. Bindi lay prostrate on the ground.
Bing-an let out a low growl. Zhao Yanjie jumped onto its back in fright. "Master, it's being fierce to me." Lu Zhao waved his hand, and Bian flew into the sky, disappearing into the horizon in an instant. What surprised Lu Zhao the most was that Bian's speed was completely on par with Bai Zi. If he had to compare the strengths and weaknesses of the two mounts, Bian had high offensive power, equivalent to what realm of humans he wasn't sure, but its intelligence was not as high as humans. Bai Zhen, on the other hand, was gentle, stable, and comfortable to ride. It was the supportive type. As for its abilities, he didn't know for the time being. Half a day later, Bian slowly descended near Runan Yu province. Seeing that there was no one around, Zhao Yanjie smiled and said, "Disciple knows master's intentions. We can't attract attention." Lu Zhao nodded, stroking his beard as he said, "Runan is not far from Divine Capital. Divine Capital is where cultivators from all over the world gather. Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, we must be humble on this trip, disciple understands." Then, she bought and changed into new clothes. Zhao Yanjie blinked her big eyes and said, "Master, will we go to Divine Capital to play afterward?" Lu Zhao tapped her head, stroking his beard and saying, "No way." Zhao Yanjie touched the spot where she had just been tapped, muttering to herself. Upon entering Runan City, Zhao Yanjie's playful nature resurfaced. Lu Zhao had instructed Zhao Yanjie not to use force arbitrarily, so the journey was relatively peaceful. "Grandpa, there's an inn ahead. Let's go there." "Okay," Lu Zhao replied casually. Just as the two arrived at the entrance, a swarm of cultivators suddenly appeared in the sky, as dense as ants, flying across. The common people around all looked up, cheering incessantly. A group of black-robed cultivators flew around a huge flying chariot, protecting it in the middle. A flying chariot of the demonic path? It's the property of the Devil Slaughter sect. Don't worry, the disputes of the cultivation world can't affect ordinary people. When will I become a powerful cultivator, possessing such a large flying chariot? Hearing the surrounding discussions, Zhao Yanjie curled her lips in disdain. "Envy," she muttered. "What's so special about them? My grandpa even has a goat as a mount." A middle-aged man standing next to her teased, "Little girl, can your goat wait for you?" HMPH. Not only can it wait, but it can also fly out of Great Yan on that day. Don't be bragging. "You don't believe me," Zhao Yanjie frowned. The man ignored her, saying, "Little girl, do you think I would believe you? I think you will." Crack, crack. The sound of her knuckles cracking was crisp. After the flying chariot passed through the sky, the people around gradually calmed down. Lu Zhao was slightly doubtful. Unexpectedly, a big figure came to Runan. Could it be that the Devil Slaughter sect held a grudge because of Zuo Jinchan's matter? With such style and appearance, the minimum is a Jungian spirit tribulation realm expert. If not the sect leader of the Devil Slaughter sect, then who else could it be? Forget it, there's no use thinking too much now. Lu Zhao turned his head and said, "Yanjie, I'm here, Grandpa." Zhao Yanjie shook her small fist and ran over. She ran directly into the inn, saying to the manager, "Manager, I want to stay. Give me the best room." The manager politely said, "I'm sorry, we're all booked up, esteemed guest. The once-in-3-year grand event is taking place at the Holy Altar, so we are currently full of guests, please understand." All booked up, Zhao Yanjie scratched her head doubtfully. "I'm very sorry, please try somewhere else, esteemed guest." All right. Zhao Yanjie was about to turn around. At this moment, a faint gust of wind blew in, spreading in all directions, then retracted, disappearing in an instant. The manager, Zhao Yanjie, and Lu Zhao, who had just entered the inn, looked over. A man carrying 2 exquisite swords in his arms walked in. The manager excitedly said, "A cultivator of the Divine Court realm." Master!" The man half closed his eyes, displaying a calm, noble, and arrogant expression, his voice softly saying, "Manager, a room, my lord. It's an honor to have you grace us with your presence. We still have 2 Tian class rooms available, please. Condescend to accept them." The innkeeper's voice was so loud you could hear it outside.
The man said calmly. The best rooms, 2 of them, the innkeeper excitedly replied. This is absolutely no problem.
Xiao Yanzhe immediately got upset. She said angrily, "Hey, old geezer, didn't you just say all the rooms were taken? How come he gets some?" "Don't be rude. This gentleman is a divine court realm cultivator who has opened 8 meridians. Other guests naturally have to take a back seat." If it were any other time, Xiao Yanhe would have already given the old innkeeper a beating, but this was Runan City, and her master had told her to be humble.
Well, why do you need 2? You're all alone, aren't you? Xiao Yan'er pointed at the man. Little brat, you! The man raised a hand, stopping the innkeeper, his voice calm, peaceful, and gentle. Let me answer her. In my luggage I carry the ashes of my brother in arms. Although he died in battle, his fearless spirit inspires me greatly. In my heart he still lives, so you can consider it as one more person. The smaller iron sword, my sword, has fought alongside me for many years, killing countless enemies, so it deserves its own room. However, the sword is always with me, so never mind. 2 rooms are enough, the man explained. On the surface, Lu Xiao remained calm, but inside he was face-palming. How can there be such a loony person in this world? But what he didn't expect was that Xiao Yanzhe rubbed her chin, appeared to be thinking, and then nodded in agreement. Yeah, 2 rooms are needed. Please forgive us, honored guest.
Seeing that the divine court realm big shot wasn't angry, the innkeeper's attitude became much more polite and amiable.
Lu Xiao said coolly, Hold on. Both the man and the innkeeper were slightly startled, turning their heads towards Lu Xiao. At this time, he looked like a frail old man who would fall over if you bumped into him. The innkeeper asked dubiously, Old sir, is there a problem? 1 Tian classroom, but sir. Lu Zhu waved his hand. Yanter. Xiao Yanhe understood her master's intention. Her entire body immediately exploded with gang qi, spreading in 8 directions, creating a ripple centered on Yanhe. The tables, chairs, and rooms all trembled slightly. If the gang qi were a little stronger, this inn would have been destroyed already. Divine court realm. The innkeeper trembled, his heart racing and his legs shaking. Do all the big shots like to talk so much nowadays? Why not wait for the innkeeper to apologize? A hint of surprise flashed in the man's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. My brother admired strong people when he was alive. He once aspired to become a great Yuan Shen Tribulation Realm cultivator. Whatever he respected, I will respect. The man said calmly, I will share a room with my brother. The other room, please. Let the old mister have it. The innkeeper was overjoyed. That's great, that's great. Lu Xiao shook his head. Not enough. This old man wants 2 rooms. This is absolutely no problem. The innkeeper almost burst into tears. The reason Lu Xiao wanted 2 rooms was simple. Even though Xiao Yan'er didn't have much life experience, she was almost 16 years old, no longer a child. Men and women should keep their distance. Lu Xiao and Xiao Yan'er slowly went upstairs. As they passed the man with his sword in his arms, Lu Xiao glanced at the 2 swords. The Shuxiang twin swords. The man was slightly surprised and doubtful. Looks like you have some discerning eyes. Lu Xiao stroked his beard and said, The Shuxiang twin swords, one long and one short, with carved dragon and phoenix patterns, are top-grade Earth-tier weapons, barely considered to be quasi-heaven tier. Now that you know the name of these swords, you should be careful with your words and actions. If it were any other time, I would have used these swords to teach a lesson to anyone who insults them. He wore a serious face and was on guard. Xiao Yan'er shook her head and said, These swords have killed countless enemies and have been refined for over 10 years. They have long since reached the heaven tier, no longer the earth tier you speak of. Lu Xiao stroked his beard. Without retort, the man continued, In my eyes, there are no more lethal weapons in this world than the Shuxiang twin swords. At this time, Xiao Yan'er, standing beside him, asked curiously, Do you use 2 swords by yourself? The man shook his head. I use the long sword, and my brother uses this short sword. Nice. You 2 are truly a match made in heaven. Two nutcases. How did you even manage to cultivate to the divine court realm? Lu Zhu muttered inwardly while stroking his beard. On the surface, he remained calm, not revealing his joy or anger. Is this sword sharp? Lu Zhu asked dubiously. The man said nothing, but drew the short sword. As soon as the sword left its sheath, it shone with brilliance. He took a strand of hair and blew on it gently. The strand of hair slowly fell down and was cut into two by the short sword. Blowing hair. Hair breaks. This is only physical sharpness, the man said proudly, unparalleled in the world. Does the old mister have any more questions? Lu Zhao suddenly thought of his unnamed sword. Why not give it a try? There aren't many opportunities to test heaven-tier weapons. If it failed, it would show that the unnamed sword was just a piece of junk, so he wouldn't feel bad. Thinking of this, Lu Zhao slowly raised his hand. In the palm of his hand suddenly appeared a dark black sword. Exquisite Lu Zhao said nothing, and was about to wield the sword to slash at the short sword when the man quickly stopped him and said, Old mister, no, I think your sword isn't bad. If I ruin your sword, my heart won't be at ease. It's all right. Lu Zhao wielded the unnamed sword, slashing towards the short sword. Clang! A crisp sound rang out. Sparks flew everywhere. Lu Zhao looked again. The unnamed sword in his hand was undamaged, nor did it have any cracks. Lu Zhao was suspicious. This showed that the unnamed sword was at least on par with the Shujiang twin swords. The problem was, the last time he tested it in the secret chamber, it couldn't even cut through a pile of scrap metal. Can the unnamed sword transform into many forms? Could it be suitable for being a shield? The man was surprised. Looking at the unnamed sword, he exclaimed, In this world, there really are weapons that can block the Shujiang twin swords. Xiao Yaner shouted, That's because you haven't seen much. My grandpa can break this toy with his bare hands. You believe it? Lu Zhao then scolded her. Too much talk. After speaking, he turned and walked towards the other Tian class room. Watching his back, the man said calmly, Junior Zhuo Ping only hopes to see the old mister again. These words sounded strange. Lu Zhuo ignored him and went into the room. Zhuo Ping hugged the Shujiang twin swords and returned to his room. Just as he put the Shujiang twin swords down, crack! A crisp cracking sound came. Zhuo Ping was suspicious, immediately drew the short sword to inspect, and found that the short sword was broken in half. How could this be? He was both shocked and heartbroken. Zhuo Ping regarded this weapon as his life, and now it was destroyed. It was that old mister. Sword is life. Sword lost is life lost. Zhuo Ping stood up angrily, carrying the long sword that was still intact, grumbling as he walked out. Just as he stepped outside, a man in a green robe blocked his path. The man in green robes crossed his arms, a faint smile on his face, his aura ordinary. Nothing seemed out of place. Excuse me, he said. Zhuo Ping raised an eyebrow. The man in green robes still smiled. Honestly, sorry about that. Move aside. As soon as he finished those words, the man in green robes suddenly raised his right hand, and the longsword on his back shot out like lightning, out of its sheath, and back in, the movement as smooth as flowing water, all happening in the blink of an eye, as if he'd practiced it countless times. The green-robed swordsman didn't even look at him again, leisurely walking towards the heaven room in front. Zhuo Ping held the longsword in his hand, his face still showing surprise, his whole body already split in two. He died in an instant. Inside the room, the green-robed swordsman sat at the tea table, his expression unchanged, muttering with a smile, Master, where are you? Just then, a figure floated outside the window. The green-robed swordsman calmly said, What is it? The sect leader asked me to inform Senior, the sword maniac, Chen Wenji, arrived in Runan 2 days ago. Please pay attention to the masters of the Zhengyi Dao and Jingming Dao. Also, Senior Jilao of the Demon Heaven Pavilion is very likely to have arrived in Runan. The sect leader wants to know what Senior plans to do. This has nothing to do with him. The swordsman's voice gradually deepened. The shadow instinctively took a step back. The green-robed swordsman chuckled. Friend, don't be afraid. The wind is strong outside. If there's nothing else, why not come in for a cup of tea before you leave? This junior must return to report. Farewell. Having said that, he hurriedly left.
The green-robed swordsman helplessly shook his head.
He runs fast, all right? The next morning, Lu Zhao opened his eyes,
only to hear a noisy commotion outside. Someone was knocking on the door. Old sir, it's me." It was the manager's voice. Lu Zhao suspiciously opened the door, seeing the manager along with several soldiers. Before the manager could speak, the leading soldier said, "May I ask if old sir saw the murderer who killed Zhuo Ping?" Lu Zhao was surprised. Zhuo Ping is dead? He turned his head towards Zhuo Ping's room, seeing two soldiers cleaning up the bloodstains on the ground. Zhuo Ping was, after all, a divine court realm expert. To be able to silently kill him without a sound and without giving him a chance to react, his opponent must be a nascent soul tribulation realm master. Lu Zhao shook his head, indicating that he didn't see anything. The officer sighed and said, "Zhuo Ping was a master of the sword. To be able to kill him, you must also be a master." "It's normal that you didn't see anything," Lu Zhao asked. "Did Zhuo Ping have any enemies?" The officer raised an eyebrow, looking at Lu Zhao with some discomfort, and said, "Don't ask what you shouldn't ask." Although Zhuo Ping's death had nothing to do with Lu Zhao, if Runan was a huge trap, then it would be difficult for him to leave unscathed. "Old man is asking you, you just need to answer." Lu Zhao took out the royal token. The officer's face turned pale when he saw the token, muttering, "Special dragon pattern, you, of the imperial family." He trembled in fear and knelt down, stammering, "Lo Lord." The other soldiers were also stunned, and without saying a word, they all knelt down. Just then, Yan Care came out, seeing a crowd kneeling in front of Lu Zhao. She innocently asked, "Grandpa, are we going to beat them up?" The manager fell to the ground in fear. Lu Zhao waved his hand, signaling her not to interfere. What was Zhuo Ping's identity? This person is a master of the sword. He killed his own brothers to seize the male and female swords. His cultivation is profound, and the government can't do much about him. Then why did he come to run it? This, your subordinate doesn't know. These officers are just small fry. You can count on one hand how many times you've dealt with cases involving divine court realm cultivators. It's normal that they don't know about this. Zhao Yanhe ran off to see the crime scene without anyone noticing. Then she ran back, seemingly having made a big discovery, and said, "He was killed with a single slash. From here to here." That person even stood right in front of him and struck. Zhao Yanhe gestured wildly as she described. Lu Zhao nodded. He was a master of the sword, with a heaven-tier weapon in his hand. In his memory, there were a few likely candidates: the Sword Maniac, Chen Wenji, Love Sword, Jin Changwan, Luo Sect's Luo Changqing, or it could be that unfilial disciple Yu Shangrong. Lu Zhu was pondering when a commotion came from outside. Lu Zhao and the officers looked suspiciously towards the door. "Yanhe, go take a look." Yes, Yanhe jumped down from the floor, slipped outside, and quickly returned. Xiao Yanhe pointed outside and said, "It's a flying chariot! The flying chariot of the Great Void Temple." "Great Void Temple?" Lu Zhao suspiciously went downstairs, Xiao Yanhe following closely behind. Outside, Lu Zhao looked up, seeing the huge flying chariot had arrived over Runan City, surrounded by many bald monks flying alongside it. From the insignia on the flying chariot, it could be guessed that this was indeed the flying chariot of the Great Void Temple. "Let's go, yes." The two headed towards the north of Runan. Just as they left Runan City, Xiao Yanhe whispered, "Master, someone's following us." Lu Zhao remained calm, only nodding slightly. This was the reason he always brought Xiao Yanhe with him when he went out. Xiao Yanhe cultivated the Supreme Clarity Jade Manual, her sensory abilities far surpassing cultivators of the same realm. Moreover, she was mischievous and unruly, and even if she encountered a powerful opponent, she could rely on the Supreme Clarity Jade Manual's movement techniques to protect herself. Lu Zhao didn't need to expend energy to protect her. Lu Zhao had planned to ride his mount to the sacred altar, but now that they were being followed, he could only deal with the follower first. Lu Zhao used a smoke bomb. "Hold up, move." Suddenly, a voice called out, "Old sir, please wait a moment." Lu Zhao immediately realized that the lurker had finally lost his cool. Lu Zhao and Xiao Yanhe slowly turned around. Lu Zhao asked, "What is it?" The person in front of him grinned and said, "I want to buy something from you, old sir."
Zhao angrily said. Not for sale, scram. He ignored Zhao Yanhe, his eyes still fixed on Lu Zhao. That broken sword of yours, old sir, the one that destroyed the scholar and hero twin swords, must be a great sword. I'm willing to spend all my wealth to buy it, Lu Zhao coldly asked. Were you there yesterday? The young man nodded. Yes, I intended to talk to you yesterday, old sir, but there were experts there, and I had to avoid them. Lu Zhao nodded and said, You are very fond of swords. You see them as your life. You love them to the bone. The young man slowly said, Initially, I planned to kill Zhuo Ping and take the scholar and hero twin swords. But someone else beat me to it. Sadly, that expert destroyed the swords. What a pity. Who was that person? Never seen him before, but it's not hard to guess. To push swordsmanship to such extremes, there are only 3 people in the world. One is the demonic ancestor, Ji Tiandao, of the Demon Heaven Pavilion, who I fear the most. Zhao Yanhe covered her mouth and giggled. Then why don't you hurry up and run? The young man smiled and said, Why should I run? Zhao Yanhe was about to speak but suddenly remembered she couldn't reveal her identity, so she shut her mouth. The young man laughed, seeing this. I've observed you two. You can't fake it. Little girl, you're definitely at the divine court realm, and old sir is only at the mid-stage of the primordial spirit realm. He suddenly realized he was digressing, and quickly said, Let me get back to the main point. The second person who cultivates swordsmanship to the extreme is the demon Yu Shangrong of the Demon Heaven Pavilion, and the third is far away, but right in front of me. Lu Zhao suspiciously said, You're the sword fanatic, Chen Wenji? No. Chen Wenji is obsessed with sword techniques, not with swords themselves. I'm different. I love both swords and sword techniques. Someone without a clear stance like Chen Wenji will die an unjust death sooner or later. At this point, Lu Zhao knew who the person in front of him was. He stroked his beard and said, Love swords to the bone, Jiang Aijian. Jiang Aijian. To express his love for swords, he even changed his name. There's probably only one person like him in the entire cultivation world, and his passion has become a kind of disease. He's a typical TNG cultivator. He has 2 great passions. 1, loving swords. 2, not causing trouble. He can live to this day without relying on a sect. His second passion has been very helpful. Jiang Aijian laughed and said, Just average, just average. Lu Zhao raised his hand, and the unnamed sword appeared in his palm. Small and exquisite. Jiang Aijian was stunned. His eyes widened. So beautiful, he really liked this sword. Though small, it was very delicate. He excitedly said, Old sir. Lu Zhao retracted the unnamed sword and coldly said, If you don't want to die, you better not covet this sword. Tang tang. The bell-ringing sound come from holy altar direction. Lu Zhao slightly frowned. The holy altar is a grand event for both righteous and demonic paths, so why is there the sound of Buddhist bells? Jiang Aijian exclaimed. Old sir, the holy altar now is filled with a mix of cultivators. Fake righteous and demonic paths are gathering. It's extremely dangerous. I suggest you don't go. It is said that this time the selection of the Holy Maiden is by the 5 great demons of the Demon Heaven Pavilion. Haha. A demonic woman as a holy maiden is truly the most bizarre thing under the heaven. Lu Zhuo did not respond to him. Jiang Aijian said again, But in fact it is good also. Old sir goes there. Be carelessly killed by people. Then I can get this sword. When the time come, I will pick up old sir's body, find a good feng shui, and bury you well. As he finished speaking, Zhao Yanhe already went crazy. Powerful primal qi formed into spreading waves. Jiang Aijian blocked and retreated, secretly clicking his tongue. This little girl is really hot-tempered. Not like a normal divine court realm cultivator. HMPH. Let me hit you and see if you can still speak. You cannot say anything again. Girl, don't force me to draw my sword. Jiang Aijian retreated further back. Kang Kang. The bells from the distant sacred altar echoed, becoming more and more urgent. Lu Zhao glanced at Jiang Aijian. This guy is just a loose cultivator, obsessed with swords, not worth wasting a prop card on him. Lu Zhao waved his hand. Yan Krer, let's go! Suddenly a screeching sound came from the sky. The bit and beast swooped down, making people shiver. Jiang Aijian was shocked. A legendary mount, so he's a high-level cultivator. To have a legendary mount, he must be a renowned expert.
This old geezer might seem weak, but his backing must be huge. Jiang Aijian loved swords, but he loved his life even more. Jiang Aijian floated in the air, clasping his hands. Old senior, the sacred altar is an extremely dangerous place. Perhaps you shouldn't go. This old man has his own plans. Lu Zhujiao lightly hopped onto Bian.
Jiang Aijian could only watch helplessly as the two flew towards the sacred altar. He stroked his chin, pondering. Should I follow or not? What if I run into that old devil? He thought for a moment, then made up his mind. I won't get involved in their disputes. Yeah, that's it. I'll just pick up the pieces. After he dies. With that, he flew after them. On the sacred altar, the flying chariot of Dakong Temple floated in the air. Dozens of monks clasped their hands in front of their chests, constantly chanting sutras. The low chanting constantly echoed in the space. Lu Zhao and Zhao Yanhe heard the sound before they even arrived, sounding like a bunch of buzzing mosquitoes. Seeing this, he landed near the sacred altar. As Lu Zhao stepped onto the sacred altar, the tinkling sound of bells went straight into his ears. Lu Zhao frowned slightly. The Buddhists' Great Purification Mantra. What are a bunch of monks doing here? The Great Purification Mantra has a very strong ability to suppress enemies. It's a wide-area attack, triggered by chanting, "Only those bald donkeys from Dakong Temple can do this. Just relax. Don't be anxious." The Great Purification Mantra can only be chanted 5 times at most. Lu Zhao stood up straight, looked up at the flying chariot in the sky. This might be a good thing. The Great Purification Mantra can suppress most cultivators, so Lu Zhao's worry that the one-hit kill card can't attack a wide area is unnecessary. He's just thinking, Dakong Temple never cares about worldly affairs. Why did they suddenly appear here? One chime after another rang out. The Great Purification Mantra is as annoying as a swarm of buzzing flies. Lu Zhao helplessly shook his head. I wonder who's enjoying this purification right now. Must be having a blast. After a while, the chanting of the Great Purification Mantra disappeared, and the entire sacred altar fell silent. Lu Zhao and Xiao Yanhe went into the sacred altar. The two walked to the square next to the sacred altar. No one paid attention to Lu Zhao and Xiao Yanhe. The two successfully blended into the crowd. Xiao Yanhe pointed to a flying chariot nearby, saying, "It's the flying chariot of the manhwa sect." In addition to the manhwa sect, around the square there are also righteous sects, like Zhengyi Dao and Jingming Dao. Sure enough, the demonic and righteous cultivators standing around the square were frowning uncomfortably. Some were even panting. Looking up at the sky, Lu Zhao's eyes looked towards the sacred altar. Under the effect of the Eye of Truth, almost everyone present was hostile towards him. If his identity is exposed, he's done for. Taking Zhao Yu from these forces is going to be a little difficult. 3 damage immunity cards, 3 one-hit kill cards. Should be enough for him to get out of here unscathed. Just then, on the sacred altar, a monk flew out of the flying chariot. Slowly descending, he clasped his hands in front of his chest. The kasaya on his body radiated golden light. Someone exclaimed in surprise, Dakong Temple's Kong Xuan. Kong Xuan slowly descended and said, "The abbot has ordered that the holy maiden Zhao Yu of the Shangdian this time will be taken away by Dakong Temple. Please forgive me, benefactors." A man in a robe pointed at Kong Xuan, scolding, "You bald donkey! Is the holy maiden someone you can just take away? What do you take our Zhengyi Dao for?" Before Dakong Temple interfered, it seemed that the Shangdian had already reached an important stage. Lu Zhao looked around the hall, not seeing Zhao Yu's figure, but the monks of Dakong Temple had arrived. Zhengyi Dao, Jingming Dao, and manhwa sect are all present. Zhao Yue must be inside the sacred altar. Zhao Yanhe looked around excitedly, not showing any fear. Just as Lu Zhao was observing the situation, a figure approached him. "Old senior, step back a little." Jiang Aijian. Lu Zhao didn't know what to say to this guy. He'd heard that this guy's pursuit of swords was insane. Looks like the rumors weren't wrong, but considering his cowardly nature, for him to dare come to the sacred altar, his guts must be bigger than he lets on. Jiang Aijian glanced at the cultivators in the square and said, "Old senior, if it weren't for that sword, I would never come to such a troublesome place." Lu Zhao heard this, not saying a word, his eyes looking towards the monk Kong Xuan in the middle of the square. Jiang Aijian said in a low voice, "While you still can, Get out of here quick. Yeah.
Lu Zhao felt a little suspicious. There seemed to be something hidden in his words.
Jiang Aijian glanced around and said in a low voice, "If you wait a little longer, these monks will seal off the sacred altar." "Old senior, the sacred altar is just a facade. The holy maiden is just bait." Lu Zhao felt suspicious, but remained unfazed, asking,
"You know this is a trap. If you're willing to sell me the sword, I'll tell you everything. You only have a middle-stage qi condensation cultivation. If you don't leave now, no one can save you later." Jiang Aijian looked up at the sky. "This is your last chance to survive." Lu Zhao felt amused, stroking his beard, and said,
"Didn't you want this old man to die?" No, I cherish my life very much, even though I really like that sword. A gentleman who loves swords should still know propriety. Look at this square." Jiang Aijian pointed to the people around and said, "They all have the faces of short-lived people. Old senior's a good person. Good people should live long lives. This old man is a good person."
Suddenly being called a good person caught him off guard. Jiang Aijian smiled and said, "That sword is very good. The owner of it won't be bad either." What the heck is that logic? Lu Zhao stroked his beard and said, "There are so many experts, what can Da Kong Temple do?" Jiang Aijian shook his head, pointing to Zheng Yi Dao and Jingming Dao, saying, "Old senior, look closely. There are no elders or above in Jingming Dao and Zheng Yi Dao at all, and Masha sect only has 1/3 seat who isn't anything special." He looked over. Indeed, there were many high-ranking positions left vacant. Jiang Aijian frowned and said, "They are already lucky to be alive. They are already entangled by experts. Why are they still thinking about the sacred altar?" Lu Zhao calmly looked at Jiang Aijian. This guy has a place in the cultivation world. Sure enough, he has some tricks. His information is extremely well informed.
Right then and there, smack dab in the middle of the sacred altar plaza, Kong Xuan sighed and said, "Zhao Yu is a demonic disciple from the evil sky pavilion, burdened with heavy karma. Years ago, Grandmaster Kongming was poisoned by their wicked hands. The great Buddha temple brought her back to have Buddha purify her sins, to give her rebirth as a good person. The righteous path disciples were furious. That demonic woman is the enemy of the entire righteous faction. Your great Buddha temple has never cared about these things before, and now you jump out pretending to be compassionate. I spit on that." As soon as he finished speaking, the cultivators all burst into laughter. Only the demon slaughter sect remained silent. Lu Zhu glanced over. The second seat, Zuo Xinchen, of the demon slaughter sect, had died at Lu Zhao's hands, so they held a grudge against the evil sky pavilion. It wasn't surprising they were venting their anger on Zhao Yu. What surprised him was that the demon slaughter sect had sent the third seat this time. Lu Zhao didn't recognize the guy, and he didn't recall ever seeing him before.
He probably wasn't noteworthy enough for Ji Tiandao to bother remembering. The monk wasn't angry. His eyes were indifferent as he said, "This humble monk is not here to seek the approval of you benefactors,
but to inform you all that the evil sky pavilion's demonic woman, Zhao Yu, the great Buddha temple, is determined to take her away." "Then you'll have to see if you have the ability," someone from the Righteous Path faction shouted. Suddenly, a figure jumped out with a sword and charged forward. The surrounding crowd exclaimed, "If we're fighting, let's fight!" They cheered and applauded. "Junior brother Zhan Zi, you're amazing. Senior brother, you're showing off. That's our Righteous Path's senior brother Zhan Feng. That's right, senior brothers number 1. Seeing this, Jiang Aijian shook his head. Cannon fodder offering themselves up. The Great Tranquility Mantra is capable of suppressing the enemy's vital energy, and these guys are already in disarray. Managing to unleash 30% of their power would be a miracle. Lu Zhao calmly observed the situation. As long as it didn't involve Zhao Yu, it had nothing to do with him. Xiao Yunhe clapped and cheered, happy to see a fight.
Sure enough, as soon as that cultivator charged forward and his sword energy slashed at Kong Xuan emitted golden light, creating a humanoid form of the Arhat golden body to block the attack.
Bang! That cultivator was sent flying backward by the Arhat golden body, tumbling through the air several times before retreating. Kong Xuan clasped one hand in front of his chest, his aura soaring, and said indifferently, "There's no need for the benefactor to be angry. If the demonic woman is from the evil sky pavilion, then not long ago, your 10 great nascent soul realm experts were defeated by the old devil, and Luo Changfeng, the sect leader of the Heavenly Sword sect, died a tragic death. Only by handing this demonic woman, Zhao Yue, over to the Great Buddha Temple can she be safe. If things don't go as planned, Jintiandao will be in trouble. Who among you can stop that bald donkey? Your words are unpleasant. If we of the righteous path can't stop him, do you think your Great Buddha Temple can? Kong Xuan said with a calm expression. My senior brother Abbot has been in seclusion for 100 years, and has reached the Mahayana cultivation level, enough to deal with the old devil. Hearing Kong Xuan's words, the entire sacred altar plaza became noisy, and everyone showed a look of shock. Everyone knew that 100 years ago, Kong Yuan was the divine monk with the six-leaf golden body. Unexpectedly, he had been in secluded cultivation ever since. A disciple of the pure bright path stood up and said, "If Grandmaster Kong Yuan can really resist the old devil of the evil sky pavilion, then the pure bright path agrees to hand over the demonic woman Zhao Yu to the Great Buddha Temple." The entire Righteous Path faction was stunned. The Pure Bright Path and the Righteous Path were originally of the same lineage, but words must be kept. If they agreed now, how would they explain it to the disciples who had died? They couldn't make the decision. Kong Xuan nodded. This humble monk thanks you, benefactors of the Pure Bright Path. The Great Buddha Temple will certainly not fail everyone's expectations, and will educate the demonic woman. Just then, a gloomy voice came from behind Kong Xuan. If you want to take Zhao Yu away, you'll have to ask this seat first. Kong Xuan turned around, facing the entire demon slaughter sect. This humble monk has already said that this trip is not to discuss with you benefactors, but to inform you. His tone was even, but his words were extremely jarring. The demon slaughter sect's third seat said coldly, "What a hypocritical bald donkey." The Great Buddha Temple painstakingly set up the Great Tranquility Mantra all over the sacred altar plaza. Are you worthy of standing up for justice with such methods? The Great Buddha Temple is always talking about equality for all living beings, without distinguishing between good and evil, and without caring about world affairs. Are you just meddling in other people's business because you're bored today? Kong Xuan clasped his hands in front of his chest and said, "Is Benefactor Duan trying to stop this humble monk? You stinky monk! You refuse a toast, only to be forced to drink a forfeit?" He waved his hand, and the black-robed cultivators behind him immediately jumped into the arena. Seeing the opponent's fierce momentum, Kong Xuan still clasped his hands in front of his chest without arrogance. Arhat Golden Body. The golden body was 2 zang tall, and its wild aura spread out with strong energy. The cultivators of the Pure Bright Path saw this and said, Kong Xuan already has such a cultivation level, then how strong is Abbot Kong Yuan? Seeing this scene, Jiang Aijian was shocked. The Arhat Golden Body is comparable to a 2-leaf golden lotus at the nascent soul tribulation realm. This bald donkey is truly extraordinary. Old sir, retreat quickly. The demon slaughter sect clearly came prepared. If this bald donkey uses a Zen seal later, a condensation realm cultivation like yours will definitely suffer. The 5 people who just rushed up all have divine court realm cultivation and are the main force of the demon slaughter sect on this trip. Only the demon slaughter sect's 3rd seat, Duan Xing, sat upright, without moving a muscle, in Lu Zhao's memory. The Great Buddha Temple had always been indifferent to worldly affairs. Many major events in the cultivation world in the past had no trace of the Great Buddha Temple. There were rumors that the abbot of the Great Buddha Temple was a genius in the Buddhist sect's Zen cultivation. He was obsessed with Zen, and there were rumors that he had attained Buddhahood on the spot, but rumors were still just rumors. That year, Zhao Yue encountered Kong Ming of the Great Buddha Temple, and the two had a dispute. Kong Ming was killed by Zhao Yue. If that guy had really become a profound heaven realm expert, would he have let Zhao Yu go? Now that the Great Buddha Temple has intervened in the grand ceremony, it has clearly regarded the evil sky pavilion as an enemy. At this moment, the black-robed cultivators were blasted away by the golden light, without even a chance to face him. Only the demon slaughter sect's 3rd seat, Duan Xing, remained unmoved. He looked at Kong Xuan, a fierce light flashing in his eyes, and said, Kong Xuan, a righteous person doesn't speak in riddles. Did you arrange for the elders of the Pure Bright Path and the Righteous Path to be moved? Kong Xuan shook his head. The Great Buddha Temple always acts with integrity and doesn't need to resort to these tricks.
Duanjing smiled and said,
Act with integrity. Isn't that shaman lurking outside the sacred altar your man? It seems that Benefactor Du Thian has many misunderstandings about the Great Buddha Temple. If Benefactor Duan wants to stop this humble monk, then I can only accompany you to the end. Both sides were in a state of readiness to fight. At the same time, Jiang Aijian laughed softly again. Old sir, do you think I'm right? Sword maniac Chen Wenji's position is unclear. He's killed many experts from the righteous path and pure bright path, and sooner or later, he'll be ground to dust by these two sects. Lu Zhao asked suspiciously.
Chen Wenji's position is unclear? Old sir, think about selling me that sword again. I'll answer anything you want to ask. Jiang Aijian put his finger to his lips and whispered.
I even know who the wife of the Righteous Path sect leader, Zhang Yuanshan, is having an affair with. Lu Zhao was speechless and didn't know what to say to this guy. The Demon Slaughter sect's Duanjing slowly stood up.
Duanjing's appearance was revealed to everyone. A young man with a long, pointed face and cold eyes. Bald donkey, if you want to take Xiao Yu away, this seat doesn't agree. After saying that, Duanjing's figure disappeared on the spot, and a second later appeared in front of Kong Xuan, nascent soul tribulation realm. Just one look at him, and you could tell he was a real expert, totally freaking everyone out. Who knew you'd find a nascent soul realm master at some random holy altar gathering? Probably that evil Heart Chan from the demonic massacre sect dying made them super concerned about Zhao Yu. No wonder Duan Hang wouldn't let the Great Emptiness Temple take her. Evil Heart Chan was probably the only guy in a century to cultivate the demonic Chan to the fourth Lotus nascent soul realm, and he kicked the bucket in the Dark Heaven Pavilion. They're bound to be pissed, right?
Arhat Golden Body Kong Xuan actually used his golden body. A second later, Duan Hang's figure multiplied tenfold, 100-fold, 1,000-fold, spinning around Kong Xuan and attacking him. The onlookers were dumbfounded. What kind of technique is that? They'd never seen it before. Even the demonic massacre sect's own guys were shaking their heads in amazement. Never seen such dizzying, headache-inducing skills. Whether it's the righteous or demonic path, not many people specialize in speed-based techniques. Those after-images are because the guy's moving at lightning speed. Lu Zhao stroked his beard and said, a Taoist technique, Tao concealment. Jiang Aijian was a little surprised. Old mister, you recognize that this technique originated from the Taoist sect.
After it was passed to Fuyu, it was lost. Lu Zhao replied. Fuyu, foreign race. Jiang Aijian's eyes widened. He looked at the demonic massacre sect's third seat and his dizzying after-images. How could any foreign races live peacefully in Great Yan? Countless after-images slammed into the Arhat golden body. Even Kong Xuan felt the pressure and frowned slightly. As expected of the demonic massacre sect's third seat, this old monk underestimated your nascent soul realm cultivation? In that case, this old monk won't be polite anymore. Kong Xuan's hand gestures shifted, and primal chi swirled around his hands, stacking them together.
Mindful observation of nature, with a mind as clear as a mirror, steady as a rock. Heavenly sect binding seal. As soon as this seal appeared, hundreds and thousands of after-images were immediately dispelled by the binding seal. Duan Hang's figure stopped, as if he had suddenly been grabbed. Just for that split second, Kong Xuan's hand gestures changed again. The binding seal disappeared, and he unleashed a hand seal toward Duan Hang. Great Vajra wheel hand seal. Whoosh! Duan Hang frowned, raised his hands, and the four lotus nascent soul dharma body appeared, blocking this extremely powerful attack, like a diamond wheel slamming into a wall and being knocked backward. Where it flew, the cultivators scrambled to get out of the way. The hand seal slammed into the side door of the holy altar, causing the door to suddenly shake violently, completely opening the side door, and the central door of the holy altar was violently shaken open. A four-lotus dharma body is too powerful. Look quickly. Inside the holiest, highest, and largest hall, Zhao Yue appeared. Both righteous and demonic female cultivators immediately looked over. Behind the main door was a small stage, where Zhao Yu was tied to a large pillar. In her eyes there was only anger, and she didn't struggle at all. On her brow a golden lotus was painted, a fiery red golden lotus. The crowd cried out in alarm. The female devil Zhao Yu!
Lu Zhu looked toward Zhao Yu. There wasn't the slightest fluctuation of qi on Zhao Yue's body.
Just as he expected, her cultivation had been sealed. Kong Xuan maintained his arhat golden body and said arrogantly, "Why does this benefactor make things difficult for this old monk?" Duan Hang's voice was extremely cold as he said, "You stinky monk, if that's all you've got, I suggest you take your bunch of baldies and run." Under the power of the four lotus nascent soul dharma body, his aura was much stronger. Kong Xuan placed his hands together in front of his chest. If Benefactor Dutoan is determined to stop this old monk won't be polite anymore. Boom! The Arhat golden body put his hands together, and his whole body sat on the ground. The Arhat golden body seemed to be expanding from his hands, forming a cross shape. The monks standing on the flying chariots also changed formation. The low chanting of scriptures immediately reverberated throughout the holy altar. Lu Zhao's expression was cold, but his heart skipped a beat. Brahma Sound Dream Entry. This is bad. How could he, a mid-stage profound insight realm cultivator, possibly withstand it? Brahma Sound Dream Entry is a type of Buddhist sonic technique, somewhat similar to the Great Tranquility Mantra. When chanted, Brahma Sound Dream Entry benefits the user and inflicts damage on the enemy, disrupting their minds. Those with weaker cultivation will be suppressed by the sonic attack, leading to death with blood flowing from their 7 orifices. However, the Buddha didn't want the word death in the technique's name, so it was changed to dream entry. Even stronger cultivators will have their minds disturbed by this sound, their heads dizzy, making it impossible to concentrate on dealing with the enemy. Moreover, this is a type of collective chanting sonic attack, its power far exceeding everyone's imagination. Lu Zhao was only at the mid-stage of the profound insight realm, and couldn't possibly withstand it. Rumble. Rumble. The chanting was like a swarm of huge flies buzzing in his ears. Instantly sweeping across the entire holy altar, Lu Zhao raised his hand, instinctively holding his head, revealing all sorts of techniques, and he tried to mobilize his primal qi. At the same time, he turned his head to look at Zhao Yaner and Jiang Aijian, but he couldn't see Jiang Aijian anywhere. Intuition told Lu Zhao that this Jiang Aijian was very resourceful. It was just a pity that he had only paid attention to what was happening in the middle of the field just now, and hadn't paid attention to Jiang Aijian. Xiao Yaner stomped her foot angrily. That guy is completely useless. Her simple-minded nature, without any impurities, was actually an advantage. Plus, her cultivation was, after all, at the divine court realm. The initial stages of Brahma Sound Dream Entry hardly affected her at all. Rumble, rumble, the dream entry sound waves grew louder and louder. Like raging waves crashing over, Lu Zhao raised his old hand. A mid-stage profound insight realm cultivator could only withstand so much. He turned his hand over, and a prop card was already in his palm. If I use one move to kill that Kong Xuan from Dakong Temple, these monks will be like snakes without a head, and their sonic attack will naturally be broken. But the problem is, if I do that, I'll expose myself to everyone, and I still won't be able to take Zhao Yu away from these guys. Lu Zhao stashed the item card away. Gotta wait for a chance to use that damage immunity card and dodge this attack first. The chanting keeps on booming, messing with everyone's minds. Ouch. Ouch. These bald donkeys are giving me a headache. One cultivator clutched his head, screamed, and collapsed, rolling around like crazy. Old man, how come you're not affected at all? Yeah, seriously. How come I'm getting blown away by this chanting at the mid-stage of qi condensation, but this old geezer is just fine? That's BAS. And you can still talk after getting hit like that bullshit. Lu Zhao looked around. All the cultivators looked like they were in pain, covered in sweat, gritting their teeth. The chanting got like 10 times louder than before. Lu Zhao felt a force hitting him. This must be the peak effect of the sonic attack. He saw a bunch of low-level cultivators spitting blood and dropping dead, some bleeding from all 7 orifices. A scorching sensation shot through Lu Zhao's dantian, and he was like, whoa! He stopped hearing the chanting, and instead he heard the contents of the Book of Heaven, one of the 3 heavenly books. After the scorching sensation in his dantian slowly faded, a faint, cool sensation rose from the dantian, raced up his abdomen, chested, past his heart, and straight into his brain. Right then and there, Lu Zhao became crystal clear, like a Zen master or something. The chanting came back again. He looked around, and almost all the cultivators were lying on the ground, barely alive, wishing they were dead. The higher-level cultivators could barely stand, completely frozen. The monks kept chanting faster and faster, and all that was left was that golden lotus four-leaf dharmic body, floating proudly in the square. Ma Sha sect's third seat, second seat Kong Xuan, sees beams of golden light shooting out, the Arhat golden body. Kong Xuan saw that Duanxing was still hanging in there, so he immediately pumped up the golden body with more light, making it Arhat golden body level 2. You bald donkey. Is this what you call saving all living things? Ha ha, that's the funniest thing I've ever heard. Duanxing unleashed his four-leaf dharmic body, charging toward the Arhat golden body. BAM! The clash created a massive shockwave, shaking the entire sacred altar. The Arhat golden body grew 4 afterimages, boosted by the 4 golden rays. The sonic attack, the chanting, was amplified to the max, combining with the rhythm chanting from the monks, and unleashed a heavy blow. BAM! Duanxing's four-leaf dharmic body vanished, and he went flying. Bye-bye. Duanxing quickly poked some acupoints on his body to control the damage from the sonic attack. Glaring fiercely at Kong Xuan, "You bald donkey, you're pretty strong." Kong Xuan's eyes blazed, floating in the air, shimmering gold. What's he planning to do now? He already won. Why doesn't he just stop? Just then, a low voice echoed from not far away. Enough! Kong Xuan was startled. Someone else wants to object. He saw an old man slowly walking toward the sacred altar. Lu Zhao stroked his beard coolly and said, "Buddhism always claims to be non-violent, yet you're drawing blood today. Was this all directed by Abbot Kong Yuan, a conspiracy plotted by Dekong Temple, or is this just you acting alone?" This, benefactor? You. How are you not affected? Kong Xuan was confident and knowledgeable, but the old man in front of him freaked him out. Dozens of monks and a nascent soul cultivator launched the sonic attack. How could anyone be unaffected? Lu Zhao said calmly. I'm asking you a question. Just answer it. Old benefactor? Are you trying to stop me? His eyes widened. He could tell this old geezer was trouble. Lu Zhao shook his head. You dodged the question. Lu Zhao slowly raised his hand. At the same time, Kong Xuan's Arhat golden body surged again. The 4 golden rays instantly turned into 8. The Arhat golden body rushed at Lu Zhao. BM. A 10-zang tall, 3-zhang wide Buddha golden body manifested on Lu Zhao, blocking Kong Xuan's entire attack. Just like a grandpa blocking his grandson. Buddhist master, that's definitely a Buddhist master. The cultivators who were still conscious saw this, and their jaws dropped, in total disbelief. They thought the Arhat golden body was super powerful, but now it looked tiny and insignificant. This golden body is freaking huge. Lu Zhao casually flicked his sleeve, and a tiny hand seal pierced through the golden body, flying toward Kong Xuan. Kong Xuan's eyes widened, his mouth hanging open as he watched the approaching hand seal. He abandoned the Arhat golden body and retreated like crazy. His whole body flashed, and he scurried back. 2 cultivators outside were chatting and commentating on the fight. This monk Kong Xuan isn't simple. As he retreats, he's unleashing countless palm strikes. Those palm strikes all hit the giant golden body, then vanish, like they're invisible, dealing no damage, no sensation. Junior brother, how much longer can you hold on? I don't know, but even if I'm on my last breath, I want to finish this broadcast. The card, a fatal blow has been unleashed, he's gotta die. You think you can escape? Seeing this, Lu Zhao thought, this monk Kong Xuan is really something else. Why does he have such a powerful Buddhist divine ability? Abbot Kong Xuan felt incredulous. That palm strike was like it had eyes, relentlessly chasing after him. He could only retreat. Instinct told him this palm strike was incredibly dangerous. Just when he thought he could escape, the small palm strike suddenly enlarged, its speed increasing dramatically. The further Abbot Kong Xuan retreated, the more he felt something was wrong. It seemed the further he got, the bigger the palm strike became. Driven by his survival instinct, Abbot Kong Xuan frantically retreated. Gritting his teeth, Kong Xuan exclaimed in horror, "The technique gets bigger the further you are. It doesn't even give me a chance to escape. It's like it predicted exactly what I would do." The 2 gossipy cultivators continued their commentary. Direct hit. Then the palm strike turned super big, beyond words, just frickin' huge. At the same time, Zhao Yu, who had been bound,
and no longer suppressed by the entrancing chanting, forced her eyes open, saw the terrifying scene, and mumbled, "Master, Lu, Master," before fainting again. The great Vajra wheel hand seal slammed into Kongshuan, just like a fly swatter. Bam! The hand seal disappeared, and Kongshuan was gone, reduced to dust. Right as Abbot Kongshuan kicked the bucket, the chanting of the monks immediately stopped, and each of them collapsed from the altar.
In the sky, the great emptiness temple's flying chariot swayed precariously, gradually making an emergency landing on the altar. The altar finally returned to silence. The entrancing chanting had vanished. The 10-zang-tall golden Buddha statue also disappeared. One of the monks, with tears streaming down his face, cried out, "Junior brother! Junior brother! What a great explanation!" The junior brother was nearly departing this world. Lu Xiao looked into the distance, muttering, 10 seconds, neither long nor short, but for those demonic and righteous cultivators, each second is as long as a year of suffering. All eyes focused on Lu Xiao. This was the old man who defeated Kongshuan with one move. The old man gently stroked his beard, casual and refined. Everyone had the same question. This cultivator who can use such a powerful great Vajra wheel hand seal, who exactly is he? Could he be an enlightened high monk from a Buddhist sect?
Lu Xiao, having calculated the reward of merit points, figured it was time to leave. He glanced around. Nearly all the cultivators had lost their combat strength. Man proposes, heaven disposes. No one could have expected Abbot Kongshuan to use entrancing chanting to deal with everyone, but for Lu Jiu's, none of that mattered. He just used a one-hit kill card and a damage immunity card, creating a deterrent effect that was damn effective. No one here dared to risk attacking him. This was beyond Lu Jue's calculations. Lu Jue's stroked his beard. Looking around, his eyes swept across each face, filled with astonishment, reverence, and even worship. When he looked at Duan Heng, the third seat of the Devil Slayer sect, if anyone still had combat strength, it could only be Duan Heng. So Lu Zhuo paid special attention to him. The question is, does he have the guts? In Duan Heng's eyes, besides shock, there was only immense awe. After a moment of silence, Duan Heng finally stood up, clasped his hands towards Lu Xiao, and said, "This junior, Duan Heng of the Devil Slayer sect, thanks the Grand Master for lending a helping hand." Lu Xiao remained calm, having anticipated this. Both of his techniques were from Buddhism. If one hadn't cultivated Zen Buddhism year-round, it would be difficult to reach this level. Even a master like Zuo Jinchan had to go through countless hardships after entering demonic Zen to cultivate the four-leaf Dharma body, and in the past 100 years, only he had accomplished that. Lu Xiao executed the orthodox Zen seals to a degree that even he himself couldn't believe. The righteous cultivators clasped their hands together. "Thank you, Grandmaster." A cultivator from the Pure Clarity Path also clasped his hands. "Thank you, Grandmaster." In their eyes, Lu Xiao had become an enlightened high monk, aloof and detached, cultivating without shaving his head. Since they had misunderstood his identity, he had no choice but to go along with it. He placed one hand before his chest and spoke in a loud voice. "The Buddhist school has a compassionate heart. Today, I was forced to clear the gates. Truly forced." Saying this, he thought, "That's how a high monk should act."
Grandmaster, please don't take it to heart. Kongshuan was a shameless villain who intended to use chanting to kill people and silence them, and to take the holy maiden away. What you did makes us extremely grateful. A person like Kongshuan doesn't deserve to be a disciple of Buddhism. You eradicating him personally is a great service for Buddhism. Yes, someone like Grandmaster is truly an enlightened high monk. Compared to that poser, that hypocritical monk, he's 100, 1,000 times stronger. If we hadn't been fortunate enough to meet Grandmaster here today, I'm afraid we would all have been ambushed. At this moment, a cultivator from the Pure Clarity Path clasped his hands and said, "Grandmaster, your cultivation is profound. May I ask what brings you to the altar?" Lu Xiao replied, "Just passing by, I see. It is said that those enlightened monks who enter the mortal world all keep their hair and enjoy wandering around, making the four seas their home. Today we are honored to meet you. It is truly good fortune for 3 lifetimes." Everyone was flattering him, claiming his cultivation was profound, second only to Old Fourth.
The monks, who had been exhausted from the battle, were now sitting on the ground, panting heavily. Lu Zhao knew he couldn't stay any longer.
He looked at Xiao Yanhe. She was actually sleeping. This girl has guts. Participating in such a fierce battle with him, such a commotion, and she can still sleep soundly. The Vajra hand seal has no eyes. This won't do. She needs to be taught a lesson. But now is not the time to discipline his disciple. He had no choice but to let it go for now. Yan'er! Lu Zhao called out softly. Zhao Yan'er, with a conditioned reflex, stood up straight, her body trembling, finally waking up. Master! Seeing Xiao Yan'er jump up, the cultivators behind her were scared out of their wits and exclaimed,
"A zombie has risen!"
Unspeakable, Lu Zhao glared at her warningly. Xiao Yan'er hurriedly jumped over, her face full of grievances. Who would have thought the Grandmaster would have a female disciple? Has Buddhism become so open that they even allow female disciples? Someone praised. If this continues, I'm afraid there will be more and more problems. By then, it will be a waste of item cards. The loss won't make up for it.
Lu Chuozhu looked at Zhao Yue, who was unconscious, and said, "Take her away."
Yes. Xiao Yan'er jumped towards Zhao. The cultivators were all shocked. Grandmaster, what are you doing, Grandmaster? You absolutely can't take her away.
These people wanted to stop him. Lu Zhujiao's gaze swept over them, and everyone immediately shut their mouths, not daring to make a move.
So vicious. How could that be his decision alone? His words stunned everyone. That's right. Although Abbot Kong Xuan has profound cultivation, how could he have the courage to make such a decision alone? There must be Abbot Kong Yuan, the head of Great Emptiness Temple, plotting behind him. Buddhism has such degenerate people. It's truly regrettable. Abbot Kong Yuan has cultivated for hundreds of years, yet he has gone astray.
That cultivator turned his words around.
However, if Kong Yuan vents his anger on us, I hope Grandmaster can uphold justice for us. Everyone bowed. Lu Zhao shook his head, stroking his beard without saying anything, his face showing great indifference. What does Kong Yuan causing trouble for you have to do with this old man? How ridiculous! If this old man hadn't been here today, you would all be dead.
Moreover, it hasn't been determined who brought Zhao Yue here. Not holding them accountable is already a great favor, and they still dare to ask for justice. If Kong Yuan pursues this matter, consider it a lesson for them. Lu Zhao said loudly. Let's go, yes. Xiao Yan'er immediately supported Zhao Yu and took her away. Seeing Lu Zhao take Zhao Yu away, a girl clasped her hands and spoke. What should we do about this, Grandmaster? Please don't do this. That blockhead cultivator outside just wouldn't shut up. Zhao Yu is the 5th disciple of that old devil from the evil sky pavilion. She's done tons of evil deeds. If you don't punish her, she'll probably do even more horrific things. I beg you, Master, reconsider. 1 minute they're demanding justice, the next they want you to think twice. Don't they ever look in the mirror and see how much they actually weigh? Always heard those righteous sects love to put on a solemn and virtuous act, and it's totally true, Lu Zhao said flatly. This old man wants to take her away. Any objections?
Well now, the cultivators' faces turned ugly. One of them shouted, "The 3rd seat of the Fiend Temple!" As soon as he turned, the 3rd seat of the Fiend Temple was already standing in front of Lu Zhu. No need to overthink. Among the cultivators present, only Duanxing has any real skill. He doesn't need to care about the others.
It makes sense that Duanxing wants to stop him.
Fine. Settling this, Duanxing, is like a warning to these righteous cultivators. But what Lu Zhao didn't expect was that Duanxing slightly bowed and said with a smile, "It couldn't be more appropriate for the master to take the female devil Zhao Yu. My Fiend Temple fully agrees." As soon as he said that, the Jingming Dao and Zhengyi Dao cultivators exchanged glances. The two gossipy guys winked at each other and blurted out, "Although the righteous and the demonic are irreconcilable, today's grand ceremony is using Zhao Yu to ease the relationship between the two sides. Your Fiend Temple seat also died in the hands of the old devil of the evil sky pavilion. So why do you want to let Zhao Yu go now?" The man with the woman spoke up. "Duanxing, have you forgotten how Zuo Xinchen died? How could she then introduce our Jingming Dao's Jingjing senior brother, The sixth handsome.
Duanjing laughed and said, "The second seat went up the mountain to challenge the evil sky pavilion. His skills were inferior. He died. That's it."
Duanjing's gaze swept towards the speaker, a chilling light piercing through. The sixth handsome guy angrily shouted, "Can you represent the entire fiend temple?" The woman then felt that the sixth handsome guy was so cool.
Whoosh! Duanjing's figure flashed, and he waved his hand. Everyone was stunned when they suddenly saw that guy's face being crushed by Duanjing.
The crowd was shocked and took a step back. The righteous and the demonic are irreconcilable. Duanmo isn't that Kongshuan donkey. If you want to talk reason, go home and nag your mothers. Duanmu isn't going to listen. The sacred altar square returned to silence. Who else dared to object? They had the courage to talk about reason with enlightened monks, but they absolutely didn't dare to talk reason with the people of the demonic path.
What reason?
They are all people who can't distinguish right from wrong. It's no wonder that the Great Flames world has a demonic path. It seems that the reason is because the righteous people are too nauseating. Duanxing's move shocked everyone. The whole square was completely silent. No one dared to raise any objections.
Duanxing came in front of Lu Zhao and bowed again and cupped his hands and said, "Master has a compassionate heart and is willing to educate this female devil. This is the blessing of the world." Lu Zhao stroked his beard and nodded slightly. "This guy knows how to do things. He is more sensible than those Jingming Dao and Zhengyi Dao guys." But Lu Zhao didn't relax his vigilance.
If necessary, Lu Zhao wouldn't mind wasting another prop card.
Since the master wants to take the female devil away, will the feud between the second seed Zuo Jinchen and the evil sky pavilion be resolved from here on? Lu Zhu nodded indifferently. "Your Dao concealment cultivation is not bad." Hearing this, Duanjing was shocked and hurriedly lowered his head.
Two guys nearby gossiped. "Junior brother, in our next lives, we will both be the Brahma C8 Meridians people." While they weren't paying attention, they left this place together. "Goodbye, senior brother. The one who's right is now 8 meridians open." Lu Xiao waved his hand gently. Bian galloped from outside the sacred altar into it. The tiger's roar lingered in the air, revealing sharp fangs.
The sacred altar originally had monks from the Dakong temple guarding it. Bian didn't care at all, completely despising them.